After enduring 99 unsuccessful blind dates, Lin Tian, having reached the age of discernment, finds himself forcibly bound to the auspicious more children, more blessings system, a perfect life winners program. The system bestows a score exceeding 80 points for matters of romance. Rewards abound for indulging in food and drink, physiological needs, learning foreign languages, mastering dance, honing musical skills, cycling, calligraphy, and virtually every endeavor. Establishing a relationship with a woman yields rewards. Giving birth brings even greater rewards. Achieving eternal love grants further accolades. The rewards are plentiful. Prizes of houses, cars, and cash need not be mentioned. Additionally, there are rewards in stocks, skills, land, equipment, vitality potions, and enhancements to physical attributes. Chapter 1. The More Children, More Blessings Life Winner System. The afternoon sun streams through the cafe's expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, lazily spilling over Lin Tian's now cold mocha. The latte art on the surface of the coffee has become a disordered amalgam, perfectly mirroring his current emotional turmoil, a complete mess. The woman seated across from him, Wang Li, is elegantly adorned, her makeup flawless, and her attire impeccably tailored. She delicately swipes her phone screen with fingers painted in a vibrant red, casting a disinterested glance at Lin Tian, her lips forming a barely concealed frown. "You're Lin Tian, correct?" 40 years old, she finally sets her phone down, raising her gaze, which scans Lin Tian from head to toe like a searchlight. Lin Tian had intentionally donned his most expensive shirt today, yet seems insufficient to conceal the slight paunch of middle age and the deepening wrinkles at the corners of his eyes. Miss, I'm 40 by Chinese reckoning, but I'm actually 39. Lin Tian forces a smile he deems amiable and sincere. You work as a manager at a property company? That counts as middle management, yet your annual salary after nearly 20 years is barely 150,000. Wang Li's tone is flat, devoid of emotion, yet each word pierces like a needle, and a hint of disdain flickers in her eyes. Yes, that is correct, but there is a year-end bonus. Lin Tian attempts to clarify, though it is evident she has little interest in hearing anything further. In Hangzhou, do you own a home? I possess a small two-bedroom apartment, albeit somewhat distant, and I am still repaying the mortgage. What about a car? A domestic SUV for commuting, purchased 5 years ago. Lin Tian's voice diminishes, his palms growing clammy. He is too familiar with this routine, a familiarity that breeds despair, having repeated such exchanges through 98 prior blind dates. Wang Li emits a soft huh, a sound as light as a feather, yet it lands heavily upon Lin Tian's heart. Lin Tian, forgive my frankness. I have been told by our mutual acquaintance that you are a good person. However, your circumstances lack competitiveness in the realm of blind dates. Although 43 and raising a child in middle school, earn 3,000 more than you, drive a BMW 3 Series, and while I too am repaying a mortgage, my property is in a superior location. I seek a partner whom I can look up to, or, at the very least, one who can walk alongside me, not someone like you. In this world, being a good person holds little value. Let us not waste each other's time. I suggest you seek women from rural backgrounds who are uneducated, divorced, and have children, as with your economic situation, even a dog would not be inclined. She picked up her exquisite handbag and stood up, declaring, "Let's each pay for our own coffee. I shall transfer you the amount." With that, she indeed took out her phone to scan the code, transferring 15 yuan before strutting away in her high heels, leaving behind a resolute silhouette and a lingering fragrance. Goodness, a 43-year-old with children doesn't even regard me. Lin Tian was bewildered. Had he known, this was merely self-inflicted torment. Am I, Lin Tian, so despised merely for lacking wealth? Contemporary women do not even feign interest anymore. It has been nearly half a year since Lin Tian last went on a blind date, and to his astonishment, today's reality is even harsher than 6 months ago, a grim affair indeed. This marks the 99th failure in blind dating since his brief marriage at 25. Gazing at the cold notification of the 15 yuan transfer on his phone screen, a burning shame enveloped his face. Since turning 35, his parents have relentlessly urged him into blind dates and remarriage, totaling 99 attempts over 5 years, the longest interaction lasting 3 months, while the briefest, like today's encounter, ended swiftly after mere insults. His personal journey towards marriage has transitioned from initial hope to a state of numb acceptance, and now to utter despair. Lin Tian has entirely lost his confidence. Each meeting feels like a public execution of his failed existence. Every woman ultimately evaluates age, income, property, and appearance. He resembles an outdated commodity, gathering dust on a shelf, repeatedly picked up and scrutinized, only to be disdainfully cast aside, ultimately relegated to the corner of discarded items. And what a love! Indeed, blind dating does not afford the luxury of enjoying love. Forget about romance. Even the prospect of cohabitation has vanished. In the cafe, the surrounding air seemed steeped in mockery. The young couple at the adjacent table quickly averted their gaze upon Lin Tian's turn, unwilling to witness the plight of this unfortunate middle-aged man. Lin Tian gulped down the icy mocha, its bitter taste spreading from his tongue to his heart. Outside, the bustling traffic and emerging neon lights filled the vibrant city with endless possibilities, yet none appeared to belong to him. He retrieved his wallet, pressed a few crumpled bills beneath his cup, and fled the cafe as if escaping. Beneath the overcast sky, he wandered the streets alone. The throngs of people flowed around him, yet he felt exceptionally isolated and desolate. He walked aimlessly, his mind a chaotic jumble of his parents' sighs, friends' concerns, the pitying gazes of matchmakers, and the faces of 99 different women, each bearing the same rejection stamp, replaying in his mind. "Is this how my life is destined to be?" he murmured to himself, his voice hoarse. An overwhelming sense of fatigue and frustration engulfed him completely. On his drive home, he turned into the convenience store at his complex, purchasing a bag of peanuts and a dozen of the cheapest beers before returning to the loan-financed apartment he had acquired with nearly £1,000,000 of his life savings. By all accounts, I should have a home, yet in this vast metropolis, I remain a pauper. £2,000,000 could procure 3 new apartments in his hometown, or build 3 grand villas in the countryside. Here, it amounts to nothing. Still a poor man. To hell with it. Tonight, he simply wished to indulge in drunkenness, to commemorate his miserable existence and that damned 99th blind date. He would drink until oblivion. If he did not perish from drink, he would resign tomorrow and return home, for he refused to believe that in the countryside he could not find a woman to share warmth with. Over the years, he had stubbornly stayed in the big city, fearful of losing face, having worked hard to attend university and establish a family outside. Lin Tian did not wish to return only to be the subject of gossip. Now, a decade later, his hometown residents remain oblivious to the fact that he has long been divorced, and his career has shifted from finance to managing a small property company, scraping by in this vast city, saving perhaps 70 to 80,000 each year. This year, he requested over 400,000 from his parents back home to cover the down payment on this €2,000,000 apartment, all in hopes of attracting a woman for marriage. To his dismay, he was still ridiculed and deemed worthless, especially by a woman with a child. Lin Tian acknowledged that throughout his life, he had never been adept at charming women, a staunchly straightforward man. Yet could this not be considered a virtue? He does not smoke or drink, can cook, and earns a living, yet these qualities go unnoticed. Clang. At some point, a voice echoed in his mind. Ding. Detecting the host's accumulation of emotions from 99 failures in blind dating, as well as an intense desire for marriage, children, and a perfect life. Binding conditions have been met. The more children, more blessings, perfect life winner system is now activating. 10, 50, 100. Activation successful. Lin Tian, with bleary eyes, glanced around, inquiring, Who is speaking? The sparsely decorated room, containing only a bed and a sofa, was utterly empty. Dear host Lin Tian, greetings. The system has detected your strong desire for marriage and children, your yearning to escape a mundane existence, as well as your wish to savor the taste of love, embrace wealth, charm, health, and happiness, and become a true winner in life. Therefore, we have initiated the loading process. Please prepare to accept your mission. A chilling and peculiarly metallic electronic voice resonated directly within his mind. Lin Tian vigorously slapped his face and widened his eyes, exclaiming, Am I hallucinating due to excessive drinking? Is being single truly this terrifying? Have I gone mad? This is not a mere illusion. Host, please prepare yourself for abundant offspring and a harem of wives and concubines. The initial module of the system has been successfully loaded, and the beginner's guidance task is now issued. Task objective. The system will randomly detect targets within a 10-kilometer radius centered on the host. According to the system's scoring criteria, a new target has been identified. Name: Shun Chinga. Age: 25. Occupation: kindergarten music teacher. Scoring: 97 points. Appearance: 19. Health: 20. Charisma: 20. Self-discipline: 20. Talent: 18. No romantic history, no marital history, no battery history. Lin Tian gazed at this impressive score and the photograph transmitted by the system. It was simply breathtaking. A beauty of this caliber is far beyond what an ordinary man like him could dare to approach. He had once feared even casting a glance at such a level of magnificence. Chapter 2. The Delivery of Medicine. Task objective. Within 24 hours, obtain her valid contact information, WeChat or mobile number. Task reward. Startup capital of 100,000 RMB. A one-time advance of charm perfume. Unlock. Shunchinga's beginner flow cash. Monthly 20,000 RMB. The system. Oh my goodness, it turns out the system has found me. Lin Tian was overwhelmed with joy. Immediately, a semi-transparent, technologically advanced virtual panel abruptly floated before his eyes. The panel distinctly displayed the task information. And Shunchinga's photo flickered like a film reel, even animated. She was a girl with an ethereal demeanor, as pure and serene as a water lily, exuding an aura of scholarly grace and a subtle detachment characteristic of an artist. She bore a resemblance to a character played by a renowned star in an earlier film, embodying the quintessential intellectual beauty of Jiangnan, a paragon of beauty that Lin Tian had longed for yet dared not pursue. The system provided a hint, indicating that she frequently appeared near the Duo music kindergarten. Lin Tian was utterly dumbfounded, his mouth agape as though it could accommodate an egg. A bottle he accidentally knocked over clattered to the ground, foam spilling everywhere. Had he truly drunk himself into oblivion, or was he merely dreaming? Or perhaps, had heaven finally opened its eyes to him? Maintaining his stupefied stance for a full 5 minutes, he pinched his thigh with all his might. Ouch, that hurt. This was no dream. Closing his eyes, the panel remained suspended in the air, the text and the enchanting photo of the beauty crystal clear. The system. A blessing of progeny and fortune, the life-winning system of a wealthy magnate. Lin Tian's heart began to race uncontrollably. As an avid reader, he had perused countless web novels, particularly familiar with the system genre. However, he never imagined such a serendipitous stroke of luck would befall him, a 40-year-old underachiever. The system promised rewards for pursuing beauties, categorized into 5 task levels. A beauty scoring over 80 points would be scanned by the system, while those over 90 would trigger designated tasks with various rewards. Among these, the most significant was the potential reward of 100 million for having children. Establishing contact would yield rewards, and effective communication would also be compensated. This was tailored specifically for someone as timid as me. He examined the system's introduction to the reward mechanism, his breath quickening, his blood pressure likely soaring to 180. Throughout his life, he had never dared to approach women. Yet now, the system compelled him to play the role of a gallant suitor. Moreover, the attributes panel revealed that completing tasks would grant attribute points, enhancing strength, agility, constitution, intelligence, and charm. The skills section was currently empty, with rewards displayed as task completion bonuses. There was also a wealth statistic. Current cash, 12,538 renminbi. Fixed assets, 2 million renminbi. Liabilities, 900,000 RMB. Loan. Monthly cash flow, 0. Aside from this house and an insignificant old car, his financial state was starkly apparent. Had my mind finally unraveled? Lin Tian once again cast a suspicious glance around, cautiously peering under the bed and out the window. This system is genuine and without deceit, with energy sourced from cosmic entropy and funding derived from foreign funds legally and reasonably. Please rest assured, host. The system's voice interrupted his wandering thoughts. Damn. After 99 failed matchmaking attempts, he had lost all hope. What did one more matter? Even for that 100,000 RMB and the monthly 20,000 cash flow. It was worth a shot. Lin Tian glanced at his reflection in the mirror, an aging man with thinning hair, murky eyes, clad in wrinkled pajamas. Have I truly become this unappealing? How could such a beautiful girl possibly be within my reach? To alleviate the host's concerns, a one-time advance of charm perfume has been issued, now available in the system space for mental extraction. Usage, upon mental application. It will slightly enhance the host's attractiveness to the opposite sex within 24 hours, increasing initial favorability. Use with caution. A quaint little glass vial materialized in his hand, containing a light blue liquid that shimmered enticingly. This system is truly considerate, recognizing my lack of courage and even providing me with a potion to bolster my confidence. Lin Tian chuckled at himself, his eyes sparkling as though he had grasped a lifeline. Thank you, esteemed system. As dawn approached, Lin Tian quickly washed his face and rummaged through his wardrobe to find the most presentable polo shirt and jeans. He tidied himself up, striving to appear as a cultured gentleman rather than a greasy old man. On the weekend, he first stopped by his company to check on the work of the security and property staff before hastily driving to his target location. Before exiting the car, he cautiously sprayed the charm perfume on himself, a subtle, indescribable fresh woodsy scent enveloping the interior. Well, it doesn't feel particularly special. Lin Tian forced a smile at his reflection in the car mirror, still appearing strained and weary. Desperate times call for desperate measures. If all else fails, I might as well be bold. With a mix of somber resignation and faint hope, he stepped out of the car and strolled towards the Duo Music Kindergarten across the street. The door was closed, leaving him to wait. After more than an hour, a group of parents arriving to pick up their children gathered at the entrance, and the door to the music training institution swung open. This hour had been excruciating. He had contemplated fleeing numerous times. After all, if he were rejected, his dignity would be irrevocably tarnished. But how to approach? Should he rush in and enroll in the most expensive piano class? That would seem too contrived, and as a 40-year-old man learning the piano, it would appear suspiciously ulterior, an obvious attempt to mask his true intentions. Lurking at the entrance? That would make him appear odd and unseemly. The charm perfume seemed only to render him akin to a higher quality piece of wood, rather than bestowing him with irresistible allure, an act of self-deception. Just when he felt utterly lost, pretending to admire the scenery beneath a sycamore tree at the entrance, opportunity presented itself in an entirely unexpected manner. As class ended, a small boy of 4 or 5 suddenly bolted out, crying. Behind him, a frantic young woman shouted, "Tong Tong, don't run, come back." The boy, heedless of his surroundings, dashed towards the street, tears streaming down his face. At that moment, an electric scooter sped toward him, its approach perilously close. Lin Tian's heart lurched. Being the nearest, he instinctively lunged forward, scooping the boy into his arms and yanking him back just in time. The scooter whizzed past, the rider cursing and glancing back. Oh no! The boy was terrified, crying even louder. Lin Tian's back was drenched in cold sweat, his heart racing wildly. At that instant, the young woman rushed over, enveloping the child in her arms, her complexion pale as she repeatedly thanked Lin Tian. "Thank you, sir. Thank you so much. You scared me to death." The commotion caught the attention of several teachers and parents from the training institution, who hurried outside. It was then that Lin Tian finally recognized the young woman chasing after the boy, his awaited target, Shenxinga. She wore a simple cream-colored dress, her brow furrowed with concern and gratitude. Her gaze first fell upon the sobbing child and the anxious mother, before finally turning to Lin Tian. "Thank you, uncle." Her gaze was crystalline, imbued with a hint of gratitude and curiosity as she smiled and spoke. Chapter 3. I am here to seek a music teacher. Lin Tian's mind raced rapidly at that moment. System, if I remain oblivious to what to do now, it would be utterly cowardly and unmanly. He chuckled and waved his hand at her, saying, it's all right, as long as the child is fine. There's no need for Teacher Shun to feel uneasy. He presented himself as a warm-hearted, ordinary uncle who happened to pass by. Shenxinga was momentarily taken aback. Are you, perhaps, a parent here to pick up a child? She pondered that this unfamiliar uncle might be the father of a child she had forgotten. Oh no, I just happened to be passing by, or rather, not quite passing by. Lin Tian contemplated as he gathered his thoughts. I am here to inquire about a music teacher, specifically if there are any adult courses available. I have had a keen interest in the piano since childhood, but due to circumstances, I couldn't pursue it then. Now, I wish to fulfill a dream. I heard that Duo training offers music courses, though I didn't anticipate it to be an institution focused on early childhood education. This reasoning was impeccable. A middle-aged man aspiring to realize a musical dream was entirely reasonable. Onward he must go, disregarding notions of pride and face. He realized that the fib he uttered in this brief moment far outnumbered the lies he had told in the preceding 40 years. Oh! A flicker of surprise crossed Shenxinga's eyes. Then, a touch of admiration graced her gaze. In her perspective, it was indeed rare to find someone in their 40s still eager to learn the arts and enhance oneself in this day and age, a truly commendable trait. This institution does not offer adult courses. All lessons cater to children. A faint smile appeared on Shenxinga's face, akin to the gentle thaw of early spring. However, our organization does provide adult classes, though they are not held here. Please, do come in, The front desk staff can provide you with detailed information regarding the courses. She gestured graciously for him to enter. An opportunity presented itself and would not be squandered. In her view, this amiable uncle might genuinely be preparing for a retirement hobby, with both the means and leisure to learn the piano. Ah, very well. Lin Tian quickly suppressed his overwhelming joy, striving to maintain composure as he followed the enchanting teacher inside. The front desk was manned by a young and beautiful instructor who warmly welcomed him. During the introduction, Lin Tian noticed that Shun Qingge did not immediately leave. Instead, she remained nearby, organizing sheet music, occasionally glancing in their direction. As the consultation came to an end, the front desk teacher routinely mentioned, "Sir, if you are interested, you may add our organization on WeChat. The course schedules and activities will be posted there." Wait. Lin Tian interjected, casting his gaze towards Shun Qingge with a sincere and somewhat clumsy tone. It seemed that Teacher Shin just emerged from the piano classroom. If I were to enroll, would it be possible for Teacher Shin to instruct me? If I am not mistaken, she must be one of your institution's finest teachers. He revealed a hint of kindness, gentleness, shyness, and cleverness typical of middle-aged men. This request was not unreasonable. Many students often specify their desired instructors. Lin Tian's choice was also understandable, as Shun Qingge indeed possessed the highest artistic caliber among the instructors. The other teachers exchanged glances, and the receptionist regarded Shun Qingge, who was busy preparing her lesson. "Mr. Lin, this would require Teacher Shin's consent. Teacher Shun, this Mr. Lin Tian wishes to schedule lessons with you. Would that be agreeable?" Upon hearing this, Shun Qingge looked up, somewhat taken aback. The front desk teacher smiled and explained to Lin Tian, "Teacher Shun is one of our best piano instructors. However, her schedule is quite full, and her rates are relatively high. Price is not an issue," Lin Tian immediately asserted. "If Teacher Shun is currently unavailable, I can wait." His words were earnest, coupled with the commendable act of bravery he had just displayed, along with his aspiration to fulfill a dream, rendering him particularly warm and sincere. After uttering this, he completely abandoned his previous principles, resolutely diving into the depths of a rogue's existence. Shun Qingge regarded him, seemingly weighing her options, and then nodded gently. "That would be fine. I have time. If you are certain about enrolling, we can arrange a trial lesson." "Thank you, Teacher Shen." Lin Tian maintained his composure, hastily retrieving his phone. "If it is not too much trouble, may I add you on WeChat? It would facilitate scheduling and allow me to seek your guidance." His heart raced, for this moment was pivotal for his success. The rationale was flawless. Shun Qingge scrutinized him. This older student who appeared somewhat greasy, yet harbored an artistic ambition, and with a warm demeanor. She fell silent for 2 seconds before retrieving her phone and displaying her QR code. All right. With a beep, the addition was successful. Lin Tian withdrew his phone, stepping back to a safe distance, and expressed his gratitude with a smile. Ding. Beginner task completed. Reward, 100,000 RMB has been credited to the host's linked bank account. Reward, charm perfume, consumed. Reward unlocked. Shun Qingge's basic art appreciation cash flow, 20,000 RMB per month, automatically disbursed on the first of each month. Additional rewards. For each successful communication, based on the target's favorability towards the host, rewards of 10,000 or 20,000 RMB will be granted. Reward, physical attribute 1, usable for enhancing stamina, temperament, strength, etc. System prompt. The key factor for advancing the target task to the next stage is the target's favorability towards the host. Current favorability of Shun Qingge, 1. The glaring 1 was painfully bright. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on his phone. Account 5678 received a remittance of 10,000 RMB. Lin Tian seized the opportunity of checking his WeChat on his phone and remarked, "Ah, Teacher Shun, I have some matters to attend to. Please continue with your work. We will communicate via WeChat to finalize the lesson arrangements. Whenever you have a moment, send me a message. My schedule is flexible and can accommodate yours. As for the lessons, I am a complete novice, so let us start with 20 sessions." "Very well," Shun Qingge replied with a smile. "I will attend to my class now and message you shortly." Lin Tian suppressed his nervous impulses, politely bidding farewell as he walked steadily out of the training institution. Once outside, in a deserted area, he promptly pulled out his phone, gazing at the fresh contact in his WeChat list, adorned with an image of a classical piano labeled Qingge. He then glanced at the impressive figures in the bank notification, exhilarated to the point of kicking a nearby stone barrier in delight. I did it. It was so simple. Not only had he completed the task, but he had also paved a perfect path for approaching his lessons, an opportunity bestowed by the system. Coupled with his quick thinking, the outcome exceeded all expectations. Although he held no particular ambition for learning the piano, he did harbor genuine feelings towards the piano teacher. Could it be that he had actually succeeded? It seemed that beautiful women were not so difficult to approach after all. Throughout his life, he had felt no inclination towards pursuing women, including during his marriage, which had been a haphazard arrangement through introductions, leading to a bewildering divorce after merely 3 days of shared bed, resulting in a month-long separation and a loss of 50,000 in betrothal gifts. To his astonishment, this task presented by the system allowed Lin Tian to experience an inexplicable thrill, the exhilaration of pursuing a woman. A delightful rush coursed through him. He felt a dual joy, the pleasure of receiving rewards and the prospect of scheduling lessons with teacher Shun, a significant breakthrough in his life. That 100,000 RMB was equivalent to his earnings from half a year's work at the company. Primarily, as long as I maintain contact with this young lady, a monthly flow of 20,000 is assured, with additional rewards for each interaction. Piano lessons range from 200 to 800 per session. I wonder how much her classes cost. But it's surely 1 TB 10,000 per lesson. There's profit to be made. With this newfound knowledge, Lin Tian gained a deeper understanding of the system after it was officially activated. At the onset of this level, specifically LV0, the system allows for the simultaneous pursuit of 5 targets. Advancing to LV2 enables the pursuit of 20 targets, while the ultimate LV5 permits a total of 99 targets. 99. The very familiarity of this number struck Lin Tian as both astonishing and daunting. Surely, the system isn't suggesting I should acquire 99 wives, is it? For now, he decided to set that thought aside. Lin Tian immediately envisioned that the system's design would undoubtedly facilitate both romantic pursuits and financial gain. If establishing contact were so straightforward, could new targets be introduced immediately? The system prompted him that he must seek designated targets scoring above 90, while he could freely choose targets scoring between 80 and 90. Although the rewards for 80 to 90 may be lesser, the difficulty of targeting is significantly reduced, as those scoring above 90 are rare beauties, rather challenging to pursue. Targets scoring 80 are probably just slightly above average, right? Furthermore, the system clarified that target tasks are dynamic, indicating that relationships between individuals can shift, and completing all 5-level tasks isn't guaranteed. Chapter 4. 8 billion for having a child. Lin Tian pondered a potential loophole. Suppose one target yields an increase of 20,000. Pursuing 10 would amount to 200,000. If I do nothing else for a month, simply finding 10 targets could easily net me 200,000. For instance, I could find a music teacher, a dance instructor, a culinary expert, or a charming conversationalist. If they come to teach me various subjects, wouldn't that create a steady income stream? I wouldn't have to work daily, and someone would cater to my needs. What a remarkable situation. Upon further examination of the system, he realized that while this was indeed a loophole, it wouldn't lead to an abundance of ordinary level targets, as each level has a maximum cap. A brief analysis led Lin Tian to uncover an even larger flaw. Within all the evaluation criteria, only the affinity score was specified. There was no mention of authenticity. Each task level escalated in difficulty, with the 3rd level, which establishes romantic relationships, already offering substantial rewards. Moreover, the system did not indicate that only the more challenging targets scoring above 90 would yield various rewards. The only uncertainty remained the system's target scoring mechanism. At this juncture, he recalled Wang Li from yesterday's blind date. What was her level? Her appearance was decent, but her demeanor was rather harsh. The system features a function that provides information on targets within the current host's search range. Additionally, the host can submit any target for evaluation. Please assess Wang Li. Lin Tian needed to compare not only observable traits such as looks, temperament, and talent, but also other factors that might influence this score. Target, Wang Li. Comprehensive score, 45 points. Such a low score. Lin Tian's thoughts immediately drifted to a beautiful young woman he had encountered just 5 minutes ago at the training center, whom he vaguely remembered was called Teacher Xiao Huang. Target, Huang Xiaowang. Comprehensive score, 83 points. Confirm his target? Oh, uncertain. Lin Tian analyzed. Wang Li, a divorced woman with children, had an acceptable appearance, but perhaps her age affected her character? A score of 45 seems excessively low. In contrast, the other girl appeared quite innocent and genuine. Her beauty also commendable, yet she only scored 83 points. All these factors made it impossible to assess the ease of pursuit, which was likely why the system did not provide such references. The system would not allow the host to arbitrarily designate someone as a target. Lin Tian did not make a selection based on the system's prompts. However, it was clear that the target could be chosen freely. This suggested that the system was quite democratic, likely avoiding the assignment of bizarre target individuals. Decision made, Lin Tian took a deep breath. Over the years, he had managed a small property company and had some experience with social dynamics. Yet he couldn't quite grasp why he struggled with romantic connections and found it so difficult to settle down. Now, the system was compelling him to find a girlfriend in practice. The subsequent rewards for targets were even more substantial. Considering the 1 billion reward for having a child, could I not simply allocate 5 million to hire someone for this task? After waiting a while without a system response, Lin Tian wondered if this idea was feasible. Is this a violation? He felt uncertain. Regardless, the system's initial setup for 5 targets could be managed easily, with amounts of 30,000 or 50,000 being quite lucrative. 1 month equated to half a year's salary, especially since it also matched effective communication counts that could be compounded. Most importantly, the 1 billion reward for having a child. Why bother attending any classes? The previous salary of over 10,000 as a property manager seemed trivial compared to this new opportunity. Moreover, it consumed far too much time. The primary tasks of property management were tedious and numerous. Thus, Lin Tian promptly called the deputy general manager of his company to inform him of a family emergency that required his immediate attention. This was a highly mobile position with few barriers, so the HR deputy manager promptly stated that if he left so urgently, this month's salary and the deposit held by the company would certainly be forfeited. Lin Tian replied that he didn't mind, renouncing any further grievances with the company and resigning. The company, which he had worked at for 6 years, was actually quite decent. The deputy manager even attempted to persuade him to return after resolving his family matters. Lin Tian politely declined and hung up the phone. From this moment on, it seemed he would embark on a profession of pursuing romantic interests. Lin Tian glanced at WeChat. Teacher Shun had yet to respond, likely still occupied with classes. He decided not to linger nearby, opting to leave the parking lot around the training center, embarking on the road without a specific target while contemplating new prospects. 10 kilometers. Lin Tian resolved to conduct a scan centered around his residence. Half an hour later, he returned to his neighborhood. Parking the car, he exited to the public green area and settled onto a newly installed bench. System, please provide comprehensive scanning information for targets scoring above 80. Having grown weary of poverty and endless blind dates, Lin Tian decided to take decisive action. Received host. Please set the 5 basic scoring criteria as needed. Each criterion has a maximum of 20 points. For example, appearance and physique. 20 points corresponds to the standard of 1 in a million nationwide. Health. 20 points indicates no illnesses whatsoever. Charisma. 20 points reflects the highest quality and allure of character. Self-discipline. 20 points signifies impeccable morals and willpower. Talent. 20 points encompasses personal hobbies, skills, and knowledge at full marks. So that is how it is. The scoring rules diverged from his initial assumptions. However, for Lin Tian, the points he was interested in were sufficient. For instance, a 1 in a million beauty for appearance and physique is quite impressive. If it were adjusted to 1 in 100,000, that would still be a county-level beauty, right? Health indicates that there are no issues with physical condition, and self-discipline further implies character, while talent may not be the most pivotal factor. For Lin Tian, health was paramount, followed closely by self-discipline. His mind was preoccupied with the concern of encountering a decrepit bus stop. Fortunately, as long as he maintained a focus on health and discipline, there would be no significant issues. Suddenly, he caught sight of an individual, a woman from the adjacent unit, rumored to be a high-end marketing professional. He even remembered her name. She was strikingly beautiful, with an exquisite figure, and as she passed by Lin Tian, she cast a glance in his direction. System, please evaluate Zhang Shui. Target character, Zhang Shui, comprehensive score, 50 points. System, could you provide detailed scoring metrics? Target character Zhang Shui, appearance and figure 16 points. Health 10 points, charm 7 points. Discipline 7 points, talent 10 points. Oh, her health is rather lacking. Discipline even more so. I see the point now. Women like Zhang Shui and Wang Li are not even worthy of consideration. Lin Tian contemplated how to utilize this scanning result. Within a 10-kilometer radius, he set parameters, determining that anyone not on the list was not worth his attention. System, please provide a list of target characters within a 10-kilometer radius, with scores of appearance and figure above 15 points, health above 20 points, charm above 15 points, discipline above 20 points, and talent above 10 points. The number of people on such a list remained uncertain to Lin Tian for the moment. The detection time lasted nearly 30 seconds, which felt somewhat prolonged. The 10-kilometer radius of Hangzhou approximately equated to 1/30th of the urban area, encompassing several upscale neighborhoods. A total of 143 individuals were identified. Good, that's few. Lin Tian mused silently. Upon further examination of the list, he noted some individuals were under 18 or over 45, necessitating manual exclusion, leaving only 30 candidates. Among them was Shun Qinga, who had already become his primary target. In a region with nearly 1 million residents, The only individual scoring above 90 was Shinshinga. Only 30 individuals scored above 80 could be considered targets. Lin Tian meticulously reviewed each of these 30 individuals, pre-selecting 4. Based on their professions and other criteria, they could not be definitively classified as targets yet. He needed to analyze each one in greater detail. In Lin Tian's mind, the primary purpose of these 4 was to provide a stable and secure cash flow, with any potential rewards being a bonus. If rewards were absent, he would have to expedite the completion of his tasks, striving to unlock the second-level settings of the perfect life winner system, which surely encompassed more than just this. Beyond women, there would also be ascension in social status and wealth. Contemplating this loophole, whether it be a fish pond or pool, Lin Tian, who previously could not afford to play, realized that now, with the system at his disposal, he had no need for reservations. A life devoid of shame would undoubtedly be more exhilarating. Target: Luo Lanlan, 26 years old, with a college diploma in dance, unmarried, and a social media anchor. Chapter 5, the first active search. This was the nearest target, with a straight line distance of only 700 meters. The system provided personality hints: cheerful, enthusiastic, and helpful. This marked Lin Tian's first active search. In Lin Tian's eyes, this hint was akin to cheating. A person's character often dictated their ease of approachability during initial encounters. Scoring 85 points, she stood out among the 30 candidates. With the psychological foundation laid by Teacher Shin's task, Lin Tian was no longer filled with trepidation, but rather brimming with eagerness. Her location was directly across from the northwest intersection of the residential area. This place. Ah, yes. It's that famous bridge, a gathering spot for numerous streamers engaging in various live broadcasts. Is no one here? Lin Tian, having never visited this area, wondered if she might be beneath the bridge. He had heard tales of many aspiring influencers residing under this very bridge. Crossing to the side of the bridge, Lin Tian descended beneath it, entering a semi-enclosed area with 4 or 5 large arches, where he discovered dozens of tents or sleeping bags. No way. An 85-point individual would be here? Observing the eclectic attire of the people, Lin Tian reflected on his past as a property manager. Realizing his former self had thrived in this city, so why had no woman ever taken notice of him? Before long, he spotted his target amidst the crowd. However, she was not alone. Beside her stood another girl, slightly plumper yet equally charming, and they appeared to be discussing something. Looks? Hard to tell. They're bundled up tightly, baseball cap, large mask. But her figure is remarkable, judging solely by physique. She certainly deserves to be among the top third selected by the system from 1 million people. How did a girl with such qualifications end up under this bridge? Lin Tian pondered as he approached, contemplating the reasons, and simultaneously issued a confirmation command to the system. Task target. Based on system scoring criteria, determine the second target. Name: Luo Lanlan. Age: 26. Dance major university student. Score: 85 points. Appearance: 17. Health: 20. Charm: 20. Discipline: 20. Talent: 8. Task content. Within 24 hours. Obtain her valid contact information, WeChat or phone number. Task reward. Startup capital of 100,000 RMB. Prepayment of charm-enhancing perfume. One-time use. Unlock Luo Lanlan's primary flow cash. 10,000 RMB monthly. Upon completion, trigger host's self-awareness awakening and receive a random material reward. Task failure penalty. Deduct 1 experience point. Deduct 100 from the host's current funds. The most crucial piece of information, a monthly return of 10,000. Although this was 1,000 less than what was offered for those scoring above 90, this figure delighted Lin Tian. For the system included another usable loophole. Each successful communication would yield a reward equivalent to this sum. After a brief circuit, he caught the attention of the 2 girls. They recoiled warily, glancing at Lin Tian. The plumper girl inquired, "What do you want?" Lin Tian smiled. "Me? I inadvertently stumbled upon your live broadcast while coming down from the bridge. I believe I've seen you on some platform. Aren't you Luo Lanlan?" The tall, elegantly built girl's eyes lit up. "Yes, you've seen my live broadcast." "Ah, indeed. I happened to notice the scene under this influencer bridge, as it's right next to my home, so I took a stroll over." At this moment, Lin Tian observed that the 2 girls had their suitcases beside them, and upon hearing their accents, he realized they spoke with the same dialect as his hometown. Thus, he altered his subsequent remarks to reflect a Liaoxi dialect. "Ah, uncle. From your accent, you must be from the northeast, right?" Luo Lanlan responded, visibly surprised, her large eyes crinkling with a smile. "Yes, I'm from Chaoyang. How about you? Judging by your accent, you must be from that area too?" "I'm from Jincheng." Luo Lanlan jumped in delight. "Uncle, you live here? I thought you were just here for work like us." "My home is just nearby." Lin Tian switched back to his hometown accent and standard conversational mode. "So, have you 2 eaten yet? Let me take you out for a meal." As the time approached noon, The sky remained overcast, with rain yet to fall. Under the bridge was a habitat for many influencers, serving as a backdrop for their live streams, with the iconic buildings across the river providing a scenic view. Clearly, the two girls had just arrived, lacking even a place to settle down, and their pale faces suggested they might not have eaten at all. The plumper girl looked somewhat doubtful, but Luo Lanlan broke into a wide grin, readily agreeing. Well, we want to be polite then. Having just arrived from our hometown, we find ourselves in unfamiliar territory, and to make matters worse, we've been deceived out of our funds. Indeed, we are left with scarcely enough to eat. Huh, why dally? Come, let me treat you. A nearby restaurant beckons with the promise of Westlake vinegar fish. Ah, truly? But this place is quite distant from Westlake. How can they offer that dish? Roland Lawn inquired. Lin Tian cast her a sidelong glance, a smile gracing his lips. It's merely the name of a dish. The fish isn't sourced from Westlake. Ha. Ah, I see. The plump girl nodded in agreement. We just arrived yesterday and were swindled out of 3,000 yuan by an upperclassman collecting registration fees. We now have only a few coins to our names. No worries. No worries. If you lack accommodation, you can stay at my place, Lin Tian replied cheerfully. I live alone in a 2-bedroom apartment, complete with a kitchen, bathroom, living room, and television. You can shower without a problem. We're all Northeasterners here. Jin Qing Chaoyang is like family. By the way, chubby girl, where are you from? I prefer not to be called chubby. My name is Su Mei, and I'm classmates with Lan Lan. I hail from a town beneath Jinsheng. While she lives in the city, the plump girl expressed her discontent, pouting at being called chubby so soon after their meeting. As they spoke, she pulled her suitcase along, leaving the bridge behind. Not far off, at least 4 or 5 pairs of displeased eyes scrutinized Lin Tian and the two girls. Damn it, had I known, I wouldn't have waited until evening. I could have concocted some nonsense. These 2 tender girls would have been mine. Huh? A robust man lamented. Regret etched across his face, having let someone else seize the opportunity. Emerging from beneath the bridge felt akin to stepping from hell into paradise. Lin Tian couldn't fathom why he felt this way, glancing at the 2 innocent girls beside him, uncertain whether they were fortunate or unfortunate to encounter him. After walking a few hundred meters, they reached the opposite side of the street, arriving at the Sky New City community where Lin Tian resided. This locale is considered one of the 9 remote new communities in Hangzhou, with property prices hovering around 2 million yuan. To the 2 young girls just entering society, this abode appeared quite commendable. The restaurant offered a fusion of cuisines, serving not only Westlake vinegar fish, but also northeastern-style guabao roe, alongside stir-fried shrimp with greens, shredded pork with pickled vegetables, and 4 bowls of rice. Lin Tian hardly touched his meal, while the 2 girls devoured their food with fervor, even downing a large glass of sour plum juice. I've hardly eaten for 3 meals. Thank you, uncle. You are truly a good person, Roland Lawn exclaimed, her face smeared with oil as she exhaled contentedly, delicately wiping her mouth with a napkin. Lin Tian observed her, both intentionally and inadvertently. Yes, she was indeed beautiful, the kind of beauty one finds in striking northeastern girls, with a radiant countenance, exquisite features, and, most importantly, an abundance of vitality. Haha. Let's not dwell on the good person label. It doesn't quite resonate well, Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. So, are you 2 planning to stay at my place? It won't be free. You'll need to pay monthly, but I'll go easy on you. Just 500 yuan each per month. No debts to start with. I see you 2 are into live streaming. Perhaps you'll become internet sensations by tomorrow. If not, I suppose I'll head home to rest. And we'll part ways here? Chapter 6. This reward is truly something special. After contemplating for a while, the 2 girls decided to accompany Lin Tian. Primarily drawn by the comfort of their shared accent and Lin Tian's seemingly benevolent demeanor, they reasoned that as 2 individuals, how could they possibly face any danger? Moreover, this uncle named Lin Tian genuinely appeared to be a good person. Lin Tian's apartment spanned over 80 square meters, with a sunlit living room and a shaded bedroom. The living room occupied the center, with a compact kitchen and dining area adjoining it, and a bathroom situated beside the entrance. The mortgage consumed 1 million yuan, of which 400,000 yuan was contributed by his parents back home, with the remaining 900,000 yuan requiring monthly repayments of 7,000 yuan. After moving in 2 months ago, Lin Tian had furnished it simply, with a bed, cooking utensils, a second-hand refrigerator, a water heater, a washing machine, and a salvaged sofa. Despite having several items, the space still felt rather empty. Upon entering, only a pair of men's slippers awaited. Uncle, is there no one else at home? The 2 girls cautiously voiced their lingering curiosity, puzzled by how such a good man remained unmarried, alone in this city. I was married once, 10 years ago back home. But it lasted only a month due to constant quarrels. Quite tiresome, Lin Tian explained. It was an arranged match, and we simply didn't click. Afterwards, I ventured out to work here. You'll have to buy your own slippers. There's a supermarket right at the entrance of the community that sells everything. Ah, but wait. You two are short on cash. Come, Roland Lawn, Sume, add me on WeChat, and let me lend you some living expenses. It's tough for such young ones to navigate life alone. While he rambled, he displayed his phone's QR code, and without hesitation, the girl scanned it to add him as a friend. Uncle, we'll repay you soon, and we'll pay our rent, Roland Lawn said, her face flushing with embarrassment, realizing they hadn't even found jobs yet before being swindled. Ah, who deceived you? Was it someone you knew? Lin Tian inquired casually. Ding. Task for target L1 completed. Reward, 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Reward, 1 bottle of charm perfume. Unlocked reward, Sume's basic dance art appreciation cash flow, 10,000 yuan monthly, automatically issued on the first of each month. Additional reward, 5,000 yuan for each successful communication based on the target's fondness for the host. System reward. The host has begun to actively explore the system's usage, gaining deeper insights into the tasks, with a material reward of a top-tier villa. Please check regularly. Oh, a top-tier villa? This reward is truly exceptional. It seems likely that this system is a wealthy one. Indeed, it has proven to be generous, finally providing substantial rewards. System notification. The advancement of Task 2 for Target 2 to the next stage hinges on Target 2's fondness for the host. Current fondness level for Roland Lawn is 5. Oh, 5. That's acceptable. Simultaneously, a notification chimed on his phone. Account 5678 has received a cross-bank transfer of 10,000 yuan. The task reward standards remained unchanged, but the monthly average had halved, yet this was still quite satisfactory. Earning 5,000 a day, few in the country could achieve such income, making Lin Tian feel that he had embarked on a path to rapid wealth. Lost in the system's notifications, Lin Tian missed what Roland Lawn had said until she nudged him, prompting him to listen again. It was from a senior sister of ours. We trusted her because she was our fellow student. After paying 3,000 yuan for the supposed job assistance, she vanished. And we can't reach her anymore. Her phone is out of service. Yes, that 3,000 yuan was all the money we had when leaving home. Ah, no worries. Perhaps she had her reasons? Lin Tian smiled, glancing at the orchid and plum blossom icons on his phone. Do you both enjoy flowers? Your avatars are lovely, one with an orchid and the other with a plum blossom. Oh, by the way, Sume, what are you studying? I am a literature student, and finding a job has been quite challenging for me. Both of us graduated from Liaoning Province's Bohai University. She specialized in dance, blessed with an enviable figure, and aims to pursue a modeling career, seeking a job to pave her way into live streaming. As for me, I initially sought a temporary position, hoping to assist her with copywriting. However, it seems I must first secure a job, for during peak times, her live streaming only attracts a mere dozen viewers, making it impossible to earn any substantial income. Shuame sighed as she spoke. After setting down their suitcase, the two young women ventured out again, using borrowed money from Lin Tian to purchase some essential living items. The necessities for young women were abundant, including a plethora of bed linens. The two girls settled into a small northern bedroom, grateful for their accommodations. A 2-meter bed was more than adequate. Lin Tian did not interfere much with their room arrangement, preferring instead to enjoy a comfortable nap in the sunlit bedroom. Upon waking in the afternoon, he leisurely lingered a while, having already formulated a plan in his mind. The two girls had spent the morning arranging their space and were quite pleased. They had conspired and analyzed their circumstances on numerous occasions, consistently concluding that this Uncle Lin was a good person. After all, he was from the Northeast, where bad individuals are rare, and he was a fellow townsman. Collectively, we owe Uncle Lin over 4,000 yuan. We must expedite our job search. Let us postpone live streaming for now, lamented Roland Lawn. She had been trying for over a month to gain followers, but her numbers barely reached 10,000, most of whom were drawn to her beauty, half of them being men who neither engaged nor offered any financial support. What can we do? She questioned. Unless you find a place as a dance instructor, my quickest option is to take on tutoring. While the two engaged in hushed deliberation, Lin Tian entered the living room and overheard their conversation. He cleared his throat, acknowledged the girls, and then interjected. I just woke up and heard you both discussing job hunting. Well, I happen to have an opportunity. Are you interested? The two young women promptly opened the door and stepped out. Roland Lawn, having tidied herself, resembled a delicate water lily, visually pleasing, tall, and elegantly proportioned, embodying the essence of a dance student. What, uncle, do you have a job opportunity to offer? Roland Lawn, dressed in loungewear with her hair neatly pulled back, exuded a youthful glow. I have been diligently working on improving myself, and have begun contemplating learning music and dance. I just scheduled a lesson with a music teacher this morning. I heard you studied dance. How about I hire you as my dance instructor? As a man in my 40s, what kind of dance would be most beneficial for me to learn? I wish to enhance my social skills. As you can see, my current appearance is a result of past indulgences, too much drinking, lacking discipline, which has led to my current state as an unrefined middle-aged man. Still single and lacking the means to engage in dating. While self-deprecatingly displaying his slightly protruding belly, Lin Tian also observed the reactions of Roland Lan and her friend. If it works out, great. If not, we'll see. After all, even if I don't become a teacher, I'll still be the landlord, and daily interactions, although I'm unsure of the standard, will at least allow us to meet regularly. As they say, familiarity breeds affection, one fears distance. Previously, Lin Tian lacked a systematic approach, but now that he has won, he feels confident that beauty and wealth will follow. Chapter 7. Uncle wants to learn dance? Uncle wants to learn dance? Roland Lan tilted her head slightly, assessing the middle-aged man before her, whose demeanor was gentle yet somewhat lacking in self-discipline. She was quite taken aback. His self-mocking smile bore a hint of sincerity, causing her to feel no aversion. He lacked the typical middle-aged man's unpleasantness. Are you looking to enhance your physical presence or learn social dance? She queried professionally. Physical training requires perseverance. It is both challenging and simple. As for social dances like the slow four or waltz, those are not difficult to master. Lin Tian nodded with a smile. You make a valid point. I wish to learn both physical training and social dancing. As my instructor, you possess the knowledge that I lack. Let us make it official. I'll hire you as my teacher. Name your price. Roland Lan exchanged a surprised glance with her friend, Xiaomei, who nodded in agreement. Half jokingly, she asked, Uncle, since I'm studying Chinese literature, would you like to enroll in Chinese lessons as well? Otherwise, it would be rather dull for me to teach alone. This system doesn't cover extra courses, Lin Tian replied, scrutinizing the slightly plump girl with a grin. Xiaomei resembled a refined porcelain doll, her soft-spoken nature endearing. If she successfully lost weight, she would undoubtedly be a beauty. However, it was not the right time for an evaluative analysis, as she clearly did not meet the 80-point threshold. Perhaps her self-discipline or appearance had been affected. Currently, my work and lifestyle do not necessitate Chinese lessons, Lin Tian stated earnestly. On another note, do you know how to cook or manage household chores? I am in need of a living assistant, or as they say in Northeast dialect, a nanny, with a monthly salary of 10,000 yuan. If you are not interested, I will have to hire someone from an agency. I'm willing. Xiaomei's eyes lit up. I'm an excellent cook. Lan Lan can vouch for me. Are you truly offering a salary of 10,000? Of course, Lin Tian replied with a firm smile. In Hangzhou, good live-in nannies fetch this rate, and if they are skilled, they can also assist with childcare, which would increase the salary. Noticing Roland Lan's concerned expression, Lin Tian did not wish to complicate matters further. He thought it would be a disservice to miss an opportunity for closer interaction with his second target. He decisively stated, let us finalize this. I will hire Xiaomei as a living assistant for a monthly salary of 10,000 and Roland Lan as a physical instructor with 2 classes daily, totaling approximately 20,000 monthly. How does that sound? Sounds great. Roland Lan replied enthusiastically. So, can we deduct our debt from your salary? We are truly out of funds. We can settle it at the end of the month. Lin Tian readily agreed, then turned to Xiaomei. Since you are studying Chinese, could you draft a contract for us? Let us put everything in writing. At least a 1-year agreement, shall we? A year? A contract? The 2 girls exchanged surprised glances, yet despite their astonishment, they seriously considered and agreed. Xiaomei made a special trip outside to buy some paper, handwrote a draft, and then went to a supermarket printer to produce a formal copy. Both parties solemnly signed their names, each retaining a copy. Upon returning to their rented abode, the 2 young women were engulfed in joy. Uncle Lin said we wouldn't have to worry about food expenses, and he'll give me 10,000 yuan for groceries each month. This is substantial. In Hangzhou, eating and living are major costs. At least we can save 5,000. Xiaomei repeated incredulously. Moreover, for 3 of us to eat with a budget of 10,000. That is quite extravagant. Roland Lan pondered. Do you think Uncle Lin is particularly wealthy? His residence is quite ordinary, and I haven't seen him drive a luxury car. The furnishings are simple, and he is still single. Why would he suddenly want to learn these things? Music and dance, which young men rarely pursue, seemingly useless skills. She felt that this situation was almost too good to be true, yet Lin Tian's expression conveyed a strange sincerity. Why overthink it? Xiaomei shook her phone. Uncle Lin has already transferred the grocery money to me. Plus, he mentioned we receive our salaries on the 2nd of each month. I no longer want to go hungry. A monthly salary of 10,000 with meals and accommodation. Where could we find such a great job back home? Even civil servants in the city back home earn only about 4,000 a month. We've only just arrived in Hangzhou and already have such excellent prospects. We should be grateful. The contract is signed, so you must commit to this for at least a year. You can't just run off if a better dance opportunity arises. I understand. Roland Lawn gazed out the window. Since the contract is signed, I am not one to breach trust. I merely stated that Uncle Lin is not a bad person and that he is, in fact, at a significant disadvantage. One can practice physical training by following video tutorials, and enrolling in a mere 10 classes of social dance suffices. There is absolutely no necessity to commit to a year-long contract. A salary of nearly 200,000 for the year, coupled with the cost of meals and accommodation, would easily add up to over 300,000. Sume gazed at her friend, whose beauty eclipsed her own by countless degrees, and offered a half-smile. After a few moments, she remarked, Uncle Lin is indirectly assisting us. We must express our gratitude. Roland Lawn nodded gently. Northeastern men are known for their loyalty. Uncle Lin is indeed a good man. Yes, a good man, Sume echoed with a smile, yet she chose not to dwell further on the topic. By the way, let us go shopping together later. Starting tonight, we shall begin cooking at home. My plan is not only to recreate my signature dishes, but also to learn some local recipes. At the very least. I must ensure that the boss's palate remains captivated throughout this year. As for me, I shall not join you. The large supermarket outside offers delivery. Arrange for them to bring supplies. I need to consult with Uncle Lin to determine where we should begin, whether to focus on physical training first or to start with social dancing. Moreover, I worry that dancing at home may not be feasible due to the limited space. We will need to find a dance studio or a larger venue. Roland Lawn, feeling the urgency, quickly embraced her role. Though she was a dance student, she had never taught before, making this a new challenge. The two fell silent, one searching for recipes while the other viewed instructional videos, becoming engrossed in their tasks. Lin Tian returned to his bedroom, a wave of long-forgotten achievement washing over him. The joy of helping others brought greater satisfaction than merely earning money. A year-long contract ensured stable expenses and correspondingly stable income, with each effective interaction yielding a reward of 5,000 yuan. This had already been confirmed. Shortly after signing the formal contract, he received a system reward of 10,000 yuan, while Roland Lawn's affinity for him increased to 8, and the task progress for the second target stood at 2. Each effective reward equated to Su Mei's monthly salary, and 2 rewards matched Roland Lawn's monthly income, simultaneously enhancing affinity and experience points. This life, studying how to draw closer to women while earning money, was indeed a remarkable existence. Observing the balance in his bank account, which still exceeded 200,000 yuan, a smile involuntarily crept across his face. Ever since he scraped together the down payment for the house last year, he had not seen such a sum in his account. This sense of comfort and leisure, the delightful feeling of having both wealth and free time, was truly wonderful. As he reveled in these thoughts, contemplating whether Assistant Su could prepare a splendid meal that evening, his phone vibrated with a WeChat notification. Upon checking, he noticed the avatar of Qinggu had flickered. His heart raced with excitement. The first target had finally come online. Chapter 8. Engaging in serious endeavors. By afternoon, Shen Qinggu had completed a full day of classes and finally had the opportunity to respond to the WeChat message from the gentleman she had encountered in the morning. Was he genuinely seeking me out, or had he simply embarked on a journey to fulfill his dreams by learning music and playing the piano? Shen Qinggu felt a tinge of curiosity. While many adults pursued musical instruments, few began learning the piano from scratch. Given its costly nature and the challenges it presented, unlike the guitar, which could yield visible results after just a few lessons. With her delicate fingers, she typed a few lines. Essentially, her classes were available from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m., and Lin Tian could opt for lessons in another music room at Duoduo. She did not accept home visits. There would be 1 lesson per day, with weekends off, and if Lin Tian had scheduling conflicts, he could arrange alternative times. The beginner course was set at 20 lessons, with one-on-one instruction at a fee of 500 yuan per session. Payment was required up front, with no refunds for early termination. Additionally, she noted that there were no guarantees of proficiency. The results would vary from person to person. After completing her message, she felt a bit embarrassed, but had already sent it. No matter, it was settled. The payment of 10,000 yuan would arrive promptly. Lin Tian, envisioning the bonus, quickly responded, "Let us commence with 20 lessons. I will transfer the tuition fee immediately. Can we start classes tomorrow afternoon? If so, please send me the class location." "Thank you." He promptly transferred the 10,000 yuan, exhaling with relief as he watched the recipient confirm the transaction. Moments later, a system notification chimed in, announcing a bonus of 20,000 yuan. Soon after, his bank account reflected the successful deposit of 20,000 yuan, bringing his balance to 220,000. Likewise, confirming his learning arrangement with Shen Qinggu marked a formal communication, yielding an additional reward of 20,000 yuan. Thank you, system. While the pace of this financial gain might not rival that of the extravagant novels, if he could start learning music and dance tomorrow, earning an additional 30,000 yuan daily, Lin Tian could certainly rank among the top 10,000 in Hangzhou. The most significant aspect was that he was engaging in meaningful pursuits while earning money. With 2 teachers appointed to guide his studies, he could potentially reach a monthly income of 100,000, stepping into a more prosperous life. No, he could certainly strive even harder. Lin Tian was unafraid of exhaustion. Learning required diligence, and he still aimed to master a foreign language. With this thought, he opened the list provided by the system. Suddenly, he recalled another girl, Huang Xiaowang. He wondered why the system did not recognize her as a target. He would need to inquire about her situation. Having settled that matter, Lin Tian extracted information on the third target, Shi Luo, a student scoring below 90, majoring in English, 20 years of age, and yet to graduate from university. Lin Tian surmised she might be seeking tutoring work. Memorizing the details, he resolved to seek out the third target tomorrow. If successful, this could yield an additional daily income of 10,000. Just as he tucked his phone away, it began to ring. I am but a little one. He answered before the ringtone could finish. Brother Lin, what have you been up to? It's been a week since we last met. Are you free to come out for a meal tonight? The caller was Li Jinjia, Lin Tian's only true friend in Hangzhou. A bond forged over more than a decade of mutual support and shared struggles. A man who had served as a soldier for over 10 years. He had settled down in Hangzhou, married, and started a family. Now, at 38, he was a sturdy man from the northern province of Jilin, working in a public institution. Jinjia, not today, perhaps tomorrow, my treat. Spend some quality time with your wife and child tonight, Lin Tian chuckled. You're busy with work. Make sure to enjoy your family. Oh, you truly have nothing going on? It's been a week without news, and I haven't seen you post on social media. All right then, brother, let us plan for tomorrow, Li Jinjia concluded before hanging up. Lin Tian ended the call, feeling touched that his friend was thinking of him. He opened the door to the living room, just in time to see Roland Lan emerge from their room, clad in professional athletic attire. Uncle Lin, I was just looking for you. Now that we have signed the contract, I intend to commence work this evening. First, we will focus on physical transformation. I have devised a comprehensive training regimen tailored to our circumstances, and we will set up the living room as a training area, accommodating 2 yoga mats. I surveyed the area outside the community and found some usable equipment. We can train for about 2 hours daily, incorporating some high-intensity sessions. By the way, when are your music lessons scheduled? Having just arranged her schedule with the music instructor, she noted that she would hold classes every day from 3 p.m. to 6 p.m. Excellent. Let us schedule our physical training for before 8 a.m. and the dance lessons for the evening. I will accompany Mei to procure some foam boards shortly, so we need not disturb the neighbors. By the way, Uncle Lin, do you have any friends involved in dance training? We could make use of a professional training studio. Otherwise, we might have to venture outside to that empty lot and join the aunties in their square dancing, said Lin Tian, suddenly reminded. He thought of a substantial reward that was still pending news. Well, we can sort that out later. I believe your suggestion is feasible. The living room isn't serving much purpose. If we move the sofa to the corner, we can utilize this space for now. Lin Tian chuckled. If all else fails, we can always go to the square. It wouldn't be the end of the world. Who knows? We might even transform the auntie's elderly dance into an international one. Roland Lan smiled, recognizing the jest and choosing not to pursue that topic further. She handed over the plan she had in her hands to Lin Tian. He glanced at them, having no objections, for after all, learning was merely a secondary goal. The primary aim was to earn money through learning, thereby enhancing relationships with key individuals, ultimately leading to greater financial gains. If the timing was right, significant life matters might just resolve themselves. Together, they moved the sofa aside. Before long, Mei returned, panting and perspiring, with 2 carts full of supplies, calling for their assistance. The carts were laden with various food items, trailed by 2 supermarket attendants. They had purchased rice from Wuchang, pork from Benju, organic eggs, Australian beef, fish from Heilongjiang, and a plethora of daily necessities, such as toilet paper, wet wipes, and hangers. Yoga mats and sportswear were also among the items acquired, with receipts laid before Lin Tian for accounting. Lin Tian shook his head. There's no need to settle accounts daily, haha. A budget of 10,000 yuan is for the 3 of us to dine. If we exhaust it in 20 days, we'll resort to instant noodles. If there's anything left, I'll reclaim it. You manage it as you see fit. That's not right. We must adhere to procedure. Otherwise, I won't even trust myself. What if we run out in 10 days? As the employer, you must keep track of the accounts. Mei was keen to avoid complications. We are already living here for free. Wait a minute. You may be eating for free, but you cannot live for free. Each person owes a monthly rent of 1,500. Let us be clear about that. Lin Tian quickly corrected her. We mustn't be overly indulgent from the start. A woman must be treated with both care and firmness. Wealth should be visible, but not given outright. Chapter 9. This is life. Moreover, my funds do not come effortlessly. The rewards from the system are hard-earned. Any amount I can recover is still significant, and the rent is already quite reasonable. This matter isn't included in our contractual agreement. The two young women exchanged smiles, realizing they were just teasing and had no intention of taking advantage of their generous landlord. They stuck out their tongues playfully, giggling. "Uncle, I thought you were going to waive the rent too," Sume said with a chubby-cheeked grin. "You're dreaming. Come on, I finished shopping. Lon, help me with the preparations. I'm going to showcase my culinary skills for Uncle tonight." The room had been tidied for a while, and evening was approaching. Sume began preparing the ingredients, while Roland Lon assisted. Lin Tian attempted to lend a hand, but was gently rebuffed. They insisted that since they had already benefited from free meals, they could not let him lift a finger. Feeling somewhat guilty, they thought it only fair to treat their landlord well, especially since they had dined and found work. After a couple of hours, the two young women had prepared 8 dishes. Lin Tian gazed incredulously at the spread before him. Upon closer inspection, he discovered the dishes were indeed impressive, with vibrant colors and enticing aromas. They had 6 northeastern dishes: mixed stew, stir-fried bean sprouts with chives, pork with tofu slices, spicy stir-fried lamb offal, tomato scrambled eggs, and braised chicken feet, along with 2 Hunan dishes, stir-fried pork with chili and pickled fish. Perfection. After savoring each dish, Lin Tian felt a surge of joy. This was even more delicious than what his mother would prepare back home. He knew he had to commend them. "I hereby declare that due to Su Mei's exceptional culinary skills, I will waive 1 month's rent for both of you." "Really? You mean it?" "Absolutely. Yay." The two young women cheered, playfully posing with victory signs, their sweet smiles lighting up the room as they joined Lin Tian for dinner. System reward: 10,000 RMB has been credited to the host's linked bank card. Just for 1 meal, 1 month's rent was waived. What an effective communication. Lin Tian hadn't anticipated this. It seemed that effective communication wasn't limited to a daily occurrence. Moreover, Roland Lon's affinity score had risen from 8 to 10. "Wow, this works too. Without any effort, my favorability is increasing." After dinner, Lin Tian was not required to clear the table. When he offered to help, he was gently urged to relax with a cup of tea instead. They insisted that this minor task was unnecessary for him. This was far more comfortable than his previous job as a property manager, being catered to by 2 young ladies. Once they finished tidying up, the 2 young women exchanged friendly farewells with Lin Tian before retreating to their room. Most likely, they were reporting back home, assuring them that they had found both a place to stay and employment. Listening to their conversation, Lin Tian felt his day had been immensely meaningful. Yet he had few to share this joy with. Even Li Jinzhou was not an option. Indeed, as one reaches middle age, even friendships diminish. Those carefree days of indulgence are long gone. Ah well, like the old men, perhaps it was time to take an evening stroll. After spending some time watching videos in his bedroom, as dusk fell and the air turned cooler, he changed into a sports tank top and shorts, ready to step outside. Just then, Roland Lon and Su Mei emerged from their room. "Uncle Lin, we were just about to invite you out," Roland Lon said with a smile. "Night running can help reduce hypertension and is effective for physical training. Starting tonight, I'll accompany you for a daily 3-kilometer jog." "Wait, not me," Su Mei exclaimed in despair. "I can't run." "That is not right. Uncle, you let her run. If she doesn't you shouldn't pay her salary. With all that food she eats, if she doesn't move, in no time, she'll be as big as Jia Ling." Lin Tian chuckled, surveying the 2 young women now clad in outdoor workout attire, one possessing a slim, star-like figure, while the other, though a bit plump, had a sturdy physique. A robust build that could bear children, as they say in the Northeast. Both wore baseball caps and sports masks. Lin Tian, donning the quintessential middle-aged man's tank top, shorts, and sneakers, stepped out of the building. Just then, they encountered a beautiful woman heading out to work at the karaoke bar. The 3 women exchanged glances, and the woman curiously scrutinized Lin Tian a moment longer. She recognized him as the man from the next unit, but had never seen him with a female companion before. Suddenly, a stunningly fit woman appeared by his side. Roland Land's physique was captivating, and not only men but women too were taken aback. She usually dressed in loose clothing to avoid unwanted attention, particularly from unsavory men, which could be quite bothersome. Roland Lon also glanced curiously at the woman, pondering why such a beautiful woman had apparent enhancements. Was it really worth the effort? After all, Asian women typically do not possess such proportions. Her gaze then shifted back to Lin Tian. Lin Tian paid no heed to the woman they passed. Her low attractiveness rating was of no interest to him. In the past, he might have stolen a few glances, but now he felt no intrigue. After all, the woman beside him was far more appealing than her. Sume was much more pleasant to look at. Beyond the community, they stepped into a park lined with greenery, where many individuals were exercising or relaxing, some practicing martial arts, others dancing, and many jogging. Roland Lawn came to a halt. Uncle Lin, let us commence with the warm-up. Come, follow my lead. From stretching our arms to twisting our waists and pressing our legs, after a dozen sets of movements, Lin Tian was already starting to perspire. He glanced at the coach, who appeared utterly unfazed, and shook his head, lamenting, I truly am getting old. I haven't even begun running, and I'm already running out of stamina. Su Mei was faring slightly better. Although she was also panting, she thought to herself that she had to outshine the uncle, feigning strength as she said, Uncle, look at me, I'm doing all right. You can do it. Come on, let us go together. Don't compare yourself to her, although she is trained in dance. Her stamina is at a half-marathon standard, Lin Tian mused. Roland Lawn merely smiled, recalling that those were events from their junior year. The trio completed their warm-up exercises and ran to the riverbank, activating their mobile tracking software. Roland Lawn led the way, with Su Mei and Lin Tian trailing behind as they gradually commenced their run. For the 3-kilometer stretch along the riverbank, they needed to traverse back and forth for a total of 15 kilometers, measured by their phones. Lin Tian hadn't engaged in such exercise for years. Completing the 3 kilometers felt like a near-death experience. He gasped for breath, his legs trembling as if electrified, and collapsed right at the entrance of their community. Though Su Mei was overweight, she still had plenty of energy. Roland Lawn guided them back to their starting point, yet she herself was far from finished. She hadn't run in 2 weeks and was eager to cover more ground. She accelerated her pace, returning at nearly triple the speed of before, striding confidently. Lin Tian watched in awe, truly admiring her remarkable physical condition. This was the vitality of youth. He thought to himself, I cannot succumb to age, otherwise, I shall never complete my tasks. How could I earn a living? With time still on his side, Lin Tian decided to take a leisurely stroll. Since purchasing this home, he had predominantly resided in the property management's dormitory and seldom had the chance to explore the area. Now, with the opportunity to learn alongside these young ladies, he could also earn a living. How delightful. This was what life should be. Chapter 10. The Beautiful ATM. Uncle, look at how impressive she is. I'm truly in awe. Su Mei, exhausted, sat down on a chair, having sweated profusely over the 3 kilometers. As they waited and rested, Su Mei even went to buy 3 bottles of water. Within 5 minutes, Roland Lawn returned from her run, took a sip of water, and resumed her laps. After completing 10 circuits, she finally broke a sweat, her entire being radiating a refreshing fragrance reminiscent of youth. As she guided Uncle Lin and Su Mei through post-run stretching while sipping water to recuperate, Lin Tian pondered over the many circuits they had covered. This girl was indeed a treasure. Therefore, he resolved to increase her pay to retain her. He thought, what a beautiful companion to have. It certainly enhances my stature. Not to mention, she helps me shed pounds and sculpt my physique. Furthermore, a notification from the system indicated that another 5,000 yuan had been deposited into his account. Shared meals would be rewarded. Accompanying him on runs would be rewarded. Practicing dance would undoubtedly be rewarded as well. There was no question about it. That day alone, Lin Tian could earn at least 20,000 yuan from Roland Lawn. To keep this beautiful ATM close, he would have to invest more. Such a stunning girl could easily catch the eye of wealthy heirs, and as a 40-year-old man, Lin Tian was acutely aware of these matters. Excuse me, beautiful. May I get to know you? Roland Lawn, accompanied by Su Mei, was engaged in relaxation exercises with Lin Tian when suddenly, a tall, slender young man emerged from behind, thrusting his phone towards Roland Lawn. At that moment, having just completed an intense run, she discarded her mask, revealing a visage of striking beauty that compelled anyone who beheld her to glance back multiple times. Her tall figure, combined with the athleticism acquired from her workout, exuded a captivating charm. The young man lingered for over 2 minutes before finally mustering the courage to request her contact information. Lin Tian paused, observing intently. It was not appropriate for him to intervene before Roland Lawn expressed her stance. He wanted to gauge her reaction. I'm sorry, but I don't know you. And I have no desire to. The girl from Northeast China stood tall, her words firm and dismissive, completely disregarding him as she turned back. Playfully wrapping her arms around Lin Tian's, Uncle, let us head home. Lin Tian wore a serious expression as he regarded the young man, who instinctively took a few steps back. Let us go home, Lin Tian asserted, taking Roland Lawn's hand and crossing the street towards the community gate. Thank you, Uncle. It's nothing, Lin Tian replied with a smile. You must encounter such nuisances often. How did you handle them previously? I ran away, Roland Lawn chuckled. They can't keep up with me anyway. I find it particularly bothersome when someone approaches me in public for my contact information. None of them are good people. Su Mei, trailing behind, glanced back and remarked, I think that guy was quite handsome. You wouldn't lose anything by exchanging contact information. What if he is a wealthy heir? You go ahead. Roland Lawn replied, aware that Su Mei was teasing her. If he were a wealthy heir, he wouldn't need to ask for a girl's contact information in such a manner. Lin Tian chuckled, adding, indeed. Wealthy heirs typically flaunt their luxury cars to attract attention. None would be foolish enough to approach so directly. Their banter continued as they walked. The property security guard observed the trio with curiosity. They remembered that this Lin Tian had not had anyone visiting for quite some time. Were these two his relatives, or merely tenants? The tall girl was undoubtedly stunning, and the plump one had a delightful smile. Given their familiarity, they must be related. Upon returning home, Lin Tian headed to the bathroom for a quick rinse before retreating to his room to rest. The girls took their time, spending a full hour to finish their showers. Once they were done, they also washed the clothes Lin Tian had carelessly left in the bathroom. They soon encountered a small dilemma regarding drying the laundry. The only sunlit balcony had a drying rack. Exchanging glances, the two girls decided they would have to hang their clothes there. Otherwise, the garments would remain damp in the shaded area and risk mildew. Having changed into their pajamas, they looked at one another, feeling surprisingly comfortable, before knocking on Lin Tian's door. They approached together, holding a laundry basin. When Lin Tian opened the door, he was momentarily blinded by the sight of white. The girls' necks were exceptionally fair. He quickly diverted his gaze to their heads and asked, "What's up? Our clothes are washed. Could you help us hang them up, or can we do it on the balcony ourselves?" Realizing the layout of his apartment was less than ideal, with only one balcony connected to his bedroom, he replied, "Come in. There are no secrets in this room." He wanted to suggest they were more modest pajamas, but he refrained and simply opened the door, turning back to his bedroom to let them handle it. Roland Lawn noticed Uncle Lin's reaction and glanced down at the pajamas the two girls were wearing. "Isn't this how college students dress?" she thought. "Oh wait, he is single." Her mind raced. This was her first time renting outside, and she had unwittingly entered a man's room in a tank top. But what about Su Mei? Had she forgotten too? Su Mei clutched the basin and entered the room, forcing herself to be brave as both girls casually walked out into the sunlight to hang their laundry like flags on display. Aside from the clothes they wore during their workout, they also washed several items that had accumulated since arriving from Northeast China, all now draped over the drying rack on the balcony, filling it to capacity, including Lin Tian's tank top and shorts he had just changed out of. Lin Tian, taken aback, thought, "Oh dear, I should have washed my own clothes. I completely forgot." "Haha, uncle, don't be so polite. We're living here for free. So helping you wash a few clothes is the least we can do." Su Mei was quick-witted and industrious, treating the matter with nonchalance. "At home, I often wash clothes for my father as well. You are not much younger than my dad, so let us consider it mutual care while you stay here. This trivial matter should not weigh on your mind. If it does, perhaps you could grant us a few months' rent exemption." Haha. Roland Lawn, feeling bashful, followed behind in silence. Suddenly, she realized a pressing concern but hesitated to bring it up, given Su Mei's naturally sociable demeanor. After hanging the clothes, they closed the door upon returning to their respective rooms, and it was only then that Roland Lawn quietly spoke to Su Mei. "Maisie, our undergarments are hanging over there. Isn't that rather inappropriate?" Roland Lawn fretted, having assumed they were concealed. She had not anticipated that the uncle could easily see them. He is still a single man. Which is simply, indeed. Su Mei was taken aback as well, having only thought about preventing the clothes from mildew, forgetting the potential implications if the uncle were to be of a different persuasion. "How about I go retrieve your few small items? Mine are quite proper." "Hee. But what if?" "Ugh, you are incorrigible. That would be akin to revealing the hidden silver." Never mind. From now on, we should not hang our undergarments over there. Any normal man would inevitably harbor thoughts." Su Mei chuckled mischievously. Lin Tian spent a sleepless night. Chapter 11. The Mining Tycoon. The next morning, breakfast was prepared, and Su Mei called Lin Tian to eat. She noticed his slightly darkened circles under his eyes. "Uncle, did you not sleep well last night?" Su Mei, clad in modest loungewear, inquired cautiously. Meanwhile, Roland Lawn took advantage of Lin Tian's absence to hurriedly dash to the balcony and retrieve the still damp clothes. "They're not dry yet." Lin Tian glanced at her actions. Given the humid weather, without sunlight, the clothes would take at least 2 or 3 days to dry. Next time, just utilize the dryer function on the washing machine. "Oh, understood." Roland Lawn retracted her hand and returned to the dining table, obediently eating. She too had barely slept the night before, after all. It was their first night staying here, and there was a pair of scissors hidden beneath her pillow. She envied Su Mei's carefree nature. She had slept soundly. Just as they finished breakfast and Lin Tian poured himself some tea, his phone rang. Lin Tian was puzzled, initially thinking it might be someone from the former property management company contacting him, but upon checking, it was an unfamiliar number. "Hello, Mr. Lin Tian?" Lin Tian was taken aback. Yes, that's me. Who is this? I am Wen Ying, the manager of Huayao Real Estate. Today, we need to process the transfer for the traditional courtyard you purchased yesterday. May I ask if you have time? Our company will send a vehicle to pick you up. Thank you. Her voice was melodious, and the two young women, who were sipping kanji at the time, listened intently. Ah, yes, I'm available. You can come to pick me up? My location is in Tiancong New City. I'll send you my coordinates shortly. After hanging up, Lin Tian felt a surge of excitement. I can't believe it. The system is so extravagant. The luxury home they gifted me is actually a courtyard. Having worked in property management for 7 or 8 years, Lin Tian was well acquainted with the city's housing market. Even the most affordable courtyards in Hangzhou would cost several tens of millions. And she mentioned it was by Westlake. Isn't that in the same vicinity as Master Ma? Surely, they wouldn't be referring to those second-hand courtyards listed at a minimum of 80 million. The reward standards of this system were truly impressive. Looks like my morning classes are going to be postponed. I have to go for the property transfer, Lin Tian said apologetically, glancing at Roland Lan and the astonished Su Mei. Uncle, you bought a courtyard? Su Mei, upon hearing this key word, was astonished. After he hung up, she hurriedly inquired. Courtyard? Isn't that worth over $1 million? Before coming here, she had casually watched a video about the real estate situation in Hangzhou and was aware of the courtyard's value. Yes, then can we go have a look? We just arrived here and haven't seen such an upscale property yet. Su Mei exclaimed with excitement. I want to see it. Sure, let us go. Once they finished tidying up the dining table, the three changed their clothes. Lin Tian had no designer apparel in mind. He opted for a simple t-shirt and long pants, paired with an old pair of leather shoes. Uncle, your outfit looks just like those mining tycoons back in our hometown. Haha. Those who go mining in the mountains dress like this. Su Mei laughed, pointing at Lin Tian's clothing. This does not suit your wealthy persona. What wealthy persona? No, not at all. This is just fine. I come from humble beginnings. Roland Lan's heart raced as she wore her most beautiful and expensive dress, but upon putting it on, she felt it made her look rather juvenile, as if she were Lin Tian's daughter. She considered changing into something else, but was stopped by Lin Tian. This looks great. Being youthful is not a bad thing, is it? Why should you dress like someone my age? This is perfectly fine. Lin Tian genuinely appreciated this youthful appearance, as it transported him back to his own youth. Having such a vibrant and beautiful girl by his side was simply delightful. Su Mei emerged from her change, also looking unsatisfied with her attire. She appeared remarkably like an assistant, clad in a suit paired with a skirt and small black heels. Haha. Roland Lan burst into laughter, tears of mirth streaming down her face. Maisie, are you aiming to be a professional assistant? When we walk together, people will think we belong to different generations. Su Mei, however, maintained a serious demeanor as she adjusted her outfit, glancing at Lin Tian. You? Of course, you are different from me now. From this moment on, let us embrace our generational differences. I am Lin's assistant. Although I'm currently just cooking, who knows if I might be promoted in the future. Therefore, boss, you must help me update my wardrobe. This is far too lacking in taste, resembling my college graduation attire. Lin Tian chuckled. All right, Assistant Su. I hereby grant you a special budget of 100,000 yuan for your wardrobe. Really? Indeed, I am quite serious. Without hesitation, Lin Tian transferred 100,000 yuan to Su Mei's WeChat, smiling. Unfortunately, you won't be able to wear it this time. 100,000. He really gave it. Uncle Lin, this is real. A wealthy man. My goodness. Although she was still uncertain, Su Mei had already concluded that this Uncle Lin was a person of profound depth. He was truly enigmatic. She couldn't help but glance at the fortunate Roland Lan. Alas, her friend remained blissfully unaware. If only I had a figure like hers, how wonderful it would be. I wouldn't need Uncle Lin to exert such efforts on my behalf. Moments later, a call came through, announcing that a Maybach was waiting outside the community, with the license plate number XX678, requesting Mr. Lin to step out. Lin Tian exited with the two girls, striding confidently, completely contrasting with the demeanor he had displayed with the property manager the previous day. By coincidence, they encountered the neighbor named Zhang Shui returning from her shift. They exchanged glances. Zhang Shui's eyes lit up. This time, she clearly saw the tall and attractive young girl's features. She was stunning. And what was the relationship between this male neighbor and them? Why did he seem different from yesterday? Roland Lan, however, noticed multiple unfamiliar scents emanating from the woman as they passed each other, making her hold her breath. Once they had walked past, she remarked, "What a strong, peculiar scent. What is she exactly?" Su Mei glanced at Lin Tian, then back at the direction of the community entrance. You really have an eye for the unusual. Anyone can tell she has been to a nightlife venue, reeking of smoke and alcohol, in a luxurious Maybach, with a dedicated chauffeur at the helm. They embarked on a smooth journey that lasted over an hour, ultimately arriving at the administrative hall. All payments had been settled the previous day, and Lin Tian was merely required to transfer the property into his name. The two young girls cast curious glances. The staggering sum of 1.2 billion for the property purchase, nearly 20 million in taxes and additional fees, including an annual property management fee of 1.2 million, which Lin Shu astonishingly paid for a decade in advance, left Su Mei astounded. She had suspected Lin Tian was affluent, but never to this extent. Acquiring a property that costs 1.5 billion seemed as effortless to him as signing a service contract yesterday. This, indeed, was the hallmark of true wealth. Observing Lin Shu's worn sandals, she found herself at a loss for words. In truth, Lin Tian was equally uncertain about what lay ahead. Gratefully, the system had covered the 10 years of property management fees, for otherwise, he would have found himself unable to afford even that. Yet, he had to maintain a facade of nonchalance in front of the two young girls. Chapter 12, The Wealthy Poor. Although Lin Tian had never seen the property in person, he had viewed countless video snippets. There was no need for an inspection. Besides, the money had already exchanged hands. Within half an hour, the paperwork was finalized, and Lin Tian now held ownership of an entire property. The estate boasted a sprawling 2,560 square meters, featuring a traditional Chinese courtyard with a two-story main residence, a garden spanning over 700 square meters, a total of 21 rooms, an additional basement level, 2 garages, and 5 storage rooms. A detached villa. A mere poor man like him suddenly found himself the owner of a standalone villa? At least, for now, he still considered himself poor. He could not let them know of his wealth, the wealthy poor. The vehicle brought the three of them to the entrance of the property, where 3 property management personnel awaited their arrival. Welcome, Mr. Lin, to your new residence. The 3 female managers, representing the Huayao Real Estate Partnership and Green City Property Management, included the heads of security and cleaning departments, each possessing an impressive demeanor. Lin Tian had encountered them before, but they would certainly not remember him. A mere manager from a small property company. In his previous life, he would not have dared to approach women of such caliber, and even in professional settings. He had been overlooked by the management of large property groups. Thus, to them, he appeared as an unfamiliar affluent individual, top-tier wealth, as he had already paid the property management fees for a decade before even moving in. Unlike some affluent individuals who nitpicked and found excuses to underpay or avoid property fees altogether, Mr. Lin's approach was truly generous. The service was exceptional. From that morning, all advertisements for the now prestigious residence had been withdrawn from the internet, and all property managers were instructed not to show the house to anyone else. The cleaning and security teams had conducted thorough cleanings multiple times. The previous owner had arranged for 2 security personnel to patrol the premises around the clock. In terms of cleaning, there were 2 dedicated staff members, one responsible for the garden and the other for indoor cleanliness, with waste removal occurring twice daily. Here at Green City, we also offer premium services, such as grocery delivery, top-tier chefs on call, and high-end vehicles at your disposal, including drivers for both short-term and long-term needs, ensuring your satisfaction. The female manager tactfully introduced, while discreetly observing the 2 young girls following Lin Tian. It was evident that the residents likely had a connection to the tall, beautiful girl. How fortunate. Initially, she had contemplated making a move due to the new owner's age, but quickly abandoned the thought upon spotting Roland Lawn. Internally, she mused about how men remained steadfast in their affections, never changing their preferences. This woman, in her 30s, felt insignificant next to the stunning young beauty in her 20s. Clearly, the girl's naivete suggested she was still inexperienced. As they entered a vast room, Roland Lawn exclaimed, "Uncle Lin, can this room be converted into a dance studio? I absolutely adore this space. The courtyard outside is picturesque with its streams and rockeries, and the interior is so spacious and tranquil." Lin Tian smiled and nodded, guiding the 2 girls, eagerly awaiting Roland Land's next words. As anticipated, she had a preference for the room. Manager 1. My little friend here has proposed a renovation request. Could you kindly arrange for this room to be transformed into a dance studio? Thank you. Certainly, Mr. Lin. She replied promptly, then inquired of the girl, would you prefer the studio to be designed in a Western or traditional style, or perhaps a yoga-inspired Western aesthetic? I'd like to retain the current black and white color scheme, and simply add mirrored walls, along with equipment for leg training and yoga. I believe the space is ample for these additions. Is that all right, Uncle Lin? Of course, you have full authority here. Lin Tian waved his hand grandly. This house is spacious. The decoration choices are entirely up to you two. Once the designs are finalized, you can coordinate with Manager 1 and her team to implement them. We should aim to move in within half a month. Uncle Lin, then I won't hold back. I'll take charge of the kitchen, living room, and common areas, while you and Lon Lon can decide on the bedrooms, Su Mei happily declared, sealing the arrangement. Roland Lon tilted her head, curious as to why she was assigned to the bedrooms and what Su Mei meant. Would Uncle Lin agree? However, in front of outsiders, she refrained from speaking further. Manager 1, understanding the implications, realized the new property had been purchased for this girl. This was indeed a case of acquiring a new home for a beloved. Observing Lin Tian's casual attire, which bore no resemblance to that of local affluent individuals, and noting his worn shoes reminiscent of northern mine owners from years past, she surmised that they hailed from the same region. The girl addressed him as uncle, raising the possibility that he might have taken his little sister out for a day of enjoyment, an audacious yet thrilling thought. Manager Wen mentally cataloged these observations while maintaining a professional demeanor. She provided a comprehensive introduction and ensured the cleaning arrangements were clearly communicated, recording the fingerprints of all 3 individuals before escorting them away from the 1.2 billion yuan Chinese courtyard villa. As the ironwood door closed behind them, the courtyard felt almost isolated from the outside world, resembling the grounds of ancient nobility or affluent merchants, complete with elements of social standing at the entrance. The main color scheme outside the rooms was black and white, while the furniture was crafted from genuine rosewood, though all items were relatively new. The cost of the entire renovation would undoubtedly start at $1 million. Currently uninhabitable, the property featured 4 bedrooms, with the master suite being extraordinarily spacious. Located on the east side of the 2nd floor, offering breathtaking views of Westlake. Among the remaining 3, one was on the 2nd floor, while the other 2 were on the 1st, furnished with high-end rosewood beds and furniture, though bedding and basic living amenities were absent. The previous owner had never resided there, as it had reportedly remained vacant for 5 years since purchase. They had traveled abroad, leaving such a property without purpose, which ultimately led to its sale. Lin Tian had acted swiftly. Otherwise, such a prime property would likely have been snatched up within 3 days. After just one morning, he had placed a deposit. Certainly, it is not Lin Tian's decision, but rather an arrangement made by the system, the specifics of which Lin Tian did not dare to inquire about. After all, this house was acquired solely due to Roland Land's influence, so it is of little consequence for her to live here as well. With a sprawling 2,500 square meters of space, who would choose to reside in a mere 80 square meters? However, with only a few $100,000 in hand, and no luxury vehicle to accompany him, it seems he might not even have enough to renovate the piano room, which makes living in this house feel rather daunting. Should he sell it? This thought crossed his mind briefly before being cast aside. Lin Tian felt a sense of inadequacy. What a jest! The system had already provided ample opportunities for wealth accumulation, and yet he hesitated to embrace them. Ah, the impoverished Lin Tian. You must undergo a transformation in your mindset. Reward, 14,000 RMB has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Reward, Charm Perfume, 1 bottle, 3 bottles. Roland Land's favorability level, 40. The system assesses the task level, nearing the good friend status. Please continue your efforts, host. The first level of the system is establishing a connection. The second level is meeting favorability standards. The third level is solidifying a relationship or something akin to it. The fourth level involves intimate interactions. And the fifth level culminates in successful procreation. Each level is accompanied by various rewards, some of which are rather unexpected. Although Roland Lawn does not meet the criteria of a target above 90 points, she has provided an astonishing material reward worth millions, indicating the system's generosity. The cash flow for the second level task ranges from 500,000 to 1,000,000. Thus, evolving into a friendship model is not overly challenging. Achieving the third level of relationship establishment would yield rewards in the range of 5 to 10 million, meaning that one could casually date multiple girlfriends at once and still receive substantial bonuses each month. Whether effective communication would also come into play remains uncertain. No money? Why not solidify a relationship with Roland Lawn first, and then wealth will follow? Just moments ago, the system rewarded him with 140,000 yuan. Favorability has reached 40. It was merely 10 in the morning, and now it has surged to 40, likely due to her delight over the dance studio. Lin Tian observed the two girls walking leisurely ahead of him. A score of 60 indicates friendship, 70 denotes a romantic relationship, 80 signifies an intimate romantic partnership, 90 represents a companion, and 100 denotes an unwavering partner. Oh, esteemed system, you truly are my benefactor. First, let us secure that 60 points. After toiling away in this grand house, it was nearly noon. Opting not to use the Green City vehicle, Lin Tian led the two girls into the West Lake scenic area. Who would have thought that arriving in Hangzhou would allow them to reside by the West Lake daily? Su Mei joyfully raised her arms in an embrace, requesting Roland Lawn to take her picture. At that moment, Lin Tian was not beside them, having stepped away to a nearby beverage shop to buy ice cream. Roland Lawn, puzzled, retorted, "By the way, Mei, this isn't your house. It belongs to Uncle Lin. Why do you act as if you plan to stay here permanently?" Su Mei, with a playful smirk, glanced at her phone, satisfied with the photos taken. and began to share them alongside the pictures of the grand house in Westlake. This is not our permanent residence, Roland Lawn continued to correct Su Mei's unrealistic notions. Why not? Uncle Lin hasn't said we can't stay. Besides, as long as you wish to stay long-term, you can. Su Mei looked at her beautiful, yet somewhat naive friend, almost on the verge of revealing her suspicions. Are you suggesting Uncle Lin will always hire me as a dance instructor? Well, that could work, at least for now. Su Mei replied, glancing at her unfortunate classmate. Let us not dwell on that. Focus on getting the dance studio ready. Perhaps in the future, your performances will be for just one person, and you won't have to showcase your extraordinary figure to countless unworthy men. She continued, moreover, not only must you excel in dance, but you should also consciously cultivate other talents. Apart from your stunning exterior, you lack various skills essential for a refined lifestyle, such as tea brewing, room organization, and preparing clothing for men. Upon hearing this, Roland Lawn finally comprehended, her face a portrait of astonishment. Are you merely guessing? Uncle Lin wouldn't he? What's with this Uncle Lin business? Must you emphasize that he's significantly older than you? Su Mei felt a surge of irritation, wishing to admonish her. During school, you claimed that if a billionaire were to appear, you must cling to them, even if they are elderly. You certainly do not wish to toil like your mother, who danced her entire life only to serve those petty officials. Indeed, the world operates in such a manner. One must either rely on the powerful or the wealthy. The powerful are increasingly scrutinized, leaving one uncertain of their fate. The wealthy, however, are right beside you, already launching a financial offensive. This grand house is essentially yours to manage. Can you not see that? Su Mei decided to be blunt, sparing her foolish friend further confusion. Overwhelmed with envy, she thought, look at the advantages of being naturally beautiful. We should be grateful for every bit of fortune we receive. She had discerned last night that Lin Tian's objective was to get closer to beautiful friends. All the talk of renting was merely playful banter. In reality, wealthy individuals are not limited to just one opportunity. Su Mei recalled Lin Deshu's mention of a music class in the afternoon, and she mused that his music teacher might also be a stunning beauty. How trivial it seems for the wealthy to engage with those lacking culture. Lin Tian is clearly a person of refined taste seeking a dance instructor, and he could easily find one. The notion of striving to learn dance, competing for a future? Ultimately, does it not lead to finding someone to marry? Whether they emerge from the Olympics or world-class competitions, do they not all end up marrying? Only through marriage can one truly escape hardship, and Roland Lawn was well aware of this truth. However, she never imagined that upon stepping out of school and into Hangzhou, she would become the protagonist of a novel. A seemingly older uncle, a man who appeared earnest yet harbored the same thoughts as other men. What should I do? Lon pondered. You must seize the opportunity. Is Uncle Lin truly unattached? If by chance he is indeed divorced, then you have struck gold. Should you actually marry him, you would rival the likes of those glamorous girls. Roland Lawn glanced at the approaching figure of Uncle Lin, hastily silencing her friend. Stop. Uncle Lin is coming. Lin Tian first called Li Jinjia, then purchased 3 ice creams at a stall, accompanying the 2 young women as they strolled around Westlake. They bought boat tickets and visited 3 scenic spots on the island. The 2 girls were visiting for the first time, and by the time 3 o'clock rolled around, Lin Tian received another reward of 140,000 yuan. He took a taxi to leave them to their fun, as he was off to attend his first one-on-one piano lesson. His attire remained rather unrefined, light-colored t-shirt paired with long pants and an old pair of shoes. With short hair, he appeared significantly older than his actual age. If not for his usual careful grooming, one might assume he was in his 50s. In Shunqinga's eyes, this uncle seemed rather peculiar. Let us give it a try. Perhaps after a few monotonous lessons, he will lose interest. Hello, uncle. Chapter 14. Night Running with a Top Beauty. Shunqinga politely greeted Lin Tian. Hello, Teacher Shun. Thank you for your hard work. I suppose I am somewhat of a music novice, hardly comparable to children. As long as you teach others without being annoyed. In the midst of conversation, subtly employing the charm perfume awarded by the system. This particular item, I wouldn't dare use around Roland, as it is reserved for high-profile individuals. Shunqinga first imparted the basics of musical notation, then guided Lin Tian in piano playing. The entire session lasted 2 hours, during which they taught and practiced simultaneously, dedicating the final half-hour solely to Uncle Lin's practice. Lin Tian was meticulous, wholly absorbed in his learning and practice. By the end of the class, he could successfully play the instructional piece, Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star. After class, Lin Tian wasted no time. He greeted the teacher and left the Duo Music Training Center. Through 2 hours of focused study and practice, Lin Tian diligently acquired the 20,000 yuan he had earned through effective communication and unexpectedly received a system reward. System reward. The host has shown dedication to learning music and piano skills. granting a basic information package for novice music teachers. Please check your inventory. Upon checking in his mind, Lin Tian was inundated with foundational knowledge and skills related to music, including how to read simplified scores, staff notation, and several hundred pieces of sheet music, nearly causing him to stumble into a metaphorical pit. Clearly, the system was intended to assist him. Expressing gratitude to the system, Lin Tian hailed a taxi and called Li Jinja to confirm their dinner plans. Li Jinja resided in a mid-range community, his home bought by his in-laws. The couple had a 3-year-old daughter, and since her birth, Lin Tian had refrained from reaching out to Li Jinja, as he now had a family of his own. Although he didn't technically live with them, he felt the need to maintain appearances. Not far from his residence was a barbecue restaurant, owned by Northeasterners. The two often met there to enjoy skewers and beer. In this city, Li Jinja was Lin Tian's South Seoul close friend. He had other acquaintances, but they only gathered sporadically, and as they aged, such gatherings became less frequent. Ultimately, true friendship, characterized by mutual support in times of need, was embodied in this one person. When purchasing a home, Lin Tian had contemplated borrowing money from him, but after receiving 400,000 yuan from land compensation, he no longer needed to. Li Jinja, though not tall at 1.65 meters, was a sturdy man, having gained a few pounds. They jokingly found a seat. Ordering around 100 yuan worth of lamb skewers, 2 bottles of beer, and a plate of edamame and peanuts, feeling quite satisfied as they settled down to chat. Having not been in touch for a while, Li Jinja had a stable job at an Environmental Bureau's affiliated organization, working at a waste transfer station, earning less than Lin Tian, yet he held a formal position. While the South generally disregarded formal employment, his in-laws were an exception. They were not lacking in funds. They could easily access millions. Li Jinja had a household registration in Hangzhou and had served in the military, which added to his credentials. How did that girl you were interested in turn out? Lin Tian asked. Not well, Li Jinja replied. She looked down on me for earning less and being older. Haha. Hey, have you considered returning to your hometown? There might be better prospects there. Lin Tian advised. Brother, I genuinely can't afford to delay any longer. You're already 40. Even if you have a child next year, you'll be 60 by the time they reach adulthood. I've not been picky, Li Jinja responded. But you're right. I'll think about going back to find someone. Please thank Aunt San for me. I'll visit her when I have the time. Lin Tian raised his glass, contemplating that he should wait until he was financially stable before addressing the sudden prospect of a large house. After all, it was difficult to explain how he suddenly acquired such wealth. By the end of the day, having just begun, he had already amassed 310,000 yuan, not including the 10,000 yuan living expenses for Sume. Yet, he couldn't fathom how to justify a sudden acquisition of a mansion worth over 100 million. After their meal, they chatted for a while before bidding farewell to Li Jinja. As Lin Tian took a taxi home, Li Jinja sighed at his departing figure, muttering a single word, poor. My brother works so hard. The property manager earns quite a bit, yet he can't find a woman. It seemed strange that even a woman with children introduced by Aunt Sen wouldn't consider him. What a world. Lin Tian had merely mentioned to Li Jinja that returning home to find a wife was out of the question. He could not go back without a proper explanation until he had genuinely secured a partner. He had already fabricated a story about having found someone and promised to bring her home by the year's end, thus saving face with his parents. As for Roland, he felt a bit embarrassed. After all, the girl was too young and too innocent. Shinchinga, her demeanor was too cold, and as a target, she was challenging to communicate with. It was uncertain when he could reach a deeper level of connection with her. After just one lesson, he had made only slight progress. If he were to consider returning home, perhaps Sume could become a target? The girl was quite attractive and clever, yet unfortunately, she was not within the system's target scope. Nevertheless, it might be worth testing her compatibility score. Alternatively, he could directly pursue a deal with one of the remaining 3 candidates. After all, the system had not explicitly stated whether such an approach was permissible. So why not negotiate directly with the female party? System notification: the proposed transaction is not feasible. All rewards stem from the enhancement of goodwill. Well, that ill-conceived idea was promptly dismissed by the system. It was clear that patience was essential. One cannot rush into matters that require careful consideration, especially when dealing with high-caliber targets. Initially, he had intended to activate the third character, a university student majoring in English who had not yet graduated, named Shirluo. However, due to the day's housing affairs, he was unable to meet her, and he was unsure if she had found tutoring work. Thus, the day passed uneventfully. That evening, while Lin Tian was out, Sume prepared a fruit salad and shared it with Roland, both engrossed in their own thoughts, avoiding the topics they had discussed earlier. After waiting 2 hours, Lin Tian returned home. Noticing Lin Tian had not overindulged during his social outing, Roland suggested maintaining a consistent training schedule, emphasizing the need for continued night training. No problem, Lin Tian replied. relishing not only the more than 10,000 yuan cashback, but also the normal interactions with a lovely young woman, enjoying a night run alongside a stunning beauty. The envy and admiration from both the older men and the younger ones alike were palpable. Chapter 15. To master English, I am determined to succeed. Just like yesterday, Roland led 2 companions on a 15-kilometer return run. After returning, she continued for another 4 kilometers alone, while Lin Tian, exhausted, felt as if his legs were leaden. After finishing, the system provided timely feedback, marking yet another instance of effective communication. 150,000 yuan was credited to his account, and he received another bottle of charm perfume. Now, having used 2 bottles of charm perfume and possessing 3 remaining, it appeared that the rewards associated with this perfume lacked any discernible pattern. However, it seemed to be a staple item, so he decided to use it generously every day. Additionally, after a diligent class, Xinxinga had also been rewarded with skill fragments, enhancing her foundational knowledge of music. The system prompts indicate that Roland Land's favorability has reached 50. In comparison, Xinxinga's favorability stands at 2. Lin Tian feels validated in his choice. Girls scoring above 90 are akin to 1 in a million, while those scoring 80 or above are significantly less rare than the disparity suggests. Regrettably, the system does not permit targets below 80 points. Otherwise, perhaps a day could suffice to win over someone with a favorability of 50. Such musings do not strike Lin Tian as misguided. Upon returning home, he proceeded to wash up and retire for the night. The following morning, Roland Lan roused Lin Tian for their morning jog, while Su Mei opted out, insisting on catching up on her sleep before preparing breakfast around 10. With no dance studio available yet, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to learn the slow foxtrot or ballroom dance. Instead, he discussed focusing on physical conditioning with Roland Lan. Running was merely running, and it was hardly exhausting. To Lin Tian, it was inconsequential, as Roland Lan's salary was paid monthly, allowing for any form of learning. 1 lesson a day, coupled with morning and evening training, constituted a substantial regimen. After a vigorous morning session, the system rewarded him twice with 150,000 yuan, elevating his favorability from 50 to 55. Lin Tian distinctly sensed a shift. The distance between him and Roland Lan shrank from over a meter to about half a meter. Their interactions became more frequent, with touches during posture corrections becoming commonplace. The girl seemed unperturbed, assisting him in rectifying his leg and arm positions. Suddenly, Lin Tian realized, most likely, the charm perfume was at play. How could he have forgotten? With 24 hours in a day, it likely affects anyone indiscriminately. With Xinxinga, the increase was a mere 1, but with Roland Lan, it surged by 9. The system's potion proved remarkably effective. Although it resulted in only a 1-point increase for the primary subject, the gain was substantial with Roland Lan, undoubtedly affirming its utility. After their morning practice, Lin Tian had a brief breakfast and instructed Su Mei to keep an eye on the dance studio at the large house. He refrained from mentioning when they would move in, as the under 400,000 yuan cash he possessed was hardly sufficient for such a colossal property. Nevertheless, this matter was not urgent. Yesterday's experiences demonstrated that with ample effective communication, daily rewards exceeded 100,000 yuan. The third target, as indicated by the system, was located at a prestigious university in Hangqing. Finding Shirluo was not challenging, as students returning for the new term had left their contact information on the bulletin board. Some offered tutoring services, while others sought short-term jobs, either out of financial necessity or for experience. After consulting 2 students, Lin Tian located the foreign language department and joined a tutoring group. By fabricating a reason, he managed to connect with the third target. Shirluo was a delicately featured girl, petite and youthful, sporting thick glasses and a regional southern accent. The system rated her 89, with her health and charm slightly lacking, while the rest of her attributes were perfect. Shirluo approached with enthusiasm, but when she learned that Lin Tian was not seeking a tutor for a child but for himself, she was momentarily taken aback. "Are you serious, sir?" "Of course," Lin Tian replied earnestly. "I lacked the means to learn when I was younger, and now that I have some resources, I wish to acquire the knowledge I yearned for. Furthermore, my primary business is overseas, and relying on a translator is not a sustainable solution, so I must strive to improve myself." At just 19 years of age, Shirluo admired the determination of the middle-aged man before her, despite feeling a mix of fear and trepidation. She had heard many tales of tutors taking advantage of female students and was hesitant to accept the arrangement. Sir, would it be possible for you to come to our school for lessons? The library has available space, and I could charge you less." I'm not comfortable leaving campus alone." "Haha," Lin Tian chuckled. "That works perfectly. As long as your school allows me access to the library, I have no preference for location." "Really? Then, would 200 per lesson suffice?" Shirluo asked eagerly. I could extend the duration to 90 minutes, combining study and practice. Absolutely. It's settled then. When are you available? I'll check my schedule. I have physical training in the mornings. And I'm free from 9 a.m. to before 5 p.m., but I assume you'll be in class then? Sir, are you saying you wish to study daily? And you're also taking dance lessons? Indeed. I believe that one should always pursue their aspirations. In my youth, I was forced to work relentlessly for financial stability. But now that I have some savings, it's time to invest in my education. As they conversed, they exchanged WeChat details. This arrangement was confirmed. Shirluo had been searching for work for 3 days and was left with just 100 yuan for living expenses. If she ran out of money, she would have to rely on her classmates. After enduring a year of hardship, she still had 3 more years until graduation, and her major, English education, offered little job security. Adding to her worries was her mother's illness, which had made her contemplate dropping out of university, though she lacked the courage to return home without a degree. During her most desperate times, she had subsisted on a single bowl of rice with pickled vegetables. Her weight a mere 80 pounds. As she considered seeking a tutoring job, she also pondered taking on additional work. Lin Tian noticed her frail, pale hands. She was malnourished. Sir, could you lend me some money up front? Just 1,000 yuan would suffice. I could offer you more teaching hours in return. Lin Tian, having been through difficult times himself, instantly understood the gravity of her situation, feeling a wave of melancholy wash over him. Yet, he maintained an impassive demeanor. For 50 lessons, I will provide you with 10,000 yuan. The class schedule can be adjusted according to your availability. I require 1 hour of travel time, and I am at your beck and call whenever you are free. For the sake of mastering English, I will do my utmost. Chapter 16. You must take the initiative. Shirluo was quick to grasp Lin Tian's implications, and tears streamed down her face like pearls slipping from a broken string. Thank you. Sir, no need for thanks. We can agree on 1 or 2 lessons a day, and you can formulate a teaching plan. I'm starting from almost zero. Although I attended university 2 decades ago, I can scarcely recall more than 100 words. I wish to focus on everyday communication first, just enough to speak and understand. Understood, sir. Rest assured, I will ensure your satisfaction. With a respectful bow, Shirluo hurried back to her class, having negotiated the arrangement during her break. Lin Tian watched her depart with a smile. Beep. Target 3L1 task completed. Reward 100,000 yuan has been deposited into the host's linked bank account. Reward Charm Perfume 3 bottles. Unlocked reward Shirluo's basic English proficiency cash flow 10,000 yuan monthly, automatically disbursed on the 1st of each month. Additional reward for each successful communication, based on the target's favorability towards the host, real-time bonuses of 5,000 to 10,000 yuan will be awarded. Reward Physical Attribute 1, usable to enhance stamina, charisma, strength, or any other attribute. System prompt. The key factor for advancing the target task to the next stage is the target's favorability towards the host. Current favorability towards Shirluo is 30. In an instant, the affinity level surged to 30, despite this being only their second meeting and the first session of language learning. This genuinely took Lin Tian by surprise. The effectiveness of 10,000 yuan far surpassed the previous goals 1 and 2. While the same amount only yielded a mere 1 point for Xinqinga, it resulted in over 30 for Shirluo. Why should he choose the Ice Queen when a charming neighbor girl would suffice? Lin Tian quickly realized that when it came to selecting targets 4 and 5, it wasn't about who scored the highest, who was the most attractive, or who could put on a facade. The system did not establish rules based on emotional value or conquest. It was centered on affection level. Henceforth, he must choose those who needed his assistance the most, prioritizing profitability where conditions were equal. Similarly, targets 4 and 5 could easily be individuals scoring over 90. If they were unavailable in the current area, he could skin elsewhere. Hangzhou was vast, and numerous targets awaited. He refused to believe that every person scoring above 90 was akin to Xinqinga. Selecting the right individuals was paramount. Accomplishing a task in 3 days was not beyond reach. Although attaining 1 billion instantly was uncertain, the rewards at levels 3 and 4 would significantly exceed the current gains. He had an abundance of charm perfume, which needed to be utilized frequently. This would become a staple in his daily routine. Lin Tian remained, waiting for the class to conclude. As 11 o'clock approached, he greeted others, opting not to return for a meal, and soon met with Shirluo again. Shirluo joyfully bounded in front of him, her expression reflecting her relief at overcoming her temporary difficulties, which delighted Lin Tian. At her age, she resembled a child of his own. He invited Shirluo to dine together. She hesitated to refuse, but suggested a quaint little eatery across from the school, known for its affordability and delicious food, where one could dine splendidly for only a few dozen yuan. Lin Tian agreed, and as he walked alongside the slender girl clad in simple attire, they resembled a father and daughter. Classmates greeted her warmly, calling him uncle, to which Lin Tian responded with a smile, thinking that from this moment on, he could consider himself somewhat of a classmate, and it was essential to foster good relations. The young girl insisted on ordering just 2 dishes, consuming a small bowl of rice. Lin Tian, unwilling to adhere to her modest preferences, added 2 more dishes and a soup, including a vinegar fish that Shirluo had expressed interest in but had yet to try. "It's too much. We won't finish," she whispered, glancing at Lin uncle, but her stomach betrayed her, craving the meal with shining eyes. Having not eaten meat in 6 months, all her savings had gone toward her mother's medical treatment, and now, seeing the food, her eyes sparkled. "Go ahead, eat. If there's too much, we can take it home," Lin Tian encouraged, placing a piece of bone into her bowl. The girl carefully picked it up, thanking him with a soft, "Thank you, uncle." After an hour and a half, they completed their meal and headed straight to a nearby pavilion to commence Lin Tian's first English lesson. Utilizing New Oriental's textbooks, Shirluo was astonished by Lin Tian's earnest dedication to learning, even more so than when she was in middle school. The initial lesson primarily focused on pronunciation, and Lin Tian diligently memorized the material, even recording audio to practice later. Shirluo mused that perhaps Uncle Lin had missed opportunities for proper education in his youth, and now, with financial stability, he was reclaiming what he had set aside, which she found admirable. After bidding farewell, Shirluo rushed back to class, and Lin Tian exhaled a sigh of relief, eager to claim his system rewards. Dining together had already netted him 5,000 yuan, and their study session yielded a charm perfume, a 5,000 yuan bonus for effective communication, and a comprehensive beginner's English package. Shirluo's affection level had reached 40, demonstrating a remarkably swift accumulation. Although his account balance increased slowly, it was rising at an impressive daily rate of nearly 100,000, primarily due to the interactions with lovely young women. Sharing meals, studying, and exercising together was delightful. If it weren't for the financial strain caused by that enormous house, he wouldn't have any worries at all. Living day by day like this was quite enjoyable. Lin Tian reflected that everything should happen naturally. Concerning money, if earning over 100,000 daily still brought anxiety, life would lose its meaning. Moreover, employing new strategies, he was confident that within half a month, he would undoubtedly find the most suitable candidates to break through level 4. By then, earning 10 million a month, or even tens of millions, would make him relatively affluent. What mattered most was not merely possessing a wealthy person's money, but embodying their mindset, perspective, status, and inspiration. Lin Tian resolved to embrace a laid-back approach, remaining unhurried. After seeing off the foreign language teacher, Lin Tian felt fulfilled after a productive morning, having earned several thousand yuan. Nearby, he found a store and wandered around, selecting 2 bags, each around 30,000 yuan, and acquiring a 200,000 yuan shopping cart before heading home. Su Mei and Luo Lanlan visited the dance studio proposal for the large house in the morning, generally approving the plans created by Huayao Real Estate and Greentown Property, asking them to refine the details before presenting them to Lin Tian. Returning to their smaller residence, both felt a mix of anxiety and anticipation. "You need to be more proactive, Lanlan. I mean, if I looked like you, so enchanting with youth and beauty, I'd do everything to win over Uncle. No hesitation. Just watch. Uncle has been out all morning. Do you think he's working? He must be off playing with some other young girl." Luo Lanlan bit her lip, internally conflicted. "I feel like Uncle Lin isn't that kind of person." Chapter 17. I already know everything you haven't taught. What's there to know? Sume scoffed. This is your only chance to transcend social classes. You can't just wait for him to be more proactive. In his circle, there must be plenty of girls like you. Don't you realize that? In college, there are countless. Well, I can't just jump into his bed. Luo Lanlan's face flushed with embarrassment. You're too much, bestie. All right. Do as you wish. Just pretend I never said anything. Su Mei wasn't angry. She merely felt that Luo Lanlan was still hesitant, likely waiting for her love story to unfold. Love? What can it feed you or quench your thirst? Bah. The two lapsed into silence until Lin Tian entered, and they exchanged glances, feigning reconciliation. However, their expressions betrayed their inner thoughts. Lin Tian observed them for a moment and sensed that something was amiss. Uncle, how about I teach you to dance this afternoon? Luo Lanlan had been contemplating Su Mei's words. Lin Tian was undoubtedly a wealthy man, a playful one at that, indulging in such narrative games as chance encounters and renting homes without immediately splurging. On the way back, he had passed a luxury store and picked up a little something for them. Here's 20,000 in cash. Go get yourselves some new outfits. We can discuss dancing later. Lin Tian needed to concentrate on targeting a significant goal over the next few days, clearly not the type to take his time like Luo Lanlan. Nor was he interested in the icy beauty of Shenxinga. Time was of the essence. For now, Luo Lanlan could serve as a small source of funds, exercising together, dining, and evening runs could easily net him 20,000 daily. Ah, okay. Luo Lanlan suddenly sensed Lin Tian's apparent coolness towards her. Strangely, she found herself accepting the items he offered without resistance, taking the packaged bag and card as Lin Tian retreated to his room. Sume observed all of this, choosing not to engage further with Luo Lanlan. Everyone had their own thoughts. Regrettably, Sume felt she lacked the allure to make any advances. Having ventured outside for the better part of the day, upon returning, one could see the unmistakable delight on her face. Undoubtedly, the young lady had been out and about. Promptly at 5 p.m., she arrived at Shenxinga's place to continue her musical education. During the second lesson, Shenxinga intended to impart some more profound knowledge about the staff notation. Before class commenced, she decided to quiz her student, Lin Tian, to see if he had retained the lessons from the previous day, considering that with age, one might fear forgetting everything in the blink of an eye. To her surprise, when she casually inquired about scales and the like, Lin Tian responded fluently. In a bid to save time, he even brought along the staff notation for her to read. Ah, Uncle Lin, what is this? You've mastered what I haven't even taught yet. Shenxinga exclaimed. Lin Tian replied, I had some spare time after returning home, so I practiced on my own. I also watched a few videos on both simplified and staff notation and picked up some skills. He realized he might have overstated his abilities. His rapid progress diverged from their original intent of a gradual learning pace. Determined, he suggested, let us commence our practice with the basic finger techniques. I anticipated it would take about 3 lessons before I could play, but your wisdom allowed me to learn so swiftly. Shenxinga was genuinely pleased, revealing a rare smile. Lin Tian, recognizing the system's influence, suddenly remembered he had 2 unused attributes. Could these be applied to his piano studies, specifically to enhance his wisdom and thus facilitate faster learning? After a brief check of the system, he shared this realization with Shenxinga, whose approval led his favorability rating to leap to 10. At this threshold, he was rewarded with a bottle of charm perfume. There was no immediate need to use it again. He had already utilized one in the morning, and could easily apply the other the following day. He pondered whether this item was beneficial for individuals outside the system's target. This remained untested. During this lesson, Lin Tian's heightened comprehension significantly accelerated their progress. Despite lacking a foundation in piano playing, his solid grasp of music theory allowed him to learn with remarkable ease. After 2 hours of joyful instruction and practice, he said, Uncle Lin, practice more at home. The more you practice, the better you'll play. From our next lesson, we can delve into more intricate finger techniques. This is splendid. We won't waste time on basic music theory anymore. Perhaps after 20 lessons, you will complete your foundational studies. By the way, do you have a piano at home? If so, I could conduct our next lesson there. The training studio is merely a borrowed space, as they will soon commence larger classes. Shenxinga felt a bit conflicted. She was reluctant to teach at someone else's home, as such arrangements could easily lead to unfortunate reputations. Ah, that could be arranged, she conceded, though surprised by the prospect. Lin Tian, taken aback, had not considered purchasing a piano. However, upon her suggestion, he quickly adapted and proposed, Teacher Shun, I'm a beginner and know nothing about this. If you could recommend the appropriate type of piano for me, I would be grateful. Indeed, I have a friend who owns a piano shop. What budget are you considering? Shenxinga mused. For a beginner, a practice piano would suffice. However, my friend has some high-quality second-hand pianos that I would highly recommend. No. Lin Tian shook his head with a smile. I'd prefer not to consider second-hand options. What about a practice piano that costs around 200,000? Oh, that would be quite good. A piano costing over 100,000 would suffice. I'll contact her, and when you have time, you can take a look. No need for that. I'll leave the selection to you. I'll send you my address, and once it's ordered, I'll pay directly and have it delivered. As they spoke, Lin Tian sent the address of his spacious residence to Shenxinga. After tidying up his belongings and sheet music, he joyfully departed from the piano room and immediately claimed the rewards for the afternoon. He received 13,000 yuan in cash, 2 bottles of charm perfume, and his favorability rating surged from 10 to 15, reaching a total of 27 points. Additionally, the system granted him an extra reward for his dedicated piano practice, a skill package for advanced amateur piano skills at level 10 and below, requiring 99 practice sessions. Oh, Lin Tian was taken aback, feeling as though he had overlooked something significant during the 3 days of his bond with the system. He recalled the 2 attribute points rewarded by Roland Lawn that he had yet to utilize. Did this imply that physical training would yield attribute points, while skill-based learning would reward corresponding knowledge skill packages? Chapter 18. Old Deng, just you wait. Once Lin Tian departed, Shenxinga reached out to discuss the piano purchase. Her friend, an aficionado of the piano, was an older classmate she had known for many years. After explaining the purpose of the piano and the requirements of the buyer, she soon received a call from her classmate. Chinga, are you certain this is simply an uncle learning the piano? What's wrong, Yinsher? Did you check the address he provided? That location is in the most luxurious standalone villa district in Shihu district, the same neighborhood you passed last week. The properties there start at least 60 to 70 million. Shen Qingge was equally astonished, recalling Lin Tian's unconventional attire and somewhat unkempt middle-aged appearance. Is he wealthy? Certainly. Anyone living there wouldn't dare to buy a house unless their net worth exceeds $1 billion. But he drives a regular domestic car, she countered. Who knows? Some wealthy individuals have peculiar tastes. Haha, don't tell me this is a case of an old bull chasing a tender cow. Qingge, you might just be in for some romantic fortune. What? You don't understand, sister. In the first lesson, I couldn't discern anything, but after the second lesson, I realized Uncle Lin has a remarkable musical talent. You wouldn't believe how quickly he grasped the fundamentals of music theory and can now competently use the staff notation. Unbelievable. The second lesson? That's impossible. Either he had prior experience or he's taking your class to impress you. Not at all. During the first lesson, I could tell he was genuinely a novice. There was no pretense. Very well, I'll take a closer look when I have time. Qingge, you must seize this opportunity. There are many wealthy people, but truly affluent individuals are rare. If Uncle Lin is genuinely pursuing his studies, ensure to cultivate that connection. Those worth over $1 billion are typically leaders in their fields. Maintain your composure. Be serious when needed, but relax when the situation allows. Understood, sister. Shen Qingge meticulously considered Lin Tian's actions, convinced they were no mere coincidence. She gathered her belongings, glanced at the door of the duo training room, shook her head, and took a few steps before mounting her electric scooter, hesitating to return home. After graduating from university, she had held 2 jobs, both in upscale venues as a pianist. But those experiences were less than ideal. Teaching temporarily at duo had initially seemed promising, but the unscrupulous boss had harassed her. Now, she contemplated resigning without even collecting her salary, deciding not to return the following day. Living in Hangzhou, her home was not far from there. As evening fell and the streetlights flickered to life, the flow of traffic ebbed and flowed with the office crowd. Her tall figure, adorned with a strikingly pink helmet, stood out even amidst the throngs of people, unmistakably identifying her as a beautiful young woman. Lin Tian, having been momentarily delayed by the rewards from the system, fortuitously encountered Shen Qingge just as she was leaving. One was on the motor vehicle lane, while the other was on the sidewalk. Instinctively, Lin Tian followed her in his car until she halted her electric bike. As he prepared to depart, he suddenly noticed 2 men obstructing her path. What was happening? Lin Tian hastily pulled over to the side. The individuals blocking Shen Qingge's way were not immediately recognizable to her. It was not until one of them uttered a name that she recalled who he was, the proprietor of the upscale club she had visited during her initial job search. A wealthy second-generation rich kid, introduced to her by a classmate. She had missed numerous calls from him and never anticipated he would come looking for her. Yulu, I have made myself abundantly clear. We are not on the same wavelength. Please refrain from harassing me, Shen Qingge asserted, her tone direct and her voice resounding. There is no way I will work for you. The young man named Yulu, clad in designer attire and adorned with a watch worth hundreds of thousands, smirked condescendingly at Shen Qingge. Come now, Shen Qingge, don't be so ungrateful. It's all about money, isn't it? I assure you, I won't shortchange you, 30,000 a month. Just then, Lin Tian noticed a middle-aged man, somewhat portly, emerging beside him. 30,000, he interjected, seizing the opportunity. Are you looking to hire Qingge as a teacher? Sorry, I've already signed a contract with her, 100,000 a month, plus a year-end bonus. She sets her own hours. She can play whenever she likes. Yula glanced at the unexpectedly appearing older man, momentarily taken aback. He did not appear affluent, yet he dared not dismiss him, having encountered wealth in various forms before. His gaze shifted to Shen Qingge, seeking answers in her expression. In truth, Yuli's ulterior motive was to ensnare the aloof beauty, to savor the experience of being with someone of her caliber. It is I, Lin Tian replied with a cold smirk, naturally taking hold of Shen Qingge's exquisite arm. She instinctively tried to pull away but did not resist. Indeed, Yulu, I am currently employed as Mr. Lin's full-time music teacher. You may seek someone else for your piano tea room. This revelation immediately shed light on Yuli's intentions. So, Shen Qingge, you have a penchant for older gentlemen. Do you? He remarked, incredulous. Shen Qingge's face darkened. Yulu, whom I choose to like is none of your concern. Save your breath. Wait. Yulu scoffed as they attempted to leave. I can offer you 100,000 too. Plus, a car as a year-end bonus. What do you say? In a surprising turn of events, Shen Qingge unexpectedly turned her face and planted a kiss on Lin Tian's cheek. Lin Tian was momentarily stunned. What was happening? Wasn't she supposed to be the epitome of cool sophistication? Then, Shen Qingge wrapped her arm around Lin Tian's her tall and slender figure appearing even taller than Lin Tian's 175 centimeters due to her high heels. Her long black hair flowed behind her, and as a gentle breeze stirred, a stray lock brushed against Lin Tian. By the heavens! Yulu seethed with fury yet felt powerless. He pointed an accusatory finger at Lin Tian. "You old man, just wait." He then cast a glance at Shun Qinga, who held onto the older man's arm. Well, an old cow grazing on young grass. Does he even have the strength to lift her? Mind your own business. I prefer the softer kind, Shun Qinga retorted, defiantly proclaiming. I am willing. This declaration nearly caused Lin Tian to stumble, bewildered. Wait, who says I'm soft? What the? Chapter 19. The generous reward. As Lin Tian watched Yu Lu and his companions drive away, he finally released Shun Qinga's arm. Her face was flushed with embarrassment. I apologize. Mr. Lin, I had no choice but to use you as a shield. Since my home is nearby, there are some delightful restaurants around. May I treat you to dinner? You don't have a boyfriend? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. No, Shun Qinga replied, her complexion returning to normal. Thank you for your help earlier. That Yu Lu is a spoiled scion of the Caesar Group. A classmate introduced me to a position at his club as a musician, but when he saw me, he assumed I would be interested in him. Oh, I see. Lin Tian nodded, observing the departing vehicle. Since I am now your pretend boyfriend, I shall follow your lead. Let us keep the evening light. I am still striving to reshape my physique. Perfect. There's a vegetarian place I frequent. Is that all right? It tends to attract more female patrons. Not a problem. I'll eat anything. I have no dietary restrictions, Lin Tian agreed with a smile. Parking the car and walking with Shun Qinga towards a modest restaurant nearby. Upon entering, he realized he was the only male present, which felt somewhat awkward. As they sat down and placed their orders, Lin Tian seized the opportunity to check the system notifications. What? In just a short while? Shun Qinga's favorability rating skyrocketed to 65? Just yesterday it was 2. This exponential increase is utterly astonishing. In addition to the favor upgrade, he received a cash reward of 20,000 and 3 bottles of charm perfume. There was also an unexpected reward, system reward, based on the current circumstances and needs of the host. The host is granted basic training in the Black Dragon 18 techniques for self-defense. Note, this skill is classified as forbidden, use with caution. This system, it seems, provides exactly what one requires. Lin Tian had been concerned about potential conflicts. While he was not a public servant and could engage in a brawl without much consequence, he feared being bested or humiliated. Now, with the Black Dragon 18 techniques at his disposal, an esteemed military combat art that had proven its worth in the Vietnam War, he never expected such a reward from the system, especially in relation to matters involving the female lead. Shun Qinga ordered 4 local stir-fried dishes, 2 bowls of rice, and 2 bottled drinks. After placing their order, she meticulously wiped down the table and cleaned the chopsticks with a napkin. Sitting closely together, Lin Tian noticed that her face bore not a single flaw. Her delicate features and expressive eyes were captivating, almost mesmerizing. It was no wonder she often avoided direct eye contact. Anyone who met her gaze might find themselves entranced. Mr. Lin, please refer to me as a friend from now on. Although I am your teacher and you are my student in music, I've observed your remarkable talent. You grasp music theory with ease, and in just 2 lessons, you have mastered the score and retained it well, something quite challenging for professionals like us. Me? Talented? Lin Tian chuckled, resembling an affable bear. Your compliments are too generous. I am merely a humble learner. It is your exceptional teaching that allows me to remember. At that moment, the system sent another significant notification. Host has completed the L2 level task, achieving the favorability threshold for a friendship with Shun Qinga. As a result, the host is rewarded with 1 million yuan, a reward of 1 bottle of character-enhancing perfume, unlocking 50,000 and 1 million in cash flow for Shun Qinga at level 2, has been granted to the host upon completion of the first level 2 objective. Additionally, a special reward of 1 enhancement point each for physical and intellectual attributes has been bestowed. In a short span of time, the target individual has achieved a remarkable increase in cross-level affection, garnering an extraordinary reward of 25 shares in a Fortune 500 multinational corporation. Please stay vigilant and check your phone for notifications. Ho ho! Such a multitude and magnitude of rewards. The barrage of information nearly overwhelmed Lin Tian, leaving him in disbelief. Particularly notable were the latter 2 rewards. One pertained to intellectual attributes. Could this lead to his transformation into a scholarly prodigy? The latter was of utmost significance, as it promised to resolve the identity dilemma that had plagued Lin Tian's mind. With a 10-fold increase, perhaps this meal would yield a cash flow bonus of 50,000 from the enchanting lady across the table. I am on the verge of becoming a true billionaire. Mr. Lin? Suddenly noticing Lin Tian lost in thought, Shun Qinga initially observed quietly, but soon realized he appeared to be speaking to himself, startling her. "Ah, Teacher Shun. I was just pondering a business matter and lost my train of thought." Lin Tian smiled as he apologized. "By the way, Teacher Shun, since you reside here, you must be a true local? I hail from the countryside of Hangzhou, having studied here with my aunt. I've grown up in this area. And after my aunt passed away 2 years ago, she left her house to me. I've lived in this community for over 20 years. I studied media in university, but finding a job as a music major is challenging. To be honest, I can no longer work with the Duo Training Center." "Why not?" Lin Tian questioned, puzzled. Shen Qinga tucked a stray hair behind her ear and glanced at Lin Tian. "It's similar to the situation with you, Lu. Sometimes, being beautiful is a curse. My presence made it difficult for many other instructors to secure lessons, and my employer ultimately had to let me go." Lin Tian was taken aback by this revelation, perplexed. He had assumed her qualifications made her a star at Duo Training Center, unaware that such competition existed. "Thank you, Mr. Lin, for still considering me for lessons." Shen Qinga smiled. "For now, I think I will focus on being a private music tutor rather than seeking work at an institution. How about this?" Lin Tian seized the opportunity, smiling. "I felt that the 20 lessons we discussed earlier were insufficient. Since you're not working at an institution, why not become my full-time music teacher? I'll pay you a monthly salary of 200,000, and we can negotiate a year-end bonus. What do you think?" Lin Tian dared not meet Shen Qinga's gaze, diverting his eyes after just a fleeting moment. She was attempting to gauge his intentions through his expression, hoping to discern the answer she sought. Clearly, the answer lay within his eyes, and her forthcoming decision would be pivotal. Agreeing would mean merely becoming a dedicated teacher. 200,000 was no trifling sum. Many of her classmates had settled for far less. "All right, thank you, Mr. Lin," Shen Qinga decisively accepted. "Then I shall join the Lin family as a full-time music teacher." "Excellent. However, my house is not yet renovated, and I lack a piano. Tomorrow, let us visit and choose a suitable room for both the piano and your quarters." "Certainly." Shen Qinga cheerfully raised her drink to toast Lin Tian, expressing her gratitude. After a simple meal, she packed what remained and they exited the small restaurant, turning into her residential complex, a staff housing building reminiscent of the 1980s, quite aged. Shen Qinga expressed her thanks, but showed no intention of inviting Lin Tian upstairs. After bidding farewell, he walked a few hundred meters to his car, where he checked the system notifications once more. Dining had proven to be effective communication, earning him a reward of 600,000, along with 1 bottle of character-enhancing perfume. A single reward of 600,000. The importance of leveling up was undeniable. Level 1 was a 10-fold increase, while Level 3 represented another 10-fold leap from Level 2. Lin Tian's mind raced with urgency. Upon examining his bank account, he found a balance of 23 million, a 10-fold increase. This amount was likely sufficient to renovate a music room and a dance studio, yet he still felt impoverished. Returning to Tiancong New City, Luo Lanlan waited in the living room, seemingly distracted. She had spent much of the day regretting her actions, realizing that Uncle Lin seemed increasingly indifferent towards her. He hurriedly met with others in the morning and didn't return for dinner, even forgetting their scheduled night run. Suddenly, the door opened and the man returned. She felt an urge to express her frustration, but she lacked the standing to do so, merely gazing at her landlord and employer with a look of grievance. "Uncle Lin, did you forget about our night run?" Su Mei, in her room, heard Lin Tian return and came out to greet him, smiling as she observed the unfolding scene. "Oh, I didn't forget. I simply had another discussion with the music teacher today. She has decided not to work at the music institution anymore. So I've directly hired her as my full-time music teacher. Tomorrow, we'll head to the larger house to see which room works best as a piano studio. You two should join us. Mei Zi, as my full-time life assistant, please arrange for meals and other living necessities, including room decoration, bedding, and ornaments. I'll provide you with 1 million upfront, and I trust you to manage the household affairs moving forward." Luo Lanlan blurted out, "Uncle Lin, is the music teacher a girl?" Su Mei shot a kick at Luo Lanlan's rounded backside, admonishing her for prying. Ouch! Luo Lanlan realized then that it was implausible for Lin Tian, with his wealth, to hire a male music instructor. Besides, it was none of her concern, was it? Yes. She is a very beautiful young lady. Lin Tian suddenly remembered another teacher, Shi Luo. By the way, Mei Zi, there's another teacher I hired this morning. A foreign language instructor, also a girl. Please arrange a room for her as well, and make sure the study is set up. Understood, Mr. Lin. Su Mei responded professionally. Smiling. For the 2 girls, shall I let them propose their own arrangements once they arrive, and I'll implement them? She knew well that girls preferred to design their own spaces. Now, she found herself less anxious about Luo Lanlan. After all, she had given her ample warnings. The door was open for her, but she couldn't expect others to pull her in. If she remained passive, opportunities would be seized by others. In just a couple of days, Lin Tian's household had expanded with 2 new female companions. Although she could never monopolize that grand house, the potential for Luo Lanlan to become the leading lady was now overshadowed by the music teacher. Casting a glance at her unambitious classmate and confidant, Su Mei felt exasperated. In her view, opportunities were fleeting, lasting mere seconds. Changing into athletic shorts and a tank top, the three resumed their night run. Lin Tian hadn't eaten much, so he could only walk, while the 2 girls accompanied him for a stroll. This time, Luo Lanlan refrained from sprinting ahead, completing a 3-kilometer walk together. Upon returning home, she glanced at the time, summoned her courage, and asked, "Uncle Lin, can we practice an indoor weight loss routine tonight?" Of course, of course. Lin Tian was equally eager to make use of their time. As Luo Lanlan was on the brink of leveling up, they had to seize the moment. "Please hold on. I'll change into workout clothes." Luo Lanlan shot Su Mei a glare, puffed out her chest, and retreated to her room to change. She wasn't foolish. Hearing about 2 girls moving into the big house sparked a sense of urgency within her. If she didn't intensify her efforts, Uncle Lin's dance instructor might very well be replaced, and wealth didn't come easily. In a matter of minutes, Roland Lan, clad in a striking pink yoga outfit, appeared before Lin Tian. Almost simultaneously, a system notification indicated that Roland Lan had also leveled up. The indoor exercise was quite simple, reminiscent of the many routines showcased by various influencers online. A few moments of movement would leave one drenched in sweat. Lin Tian had dabbled in this practice before, but without a structured approach or professional guidance, not to mention the absence of a beautiful instructor to offer personal instruction. He had never experienced such close proximity to a stunning woman during a workout. Su Mei, using the pretext of needing to organize accounts, even claimed that she looked unattractive in yoga attire, and no matter how Lin Tian coaxed, she refused to join them. Thus, the living room became a space for just Roland Lan and him, diligently executing each movement under her watchful eye. Her astonishing physique was accentuated by the form-fitting attire, swaying tantalizingly within mere half a meter of Lin Tian. Never before had he engaged in such intimate exercise with a beauty, and his heart surged and ebbed like the tide, alternating between peaks and valleys. Occasionally, the alluring instructor would wrap her arms around his waist to correct his posture. "Oh dear, I can't do this anymore. My old back truly cannot bend that way. I need to take it slow." After more than half an hour, the training concluded. Roland Lan's face glowed with a rosy hue, her body glistening with a light sheen of sweat, filling the room with an intoxicating fragrance of femininity that left Lin Tian utterly enraptured. Indeed, the scent of a woman was truly delightful. "Uncle, let me help you relax for a moment, and then you can reciprocate. I will teach you the techniques and areas to massage." 1 million. A staggering figure that thrilled Roland Lan even more than the large house itself. Earlier that afternoon, she had received 200,000 to change outfits, and between the 2 of them, they had already spent over 100,000 on attire. As Su Mei put it, "I've already spent the money for you. What more do you want? I'm just a housekeeper, you're not." To her surprise, upon returning that evening, she had handed Su Mei another 100,000, resulting in 2 additional rivals. She felt a twinge of self-reproach but also a sense of grievance. Uncle was in such a hurry, leaving no time for a breather. "All right then, I shall play it big as well." Lin Tian found the relaxation he received from Roland Lan incredibly soothing. Yet he felt unworthy to even contemplate moments spent easing the tension of a young and beautiful woman. Roland Lan taught with an air of professionalism, primarily focusing on releasing tension in the legs, arms, and back. After she finished massaging him, she settled into a chair. "Uncle, let us start with the arms." "Yes, just like that." "Oh my, your pressure is much stronger than mine. You need to go a bit lighter." Chapter 21. After the upgrade, cash flow increased tenfold. Lin Tian meticulously massaged Roland Lan's legs, moving from thigh to calf, and finally attending to her delicate little feet. He accurately identified the acupressure points, prompting Roland Lan to emit soft sounds of pleasure. Lan, your feet are so petite. I didn't expect you to be around 1.7 meters tall. Yet your feet only fit size 37 shoes." As he spoke, he expertly worked on her little feet. Roland Lan felt both comfortable and bashful. While Uncle's expertise in foot massage was evident, she had not taught him, nor did she possess the skill herself. "Oh, I wear size 37 shoes and am about 174 centimeters tall. We dancers put our feet through a lot of strain. They're almost ruined." "Indeed. Your toes seem quite deformed. It must be tough for a dancer," Lin Tian remarked, recalling his own experience as a foot therapist before transitioning to property management. He had worked in that field for a while in Hangzhou, albeit without the dignity he desired, which was why he had left it behind. "Uncle, your massage skills are truly exceptional." Roland Lan genuinely relished the experience. The system's affection rating, which had only just reached the threshold for level 60, surged to 80 in an instant. 80, which met the criteria for the third level. However, the advancement to level 3 had yet to be triggered by an event. Uncle, you go ahead and wash up first. I'll take a bit longer. After their workout, both were covered in sweat. Roland Lan's perspiration trickled from her sports bra down into her yoga pants, while Lin Tian was drenched. He bid her farewell as she returned to the northern bedroom. Su Mei immediately gave her a thumbs up and whispered, "You've finally wised up. Excellent, excellent. Keep it up. Hopefully, you can sneak into Uncle's bed tonight." Hee hee. Get lost. Roland Lan feigned anger, playfully swatting Su Mei's backside. "You're so eager. Why don't you go? You're quite charming too. Round and plump. It must feel delightful to be pressed against. Oh my, you little minx. Did Uncle tickle you? You're positively drenched." Su Mei teased, playfully grabbing her. And the two soon tumbled together, laughing and frolicking. After finishing his shower, Lin Tian returned to check the system notifications. Roland Lan's target level upgrade was complete, and she was on the brink of a double level jump. System notification. Host has completed L2 task. Affection has reached the threshold for friendship with target Roland Lan, who now acknowledges the host as a friend. Reward: 1,000,000 yuan. Reward: 1 bottle of character-enhancing perfume, unlocking Roland Lan's secondary cash flow of 50,000 yuan. With the completion of the second L2 target task, special rewards include 1 point to enhance physical attributes and 1 point to enhance intelligence attributes. Material rewards consist of 3 luxury cars worth tens of millions. Please stay tuned to your mobile phone for delivery. Special reward: host's ancient Chinese massage technique has upgraded from amateur to advanced, so that's why my massage skills have improved so much. And 3 luxury cars at once. They must know I'm in need. In addition to the 1 million from the completion rewards, there was an additional 600,000 for completing the physical training. His balance swelled to 298 million yuan. Luxury cars were merely for show. He felt little excitement as they had yet to be delivered. With the upgrade, his cash flow had increased tenfold, surpassing all expectations. Lin Tian could finally breathe a sigh of relief. He was confident that the large house would not be a source of embarrassment this time. With daily earnings projected in the hundreds of thousands, thanks to the system's continuous financial support, the likelihood of completing renovations was becoming increasingly feasible. Additionally, he would finally possess his own luxury car. After all, it would be quite undignified for someone with over $1 billion in property to be driving a domestic Havel. In the 3 days since the system had activated, he had finally glimpsed the luxurious lifestyle he had long aspired to. Lin Tian could finally relax. As long as he refrained from causing further disturbances, with daily income potentially reaching several million, he could barely qualify as a nouveau riche. With aspirations to grow into a true tycoon. After all, Lin Tian had no real foundation on how to be wealthy. In fact, he was entirely ignorant of it. He considered repaying the 40,000 borrowed from home, but decided to hold off for a while. After all, his elderly parents were primarily concerned not with money, but with their health and well-being, and what they truly desired was a grandson. As for which goal would be accomplished first in the grandchild plan, Lin Tian had no way to predict. He had never imagined that the aloof first goal would be surpassed by the second, while the perpetually muddled second goal nearly leaped to level 3. After a restful sleep, the following morning, Roland Lan called him to rise. Together, they jogged around the neighborhood river for an hour. After weighing himself, Lin Tian was elated. The past few days have truly been effective. I've lost a kilogram. Roland Lan smiled encouragingly. Well, that doesn't count. You still need to work hard. With you as my beautiful coach overseeing me, my physique will surely be back on track in no time, he chuckled. After completing the morning training, a light 600,000 was credited to his account, perhaps enough for the dance studio's renovation. Gazing at the stunning and youthful beauty beside him, Lin Tian found the primal urges he had suppressed for over a decade bubbling to the surface, compelling him to seek an excuse to retreat to his room. Lan, you go ahead and wash first. I'll be a moment. All right, Uncle, I'll go first, Roland Lan replied, shedding her outerwear as she entered the bathroom. Lin Tian waited for her to finish her shower, and after a while, he went to the bathroom. Luo Lan had already completed her bath, her voluptuous figure partially wrapped in a long bath towel, her hair elegantly piled atop her head. She thoughtfully brought a towel for Lin Tian. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's gaze was inadvertently drawn to the clothes she had just discarded. It was impossible not to notice them in the cramped space of the bathroom, which was undeniably enticing. Hurrying to rinse off, he wrapped himself in a towel and returned to his bedroom to change before joining for breakfast. Su Mei had already prepared the meal, eagerly waiting for the two of them to dine together. Mr. Lin, are you heading to the big house this morning? She inquired. I need to go there as well. It would be best to schedule a time with the music teacher to finalize the design and other arrangements. Certainly, Lin Tian replied. Coincidentally, I have purchased a new piano that is scheduled for delivery today. After we eat, we can all head over together. Lin Tian outlined his plans, adding, we aim to move in within a week. Understood, Mr. Lin. Rest assured, I will accomplish the task. Su Mei started Lin Tian's domestic car. And as he sat in the passenger seat, he called Xinxinga, asking her to come to the Westlake area to inspect the piano room and to discuss the placement of the piano. Without hesitation, Xinxinga agreed, stating that she would take a taxi over shortly. She informed him that the piano was already en route, accompanied by both the installation technician and the tuner. However, she refrained from mentioning that her senior sister would also be joining them. After all, for the piano shop, the presence of an additional person was of little consequence. Xinxinga mused that her senior sister's motivation for accompanying her was merely to catch a glimpse of the grand house and to ascertain the true identity of this wealthy individual. For Xinxinga, her primary concern was securing a job. If this affluent gentleman could indeed offer her a salary exceeding $1 million a year, then what would it matter if she became his mistress? In this world, nothing is more tangible than money. As soon as they disembarked, Lin Tian received a call from an unfamiliar number. It was the manager of the Wanshi Import luxury car dealership in Hangzhou, informing him that the 3 luxury vehicles he had ordered were ready for pickup. Chapter 22. In the name of tuition fees. Su Mei parked the car and turned around, coincidentally passing by Lin Tian, who was preoccupied with his phone call. Mistaking his engagement for work-related matters, she quickly inquired, Mr. Lin, is there anything I can assist you with? Lin Tian turned at the sound of her voice, and upon recognizing Su Mei, he felt a surge of excitement and cheerfully replied, what a coincidence. The manager from Wanshi luxury car dealership just called. The 3 cars I ordered have arrived. I'm looking into the piano situation here. Would you mind running to the dealership to handle the paperwork? There was no need for him to personally go. He had no desire to feign any grandiosity. The paperwork could be completed with just a copy of his ID, and since all payments had been settled, including taxes and fees, everything was already in order. Of course, Mr. Lin. Su Mei readily agreed. I'll take care of it right away. She took Lin Tian's ID without hesitation. Su Mei hopped back into the second-hand Havel car and exchanged a quick greeting with Luo Lanlan before heading off to manage the vehicle transfer paperwork. She decided not to involve herself with the dance studio renovations or any other matters concerning the big house, hinting to Luo Lanlan that she should figure things out on her own. The music teacher would undoubtedly be present today, and how they handled the situation was a conflict best resolved between them. She preferred to refrain from meddling. Her intentions were clear. She was no longer merely a confidant to Luo Lanlan, but had assumed the role of Mr. Lin's steward, which intrigued her far more. Shortly after Lin Tian and Luo Lanlan ascended from the underground garage and selected a room for the piano, the delivery technician called. Lin Tian contacted the property security to request assistance. Before long, the delivery vehicle arrived at the villa complex in the Westlake area. After registering with the property management, Manager Wen from Green City arrived with a team to assist the delivery technicians. Good day, Mr. Lin, Manager Wen greeted with a professional smile, efficiently directing his team to assist the piano delivery. Hello, Mr. Lin, a modestly dressed individual accompanying the delivery, the owner of the piano shop, greeted Lin Tian with a smile. I'm Zhu Yunshi, Xinxinga's senior sister. I run a small piano shop and heard you were in need of a piano, so I personally selected a Yamaha Grand for you, hoping you'll find it to your liking. Zhu Yunshi hailed from a family of modest wealth in Hangzhou. Her father engaged in business, and she had inherited a fortune exceeding 100 million. After graduating, she had chosen to manage a piano shop instead of pursuing traditional employment. Having encountered individuals wealthier than her own family, she was well aware of the opulence that surrounded Lin Tian. Though he appeared somewhat unremarkable in his attire, there was an undeniable air of calm and poise about him that could not be feigned. The only drawback was his middle-aged figure, which lacked any distinctive features. Neither particularly handsome nor unattractive, simply an average man with a slight portliness. What surprised her was the stunningly attractive and well-proportioned woman by Lin Tian's side. Introduced as a dance instructor, she couldn't help but wonder why such a stunning individual was necessary for the role of a dance teacher. After politely exchanging pleasantries, Zhu Yunshi took the opportunity during the piano installation and tuning to call Xinxinga, asking how far she had progressed, subtly implying that she should hurry, as Lin Tian was accompanied by another instructor who was as beautiful, if not more so, than herself. When Xinxinga received her senior sister's message, she had just exited the taxi. Last night had been spent organizing her thoughts. She was acutely aware of Lin Tian's intentions, understanding that such coincidences were rarely fortuitous. If the house truly belonged to Lin Tian, she resolved to be more proactive. For the past few years, as she traversed through life, she had become all too familiar with the darker sides of human nature. She had long lost interest in searching for love, recognizing that men, young or old, primarily sought to seduce beautiful women. The distinction lay in the older men, who had the financial means to offer some form of reward, whereas the younger, less affluent men could only provide empty flattery. In contrast, she found herself believing that aligning with a middle-aged gentleman for a handsome sum would be her best option. She had settled on an arrangement, a year of companionship for $2 million, which was a reasonable price, especially if it came with the perks of living in such a grand residence. The gentleman had already promised to pay over $100,000, and she understood the arrangement was merely framed as tuition fees. What she had anticipated was encountering a rival. Upon seeing Luo Lanlan, who exuded a completely different kind of healthy beauty, she felt a twinge of surprise despite her mental preparation. What was this gentleman thinking? It was only natural that such a wealthy man would attract various women, particularly those who were young and beautiful, making him a prime target for their affections. "Hello, Mr. Lin." A serene yet impeccably courteous smile graced Lin Tian's face as he approached. "Hello, Teacher Shun," he greeted, gently shaking Shun's hand. "Thank you for your assistance in procuring this piano. Although I am not well versed in piano matters, having the store owner personally come to tune it must have been quite a favor. I insist on treating you to lunch nearby. By the way, Manager 1, I believe there is a hotel in your vicinity. Could you kindly reserve a table for us, preferably one that can provide delivery to my home?" "Certainly," Manager 1 responded with immediate enthusiasm. "Mr. Lin, rest assured, I will ensure the finest chef is assigned to this task." "Ah, I apologize," Zhu Yinshi interjected, somewhat taken aback. "There's no need for such gestures. I am merely here to install the piano, and I insist you do not go to such lengths on my behalf." "Zhu boss, you are far too modest. It is only right that I arrange a meal for you after you selected such a remarkable piano for me. Please, do not stand on ceremony. A friend of Teacher Shun is a friend of mine. Moreover, I have just signed a 1-year contract with Teacher Shun, and I am utterly committed to my piano studies." With that, Lin Tian confidently approached the meticulously tuned piano and seated himself gracefully upon the bench. His movements were elegant and fluid, as if he and the piano were already in perfect harmony. Adjusting his posture, he placed his hands delicately upon the keys, inhaled deeply, and then a beautiful melody flowed effortlessly from his fingertips, reminiscent of a gentle stream. Lin Tian's playing was remarkably skilled. Each note resonated with precision, devoid of any flaw. His fingerwork was both accurate and nimble, rendering the entire piece both smooth and emotive. Though for release is considered an advanced piece for amateurs, Lin Tian's performance was akin to that of a seasoned concert pianist. Teacher Shun had only just taught him the complete score and fingering the previous evening. Yet here he was, demonstrating such proficiency after merely a night's practice, leaving her utterly astounded. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes and heard it with her own ears, she would never have believed that this man was once a complete novice, utterly ignorant of the piano. Meanwhile, Zhu Yinshi, standing nearby, could hardly conceive that this was the work of someone who had only begun to learn mere days ago. This gentleman had a rather refined approach to courting women, and she was thoroughly impressed. Evidently, he had honed his piano skills for the sake of a lady. She was convinced that Lin Tian was not the beginner Shun had described. Who would believe such a story? Nevertheless, she masked her disbelief, attentively listening, as she sought to cultivate a relationship with someone of his caliber. With his evident wealth, he belonged to a class far superior to her father, who had only just crossed the 100 million threshold. Beside them, Luo Lanlan observed with curiosity, unclear of Lin Tian's prior skill level, but sensing that his goals were likely similar to her own in dance. After all, when seeking a teacher, one would ideally want someone of university professor caliber, preferably older and more experienced. This Teacher Shun, having just graduated from university like herself, could not possibly be that remarkable. Uncertainty gnawed at her. She regretted not having acted sooner, contemplating whether being more proactive might have prevented someone else from encroaching upon this grand opportunity. She couldn't help but feel a twinge of insecurity in comparison to others' beauty. Yet, despite her internal musings, she wore a smile, engaging earnestly with Teacher Shun and applauding joyously at the conclusion of Lin Tian's performance. Lin Tian discreetly acknowledged the system's reward. This was an effective communication, a successful interaction with dual objectives under the same scenario. The system rewarded him with bonuses of 650,000 from his target, Shunshinga, and 870,000 from Luo Lanlan, resulting in an increase in their favorability ratings, Shun now at 65 and Luo at an impressive 87. These real-time rewards were directly linked to both level and affection metrics. Additionally, he received 1 vial of charisma perfume and 1 aura of virtue reward. The rewards did not accumulate despite the presence of competitive tension. Evidently, the system was unconcerned with such evaluations. After completing the piece, Shunshinga tested the piano herself, confirming it was flawless. Lin Tian promptly transferred 150,000 for the piano purchase to Zhu Yinshi. Teacher Shun, This piano room is now under your purview. It is still quite empty. So feel free to propose a design plan or arrange for someone to decorate it. I will cover the expenses. After all, you will be working here for at least a year. Lin Tian smiled. The room was spacious, approximately 50 to 60 square meters, embodying a classical architectural style with a monochromatic black and gray palette. The previous decor, infused with bamboo and plum blossoms, harmonized seamlessly with the piano's presence. Very well, Mr. Lin, Shunqinga replied with delight. I shall see to it that the room is adorned to your satisfaction. Oh, and Teacher Shun, your home is quite a distance from here. I have recently acquired this property, which has many rooms, and I seldom stay here. You may select a room for yourself, essentially treating it as a teacher's lodging. You and Teacher Lan Lan can explore and settle on a room you like. My housekeeper, Su Mei, will return shortly. You can discuss the arrangements with her. As he spoke, Lin Tian led Shunqinga, Zhu Yunshi, and Luo Lan Lan on a tour around the expansive estate, which boasted a garden of over 700 square meters and numerous rooms. The opulence of this estate left Zhu Yunshi envious. Growing up in Hangzhou and frequently visiting Suzhou, she had always harbored a deep affection for gardens, often fantasizing about owning a grand estate with one. Observing the intricate pavilions and bridges, her admiration was palpable. Shunqinga's thoughts crystallized. Having grown up in her aunt's household, she was well acquainted with tales of the affluent from various epochs and cultures. It seemed that every aspiring female artist ultimately found her destiny intertwined with the wealthy. What purpose did studying music serve otherwise? It was improbable she would become a professor or a full-time teacher. These contemplations had not formed overnight. They were the result of a long, gradual realization. The right opportunity had simply not presented itself until now. To Shunqinga, Mr. Lin was a successful individual endowed with musical talent, a far cry from the frivolous individuals she had encountered. Though Lin Tian's physique had become somewhat portly, he was actively working to reshape himself, even hiring a fitness coach. Wealthy gentlemen certainly knew how to indulge. As noon approached, Manager Wen arrived with the prepared meal. Transported in a specially designed warming vehicle, 2 chefs and 2 servers brought forth a spread of 8 dishes and 2 soups, featuring local home-style cuisine and Lin Tian's favored northeastern dishes, sweet and sour pork, braised carp, chicken stewed with mushrooms, and minced eggplant. These were Lin Tian's selections, accompanied by stir-fried bamboo shoots, West Lake vinegar fish, spicy river shrimp, and dompa pork. The meal was complemented by 4 types of staple foods, including Lin Tian's preferred northern dumplings. Zhu Yunshi felt no inclination to be slighted. Although the dishes were not gourmet, she savored every bite, relishing the fact that she was being entertained in the home of a top-tier magnate. To be hosted by such a wealthy individual indicated a relationship of considerable closeness. This indicates that Lin Tian did not regard her as an outsider. After finishing their meal, Lin Tian glanced at the time, picked up his bag, and departed, leaving Roland and Shunqinga to arrange their own plans. He informed them that Xu Mei would return shortly, and they could discuss the specifics among themselves. As for money, it should indeed be displayed to women. Lin Tian could not recall where he had encountered this phrase, yet he now regarded it as a truth. Money ought to be spent, but certainly not in an indiscriminate manner akin to a sycophant. The current situation was far more favorable, with both target individuals likely feeling a mix of anticipation and uncertainty. Although Lin Tian had not received any rewards for reading the room within the system, his decade-long experience as a property manager and his numerous matchmaking endeavors had equipped him with the ability to observe such nuances. Money is truly a remarkable thing. A simple meal costing less than 2,000 yuan, including service fees, was a far cry from his previous reluctance to host gatherings exceeding 1,000. A home-cooked meal, accompanied by 3 beautiful women. What was it they said? A feast for the eyes. Indeed, that idiom encapsulated his sentiment perfectly. If all went as he hoped, such treatment would become a regular occurrence for him, Lin Tian. Once again, an effective communication led to a reward of 1.52 million from the 2 target individuals combined, adding another 3.04 million to his balance that morning. How little did this meal truly cost? At 12:30 p.m., Lin Tian hailed a taxi to arrive at Shirlua's university entrance, where she had just finished her lunch, waiting for him while glancing around. Mr. Lin, good afternoon, she greeted, her smile radiating warmth, her previous worries seemingly lifted. Chapter 24. Could you lend me 200,000? Shirluo had received 10,000 yuan the previous day, leaving her somewhat anxious, as many people typically paid for tutoring sessions in installments of 5 or 10 classes, or even per lesson. Yet, Mr. Lin had generously given her payment for 50 sessions all at once, leaving her profoundly moved. After receiving the money, she promptly sent 8,000 back home to her mother, keeping 2,000 for her own living expenses. Her mother's illness was worsening, and she was acutely aware of the burden her university education placed on their finances. She knew that people as kind as Mr. Lin were few and far between. I apologize, Mr. Lin. I shouldn't disturb your afternoon rest. Would it be better to reschedule for the evening? No, midday will suffice. I'm not tired. As long as you're not fatigued, it's fine. Why not take a proper meal after a morning of classes? You seem to be pushing yourself excessively. What is the reason? Lin Tian surmised that this young woman must be facing difficulties, as her frail appearance suggested malnutrition. As they conversed, they found a shaded stone bench beneath a tree to sit and open their books. Me? Sherluo hesitated, uncertain whether to speak or remain silent. Meeting Lin Tian's gaze, she sensed his integrity and kindness, prompting her to share her story. When Sherluo was in her first year of high school, her father passed away in a car accident. The compensation money largely went to repaying debts, with the remainder used for her mother's medical treatment. She had financed her university tuition through loans from relatives and part-time jobs. And now her mother's health was deteriorating rapidly. She was determined to continue her studies for as long as possible. What illness does your mother have? Liver disease. Sherluo's face was clouded with melancholy, despair evident in her eyes as tears streamed down her cheeks. I'm sorry, Mr. Lin. I shouldn't let my situation interfere with your lessons. Let us proceed with class. Hold on. What stage is your mother's liver disease? Is it cirrhosis or liver cancer? Is surgery or other treatments possible? Money is not an issue. I can assist you. Lin Tian felt a surge of compassion for this young girl, observing her tear-streaked face. Help me? Really? My mother has liver cancer. After the last examination, the doctor said it is operable, but we need to go to a major hospital in Beijing, as the surgeries here in our county are inadequate. I've heard the expert fees are exorbitant, and I can't even gather over 10,000 for the surgery, so I haven't dared to inquire further. As she spoke, her voice grew softer, feeling an overwhelming sense of unfiliality for being unable to save her mother. Then we must not delay. Let us set aside the foreign language class for now. I will transfer 1 million to you right away. You should take your mother to Beijing to see the specialists. Whatever treatment is necessary should be pursued, and if you need my assistance, I am more than willing to help. We can postpone the class for now. I will transfer the funds immediately. Your mother's health is paramount. Sherluo could hardly believe her ears. Her large eyes sparkled with joy as she grasped Lin Tian's hand. Uncle Lin, you truly will help me? Her gaze flitted across Lin Tian's face, seeking confirmation of his sincerity. 1 million. The treatment likely won't require that much unless a liver transplant is necessary. She looked at Lin Tian, a realization dawning upon her. In an instant, she found herself reluctant to accept the money, chastising herself internally. Her mother had raised her. Now was the time to repay that debt. She could not back down. Lin Tian nodded. I have transferred the funds to you via WeChat. Go now. You may need to process a leave of absence or take a long break from school. But return home to care for your mother without worry. When I have the opportunity, I may even visit you in Beijing. What about your foreign language class? It's perfectly fine. You can resume it upon your return. Will that not interfere with your work? I feel terrible. I've already accepted your money. Also, the funds you've lent me, I fear I may never be able to repay them. What if I truly need to use 1 million? The young girl's breath quickened, her face reddening as she struggled to articulate her feelings of indebtedness, wishing to express her willingness to repay him through hard work, yet finding the words elusive. Lin Tian chuckled. All right. I believe you were implying that you wish to repay me, correct? That can certainly be arranged. But let us wait until your mother's condition improves or she fully recovers. You are a thoughtful and grateful girl. Otherwise, I would not have chosen to assist you. Would I? As for my language studies, I can make alternative arrangements without you needing to worry. Now, let us conclude today's lesson. You should promptly organize your trip home. With that, he stood and walked away. If he lingered, she might have continued to express unnecessary sentiments. And he strode confidently into the crowd, disappearing from sight. Sherluo watched Lin Tian's tall figure recede, tears cascading down her cheeks. She never expected that through a tutoring job, she would meet the greatest benefactor of her life. She believed herself to be unattractive aside from her face, small and slender, and not particularly appealing. Although Lin Tian's gaze contained a hint of attraction, it merely indicated his normal inclinations. Luo, what are you doing here? A voice from behind interrupted her thoughts. Are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to hot pot chicken. No, thank you. Sherluo turned to face the male student who had approached her, a classmate from her freshman year who had been pursuing her both openly and subtly. I need to go to the school to handle some leave of absence paperwork. I must return home to care for my mother. The boy was taken aback, his complexion paling. What is wrong with your mother? My mother has a severe illness, liver cancer. Summoning courage, she stated the diagnosis, testing the boy's reaction. Oh, I don't have any money. Besides, we're just ordinary classmates. I can't lend you anything. Upon uttering those words, the young man wore a visage of embarrassment. His spirit visibly shattered as he fled. Sherluo observed him with an enigmatic smile, contemplating the fleeting nature of youth and the eternal elusiveness of love as she beheld his departing figure. As afternoon approached and the workday commenced, Sherluo sought out the student affairs office to explain her situation. The office exhibited considerable understanding and flexibility, deciding against processing her leave of absence. Instead, they advised her to return home to care for her ailing mother, with the stipulation that if the situation extended beyond 6 months, they would revisit the matter. However, it was imperative that Sherluo diligently self-study to keep pace with her classes and qualify for the final examinations. Elated, Sherluo bowed in gratitude to the school leaders before hastily packing her belongings and rushing back to her hometown, occasionally glancing at the lengthy balance displayed in her WeChat. Not long after Lin Tian exited the university gates, he received delightful news regarding the upgrade of target number 3. Chapter 25, A Risky Endeavor. System notification. Host has completed the L2 level task, achieving the required friendship level. Target Sherluo acknowledges the host as a friend. Reward, 1 million yuan. System notification. Completion of target Sherluo's upgrade reward, a bottle of arcane perfume, unlocking Sherluo's level 2 cash flow of 50, with a total of 1 million yuan. The host has completed the second level 2 task, receiving special rewards, 1 point for physical attribute enhancement and 1 point for wisdom enhancement. System notification. Level upgrade for target number 3 completed. Material reward, a mineral company from a northern province. Please collect it in a timely manner. Special reward. The host's benevolence has elevated their English proficiency to a college level 6, enabling basic communication skills. Sherluo's primary forte lay in the realm of English, and her current capabilities were roughly aligned with this level. Thus, the system had bestowed such a reward. Lin Tian assessed the situation succinctly and concluded as much. System reward. Effective communication X1. Reward, 800,000 yuan. Sherluo's favorability rating skyrocketed from a mere 30 to an impressive 80 overnight. This swift ascent was somewhat anticipated by Lin Tian, yet it also caught him slightly off guard. While he had anticipated an increase in favorability, he did not foresee it would occur with such rapidity. Although several intermediate levels lacked rewards, the favorability had already reached its zenith, rendering subsequent events a matter of course. Lin Tian felt a profound sense of accomplishment, having aided a deserving and admirable young woman. For him, 1 million yuan was merely the result of effective communication. Yet for Sherluo, it represented a lifeline, an amount she could scarcely hope to earn in a lifetime. The system's rating mechanism proved reliable. Lin Tian harbored no concerns that she might abscond with the funds, as a person of deep filial piety would inherently value integrity. Upon returning by taxi, he encountered Su Mei, who had just completed the vehicle paperwork. The dealership had dispatched 3 salespersons to bring back the newly arrived cars. To Lin Tian's surprise, Zhu Yunshi had not yet departed. In fact, she had not intended to leave. Upon hearing that Su Mei was there to collect the car on behalf of Mr. Lin, her curiosity piqued regarding what kind of luxury vehicle this northern magnate would procure. Shortly thereafter, Su Mei returned with 3 vehicles. She drove a BMW Mini, while her family also owned a Bentley, an ostentatious display from her father, seldom used. The Bentley, a limited edition executive model, was valued at 12 million yuan. The latest Ferrari Roma 2025, a stunning blue sports car, cost 6 million yuan. The Maserati MC20, also a new model in a deep purple hue, was priced at 3 million yuan. It was evident that Mr. Lin likely intended the latter 2 vehicles as gifts for the 2 lovely ladies. He himself would probably use the black executive model. The total cost of the 3 vehicles amounted to over 20 million yuan, and Lin Tian appeared as if he had merely instructed Su Mei to fetch 3 cabbages from the market. This was the essence of true wealth. Unlike his own father, who treated a 7-year-old used Bentley as a prized possession, hoarding it in the garage for 30 days a month, Mr. Lin didn't even need to be present for the car purchase. Even Shen Qingge and Luo Lanlan, despite being young women, were utterly captivated by the 2 exquisite sports cars. They had occasionally witnessed such vehicles at their school's entrance, understanding that they were typically not driven by mere chauffeurs, but rather by second-generation elites who didn't need such ostentation to affirm their status. Wooing a girl could be accomplished with just a few words. There was no need for extravagant cars. The ones who fell for such displays were often those of lesser experience or those who valued superficiality. Shen Qingge didn't deign to acknowledge true second-generation elites, while Luo Lanlan, being carefree and having spent much time honing her dance skills, was merely curious about the spectacle. As Lin Tian returned with the 3 vehicles, Shen Qingge seemed to piece together the situation, maintaining her composure. In contrast, Luo Lanlan, oblivious to the nuances, exclaimed in excitement, eagerly surveying the surroundings. Due to geographical constraints, the parking spaces were limited, Only 2 garages were available for the 3 cars. Sume promptly contacted Manager 1 to negotiate the rental price for parking spaces, 30,000 yuan a space for 10 years, and secured 2 additional spaces. The 3 vehicles were all imported, and shortly after parking them, Lin Tian returned home from his foreign language studies. Mr. Lin, the cars have been processed. Here are the documents, Sume reported promptly. No need to hand them to me. Keep them for now. From this day forth, you shall be our chief steward. Lin Tian jested, pushing the documents back towards her. Oh, by the way, it seems I've yet to discuss your salary, dear chief steward. How much is considered appropriate for a house steward in the southern regions? Please provide a reference. The refined and gentle manager one glanced at Su Mei and smiled. Mr. Lin, there is no standardized market for this role. A house steward doesn't have the same market-driven pricing as a property manager. However, from my understanding, individuals of your stature typically employ relatives as house stewards, with annual salaries generally ranging from 500,000 to 1 million yuan, with various benefits differing accordingly. Very well. Sume, you've executed these recent tasks excellently. I hereby officially appoint you as my personal steward, with a starting annual salary of 600,000 yuan. What do you think? Thank you, Mr. Lin. Sume was overjoyed, thrilled at the prospect of serving Mr. Lin. This amounted to a monthly salary of 50,000 yuan. Although this figure was somewhat less than what Luo Lanlan earned, she felt immensely satisfied. After all, she was merely a student of the Chinese language, unable to secure even a teaching position or any employment, had it not been for her culinary skills and knack for organizing household affairs. Such a high-paying job would have been beyond her reach. 600,000. Zhu Yunshi was thoroughly impressed. Her family had employed a nanny when she was younger, but that arrangement vanished as she grew older, and the concept of a house steward seemed foreign to her. By the way, Manager 1, as my household expands, you happen to have personnel resources. Please assist Steward Su in setting up my large residence, ensuring that the dance studio and piano room can be operational within this week, and that all rooms are ready for occupancy and rest. As for costs, I'm unsure how to calculate them. You two can devise a comprehensive budget. I have some urgent matters to attend to up north, so I trust you will manage things here. Thank you. You're leaving? Upon hearing the news that their employer was departing, Shen Qingge, Luo Lanlan, and Su Mei simultaneously felt a twinge of anxiety. Zhu Yunshi was also taken aback. But she quickly understood, for individuals of such wealth often had numerous pressing matters to attend to. Mr. Lin's newly found leisure and elegance would likely be disrupted by work commitments. Just a minor issue, Lin Tian said, looking at them with a smile. Qingge Lanlan, if you have no objections, would you care to join me on this brief trip? No problem at all. Luo Lanlan straightened her posture, initially thinking Mr. Lin would be away for a lengthy period. Now, the prospect of accompanying him excited her. I'm free too. Shen Qingge smiled slightly and inquired, when are we leaving? Should we tidy up a bit? The two exchanged glances, and with a mutual smile and nod, they turned to look at Lin Tian. Zhu Yunshi observed keenly, her heart racing at the thought that this might be the commencement of a harem rivalry. Previously, she had only witnessed such scenes on television. She had never anticipated that a mere visit to accompany someone delivering a piano would unveil the competitive glances exchanged between 2 stunningly beautiful women, offering a glimpse into the lives of the affluent. Lin Tian's thoughts were straightforward. He resolved that he must include them in his plans. The prospect of having these enchanting women by his side was delightful, but more importantly, they represented a tangible source of wealth, akin to a lucrative ATM. Chapter 26. I stepped on your foot again. We'll set off tomorrow. We should drive. My primary destination is the provincial capital in the north, where I need to handle some paperwork for a mining company in person. Lin Tian took a moment to survey the 3 newly acquired vehicles, only feeling a slight disappointment with the Bentley, which was barely adequate for 3 passengers. In the afternoon, Shen Qingge departed with Zhu Yunshi, returning to prepare for her journey and to purchase some autumn clothing suitable for the northern climate. On the way, Zhu Yunshi expressed her admiration, emphasizing that such discreet yet wealthy individuals were indeed prime assets that must be seized, regardless of Lin Tian's marital status. Shen Qingge should take the risk. Shen Qingge, with a clear mind, recognized that her circumstances differed from Zhu Yunshi's. Their backgrounds and economic statuses were not comparable. Whether she chose to be a lover or a kept woman, her priority was to secure a future free from financial worries. For a woman like her, the only swift path forward was to select a dependable man for a few years. In the past, she had scoffed at such notions. However, after enduring life's trials, she no longer rejected them. Having found her own opportunity, she knew she must seize it decisively. Over the past year, far too many incidents had unfolded among her classmates. Some had fallen victim to unscrupulous male peers who abandoned them after seducing them under the pretense of romance. while others had been courted by wealthy benefactors only to contract illnesses. Many ordinary girls graduated only to face unemployment, returning home to scorn from their parents and relatives, struggling to find any work, let alone respectable employment, with some even facing difficulties in affording meals. Fortunately, her foundational qualities were strong, even without her musical skills. She could rely on her looks. What did it matter if she had to sacrifice her dignity? Yet, what kind of woman did Mr. Lin truly desire? Throughout the morning, she analyzed Roland Lan and Su Mei. In her eyes, Su Mei was also quite distinctive, notably youthful. The most significant observation was that both women shared a similar accent with Lin Tian, leaving her uncertain about their true relationship. Roland Lan's characteristics were evident. She exuded health and vitality. And what about herself? Was she the cool, elegant, young and talented woman? While listening to Zhu Yunshi's complaints, she quietly assessed her own role. The piano was one aspect. What was crucial was to leave a memorable impression. After alighting from the car and briefly tidying her home, she packed simple, unbranded clothing, nothing extravagant, opting for two modest, refreshing outfits reminiscent of a neighborly style to fit into her suitcase. Having encountered Xinqinga before and being spurred by Su Mei's presence, Roland Lan no longer lingered on trivialities, including the potential rumors of being a mistress. Could earning $1 million make her a social media sensation? Yet, with so many aspiring dancers, how many actually became renowned influencers? In the current climate, merely having a few followers to witness a dance was a minor achievement. The era of gaining fame without exceptional talent had long passed. The prospects of performing for pay were slim. Perhaps teaching at an institution would prevent starvation? Xinqinga's impact on her was profound, amplifying her sense of urgency. The moment the coldly alluring music teacher departed, Roland Lan finally felt a breath of relief. Su Mei and Lin Tian discussed the renovations of the large house, delegating most tasks to Manager 1. Whether it was Green City or Huayao Real Estate, both were reputable property developers in Hangzhou, and they aimed for a straightforward renovation with a total budget of $5 million. Let us proceed with this plan. I prefer a simpler style rather than extravagant complexity. Lin Tian transferred the $5 million earmarked for the house to Su Mei, leaving a balance of 670,000. It was ironic. While he had money, it seemed to dwindle in his pockets. Conversely, although he appeared wealthy with a large house and 3 luxury cars, surrounded by beautiful women, he noticed Roland Lan spinning in place and was momentarily captivated. As if by instinct, Roland Lan approached with a smile, saying, "Uncle Lin, why don't I teach you how to dance the slow 4-step this afternoon, since we have time to spare?" "Sounds great." It was as if fate had intervened. This girl had a keen sense. Yes, you need to wrap your arm around my waist, lower a bit more, perfect. Is it painful? Sorry, Lan Lan. I stepped on your foot again. Lin Tian had no foundation in ballroom dancing. He repeatedly stumbled, stepping on Roland Lan's foot several times, with her phone providing the accompaniment. They embraced, learning and practicing step by step. After several minutes, Lin Tian finally grasped the technique and ceased stepping on his partner's feet. Now, he could finally turn his attention to the lovely young woman before him. With barely a foot separating them, they drew closer, the door discreetly closed by Su Mei, leaving only the two of them in the expansive dance studio, slowly finding new rhythms in each other's hands. Eventually, Roland Lan, unwilling to miss this exquisite opportunity, inched closer until she nestled against Lin Tian, gently resting in his embrace. Ding! Without the need for words, Roland Lan had completed her 3rd-level task. The system evaluating their relationship as having surpassed mere friendship, with rewards promptly awarded. System notification: the host has completed the L3 level task of achieving the appropriate level of affection for a romantic relationship with Roland Lan, who now acknowledges the host as her boyfriend, granting a reward of 10 million yuan. System notification: completion of the 3rd target level upgrade rewards. A bottle of Love Essence perfume and unlocking of Roland Lan's 3rd-level cash reward of 500, totaling 10 million yuan. The host has completed their first 3rd-level target task, receiving special rewards of 2 points in bodily attributes and 2 points in wisdom attributes. System notification: completion of the 2nd target level upgrade, with material rewards including 10 shares of original stock from a foreign tech company. Please collect promptly. Special reward: the host has become shrewd, achieving a world-class standard in international dance. Roland Lan's primary specialty was dance, and as she taught, the special reward reflected her expertise in international dance, albeit with little practical utility. System reward: effective communication 1 time, rewarding 8 million yuan. The ongoing dance lesson was indeed counted as effective communication. Initially, Lin Tian believed he would likely only earn a few $100,000 to replenish his cash flow, but he was astonished to discover that Roland Lan's passive skills were unexpectedly powerful. Upon upgrading, they multiplied tenfold, yielding rewards in the millions. The rewards for passing the level amounted to 10 million, and the effective communication netted him 8 million. In the span of a dance, his balance surged beyond 20 million. Checking his phone, he found the balance had exceeded 67 million. This figure was enough to astonish Lin Tian, despite his mental preparation. The reality of the notification sent his adrenaline soaring. Among the material rewards, he also received 10 shares of a tech company's original stock, the exact value of which remained uncertain as he was unaware of the company's identity. The total of body attribute points has reached 8, and the intelligence attribute stands at 6. Lin Tian, however, decides not to rush into the specifics of their application. There is still ample time to enhance his physical prowess. But perhaps the 6 points in intelligence could be utilized at this moment. He opens the system's instructions. Chapter 27. All must be obtained. The system's explanation regarding the utilization of intelligence attributes is rather straightforward. Any capability related to cognitive faculties can be employed. For instance, his memory, which currently languishes below 55, has yet to meet the passing standard. Could this deficiency be attributed to the onset of middle age? Lin Tian vaguely recalls that during his university days, his memory was not this dismal. Logical ability is another facet of intelligence, predominantly manifesting in logical reasoning. In percentage terms, Lin Tian's logical capacity barely registers at 40. It seems he lacks even the aptitude of an average individual. To have managed to acquire the system after 99 matchmaking attempts is no small feat in any case. Such opportunities will arise frequently in the future. He allocates 5 points to memory and 1 point to logic, a meager yet hopeful enhancement. His memory has tentatively improved, and he wonders if it might prove somewhat beneficial. As he embraces Roland Lawn, they engage in a close-knit national dance, swaying together and savoring the beauty of youth, experiencing a sensation previously unknown to him. Just days prior, he could scarcely have imagined that one day he would be dancing so intimately with a beauty like Roland Lawn. The warmth of her presence is intoxicating, particularly when his hands brush just below her waist, feeling the delightful softness. "Uncle Lin, may I be your girlfriend?" Roland Lawn whispers near his ear, her voice barely audible, her shyness making her almost inaudible. With that, she turns and tightly wraps her arms around his waist, pressing herself against him, conveying her determination through her actions. "All right," Lin Tian replies with a smile, gently adjusting a strand of her hair with his right hand. Without high heels, she stands nearly as tall as he does, and with her thick-soled sneakers, he finds himself slightly shorter. When she suddenly tilts her head up, their eyes meet, and as she hears his affirmative response, she exhales deeply, capturing his lips with hers. Caught off guard by this unexpected turn of events, Lin Tian had not anticipated such a moment, especially since it had been at least a decade since his last kiss. Or perhaps this is the first genuine kiss of his life. The memory of that one disastrous month with his ex-wife, during which he likely shared a kiss while she had garlic on her breath, fades in comparison. The sweetness of the moment is beyond description. Having never experienced such an assertive advance from a young woman, he finds himself retreating, only to be gently pressed against the wall by Roland Lawn. Though she is also inexperienced, her boldness is infectious, and the thrill of the encounter drives her to take further action, leaving Lin Tian feeling as if the world is spinning. "Giggle, Uncle Lin. You're not also a novice, are you?" They inadvertently bite each other's lips, both covering their faces in embarrassment, their cheeks flushed. Haha, I wouldn't call myself a novice, but this skill certainly feels unfamiliar," Lin Tian admits awkwardly. "Uncle, please, don't call me that anymore. Just call me Lin Tian. Or Lin Gu. Tian Gu." Lin Tian teases. "I wish I could return to your age. Being young is wonderful." Realization suddenly dawns on Roland Lawn, her face turning crimson. "No, that is, brother, her typically carefree demeanor clashes comically with her current flustered expression, leaving Lin Tian both amused and perplexed. "Hey, what do you mean by that? I do need to try to determine my capabilities," he banters playfully. "Why not give it a shot?" No, at least not here. We're still outside, looking at houses," Roland Lawn exclaims, startled. The previous encounter had already breached her psychological boundaries, and she was not prepared to push further. She quickly extricates herself, hurrying to the door to adjust her outfit, straightening herself before stepping out of the dance studio. Lin Tian lingers for a moment, savoring the taste of a feeling he had never experienced during his school days. The sensation of being embraced by a lovely young woman is infinitely more delightful than any escapade at a karaoke bar with hired companions. Over the years, Lin Tian had no inclination toward monasticism. Whenever the need arose, he had frequented some establishments, but never more than thrice in 7 years. And the last visit was nearly 4 years ago. Despite his struggles, he is still a normal man with desires. Today marks the first time he has ventured into this realm. Su Mei, keeping track of time, estimates that the two have been dancing for over 40 minutes. "Are you done?" Upon seeing Roland Lan emerge, she immediately sizes her up, realizing that the girl's demeanor is not as she had anticipated. Although Su Mei has never experienced such intimacy herself, her intuition as a woman allows her to sense the difference. She muses. What was that really? 40 minutes. And aside from dancing, what else transpired? I've been standing guard outside for you too. Su Mei states seriously, having sent everyone else away except for herself. We kissed. Roland Lan replies shyly, her gaze lowered as she fiddles with her clothes, unable to meet Su Mei's eyes. Roland Lan, do you think this is middle or high school? You're not a child anymore. You're in your 20s, dating. I'm incredulous. Su Mei sighs, shaking her head. Your competitors will not leave you any opportunities. Who knows? You might just become Mrs. Lin. At that moment, Lin Tian exits the dance studio, agreeing to Su Mei's proposed plan, entrusting her with full responsibility. The system rewards him with another effective communication bonus, totaling 10 million yuan, marking the peak of the third tier. His affinity has now reached 89, signifying the utmost stage of a romantic relationship, with Roland Lan nearly defenseless in this regard. A further step would elevate their intimacy to the fourth level. The fifth level, defined by 100 points of affinity, is termed eternal love, promising a cash reward of 100 million for bearing children. It seems that Roland Lan's ultimate goal is within reach. The system has provided a crucial reminder. Targets with a fourth level intimacy or higher will no longer receive random communication rewards. The fourth level guarantees a fixed monthly reward of 20 million, while the fifth level entails a 100 million cash prize upon conception, followed by a steady monthly reward of 30 million. To secure the 50 million reward, one prerequisite remains. The affinity must not drop below the threshold. The fixed monthly payments resemble the subsidies provided by the state for childbirth. This implies that without advancing their intimacy, the random rewards will not surpass those of the fourth and fifth levels. However, what normal man, faced with a girl of Roland Lan's caliber, would willingly retreat? When it comes to choices, adults desire both wealth and beauty. The system offers multiple objectives. Some may serve as a cash-generating beauty machine, others as avenues for family and children without hindrance. Having settled these matters, Lin Tian finally emerges from the dance studio and examines the newly acquired car. He intends to let someone else drive the sports car, as he prefers the limited edition Bentley MB. The brand, Wan Ming Che, has successfully secured a blue license plate through a special channel. According to the dealership's introduction, this vehicle is globally limited to only 12 units, currently priced at 13 million yuan. It features a 60-liter W12 twin-turbocharged engine, capable of reaching a top speed of 322 kilometers per hour. This is more than sufficient. It was provided by the system, after all, not something I purchased. After taking it for a spin, I found the driving experience to be incredibly smooth. Not to mention, Lin Tian's Harvard cannot compare. Even the Mercedes-Benz and Audi A6 I've driven before pale in comparison. Chapter 28, A Life at Stake. Roland Lan appeared tense as she stepped aside to calm her racing heart. By the time she returned, her demeanor had returned to normal, as if she had never displayed any assertiveness or arrogance in the dance studio. She exuded an energy incomparable to that of other girls, captivating Lin Tian's attention. Su Mei observed her friend, who seemed half satisfied with her progress, unsure of what to say. Now that she had chosen to stay behind to handle the renovations, she worried whether Roland Lan would manage her own affairs. That girl named Xinqing Gu was no saint. Two women vying for one man could lead to dire consequences. In a while, they would need to procure some daily necessities and food. The drive from Hangzhou to Songcheng would take at least 2 days, covering over 800 kilometers. Traffic congestion could complicate matters. As Su Mei organized the details, she muttered to herself, realizing that being the chief steward was no simple task. All these responsibilities fell upon her shoulders. Turning around, she noticed Roland Lan and Lin Tian had already settled into the back seat of the car, seemingly engrossed in adjusting something. Su Mei's imagination conjured a vivid scene, causing her face to flush. Never mind, I'll handle this myself. Lin Tian had no intention of hiring a full-time driver for the moment, even if it would present a more affluent image. The primary reason was that having a driver and bodyguard complicated many matters, and he was simply unaccustomed to it. A Bentley was a vehicle meant for him to drive personally. Perhaps when he had a larger family in the future, he would reconsider. After acquiring the new car, he took the 2 young ladies to a large supermarket. They filled a sizable bag with disposable bedding, milk, bread, and instant sausages before heading to the checkout. Suddenly, Lin Tian felt that the woman at the register looked somewhat familiar. Moments later, he recognized her. The woman also recognized Lin Tian, surprised to encounter him here. Her expression shifted uncomfortably as she noticed the girl beside him, who seemed to have a rather familiar rapport. Hello, Wang Li. Fancy seeing you again. Lin Tian greeted with a smile. Lin Tian, what brings you here? She queried. Just picking up some food and drinks. I'll be heading back to my hometown tomorrow. Lin Tian replied, filled with gratitude towards this, his 99th blind date, for her role in his current good fortune. This is, Wang Li inquired, noticing Roland Lan's arm linked with Lin Tian's. A stunning beauty with a model-like physique was clinging to a middle-aged man of modest means. She could hardly believe her eyes. Just 4 days prior, this man had appeared despondent during their blind date, and now he had managed to charm a young lady? I'm Lin Gu's girlfriend, Roland Lan, she declared, having discerned the situation. Lin Tian must know this cashier. While somewhat attractive, she appeared too aged, her heavy makeup giving her a rather ghastly look. Though her thought process was different, she was quick to react, smiling as she leaned closer to Lin Tian. Girlfriend? How is that even possible? Wang Li scoffed, shaking her head. Young lady, be cautious. There are many con artists around. I'm willing, Roland Lan smiled brightly. I'm happy to be deceived by Lin Gu. Now, hurry and ring us up. We have things to do, right, darling? With that, she playfully pecked Lin Tian on the cheek. Surprised gasps filled the air from nearby staff and shoppers, followed by laughter. Wang Li's face flushed with anger. But realizing it was work hours, she had little interaction with Lin Tian. She wanted to say more, but feared it would disrupt her work. She could only shoot a piercing glare at the young girl, feeling unappreciated for her kindness. Roland Lan smiled back. Thank you, no need to worry. Lin Tian attempted to interject, but the two women did not afford him the opportunity. He had intended to express his gratitude to Wang Li, as she was the catalyst for the system that had changed his life. However, it seemed unnecessary now. This woman still wore her high and mighty glasses, so let her be. Wang Li felt a knot in her stomach. It was unlikely these two were merely acting, as Lin Tian was unaware of her job at this supermarket and certainly had not hired a model to provoke her. How could this seemingly ordinary property employee, earning less than $10,000 a month and overseeing a dozen security and cleaning staff, possibly attract such a beautiful girl? Before long, during her break, she called a relative. After settling the bill, they drove back to the Tiankong Xian Chung residential complex. Lin Tian had only one parking space. After a brief greeting, he parked the new car in the vacant spot. Sume had already prepared dinner upon her early return. Lin Gu, shall we do some exercise before dinner? Since we have some free time, I'm worried there won't be time or a place to train tomorrow on the road. What do you say? Roland Lan, donned in form-fitting yoga attire, showcased her alluring figure, her exquisite curves no longer concealed, her hair styled in a bun, and her graceful neck reminiscent of a swan. Sounds great, Lin Tian smiled. Teacher Lan Lan is quite diligent and rigorous in her studies. After changing into workout shorts and a t-shirt, he returned to the living room where the beautiful coach provided one-on-one guidance, correcting his posture in various static exercises, utilizing equipment for strength and form training. Wow, Lin Gu, you've made significant progress. This movement is quite challenging. I didn't expect you to grasp it so quickly. And it doesn't seem to tire you out as it would for most people who would struggle to hold the position for even a few seconds, Roland Lan noted. Impressed by Lin Tian's remarkable improvement. Many moves typically required at least a month of practice, yet he was able to learn and maintain them swiftly. Me? Perhaps I possess a natural talent. Haha, Lin Tian mused, attributing his rapid learning to the influence of the system and the dance skill package, which might have enhanced his physical abilities. After a session, the system rewarded him with 8.9 million. Turning back, he resumed his self-created project from yesterday, a masterful foot massage. After several minutes, Roland Lan felt so relaxed that she didn't want to get up, sprawled on the yoga mat, savoring the blissful sensation, momentarily believing she was indulging in a spa treatment. Had it not been for Sume's reminder, she might have even requested additional time. Massage, of course, was also a genuine form of effective communication, yielding another reward of 8.9 million and a bottle of romantic perfume. As they shared a meal, no further system rewards were granted. Lin Tian speculated that perhaps after the upgrade, only intimate interactions counted as effective communication, but the system offered no explanation. In the span of a single day, the cash rewards from the system exceeded 30 million. This truly resembled the legendary cash cow. After finishing dinner and showering, Lin Tian returned to his bedroom, gazing at the balance on his phone. 30 million. Coupled with the grand house, luxury car, and equity he had gained over the past few days, he mused, system, what I truly love is you. Lin Tian gazed at the ordinary furniture surrounding him. In a bid to save money, he had purchased this 2-meter wooden bed from the second-hand market. Now, everything was set to undergo a complete transformation. The thought of driving that 5-year-old used car again suddenly brought to mind the last blind date he had, a woman named Wang Li. How could she possibly compare to the enchanting beauty of Roland Lan? Just as he was drifting off to sleep, the door creaked open slightly. Chapter 29. The greatest reward awaits. A shadow, akin to a fish, flitted and slipped onto Lin Tian's bed, wrapping around him like an octopus. Lan Lan, He murmured. Yes, Roland Lawn replied bashfully, her voice barely a whisper. Her nervousness only intensified the strength of her embrace, almost suffocating him. Lin Tian managed to utter. Loosen up a bit. I can't breathe. Roland Lawn suddenly realized that her actions were too abrupt and apologized. Dressed in a silky nightgown, she pressed closely against Lin Tian, relishing his warmth against her slightly cool skin, accompanied by a unique, alluring scent. During their afternoon workout, she had already been utterly captivated by him. Although Lin Tian's physique was somewhat middle-aged, the profound sense of experience he exuded, along with his distinctive fragrance, rendered her spellbound. After sensing Su Mei had fallen asleep, she had pretended to go to the bathroom and, driven by an inexplicable impulse, slipped into the older man's room. At that moment, her emotions surged like tumultuous waves, overwhelming her with excitement. This was her first time. To experience it in such a manner felt both shameful and exhilarating, causing her entire body to tremble. Lin Tian, too, found himself in a whirlwind of emotions. His first marriage had lasted less than a month, and 4 years ago, he had secretly spent 1,000 yuan on a personal escapade. Now, suddenly, a young beauty was nestled beside him, igniting within him a primal instinct that had been dormant for a decade, like a volcano awakening from its slumber. 2 hours later, Roland Lawn had initially planned to sneak back to her room after their encounter, but upon hearing noises from Su Mei's bedroom, she decided to stay put, tidying up the aftermath and embracing her man to sleep, thinking, well, it's already happened. Lin Tian felt a wave of relief and pleasure. The flames of desire that had been suppressed for 10 years finally found a release. I'm a man, not a beast of burden or a eunuch. Thank you. Brother Tongzi, if it weren't for your generous support, I might never have realized how beautiful this experience could be. The exquisite sensations were beyond description. A flood of system rewards arrived. The target, Roland Lawn, achieved LV4 upgrade, resulting in a cash reward of 20 million yuan for their intimate relationship. This reward would continue until pregnancy. This meant that for every intimate encounter before pregnancy, he would receive an additional 20 million yuan. It was akin to effective communication, and Brother Tongzi, I bow to no one but you. He received a golden strength pill, a valuable remedy that, while the host was in good health and had enhanced attributes, would ensure the longevity of vitality, as procreation was indeed an energy-consuming endeavor. The golden strength pill was a system-grade tonic, assuring the host that there was no need for concern over depletion of resources. Material rewards included a decommissioned lithium-nickel mine in an African nation, valued at $50 million, with an unconfirmed reserve of 1 billion tons of lithium alloy. The specifics of the transaction would be handled by a dedicated legal team. How much is this worth? He wondered. At least $50 million, translating to over 300 million yuan. It turned out the most significant rewards lay ahead. This implied that if they advanced to the 4th stage, the rewards would be equivalent to or even exceed those of the 5th stage, especially after childbirth, which would undoubtedly surpass 1 billion. The system was designed to allow us to enjoy ourselves while simultaneously earning money through procreation. Lin Gu, will you cherish me for a lifetime? I've given you everything. Of course, you are my woman. Then, will you only cherish me? Lin Tian, with a peculiar smile, tightened his embrace, replying, yes, only you. Although Roland Lawn suspected his words might not be entirely sincere, she felt elated. Coupled with her excellent physical condition, after just half an hour of rest, she became restless once more. Lin Tian responded immediately, you little fairy, this is simply delightful. After a night of passionate labor, Lin Tian's personal account swelled by 80 million. His cash assets reached a staggering 1.4 billion. Roland Land's affection for him soared to 97, just a step away from perfection. The following morning, Roland Lawn, groggy and having skipped her morning exercise, made a concerted effort to dress and have breakfast. Su Mei, now genuinely relieved, looked at her accomplished friend and classmate, feeling pleased for her, and even prepared 2 large bowls of egg and oyster green vegetable noodles. What? Su Mei exclaimed, incredulous. You two didn't take any precautions? She was momentarily speechless. What if you get pregnant? Silly girl, while it's one thing to surrender, it's another to neglect precautions. I'll quickly fetch you something for after. No, it's unnecessary, Roland Lawn insisted, mustering her strength. Lingus said he wants a child. Oh, he wants you to just give birth? What about your status? Not to mention security. How will you ensure that? No, Roland Lawn replied, a hint of shyness creeping in. In my excitement, I forgot to mention it. Her expression of embarrassment and confusion left Su Mei speechless and frustrated. Ugh, I can't with you. Just be careful. Su Mei admonished, shaking her head. I fear that once the wealthy have you, you lose your value. That won't happen, Roland Lawn countered, shaking her head. Lin Guo is definitely not that kind of person. He assured me he would take full responsibility. Su Mei felt like slapping herself. How had she turned into a lovesick fool overnight? Previously, she hadn't been this naive. Talking about responsibility with a wealthy man was utterly foolish. It was remarkable enough just to extract a bit of money from them. Lin Tian had enjoyed a splendid night, receiving over $1 billion in rewards, along with 6 golden strength pills and a $50 million mine. Most importantly, he had opened the gateway to the 5th level. Although he had endured 6 rounds without receiving a system prompt, he was now close to completing his quest. Soon, he would be able to provide for his parents back home. Feeling invigorated, he went for a 3-kilometer run that morning. So many eggs? Lin Tian asked curiously. Why did you prepare 6 eggs, Mei? Eat what you need to replenish. Su Mei replied calmly, glancing over her boss, who, despite a night of exertion, appeared unscathed. It was puzzling. The woman could barely stand, yet the man seemed perfectly fine. Could he have some secret technique? She mused, startling herself with the thought. 2 at most. 6 seems excessive, Lin Tian remarked, perplexed. Who on earth has 6 of those? Huh. Su Mei chuckled coldly. 6 eggs aren't too many. And there are also 2 oysters. By the way, I prepared a portion of chive boxes for you this morning. Enjoy. Looking bewildered, Lin Tian glanced at Roland Lan, who was trying to suppress her laughter, shaking her head as she focused on her own bowl of eggs. Chapter 30. I am your dedicated driver. Roland Lan felt as though she had eaten honey, sweetly gazing at Lin Tian. Darling, here, eat this, she said, offering him an egg with her chopsticks. I have plenty. No, eat mine. Roland Lan felt an overwhelming surge of happiness, so much so that she instinctively began to act coy. The experience from the previous night had driven her nearly to madness. She would have willingly embraced death if Lin Tian had suggested it. Now, the words spoken by Su Mei barely registered in her mind. In her heart, Lin Tian was her universe. Lin Tian leaned in, playfully taking an egg into his mouth, while Roland Lan blissfully continued her meal. Oh, I can't take it anymore. Su Mei interjected with a teasing remark, insisting that Roland Lan should eat more herself. Her mind was in a bit of a jumble, occasionally flashing with inappropriate scenes that she shouldn't be envisioning. Especially given that one was her boss and the other her close friend, the imagery was overwhelmingly vivid. Everything you need for the trip has been prepared. I'm off to work now. You both can set off whenever you're ready. All right, Lin Tian replied. You go ahead. Roland Lan waved him off. Oh, some people. TSK, just because they found a man, they forget their friends. Su Mei joked, grabbing her bag and leaving, clearly miffed. Roland Lan was genuinely startled by Lin Tian's expression. Shall we contact Teacher Shin? Let us get going. Roland Lan firmly declined Lin Tian's proposal for a 5-minute snack, not wanting to be left behind. If she didn't stick with them, she risked losing her place to that little vixen from Jiangnan. To her surprise, avoiding the 7th rendezvous would require her to be physically present. Lin Tian was merely teasing her, trying to lighten the mood. After calling Shinshinga, they agreed to meet an hour later near her home. They quickly packed their bags, hit the road, and headed north, leaving the city towards the northern provinces. Shinshinga arrived with a simple demeanor, carrying a small suitcase and a harmonica. Her attire was elegant and ethereal, while Roland Lan appeared sporty in her vibrant red and purple ensemble. Both women had long hair tied up for convenience. Roland Lan was slightly taller, while Shinshinga was more slender, each possessing their own unique beauty. Upon meeting, they greeted each other amicably, but soon fell into comfortable silence, each engrossed in her own thoughts. I can't shake the feeling that I'm your designated chauffeur, Lin Tian joked, glancing at the 2 lovely teachers through the rearview mirror. You 2 decide where we should stop, where to stay, and perhaps we can take in some sights. My errands aren't urgent. As long as we reach our destination by the day after tomorrow, we're fine. Let us relax and treat this like a vacation. It would be nice for you both to get to know each other better. Roland Lan was uncertain about the depth of the relationship between Shinshinga and Lin Tian. Even with their recent progress, she believed that such a beautiful and cunning woman like Shinshinga would genuinely be a good teacher. Shinshinga felt similarly, finding little need for conversation with Roland Lan, so they remained quiet. Once out of the city, Lin Tian, lacking experience, sensed the awkwardness in the air. However, having ventured this far, turning back seemed impractical. Moreover, even Shinshinga, who operated at a mere secondary level, could yield significant rewards from effective communication. A double benefit that was imperative. The 2 girls exchanged glances and shared faint smiles, breaking their stupor. They pulled out their phones to search for their destination city, discussing suitable spots for their evening stay. They quickly settled on a few options and relayed them to Lin Tian, Lini, Jinan, and Xinzhou. After hearing several suggestions, Lin Tian chose these 3 cities, each offering delightful culinary and recreational experiences. The 2 girls were equally excited. None of them had been to these places, and even the journey itself was new territory for Shinshinga, who had never ventured beyond Hangzhou, while Roland Lan's first stop after graduating from Jin City was Hangzhou. Lin Tian had fared slightly better, having visited a few northern cities, including Jinan and Tianjin, but still considered himself a novice traveler. They made a brief stop in Shui, chosen specifically for its delectable crayfish. This stop was Roland Land's suggestion, and both Lin Tian and Shun Qinga readily agreed. These delicacies were indeed delicious. As this locale was the largest crayfish production base in the country, there was no need to exit the highway. A service area was conveniently located just 100 meters away, offering sizable platters for a mere 10 yuan. They ordered one spicy and one sauce-flavored platter, each weighing 2 kilograms, resulting in 2 hefty servings. The two beauties claimed a table, while Lin Tian assumed the role of server. Shun Qinga considered helping but hesitated, fearing that if she left her seat, someone would immediately take it. Lin Tian placed the dishes down, moved their bags aside, and sat beside Shun Qinga. "Come on, let us eat." The two women, who had been wearing hats and masks, finally removed their gear, revealing stunningly beautiful faces that drew everyone's attention. Their long, graceful figures stood out in the crowded dining area, captivating the curiosity of both men and women passing by, all wondering what splendid beauty lay hidden behind those masks. As they unveiled their faces, they confirmed the assumptions of many onlookers. Indeed, they were breathtakingly beautiful, rivaling even the most renowned stars. Who could they be? The crowd speculated, trying to piece together where they might have seen such beauty before. And there was Lin Tian, a middle-aged man who appeared to be either a driver or a bodyguard, serving the two stunning women. Were they dining together? Surely not. Was he perhaps an elder? The sheer beauty of the girls was astonishing, surpassing even that of major celebrities. Roland Lan had experienced similar attention before during her school days when she was surrounded by a group of friends, and the boys, aware of her status, dared not provoke her. Outside of school, she had encountered such scrutiny and trouble on her journey south. Shun Qinga, on the other hand, found the attention overwhelming. She was well aware of her own beauty, having been a standout even in school, but in a public service area, the unabashed scrutiny felt excessive. Lin Tian also sensed something amiss. Typically, ordinary people wouldn't gawk so brazenly at unfamiliar girls. Clearly, the dozen or so individuals approaching were not average onlookers. They were a gang. "Here you go, dear," Lin Tian said, having peeled a crayfish, as he cheerfully handed it to Shun Qinga, who flinched slightly in surprise. She quickly realized that Lin Tian's gaze conveyed a message. His words were intended for the group of men nearby. "Thanks, dear," Shun Qinga responded swiftly, savoring the morsel and smiling in appreciation. Roland Lan, seated across from them, felt a pang of surprise. Her focus was not on the approaching men, but rather on why Lin Tian was sitting across from her, beside Shun Qinga, instead of next to her. Hearing Lin Tian's words and witnessing Shun Qinga's reaction ignited a wave of jealousy within her. "I want some too." Roland Lan had breached her final defenses. In Lin Tian's presence, she had no cards left to play and could only express her discontent, pouting slightly. "All right, come here, dear, eat this." Lin Tian had intentionally orchestrated this moment to assert his claim, deterring the sudden influx of unfamiliar men. Roland Lan's eager compliance only pleased him further. Even though her effective communication no longer included such juvenile attributes, yet Shun Qinga could still navigate those waters. Peeling a small crayfish, he presented the succulent meat and deftly placed it into Roland's mouth. "Thank you, darling." Roland savored the morsel with great satisfaction, glancing over at her rival, Shun Qinga. "Darling." The group of men encircling them was taken aback. Just moments ago, one had called her dear, and now the one in red was addressing her as darling. What was the nature of their relationships? Lin Tian observed their shifting emotions, his own demeanor remaining unfazed, yet a spark of curiosity ignited within him. In this day and age, encountering such a gang in a service area was quite peculiar. Their behavior suggested something was amiss. Having worked at a mundane property company for years, Lin Tian had encountered a plethora of individuals, yet among these 7 or 8 young men, 4 or 5 exhibited signs that hinted at possible substance use. After all, what normal individuals would approach so rudely? "Hey, old man, impressive." A young man in a half-suit with bleached hair sauntered over, a mocking smile plastered across his face. "And who might you be concerning these two beauties?" As he spoke, he reached out to touch Shun Qinga, who stood closest. Lin Tian had anticipated this moment, before the young man's hand could make contact. He pivoted and positioned himself between them, seizing the young man's wrist with a firm grip. "What relation I have is none of your concern. Thinking of starting something? You're not nearly qualified enough. If you wish to avoid losing that arm of yours, I suggest you leave, now." He gestured toward the surveillance cameras overhead. The young man, caught up in his own exhilaration, paid little heed to Lin Tian's words. "Get off me." He yanked his arm back, but Lin Tian, utilizing all his strength and agility attributes, ensured the grip remained unyielding. Each increment of power amplified his hold, and at 5 points of strength enhancement, it felt as though the young man's arm might snap. Ow, ow, ow. The young man winced in pain. Is this all you've got? Coming to stir trouble in a public place? Lin Tian scoffed. With a swift pull and push, he hurled the young man back, sending him crashing into his companions, who staggered back in surprise. Hey, what the hell? Seeing their boss thrown back, one of the lackeys foolishly charged forward. Stop! Shouted the arriving police officers, who quickly intervened to separate the conflicting parties. Officer, that man in the suit was harassing me, Shun Chinga lamented, looking distressed. My friend defended me from that scoundrel. Wait, I wasn't he. I merely asked for your name. The young man protested, flustered and irritated. The officers assessed the situation, noting that neither side was familiar to them. Neither appeared to be local elites or wealthy science. It seemed prudent to avoid escalating the matter further. You, the taller, older officer glared at the young men. You are all travelers. I perceive this to be a misunderstanding fueled by youthful arrogance. I will mediate. You, young man, apologize to this lady. And you, sir? He gestured to Lin Tian. Though you acted in self-defense, you should also extend an apology. Then, let us all go our separate ways. How does that sound? Not acceptable. Lin Tian and the young man nearly echoed each other in frustration, both exchanging glances filled with disdain. Lin Tian, with 2 decades more life experience, understood that the young man's arrogance stemmed from a formidable backing, emboldening him to brazenly harass women in public. Conversely, this young man had never faced such humiliation. Whether from law enforcement or the underworld, he was clearly unaccustomed to such setbacks. However, both men shared a silent agreement not to pursue the matter further nor offer apologies, and they refrained from engaging with the police any longer. Lin Tian returned to peeling crayfish with the 2 women, while the group of young men retreated to find a place to eat. The officers, observing that conflict would not reignite, chose to step back, deeming it better to avoid complications since the next jurisdiction lay beyond the service area. Shinchinga's hands trembled, struggling to peel the crayfish. Her complexion pale as she occasionally glanced at the group of men in the distance. Ignore them. Let us focus on our meal, Lin Tian reassured her, peeling a sizable crayfish for her. With your looks, conflicts like this will follow you wherever you go. Roland, though frightened, displayed courage and recognized Lin Tian's newfound skill. He was surprisingly adept at handling himself. Brother, do you practice martial arts? Ah, this ISNT martial arts. It's a specialized combat technique used by the armed police that's now prohibited. Just consider it martial arts, Lin Tian clarified. Roland's eyes sparkled with admiration. Brother, you're so cool. System notification, favorability level at 99. As Lin Tian spoke, the system alerted him to the impressive favorability score, just 1 point shy of perfection. Gazing at the beautiful Roland beside him, he felt a sense of achievement akin to a cunning hunter eyeing his prey. System notification, effective communication reward, 690,000 yuan. System notification, effective communication reward, 690,000 yuan. 1 reward stemmed from dining together with the first target, having peeled crayfish for Shinchinga, while the other arose from thwarting the harassment from the young man in the suit, presenting a moment of valor before the women. Although these rewards paled in comparison to Roland's 4th-tier task, which yielded millions, they were nonetheless intriguing and promised gradual returns. After their meal, the trio, 1 man and 2 women, exited the service area restaurant and approached their vehicle. Let me drive, brother. I can handle it, Roland insisted, concerned for Lin Tian, who had driven for most of the morning. Chapter 32. Escaping together as a form of effective communication. Lin Tian glanced at the group gathered near the repair shop and chuckled. You can't drive. Those fellows are watching us. We might have to confront them again, but perhaps we can shake them off. With that, he entered the car, started the engine, and left the service area, accelerating onto the ramp with remarkable speed. The entire sequence unfolded abruptly, and within half a minute, they vanished onto the expressway. As Lin Tian and the 2 women hopped into the car, the young men in suits stood frozen. Realizing that the vehicle they had entered was a Bentley, the limited edition luxury car they had seen upon entering the service area. One of the lackeys, with nothing better to do, checked on his phone, discovering it was one of only 12 globally. They hadn't anticipated it was their car. That old man wouldn't be driving it. He seems too capable, probably the driver and bodyguard. Bodyguard my foot, the young man in the suit exclaimed, slamming his palm down. Didn't you hear them? One called her dear, and the other darling. I can't stand these older men with younger women. Just as he lamented, they witnessed the sleek black sedan back out of the parking area and speed away. Chase them. They never imagined the opposing driver would be so skilled, vanishing at such a rapid pace. Lin Tian's driving skills were commendable. He had planned for this moment in the service area and was now executing his strategy with lightning speed. Chase what? By the time they got into their 2 Mercedes, the black sedan was long gone. It's a 12-cylinder vehicle. The young man in the suit found it impossible to spot the luxurious black sedan amidst the highway traffic. What an extraordinary scene. Little Suit glanced at his car worth over $1 million and suddenly realized that today he had encountered a formidable figure, perhaps even a high-level boss. One who lurked in the shadows and drove a 12-cylinder luxury vehicle while accompanied by two charming ladies, dining at a service area. Indeed, this is what true affluence looks like. Little Suit was thoroughly impressed. He resolved to emulate this lifestyle. To drive a 12-cylinder beast while escorting two lovely companions to indulge in lobsters at a service area. The wealthy nowadays are becoming increasingly extravagant. Initially, he had contemplated using his own luxury car to intimidate this man and his companions. But to his surprise, the individual was behind the wheel of a multi-million-dollar Bentley. The man's driving skills were astonishing. It was evident that he was not just physically strong, but also quite formidable in temperament. Furthermore, the speed at which he drove made any attempt to chase futile. Their modest cars were no match for such a powerful machine, which vanished in an instant with a mere acceleration. As Lin Tian entered the vehicle, the system promptly rewarded him with a new skill, akin to that of a seasoned race car driver. This reward was not unexpected, as the turmoil was instigated by Shen Qinga, marking an effective communication event. In addition to this skill, he received a cash prize of 730,000, stemming from his successful interaction with the task character, Shen Qinga. Lin Tian deduced that this was undoubtedly linked to their escape from the incident. To his astonishment, even fleeing counted as a form of effective communication. Otherwise, how could one explain it? Regardless of the specifics, Lin Tian was elated. Although he had managed to drive competently prior to receiving the system enhancement, it paled in comparison to the prowess granted by the system. With the skills of a high-level racer assimilated into him in mere seconds, he maneuvered the large administrative vehicle with the finesse of a supercar. Originally, the car's acceleration time to 100 kilometers per hour was over 4 seconds. But with a top-notch driver at the helm, it was not surprising that the Little Suit brigade behind could barely keep pace, left gasping in the dust. In less than 10 seconds, he carved through the traffic, reaching a speed exceeding 200 kilometers per hour for over a kilometer, and once clear of the congestion, maintained a steady pace of 150 to 160 for over 10 kilometers before finally cruising at the conventional speed of 120 kilometers per hour. Finally feeling secure, the two beautiful teachers seated in the back, who had been tense throughout, began to relax, glancing back repeatedly until they finally exhaled in relief. Lin Gu, your driving skills are truly impressive. You must have left them in the dust, exclaimed Luo Lanlan, her eyes wide with astonishment. I was terrified. What if those 7 or 8 guys had really tried to pick a fight? Fear not. As long as I am here, no one can bully you. Lin Tian reassured her with a smile. Those 7 or 8 ruffians wouldn't stand a chance against me. I could take them down one by one. This was no idle boast. With his strength enhanced, even without using the Black Dragon hand, Lin Tian could easily overpower ordinary individuals. In comparison to the thrill of courting women, Lin Tian found that these sporadic skill rewards from various events were even more exhilarating, fully satisfying a man's innate desire to showcase his strength. Lin Gu, how do you know martial arts? Shen Qinga inquired, having shifted from calling him Mr. Lin to Lin Gu, much like Luo Lanlan. Meanwhile, Luo Lanlan silently scoffed, thinking to herself, little fox, she is clearly trying to win over my brother. At that moment, Lin Tian received a notification from the system indicating an increase in favorability. Shen Qinga's affection had surpassed 70. A score of 60 denoted friendship, while 70 indicated a romantic relationship, although neither had made any overt expressions of their feelings. Lin Tian understood from this data that Shen Qinga harbored thoughts and motivations aligned with such a level of intimacy. The system's functionality was immensely helpful, allowing him to pursue Shen Qinga without hesitation. I learned from a brother in the armed police when I was younger. He fabricated a casual explanation. Bro, your driving skills are excellent too. Luo Lanlan was even more astonished by Lin Tian's ability to make such a large vehicle feel like a sports car. Well, I was mainly concerned about those little punks chasing us down. That man in the suit is likely a wealthy scion from this region. They might even be involved with drugs. If we had the time, I would consider reporting them, but we simply can't afford to waste time on them. Drugs? Shen Qinga gasped, recalling a conversation with a colleague during a previous outing that hinted at such activities, particularly in relation to Yu Lu's business. Aren't they bad people? Indeed, they are, Lin Tian replied with a chuckle. There are plenty of villains in this world. Next time I encounter such fellows, I shall see to it that they are brought to justice. For now, given our numerical disadvantage, it's best to adhere to the wise strategy of retreating. Lin Tian had no desire to engage with law enforcement or get embroiled in bureaucratic matters. He was quite content with the outcome of the chase, having gained a skill package in the process. Chapter 33, A Beauty Like Jade. The limited edition Bentley, exceeding 5 meters in length, raced along the highway, drawing the attention of countless passing vehicles. While luxury cars abound across the vast expanse of China, this particular model, despite its recognition, left many puzzled about its specific variant. Thankfully, with the aid of smartphones, one could easily verify that it was one of only 12 in the world. Although its total price did not reach the exorbitant tens of millions, hovering just under 20 million, it remained an unattainable model for the average person. Each stop at a service area turned the car into a celebrity, attracting onlookers. Some admired the vehicle, while others were captivated by the beautiful women aboard. The middle-aged gentleman behind the wheel was automatically assumed to be a bodyguard or chauffeur. After all, a luxury car paired with two stunning ladies was bound to draw attention, even from those who prided themselves on their decorum. Fortunately, they did not encounter any more lecherous individuals like Little Suit. After an arduous journey of 700 to 800 kilometers, they safely arrived in Lini City. They opted for a modest budget hotel near the scenic area. It was not that they wished to avoid a 5-star hotel. Rather, all accommodations near the historic Langia ancient city had been fully booked. Had they delayed any longer, even budget options like 7 days might have eluded them. Following Lin Tian's instructions, Luo Lanlan swiftly placed an order through the app, just a short distance from the hotel. There was a construction site and a yard filled with idle machinery. The parking lot was unmanaged, making it understandable for 7 days to operate in such an area. Still under development. As Lin Tian had suggested, not pre-selecting a location and finding a temporary place to stay was satisfactory. However, Lin Tian realized that, as someone worth over $1 billion and equipped with a robust system cashback mechanism, he could have avoided the awkwardness of having to defend himself had he been accompanied by a cadre of bodyguards in that afternoon's encounter. Similarly, had he assembled a team to coordinate their travel and benefit from the system's various perks, such as pre-booking itineraries, they would not have found themselves in Lini City, possessing ample funds, yet constrained to such a basic hotel. The most significant distinction between the wealthy and the impoverished does not lie merely in the amount of money possessed, but rather in the transformative nature of their mindset. Lin Tian could not recall which philosopher had articulated this sentiment, but he now recognized its profound truth. With wealth, if one cannot make money work for them, it is as if they possess no money at all. This matter was one he would need to address independently. The rooms were booked by Luo Lanlan, with 2 rooms reserved for the 3 of them. Shen Qingge was slightly surprised, expecting to share a room with Luo Lanlan, only to find that Luo Lanlan had taken the liberty of sharing a room with Lin Tian, while handing Shen Qingge the other room key. Lin Tian remained silent, seamlessly entering the same room as Roland Lan. Shen Qingge offered a faint smile before stepping into the adjacent room, only to discover that Roland Lan had already taken up residence with Lin Tian. Yet, Mr. Lin seemed to have retained his fondness for me, as he had not chosen to take Roland Lan out alone this time. She understood precisely what that implied. Roland Lan quickly adorned the bed with disposable linens, meticulously checking for any concealed cameras or similar devices. After a brief respite, Lin Tian called for Shen Qingge to join him in descending the stairs to explore the ancient city. That evening, the ancient city was alive with performances, rumored to showcase local specialties. None of the trio possessed much travel experience, yet curiosity compelled them to purchase tickets for entry. The water, the city, the people, the scenery, all the various ancient architectural marvels appeared quite splendid, with numerous vendors and even more travelers seeking photo opportunities. The 2 young women, both in their early 20s and at the peak of their beauty, found themselves envious as they watched stunning young ladies change into exquisite traditional costumes for their photo shoots. Casting longing glances at Lin Tian, they dared not voice their desires, primarily due to their own striking appearances. Their height and figures were already exceptional, and if they were to remove their masks and don traditional makeup, it would likely attract undue attention. "Come on," Lin Tian chuckled, reassuring them. "There's no need to fear. I'm here. Besides, in broad daylight, who could possibly harm you? And let us be honest. You 2 aren't exactly celebrities. Changing outfits for a few photos won't be an issue." Driven by their love for beauty, the 2 young women dashed off to try on traditional garments. The selection of hanfu was vast, yet some pieces had seen better days, worn and even soiled from frequent use. Shen Qingge selected several, but found none to her liking and inquired with the vendor if there were any new options available. "New? Yes, but those are for sale, not for photo shoots. Sets can range from hundreds to thousands, depending on craftsmanship and materials." "Thousands? How exorbitant," Roland Lan remarked. "It's just for a single use. Can we rent your new ones?" she boldly suggested. No, the female vendor replied with growing impatience. "If you want to take pictures, then do so, or step aside. I'm quite busy here." Having just returned with 3 ice creams from a nearby stall, Lin Tian, noticing the vendor's irritation, felt a surge of anger. "Let us go. This city is not limited to just this one photography shop." I noticed another nearby with superior quality garments. Let us purchase from them, he declared, his annoyance palpable. The shop across the street offered similar hanfu, with the finest sets priced at over 8,000 for a full ensemble, including the majestic phoenix crown and the complete attire of a Tang dynasty consort. Lin Tian immediately gravitated towards these two sets. Chinga, you'd look splendid in the Ming dynasty attire. Lan, your fuller figure is better suited for the Tang garments. Come, come, dear vendor, we'll buy the entire ensembles, including makeup and photography. What's the total? 20,000, the vendor replied, to which Lin Tian responded, sounds reasonable. After settling the bill, he watched as Roland Lan and Shun Chinga gradually transformed at the makeup station. Half an hour later, two ethereal beauties emerged before Lin Tian. Shun Chinga, adorned in resplendent attire reminiscent of a Ming dynasty empress, radiated elegance, while Roland Lan, despite her efforts to conceal her figure, outshone the rest with her captivating presence, embodying the allure of a Tang dynasty consort. Lin Tian was utterly entranced. Regrettably, the system reward amounted only to Shun Chinga's prize of 780,000. Otherwise, under level 3 effective communication, it would have surely exceeded several million. Gazing at the regal Shun Chinga, Lin Tian had a sudden epiphany. The favorability had already surpassed its threshold. He merely needed to utter the right words. Chinga, you are truly beautiful, he smiled, adding, I'll go procure an emperor's outfit, so we can capture a photo as empress and emperor together, shall we? A blush crept across Shun Chinga's cheeks as she replied, all right. Chapter 34. Protected by a man who admires me. Roland Lan, overhearing nearby tourists remarking on her attire as a consortess, felt a surge of irritation upon hearing Lin Tian's intention to photograph with Shun Chinga. She quickly interjected, I want to join the photo shoot too. Lin Gu, you're not abandoning me, are you? Of course, we'll all shoot together, Lin Tian chuckled in response. One empress, one consort. Should we gather a few eunuchs and palace maids as well? Haha. Shun Chinga, however, grasped Lin Tian's underlying meaning and discerned Roland Lan's true standing in his eyes. She also surmised Lin Tian's boundaries, feeling a sense of relief. This arrangement was quite acceptable. One was motivated by wealth, and the other by allure, essentially, a transaction. She held confidence in Lin Tian's character and talents, but remained skeptical of the conscience of wealthy individuals. As for Lin Tian, she found it difficult to ascertain his true nature. He lacked the cold-heartedness often associated with certain businessmen. Perhaps this was the loyalty and fervor characteristic of northern men. Regardless, she desired a minimum of 2 million annually, with more being preferable. A woman adorns herself for the one she admires. From Lin Tian's gaze, she could perceive that he was genuinely captivated by her beauty and her musical talent. He truly appreciated her. Similarly, this man harbored comparable sentiments for Roland Lan. It was no wonder Zhu Yunshi remarked that wealthy men are often romantics, devoted to their affections. Now, she understood. A man's devotion is not singular to one person, but rather to beauty and the intoxicating feeling of possession. Earlier that morning, she had unmistakably perceived a glint of ferocity in Lin Tian's eyes, a readiness to confront those in tailored suits. Had it not been for the surveillance in the service area, the authorities would likely have arrived post-haste, as Lin Tian appeared poised to dispatch those ruffians. His gaze concealed a latent brutality and possessiveness. During her university days, Shun Chinga had studied psychology, and through keen observation, she had come to analyze Lin Tian's mindset. His proposal to take photos together was not a spur-of-the-moment decision. It was a declaration of ownership, for reasons she couldn't quite fathom. A sense of anticipation blossomed within her. To be shielded by a man who admired her brought forth a feeling of safety and infatuation. Lin Tian soon returned, having acquired a set of Ming Dynasty Emperor's attire within mere minutes, incurring another hefty expenditure. The shop owner was elated, assigning 4 staff members to cater to these distinguished photography patrons. Typically, such extravagant costumes might go months without being rented, but now, they had sold 3 of the most expensive sets at once. The profits from these 3 ensembles would surpass the earnings of renting out cheaper costumes for an entire week. Moreover, with the imminent photo release, they could likely demand even more. This man was clearly a high roller, treating 2 young ladies to a splendid outing, brimming with wealth. The shop featured various backdrops, and they commenced with several photo shoots amid royal palace settings before transitioning outside to capture the charm of the ancient city. Initially, few paid attention to the trio clad in imperial garb. However, as time passed, a crowd began to gather. Look, that Ming Dynasty Empress in her phoenix crown and splendid attire is breathtaking. She is like a resurrection of Empress Zhang. Indeed, she is stunning. I've never seen anyone wear a phoenix crown with such flair. Hurry, let us go take a look. They're live streaming. Unfortunately, the emperor appears a tad aged. What is the matter with this tourist site? They should have cast a handsome fellow. Wait, you're mistaken. These aren't actors. They're just tourists posing for photos. Oh, another exquisite beauty adorned in imperial attire is truly enchanting, reminiscent of the legendary Yang Guifei. Have you only just noticed? The live stream has ignited with excitement. As it appears, two stunning women have graced the scenic area today. They are not internet celebrities, but mere tourists capturing moments. Before they realized it, Lin Tian and his travel photography group found themselves surrounded by hundreds of onlookers, men and women alike, predominantly youthful, all brandishing their smartphones to snap pictures. By the time Lin Tian and his companions recognized their newfound status as the center of attention, the crowd had coalesced into a throng, making any attempt to extricate themselves quite the challenge. What on earth is happening? Lin Tian was taken aback, casting a glance at the quartet attending to him. The small team dispatched from the shop had already discerned the unfolding situation. However, they lacked experience and were equally apprehensive, their expressions betraying their nerves. Mr. Lin, perhaps we should conclude the shoot here and return to remove our makeup. These two stunning sisters are simply too captivating. The girl speaking gazed enviously at Roland Lan and Xin Qinga, acknowledging them as the most beautiful among the women they had attended to. After her makeup, Xin Qinga appeared far more striking than her previous stills, and Roland Lan's portrayal of Yang Guifei was something they wished to showcase as promotional material. Let us not remove our makeup just yet. We should explore the ancient city a bit. You all can proceed with the photos, Roland Lan replied. At that moment, the evening performance was about to commence. The renowned Langya trilogy, a theatrical presentation held nightly in the ancient city, featuring outdoor projections and interludes by youthful dancers. The three segments included tales such as the migration of Sima Rue to the south and the exploits of the Zhuge brothers. During one particular dance, Roland Lan, being a professional dancer herself, found herself inadvertently mirroring the performers on stage. Within moments, the large screen beside her displayed footage of Roland Lan gracefully dancing in her Tang Dynasty attire. Look at that actress, she is breathtaking, exclaimed one onlooker. Indeed, tonight has been worth every penny spent at this attraction. Roland Lan reveled in the attention, though she lamented that Su Mei was absent. Had she been there to live stream the event, they would have garnered numerous fans. Of course, it seemed unnecessary to pursue live streaming anymore at that point. The audience assumed her to be an actress, and the applause was thunderous. Not long after the performance concluded, many approached her for photographs. Seeing Lin Tian's lack of displeasure, Roland Lan delightedly posed for pictures with the audience, enjoying herself for the majority of the evening. Upon returning to the shop to remove her makeup and pack her costumes, she was asked if they could use her and Shun Qinga's made-up photos for the shop's promotional posters. Of course not. Lin Tian firmly declined the shop owner's proposition, warning them against such actions. Should any infringement occur, we shall meet in court. The shop owner, disheartened, relented. Meanwhile, the four female attendants had quietly speculated throughout the night about which woman belonged to the male proprietor. Some argued it was the elegant queen, while others insisted it was the voluptuous concubine, claiming men have always favored women with substance, an age-old preference. Chapter 35. A billionaire's poverty. That evening's excursion combined with travel photography successfully elevated Xin Qinga's relationship status to level 3, with a favorable impression reaching 79. The system rewarded him with enhancements, granting 7, 5 million, 7, 8 million, and 7, 9 million for 3 effective communications, alongside a 20 million bonus for leveling up, totaling 43. 2 million acquired from Xin Qinga, rivaling rewards typically reserved for level 4 achievements. The system also rewarded him with 4 bottles of Love perfume and a commercial building in Haishur, worth 6 billion, with a 100 ownership stake. The system was exceedingly generous, treating him with more favor than its own progeny. With these experiences, Lin Tian had developed a fresh perspective on becoming affluent. Upon returning to the hotel that night, after a brief wash and rest, Roland Lan finally found a moment of solitude. Although she still felt the lingering discomfort from the previous day, she was more eager than Lin Tian. Playing cards requires no training. It is an instinctive game. In the budget hotel, where the walls offered little sound insulation, the crisp sound of cards being shuffled echoed pleasantly in the still of the night. Next door, Xin Qinga, though an innocent young woman, was not naive to the sounds of intimacy. She conjectured about the couple next door, her sleep eluding her. It was not until the neighboring room fell silent that she finally managed to doze off, only to awaken to the sight of Lin Tian, invigorated and returning from a morning jog. Given the intensity of his prior activities, one would expect a middle-aged man to be utterly exhausted, yet he appeared even more vibrant. In contrast, Roland Lan struggled to rise from bed until 10 in the morning. The level 4 task's effective communication was fixed. Any action would yield 20 million each time. If the young master of the Wang family were to discover a system that generates income, One could only imagine how much he might accumulate in a single night. Without utilizing any enhancement pills, Lin Tian had managed to accumulate a minor goal. In just 2 days, his cash had swelled to 38.2 billion wabik. When factoring in the value of material rewards he scarcely regarded, it could be estimated that his net worth had surpassed 18 billion. Bolstered by the 6 billion building, the system was indeed remarkable. As a man claiming to be a billionaire yet remaining impoverished, it was high time Lin Tian learned how to embody wealth. Otherwise, he would surely risk the system's disdain should he encounter another incident like yesterday's. System notification. The host has finally comprehended the true essence of wealth and where it begins. Mental reward. CEO Charisma Level 10. CEO Charisma? What on earth is this? Could it be that a mere property manager, who has only ever overseen a handful of staff, could suddenly exude the aura of a CEO? Without hesitation, Lin Tian activated the reward. After gazing in the mirror for an extended period, he felt no discernible change. However, shortly thereafter, through the expressions of Roland Lan and Shun Qinga, as well as the reactions of hotel staff, he sensed a subtle shift in the atmosphere. Although he could not articulate it precisely, there was an evident air of intimidation surrounding him. Perhaps that was it. Though uncertain of the exact utility of this transformation, Lin Tian understood that the system was diligently crafting his persona as a prosperous individual, striving to transition him from poverty to wealth, fulfilling the desire for a bountiful legacy after 99 failed attempts at matchmaking. As they departed from Lini, he entrusted the driving to Shun Qinga, who maintained a steady pace. Never exceeding 110 kilometers/h, Roland Lan sat in the passenger seat, assisting her with navigation. The two young women had grown comfortable with one another, their previous coldness replaced by playful banter akin to longtime friends. Yet, Lin Tian was acutely aware that beneath the surface, there remained a competitive tension between them, each vying to outshine the other, whether in salary or in who served Lin Tian a larger portion during meals, instructing them to focus on driving. Lin Tian settled into the back seat to rest and contemplate his plans. Not far ahead lay the city of Jinan, a pivotal stop in the capital of Shandong province. Teeming with talent, Lin Tian resolved to procure the necessary resources here. At the very least, he needed to secure bodyguards, drivers, and service personnel. If possible, he would also recruit a few elite talents in finance and law. The journey of over 300 kilometers took the two women a considerable portion of the day. With ample time, they secured a reservation at a 5-star hotel in Jinan. To their surprise, there was no presidential suite available in the entire city. This unexpected turn of events took Lin Tian by surprise. The finest room available was the lavish executive suite, costing over 3,000 each night. Lin Tian reserved one for himself, opting for 2 luxurious suites for the 2 young women. This arrangement bewildered Xinqinga. As she had assumed, he was already sharing accommodations with Roland Lan. The reasoning behind this separation eluded both her and Roland, yet they dared not question Lin Tian's decisions, especially considering that he seemed transformed after last night. The once jovial Lin Tian, who had sought to learn piano, now bore a serious demeanor. Even the simplicity of his work attire conveyed an aura of pressure, causing Roland, who had previously joked freely, to remain unusually silent throughout the morning until they reached the hotel parking lot. The room Lin Tian personally booked was a topic too delicate for her to address. She pondered how he could appear so content last night, yet now seemed distant, perhaps to spend time with Xinqinga? Roland couldn't inquire if Xinqinga and Lin Tian had indeed become a couple. From a shared perspective, it seemed plausible. After all, Lin Tian was a billionaire. Despite his promise to be her boyfriend in bed, what significance did that hold? At the Intercontinental Hotel in the city center, a luxurious black Bentley pulled into a parking spot. The valet hurried over to provide assistance, opening the side door to welcome 2 beautiful young women. Momentarily stunned as they caught sight of the man who emerged from the driver's seat, it became clear that the middle-aged gentleman driving was the one in charge. As he approached with a smile, ready to assist with their luggage and offer the standard hotel service. Their bags were loaded onto a cart and wheeled into the hotel for check-in. The accommodations included 3 suites, 1 large and 2 smaller, each exceeding 80 square meters. A scale of luxury that left both young women in awe. Lin Tian himself had never experienced such opulence. The suites featured 4 sections, including 2 bedrooms, an office area, and a tea room, representing a practical design just shy of the presidential suite, costing 3,800 for a single night. Lin Tian finally grasped the lifestyle of the affluent. The 2 young women had never encountered such grandeur. Their previous lodging had been a budget hotel. Curiosity led them to explore Lin Tian's spacious suite, where Roland dramatically flopped onto the bed, stretching her limbs. "Brother, I'm utterly exhausted from the long drive. This is my first time traveling such a distance. You owe us a proper treat tonight." As autumn approached, the weather remained hot. Although the car's air conditioning was on, The young women, clad in casual t-shirts and shorts, reveled in the luxury of their surroundings. Their long, shapely legs sprawled across the expansive bed, dominating the space with their presence. Lin Tian couldn't resist this opportunity, positioning himself comfortably between the two, embracing one with each arm. The sudden formation of this scene left Shun Qingge momentarily speechless. Both young women were present, and Lin Tian, without hesitation, pulled them close. Roland found herself equally bewildered by this unexpected development. After a brief silence, the three remained still. Then, almost in unison, the two young women shifted to face the man between them. "I have something to discuss with you," Lin Tian declared, determined to lay everything bare. He had never been one to beat around the bush, nor was he a deceitful man. With a history of 99 failed blind dates, he certainly wasn't a scoundrel. It was imperative to clarify matters with them. The two women exchanged glances, their thoughts racing through countless possibilities. Neither made a move to extricate themselves from his embrace. Lin Tian sensed the subtle shift in atmosphere, whether it was the fragrance or some other intangible quality. He was indifferent to its cause. What mattered was his singular need. "I require a woman capable of bearing children." Whether termed as a lover or girlfriend mattered little. The only stipulation was that there would be no marriage. What? The two exchanged startled looks. "I will remain unmarried now and in the future, with no intentions of entering into any marital relationship." Lin Tian spoke plainly, outlining his terms. He offered a monthly living allowance of 100,000 for pregnancy, an additional 100,000 for child-rearing, and a one-time bonus of 1 million upon childbirth, alongside a guaranteed minimum of 500,000 per month for mother and child. Regardless of whether the offspring was male or female, they would carry the Lin surname, and all necessary provisions would be ensured as long as they remained present. Understanding dawned on Qingge, her heart racing. This arrangement mirrored the dealings of certain prominent figures from the South, where such unconventional relationships were commonplace. In Guangdong, many men maintained multiple partners to ensure the birth of sons, often relying on women as mere vessels for procreation. She felt a flutter of anxiety, realizing she was not dealing with a patron, but rather a wealthy man seeking heirs. "Mr. Lin," she sat up, adjusting her attire slightly, her cheeks flushed. "Have you previously been married without children?" "No," Lin Tian replied without hesitation. "I wasn't always a wealthy man. My fortunes changed only recently due to a successful business venture abroad." He leaned back, retrieving a box of cigarettes from his bag and lighting one. Lin Tian refrained from revealing the entire truth about his financial success stemming from a system that favored having many children. Instead, he crafted a narrative. "I was married once about 10 years ago to a woman from my hometown, but it ended within a month due to constant arguments. After that, I relocated to Hangzhou, working in finance and even delivering takeout. For 5 years, I served as a property manager, going on 99 blind dates, yet never finding a suitable partner." The two women exchanged astonished glances, grappling with the realization that they were interacting with someone who had once faced the same struggles they had. How could a man who had once been impoverished now possess such wealth? "My wealth primarily comes from cryptocurrency," he explained. "Bitcoin." "Ah," Roland exclaimed, her eyes widening. "You're involved in that?" With a nod and a smile, Lin Tian confirmed, "It's a financial tool I've been involved with for over a decade. Finally, it's my turn to benefit, as the returns from my international business dealings are now coming in." Qingge, equally astounded, recognized the potential for significant profit, recalling stories of skyrocketing returns. "Indeed," Lin Tian continued, "I also engage in various other financial instruments. After my turnaround, I plan to invest significantly in industries here domestically. The mining venture we're pursuing is nearly $1 billion investment." The abrupt revelation left both young women feeling somewhat disoriented. Lin Tian smiled gently, remarking that what he had just stated was merely the bare minimum guarantee. There was, however, an additional assurance. As long as she did not abandon him, he would safeguard her for a lifetime, ensuring her every need was met and that she could live with dignity. As for the love that young women like her yearned for, apologies, but such sentiments were not found with him. Roland felt a flicker of disappointment as she gazed at Lin Tian's face, her eyes brimming with a wistful longing. In that fleeting moment, she had dared to believe that she could indeed become the second sister Nai Kai. Yet now, with the uncle's candid declaration of his intentions, she found herself contemplating a change of heart. But she had already entrusted everything to this seemingly gentle and somewhat playful uncle. "Brother Lin, was your ex-wife deeply hurtful to you?" she inquired. Qingge was equally curious about the reason behind this. After hearing Lin Tian's words, she felt a strange sense of relief. She had long seen through the illusion of titles and formalities. To the wealthy, that piece of paper held no value whatsoever. Her aunt's situation exemplified this. Whether married or not, she had endured a lifetime of hardship, ultimately waiting in vain for a heartless husband until her dying day. Shin was acutely aware that Lin Tian was the most suitable match for her. Perhaps. My ex-wife was the child of a worker in Jincheng. I hail from the countryside, graduated from university, and purchased a home in Jincheng to marry her, yet we only shared a bed once in a month, and that was unsuccessful. Roland, who had some experience, listened intently, while Shun, still innocent, felt her cheeks flush at the uncle's openness. It seemed he did not regard them as outsiders at all. No, could it be that you are inadequate in that regard? Shin instinctively pondered aloud. Absolutely not. Roland interjected. You have no idea. He is quite formidable in that aspect. Realizing that the girl beside her was not Su Mei, but rather another cunning rival, she felt embarrassed to continue the conversation, her cheeks reddening. Chapter 37. Can a princess be selected? Ah, Lan Lan is right. I actually have no issues. However, when faced with an extremely domineering woman, I find myself utterly disinterested. I would have to endure daily ridicule about being a country bumpkin, and she, as a city dweller, would berate me until we quarrel, only for her mother to join in and scold me for being ungrateful. You are just a Doran's son-in-law. Any children must carry their surname. And then you divorced? Indeed. Lin Tian replied with a sense of resignation. The down payment of over 200,000 I paid for the house became hers. I didn't even recover the 10,000 betrothal gift and left with nothing. Shin Qingge immediately shook her head. That is simply too unfair. Alas, at that time, I was as naive as my rural upbringing. I lacked the courage to contend with city folk. I blame myself for choosing a city woman as a spouse. Brother, this has nothing to do with city or countryside. It's a matter of character. That woman and her family were utterly disgraceful, Roland asserted with righteous indignation. I am also from Jincheng, yet I have never encountered such shameless women from the northeast. Such occurrences are more common in the south, where son-in-law bullying is rampant. Shin Qingge shook her head. My uncle's experience was similar to yours, Mr. Lin. He formed a bond with a remarkable classmate in Haisher and later married her. Here, they call it a son-in-law. He toiled tirelessly in her family's home, raising a younger sister who took her mother's surname. From dawn till dusk, he cooked and did laundry, all while working to earn money. They treated my uncle like a cash cow, but 3 years ago, when he fell ill, none in her family were willing to pay for his treatment. Roland pressed further. And then what happened? Later, he was cast out by them and died. Cradled in my mother's arms, Shin recounted, as if narrating someone else's tale. The three fell into a contemplative silence. Brother Lin, is this the reason you no longer wish to marry? Yet, why do you still seek blind dates? Roland asked, intrigued. You've clearly been hurt. I simply cannot swallow this bitterness. In the subsequent 99 blind dates, I sought only city women, young, older, unmarried, divorced, some with children, some beautiful. Others less so, yet not a single one found me appealing. Huh. Roland and Shun exchanged glances. Truth be told, it's because I am poor. Lin Tian continued with a sardonic smile. Now that I possess wealth, I shall never marry. I apologize, dear young ladies, I do not intend to deceive you. I merely wish for you to make a choice. We? Shin Qingge discerned the underlying implication in his words, suggesting that both of them were options. Lin Tian nodded with a wry smile. Perhaps there would be more in the future. The Lin family had been passed down through 9 generations, and now only one male heir remained. His responsibilities were formidable. Observing this uncle, Shin Qingge suddenly felt a wave of empathy. He bore a heavy burden. She turned and embraced Lin Tian tightly. Honestly, I have never believed in love. I have never met my father. I call my mother aunt because she raised me through arduous struggles. Tragically, she passed away before I graduated from university, warning me never to trust in love. Why? Roland asked, her face a picture of confusion. Because extraordinarily beautiful women rarely attain exclusive and perfect love. For instance, consider what transpired yesterday morning. Would an ordinary girl encounter harassment from ruffians? No. But women like us, can a typical man protect us? No. Yet wealthy and powerful men, we cannot guarantee their fidelity. My wretched father is a prime example. He deceived my mother, fathered me, and vanished with another woman abroad, never providing a single cent for our livelihood. My mother, aside from her beauty, could only play the piano. Releasing Lin Tian, she gazed at him earnestly. I am willing. Roland, momentarily blank, stammered, can I think about it? Her mind was a whirlwind of romantic ideals, aspirations of becoming Mrs. Lin, and contemplating the magnitude of $1 million. Lin Tian nodded, expressing that there was no compulsion in this matter, and he would never treat anyone as a mere vessel for reproduction. That being said, I am human. And so are you. What I desire is simply for us all to lead comfortable lives. I will never force those who disagree with this approach. Shin Qingge grasped Lin Tian's meaning, while Roland struggled to accept it as they left his expansive apartment. Lin Tian gazed out the window, fully aware that he aspired to be a wealthy man, a truly affluent individual. He yearned for more beautiful companions and wished to ensure the Lin lineage flourished abundantly. Without wealth, such dreams were unattainable, but now that he possessed it, he could love whomever he pleased. In the future, he intended to rebrand himself, genuinely learning to embody the persona of a wealthy individual. In terms of procreation and expanding his fortune, he would no longer be indecisive. Pursuing objectives devoid of emotional entanglements was the quickest path to maximize benefits. After all, the rewards from the system increased exponentially over time, with opportunities such as commercial buildings and mines presenting themselves, indicating an urgent need to resolve bad debts or funding issues. Was it not simple to navigate these challenges? As long as he avoided targets resembling those two teachers, he might become close friends in a day and perhaps achieve a 5-level completion within a month. The target scan needed to score above 90, 1 in a million. Contemplating this, he suddenly recalled that he could activate 5 targets simultaneously at the first level, with only 2 remaining. If he had empty slots, why not establish a team in Jinan? It could also contribute to developing the 4th target. Regardless of how Roland and the others chose, the mission must not stall. System, scan the target individuals. Aside from talent and wisdom, ensure all other criteria are at full marks. Lin Tian issued a command to the system. System, scan for potential targets within a 10-kilometer radius that meet the host criteria of scoring above 90. System scan results. Out of a population of 1 million, there are 140,000 eligible females aged between 18 and 25. After precise analysis, 5 individuals are identified as potential targets scoring above 90. The information has been transmitted. In a city like Jinan, with nearly 1/6 of its population, only 5 individuals meet the system's stringent standards. This 1 in a million chance is indeed remarkable. The highest-ranked candidate is named Ren Shui, boasting an impressive score of 98, standing at 180 centimeters tall, 19 years old, a university student from a well-off family, majoring in mechanical engineering, and an academic prodigy who has secured a national first prize in mathematics competitions. Lin Tian took a sharp breath upon reading a few lines. It seemed that intersecting with someone of such caliber would be virtually impossible. The second-ranked individual is Du Jinhua, with a score of 97, standing at 170 centimeters. 24 years old, a princess from a certain commercial enterprise, hailing from a modest background. The electronic photograph sent by the system revealed a sweet-looking young woman. Could it be that even a princess of commerce could qualify? Chapter 38, Live Well With Me. The princess of commerce, presumably akin to those entertainers from nightclubs of yore. A protagonist of the worldly realm. A few years ago, Lin Tian, still brimming with youthful vigor, had frequented such establishments. His last encounter with a commercial entertainer had occurred 4 years prior. That experience had cost him half a month's salary. The woman had feigned a pitiful persona, only for him to later realize it was all part of their ruse. Perhaps every individual harbors their own misfortunes, but why should one's misfortunes burden another? Subsequently, Lin Tian never returned to such places. When he felt the need to relieve himself, he resorted to running or sought solace with a certain Miss Wu, for it was lawful, devoid of emotional entanglements, and free from deceit. After clarifying his boundaries with Roland Lan and Shun Qinga, Lin Tian felt a sense of liberation. Devoid of any lingering doubts, love comes and goes, there is no need for insistence. With the powerful assistance of the system at his disposal, finding suitable companions became significantly easier. Not to mention, if the threshold were lowered to a score of 80, the task would become overwhelming. Lin Tian had no desire to be a mere stud. He sought comfort and joy while also wishing to father several children. Shun Qinga returned to her room, replaying Lin Tian's words in her mind, analyzing the outcomes and forming judgments about his character. She deduced that Lin Tian was unlikely to behave like those unscrupulous southern magnates who play with hearts and then discard them. He had never mentioned any confidentiality agreements or the nonsensical notion of a year-long contract. Unlike Roland Lan, whose motives were purely financial and who had no desire to become Mrs. Lin, she sensed that this dance professional emerging from Lin Tian's circle might be pursuing both money and fame. Yet, she was different, even if a marriage contract were written. What difference would it make? Her mother was a living testament. That unscrupulous father had vanished when she was not even a year old. So what if he had married? Lin Tian was distinct. The so-called salary of over 1 million had already been transferred to her, likely as a means to draw closer to her, serving as a mere prop to facilitate his aspiration of becoming a music teacher, generous and unencumbered by societal burdens. He lacked the social status that typically weighs down successful individuals. This was perhaps why he would likely remain unmarried in the future. Shun Qinga pondered what business Lin Tian had abroad. Evidently, his main wealth stemmed from overseas ventures, suggesting he would not linger long in the country. If Lin Tian truly believed in the adage more children, more blessings without abandoning the women who bore them, he would inevitably need to venture abroad. Even if he chose not to live overseas, it mattered little to her, a woman with no family ties. Within a minute of returning to her room, she had thoroughly analyzed the information, solidified her stance, and resolutely packed her belongings, including clothes and phone chargers, before stepping out and returning to the expansive suite. Upon surveying the large suite, she noticed that Roland Lawn had not yet arrived. A silent sigh of relief escaped her, her anxious heart calmed. Thankfully, she had arrived early. Otherwise, she dreaded how to confront that situation. Lin Tian was not surprised. Witnessing Shun Qingga's ethereal beauty, akin to a celestial being descending to earth, stirred something within him. Just moments ago, Shun Qingga had expressed her intentions, and he was taken aback by her swift entrance into his room. "Mr. Lin, my mother has passed away. My father is as good as gone, and my uncle has also died. Apart from the small house my mother left me, from now on, I have only you." Shun Qingga spoke, tears streaming down her cheeks. Gently, she embraced Lin Tian's waist, her delicate and graceful demeanor reminiscent of a lotus flower after rain. Gazing up at him with admiration, in an instant, Lin Tian's heart was captivated. At that moment, the system notified him. Shun Qingga's affection level is 99. 99. This marked a direct leap from 79, surpassing the thresholds of 80 and 90, leaving just a single point to reach maximum value. Presently, no triggering events had occurred, and the system's fourth-level reward had not activated. With beauty in his embrace, Lin Tian paid no heed to levels or scores. After all, acquiring wealth was merely a matter of effort, was it not? Rest assured, as long as you remain with me, I shall not forsake you. Lin Tian tenderly caressed her lovely face. "Let us live well together, pursue your passions diligently, and certainly, let us have many children." This last remark elicited a laugh from Shun Qingga. "Uncle Lin, your words make it sound as if you are referring to me as a piglet, which is rather unflattering." She tilted her head, her eyes brimming with curiosity and admiration. "In truth, you are an exceptionally talented individual. As for other matters, I can only speak to your musical prowess. I am in awe. If I had not witnessed it firsthand, I would have believed, as Sister Zhu said, that you were feigning ignorance of the piano to get closer to me. Your learning ability is remarkable." This was another significant reason Shun Qingga could convince herself of her feelings. As a music teacher, she found a common ground with Lin Tian, a music student, and she believed his passion for music was genuine. "Haha, your Uncle Lin still has much to learn from Teacher Shin. In the future, you shall teach our children music." With a gentle embrace, Lin Tian effortlessly lifted Shun Qingga, who weighed over 100 pounds, and placed her onto the large bed. Shun Qingga instantly felt a wave of shyness wash over her, her entire body tensing as she dared not look at the man who had lifted her. Though Lin Tian was not a notorious womanizer by any means, the system's grading mechanism provided a safeguard. Anyone scoring above 80, especially with full marks in 2 categories, was guaranteed to be a beauty in her prime, and her demeanor was clear evidence of that. At this moment, Shun Qingga felt both nervous and expectant. A little scheme was brewing in her mind. If Lin Tian were to recklessly pursue fatherhood, she would have the upper hand. Coupled with Roland Land's desire for a title, whoever bore the first child would undoubtedly be the eldest son or daughter. In both the north and south of the country, the eldest son and daughter held a naturally elevated status. Hence, Lin Tian's words would likely not fall upon her shoulders. The status conferred by the eldest son or daughter could not be granted to a woman without a recognized position. Even if Lin Tian wished to pursue such a course, it was likely his parents would disapprove. Moreover, there was simply no need for it. She had no intention of interfering with Lin Tian's affairs with other women. She merely needed to secure the top spot for herself. "Once the first child is born by me, Shun Qingga, and is acknowledged by my in-laws, even if the sky were to fall, Lin Tian must prioritize me before anyone else. After a long day of driving, shall we wash up first? I can help you," she suggested. Chapter 39. What industry are we in? In the past couple of days, Lin Tian's experiences have been as fervent and uninhibited as that of Roland Lawn, rekindling the sensations of his youthful days. The girl, simple-minded yet passionately vibrant, exuded a distinct warmth. Her body temperature differed from Shun Qingga's, who felt considerably cooler to the touch, her voice soft and gentle, embodying the enchanting essence of the beauties of Jiangnan, reminiscent of the exquisite women depicted in the paintings of Suzhou and Hangzhou. The soft, cultured dialect she spoke, laced with the nuances of her hometown, instantly ignited a primal desire for conquest in a normal man. "I'll carry you over," Lin Tian smiled, once again lifting this lamb-like prey into his arms. The pure water springs forth from the lotus. It requires careful sculpting. This blend of softness and resilience imparted to Lin Tian a sensation entirely different from that of Roland Lawn, like ancient vines entwining a timeless tree. Akin to the mythical white snake coiling about its counterpart, it was an ethereal experience. Were it not for the undeniable evidence before him, he would scarcely believe this girl was indeed a novice. 2 hours elapsed, the clouds parted and the rain ceased. With ample energy still at his disposal, Lin Tian tidied the battlefield, lifting the now limp figure and transferring her to another bed, where they nestled closely together, whispering sweet nothings. "Am I serving you well?" she asked timidly, unable to meet his gaze, hiding within his embrace, her long hair cascading chaotically over half of his face. She thought to herself, if only this moment could last a lifetime, devoid of anyone else to share it with. But alas, her strength had waned. "Yes, this is quite feasible. Have you been secretly practicing? Well, I shan't hide it from you." Shinshinga playfully lifted her face. "As a woman, this day will inevitably come. And rather than be flustered when it arrives, I might as well learn a bit in advance to avoid any blunders." Blunders? Lin Tian's hands never ceased their movement. He relished the cool, silky sensation of her touch. "Indeed." She giggled. "By the way, haven't you heard this amusing tale? A young couple married for several years without a child, and when their family inquired about their sleeping arrangements, the girl detailed the specifics. And only then did the boy's mother realize that the two had lived together for 3 years without ever undressing, assuming that simply lying together would suffice for conception. A blunder, so that was the mistake." Lin Tian, laughing along with her jest, was simultaneously conserving his strength for what lay ahead. "Oh dear you," she gasped, her face paling. No, let's not. Perhaps we should call Lon Lon instead. I'm completely spent." When Roland Lon returned to the room, she remained motionless, embroiled in a mental struggle, contemplating surrender. Lin Tian had already bestowed upon her over 1 million, and they had only spent 2 nights together, during which she had given him her all. Though it seemed unjust to her future partners, she could forgive herself, for it was she who had taken the initiative that night, finding herself inexplicably drawn to his bed. Was it Sumei's fault? Not at all. No one had coerced her. She merely desired wealth while yearning for a beautiful romance. Shinshinga, before her, openly declared her stance, shattering Roland Lan's worldview. Perhaps even having shattered it completely that night. To become a mere breeding machine, was that her fate? She felt lost. Yet such matters were not something even Sumei could assist her with. It was a choice she had to make alone. To hell with love, and to hell with dignity. After much contemplation, she resolved not to endure a life of poverty any longer. She refused to be a woman who lived day to day for mere survival money, whether it be dozens or hundreds of coins. Roland Lon understood that if she were an ordinary girl with an unremarkable appearance and figure, she would resort to hard labor, whether as a teacher or a streamer. Yet, fate had bestowed upon her a striking visage. Her family? That could wait. She was an only child. Her father worked at a state-owned enterprise in Jincheng, while her mother took on odd jobs. Throughout her life, she had lacked nothing but money. The scenes of her parents scraping together living expenses each month were vividly etched in her memory. Receiving that 1,000 yuan made her heart ache. Before attending university, she was unaware that a girl's makeup collection could consist of more than a single bottle. She had spent 4 years striving to bridge the gap between herself and her peers through academic performance. Yet that gap, whether in experience or otherwise, had left her feeling inferior, even in comparison to Sumei. Sumei hailed from a family of officials, one that was not financially strained. Yet she had chosen to serve Lin Tian as a housekeeper. It was this choice that illuminated for Roland Lon the disparity between appearances and reality in the world. In contrast to the ephemeral notion of love and handsome men, she increasingly gravitated toward the present, living in a grand house, driving luxurious cars, spending freely with someone to support her. How ironic it was that she, who had once scorned her classmates, now found herself on the same path. No, Lin Good genuinely likes me, even if it's merely for my looks. Roland Lon reflected on the days spent running alongside Lin Tian, that gentle giant, the man who could even wield martial arts. As this thought crossed her mind, her eyes sparkled with clarity. Lin Uncle's dance lessons were surely fabricated. Yet he remained oblivious to the fact that she and Mei Zi had once fallen so low as to beg for a living beneath the bridge, right? Fate. Everything was a matter of destiny. Even if Lin Uncle had orchestrated events, it required a kindred spirit to recognize it. With so many beautiful women in Hangzhou, her absence would hardly be missed, especially with Shinshinga nearby. She was determined to pursue wealth, regardless of the consequences. Isn't sharing with others the point? What does it matter? Resolute, she pushed open the door, only to find the adjacent door locked with a "Do Not Disturb" sign hanging. It suddenly dawned on her that Shinshinga must have already entered, leaving her feeling quite disheartened. Taking a deep breath, she retreated to her own room. As the night deepened over Jiqing, the city center sparkled like a kaleidoscope. Standing by the window, she gradually found peace within herself. She truly liked Lin Uncle, not merely for his wealth, but because he was a charming, handsome man, with the system bestowing a plethora of rewards. Lin Tian lay on the bed, perusing the information sent by the system within his mind. Shenxinga, having received Lin Tian's permission, was scrolling through his phone. In just the past 2 hours, Lin Tian's phone had received multiple notifications of foreign fund transfers. The first, 20 million. The second, 30 million. The third, 30 million. The fourth, 30 million. The fifth, 30 million. In the span of 2 hours, the cash inflow had reached an astounding 1.4 billion. He had the audacity to claim this was merely a small business. He was uncertain whether his statements regarding his family situation were genuine or fabricated. Shenxinga, while enjoying herself with Zhu Yunshi, had encountered some wealthy individuals from the south who had attempted to woo her. Showing off their bank accounts with pretentious expressions, none could compare to Lin Ge. In such a brief moment, 1.4 billion. What exactly was his enterprise? Truly remarkable. Chapter 40. The formula for the potent pill. It was said that 10 years prior, he had ventured into some form of cryptocurrency. Yes, it seemed to be Bitcoin, which is now quite valuable. Shenxinga nestled in Lin Tian's embrace, finding an unexpected comfort in simply sharing a moment of stillness with him. She instinctively touched him, realizing she could endure no more turmoil. Exhaustion and hunger weighed heavily upon her, leaving her feeling as if she might disintegrate. Yet the man beside her remained as vibrant as ever, defying her expectations. It felt as though all the novels she had read in the past were mere fabrications. Lin Tian had not resorted to any sort of magical tonic. Indeed, it seemed unnecessary for him. The notion of bodily enhancement had never been something he had relied upon before, even after laboriously working 5 times and amassing a fortune of 1.4 billion. He felt invigorated. The sensation was akin to having just mastered a superior celestial technique. There was no greater triumph in life than this. The system had rewarded him with an increase of 2 in physical attributes and 1 in wisdom. Additionally, he had received a substantial prize of 20 million at level 4, along with 6 vials of love potion and other special materials, which piqued his interest the most. The first mining company was still in the process of being acquired. As he made his way to Yi City, the second venture involved an abandoned mine in Africa, valued at $50 million and boasting a staggering reserve of 1 billion tons. At $1 per ton, that amounted to $1 billion. The third was a commercial real estate skyscraper in Haishur, worth 6 billion. However, he realized that he had yet to secure the original rights to a technology company, which had not been processed by the system. Perhaps he would need to finalize the mining company acquisition first before receiving that notification. Including the grand estate and 3 luxury vehicles, the total could very well exceed 200 million. Lin Tian struggled to quantify his non-liquid assets, but thankfully, his cash flow was clear. His bank account had swelled to 6.3 billion after adding the recent 1.4 billion. Shenxinga's task line had garnered over 100 million in just 2 hours, likely sufficient to sustain her for a lifetime, excluding child support for her son. These details, surprisingly, had to be remembered by the host. The system had not provided a comprehensive package, leaving Lin Tian to recall everything himself. After all, he was not as young as he once was, and his memory was not as sharp. To his astonishment, the 4th or 5th system reward turned out to be the formula for the powerful tonic, a detail Lin Tian had completely forgotten about due to its long-standing and used status. The system's notifications were quite exhilarating, suggesting that among the 8 billion people globally, 4 billion men suffered from various ailments related to the tonic's effects. Although Lin Tian's own reproductive potential was a meager 2, his physical constitution was undoubtedly exceptional. What did this imply? The system had appraised the tonic's market potential at an estimated annual revenue of 10 billion. Although this was merely theoretical, the figure was comparable to the previous 1 billion tons of mining reserves. An annual income of 10 billion could feasibly place him among the top 500 companies globally. Yet he had yet to see a cent, with a paltry 600 million in cash to flaunt. The absence of a notification regarding the completion of the 5th level task suggested that no one had conceived Lin Tian's offspring. This was not the system's fault. It had provided ample opportunities and funds. Was he truly unable to endure this minimal hardship? Darling, I concede, I surrender. I shall no longer engage in this game of golden hooks and fishing. Shenxinga shook her head vigorously, feeling her heart race as the man beside her began to employ his strategies once more. She could not compete with him at poker. His card skills were simply too formidable. Am I truly that intimidating? Lin Tian chuckled reassuringly, straightening the blankets on the bed before gazing out at the scenery of Jiqing from the windowsill. Shenxinga's heart raced, and only when he ceased his antics did she believe his reassurances. Thank the heavens, they could finally eat. After dressing, she nearly stumbled upon leaping out of bed. Walking was proving to be a challenge. Call Lon Lon and ask her to come over. I'll order dinner. This hotel offers room service. Glancing at the menu on the table, Lin Tian noted that the dining options were quite appealing. He casually ordered 6 dishes and 2 soups, specifically selecting 2 light vegetarian dishes for the southern girl, shrimp stir-fried with bok choy and steamed cabbage. As Luo Lanlan entered, she cheerfully inquired about dinner plans. Without needing to see, she could tell Shinshinga had suffered a significant defeat. Her legs were likely in disarray. After tidying up the room, Luo Lanlan feigned ignorance, joyfully entering to examine Shinshinga. Once Lin Tian left for the restroom, she settled beside Shinshinga on the bed. Shinshinga remained composed, calm as water. She returned to the bed, waiting for her legs to recover before attempting to walk again. With everyone present, there was no need for pretense. Lanlan, please bear with me tonight. My legs are not cooperating. Luo Lanlan was taken aback by the severity of the situation. After a quick examination, she gasped. How could you practice splits without any dance training? Ugh. Shinshinga felt her cheeks flush, yet curiosity compelled her to ask. Does having dance training make it easier? As Lin Tian re-entered the room, he found the two dedicated teachers ready. One donned casual indoor attire reminiscent of a professional instructor, while the other resembled a charming neighbor. With Luo Lanlan's massage and assistance, Shinshinga quickly regained her poise, managing to walk reasonably well, like someone recovering from an injury. The trio heeded the front desk suggestion and opted against room service, choosing instead to dine at the Sky restaurant. The hotel touted this as a signature experience, with a special dish from Japan available that day. It would be a shame not to savor it while staying there. Upon hearing about the delectable offerings, Luo Lanlan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she immediately expressed her desire to dine in the restaurant. Shinshinga concurred, agreeing that it would be a missed opportunity not to take advantage of the exquisite setting. Lin Tian was indifferent. He would be here for a few more days, intent on recruiting a sizable team and assessing the situation with the business princess. If the prospects were promising, he would not hesitate to expand his harem. After all, 1 billion per person was not merely a post-birth incentive. With a little effort, he could secure wealth as well. 20 million was quite enticing, was it not? Moreover, he was still uncertain about the mining venture. However, he realized that the tonic business needed to be prioritized. After all, few men in the world shared Lin Tian's unique circumstances with the system. Having worked as a property manager, he was acutely aware of the many men burdened by their limitations, often lamenting their plight. The nation advocated for larger families, but if men could not perform, women could not conceive on their own either. This must take precedence over other ventures. The tonic needed to be developed for the benefit of society. Thus, the three decided to swap their room dining plans for a visit to the 5-star Hotel Sky restaurant. After all, it was an upscale venue with fewer distractions. The two women removed their hats and large masks, and despite a simple touch-up, they became the focal point of the entire restaurant. Chapter 41, Bringing Back the Sister-in-Law. Look, the two beauties just walked in. Indeed, with figures to match their beauty, they seemed to possess everything. And both of them, they are even more stunning than the ones over there. Youth is their primary asset. They must be around 20, right? Just look at these young beauties. It's hard to fathom which fortunate man has them in his life. Surely it couldn't he be the one behind them? They came up together. Certainly not. How could that be? He looks to be in his 40s and certainly does not appear to be affluent. They murmured amongst themselves, stealing glances at the trio, one man and two women, who had just entered the restaurant. The establishment featured an open layout, with spacious and comfortable seating arranged in semi-partitions that offered a sense of privacy while simultaneously fostering a semi-social atmosphere. In essence, one could discern who possessed what appearance, what they consumed, who was a person of success, and who indulged in expensive libations. Prior to the arrival of the two young women, two other females in the restaurant were quite pleasing to the eye. The middle-aged woman exuded an exceptional aura, while the younger one appeared to be a successful figure in the business world. Both engaged in light-hearted conversations with their companions. However, the sudden entrance of two stunning women in their 20s instantly shifted the focus of the restaurant onto them. They were accompanied by a man who resembled a bodyguard, though his attire was quite ordinary, and his demeanor suggested he had not encountered much sophistication. It was likely that they had come to this upscale hotel to either seek out trouble or to fish for opportunities. This assumption was not solely held by the men who frequently engaged in counterfishing in such venues. Even the women shared similar sentiments. Little fox, humph. So naive and ignorant. And he is just a brute without a brain. Upon spotting more attractive women, the middle-aged beauty seated to the south scoffed, while the younger woman occupying the central east position shot a disdainful glance. Despite the considerable distance of several dozen meters, Lin Tian had enhanced his perceptive abilities to such an extent that he could still hear and feel these exchanges. This remarkable acuity of sight and hearing, the most coveted reward from the system, was not wealth, but rather this amplification of attributes. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for Lin Tian to have had such a remarkable night after 4 years of celibacy. Whenever the system granted rewards, apart from reserving a single point for contingency, he allocated all his points to enhance his physical attributes. The 2 points he had just obtained were directly applied to his eyes and ears, resulting in an extraordinary perception akin to that of a martial arts master. He could even hear a stomach growling from over 10 meters away. To Lin Tian, the middle-aged woman, likely in her 30s, appeared quite youthful, attractive, and possessing a refined demeanor. The younger woman, clad in a casual suit, was also appealing and seemed to belong to a respectable echelon, probably around 28 or 29 years of age. However, Lin Tian disregarded anyone who did not fall within the range of a score exceeding 90 on the system's assessment. Roland Lan was an exception. She merely lacked talent and was, at the end of the day, somewhat foolish. Noticing Lin Tian's attention drifting towards other women, Shen Qing's expression shifted slightly, yet she dared not show it overtly. Instead, she subtly nudged Roland Lan, urging her to take a glance at the attractive young woman. Upon seeing her beauty, Roland Lan appeared momentarily transfixed, unable to tear her gaze away. The two exchanged glances, feigning ignorance, and settled into their reserved seats. Before Lin Tian could take his place, his phone buzzed with an incoming call from an unfamiliar number. He picked it up and moved towards the floor-to-ceiling window to answer, gesturing for them to order first. Since stepping down from his role as property manager, Lin Tian's phone had become relatively useless. Apart from a call from Li Jinjie 2 days prior, the only other calls he received were regarding property and vehicle matters, with only a handful from Shun, Luo, and Su. In Hangzhou, Lin Tian had no home, and since he worked at a low-level position, he had even withdrawn from all group chats, leaving no one to contact him without reason, let alone invite him for meals or drinks. As the clock approached 8 in the evening, an unfamiliar number rang through, startling Lin Tian. "Hello, is this Lin Tian?" "Yes, who is this?" Lin Tian couldn't discern the caller's identity and felt increasingly anxious, reasoning that it was unlikely to be a tool from the system's tasks calling at this hour. "I am your classmate from university, a dorm mate, Lu Zhu, the one you all nicknamed Big Pillar." "Oh, classmate? Hello. I remember now. We even visited 3 reservoirs together. You were the one who almost drowned while trying to catch fish, right? Thankfully, the reservoir staff saved you." Yes, that's me." "Huh. It's amusing how such things stick in memory. Calling you this late. I hope I'm not disturbing you and your wife." No, I'm not married, haha. "So what is on your mind?" Lin Tian recalled this classmate fondly, as they had been quite close during university, but they lost touch after graduation. He was curious how Lu Zhu had obtained his phone number. "I got your home number from Li Ruixing. This afternoon, I asked your uncle for your contact. It's nothing serious. My son's first birthday is next month, and I thought it's been nearly 10 years since our dorm mates last gathered. I'd like to host a dinner. And please, no gifts. I'm just a minor civil servant now, wanting to see everyone together. I'll cover the hotel and transport arrangements. I heard you're in Hangzhou, and I can book your flight. Just let me know if you can make it." "Wow, you've really put this all together. Even if I had a reason not to go, I can't refuse this. You're even offering to book my flight. It's clear you genuinely want to meet." Lin Tian was touched by the effort Lu Zhu had made, feeling a sense of obligation to attend. "I've already informed the other 4 brothers from our dorm. Even the one in Chengdu can make it back." "Haha, Big Pillar, this is quite uncharacteristic for a civil servant. I'll definitely return." Lin Tian joked. "I'm currently on my way to Yi City, so I won't need a flight. I'll drive back instead. Just tell me the date, and I'll be there no matter what." "Great. September 16th. Gregorian calendar." Lu Zhu laughed heartily. "Congratulations. Your son will be 1 year old. I recall your eldest is a daughter, right?" "Haha, you remember." "Yes, my eldest is a daughter, now in her 2nd year of junior high. After the country relaxed its policies, I've been working hard, and hey, I finally had a son. So happy. Then, I must bring a red envelope to congratulate you." Lin Tian assured, "Don't worry, I'll definitely be there. By the way, it won't be just you. Your uncle mentioned you're married now, right? Bring your wife along." "What? You're not working as an investigator, are you? How do you know so much?" Lin Tian chuckled. "All right. But I'll have to see which wife I'll bring." "Hey," Lu Zhu quickly retorted, "I know you well enough. You're hopeless when it comes to women." As he spoke, he suddenly recalled Lin Tian's first marriage and promptly fell silent, fearing to offend his old classmate. Let us not dwell on that. I'll be waiting for your return." Lin Tian felt a surge of happiness. In the past, when he was struggling, he refrained from reaching out to classmates, often making excuses to decline invitations to gatherings. The embarrassment of his financial struggles and subsequent divorce led him to withdraw from social circles. Now, however, he was no longer a prospective husband, but rather someone with 2 wives. Turning around, he noticed Roland Lan waving at him. To his surprise, there stood a man beside their table. That is my husband. He is on the phone right now, so I'm sorry, but I cannot add you on WeChat." Shen Qing firmly rejected, standing next to a sharply dressed young man who exuded charm and confidence. Lin Tian narrowed his gaze, smirking as he strode back towards them. "I'm back, my dear." He approached the table, sizing up the young man who appeared to be in his 20s, ready to observe the unfolding drama. The young man looked utterly bewildered. Wait, I just added you on WeChat, and you said this gentleman is your husband, but wasn't he just speaking to you? You dare to refer to him as your husband? If you're not going to add him, then simply don't. Using an old dove as a shield, how amusing. As she spoke, she subtly revealed her wristwatch, placing an Audi key in front of them. To these young individuals, this seemingly ordinary middle-aged man likely appeared to be just a friend or relative who had invited them here for a good time. Indeed, the drama unfolded. Alas, it remains uncertain whether such an encounter constitutes effective communication or if it would yield any rewards. Roland glanced at Shun Qinga, and after a mutual understanding, they each took a seat beside Lin Tian, one on the left and the other on the right, intertwining their arms with a smile as they simultaneously remarked, "You little brat, thinking you can charm girls with a mere Audi? Have you even glanced at yourself in the mirror to see if you resemble a wealthy man?" Shun Qinga scoffed. "That green water ghost of yours? Purchased online, I presume? A mere 600 yuan. One of my former classmates had the same model. The inscription on your watch is different from the genuine article. I needn't elaborate further." The young man in the suit was momentarily taken aback. Casting a glance at the silent man beside him, who had casually tossed a Bentley key onto the table, he felt a flush of embarrassment wash over his face. And without uttering another word, he hastily made his exit. "Posers pretending to be rich. I've seen my fair share," Shun Qinga remarked, shaking her head with a smirk. "Indeed, utterly devoid of skills," Roland sighed. "The standards of society have plummeted, utterly shameless." After uttering this, she realized the inappropriateness of her comment, stuck out her tongue, and with a playful grin, clung to Lin Tian's right arm. "I may not be as cultured as Qinga, dear husband." Shun Qinga chuckled. "I'm not a literature major either. How cultured could I possibly be? I do have some understanding of music, but my dancing skills surely pale in comparison to yours. Sister Longlon, how about this evening, after we return, you teach me the fundamentals of dance? I truly envy how you practice with your husband, maintaining such a splendid physique, with one husband on the left and another on the right." The proximity of the nearby table had already garnered some attention due to the young man's attempt to add WeChat, and the appearance of two stunning beauties only heightened the intrigue. Who would have thought that the shield's remark would be taken seriously? They certainly didn't seem like wealthy individuals. The young woman in a suit, seated in the middle, took in the entire conversation but did not internalize it entirely. She paid little heed to the two girls referring to their husbands, as it was not uncommon for affluent individuals to accompany attractive companions. Her curiosity was piqued regarding the seemingly unremarkable middle-aged man, who, despite appearing somewhat plump, was indeed a man of means. Whether he was a successful figure was debatable. He certainly was not a public figure. Without delving into specifics, the aura he exuded was unmistakable, one that could not be feigned. Beyond the air of authority, there was an innate quality that drew her in. The friend beside her, a company owner who had invited her to dine, was rendered oblivious to his words, frequently stealing glances at the middle-aged man. Based on her 7 to 8 years of experience in the workplace, she discerned that this man was a genuine tycoon, perhaps even a covert one. No individual with a reputable title could so brazenly interact with two young beauties in a public setting. The likes of such a wealthy individual were rare. In her years since graduating, she had only encountered two, one a southern magnate with billions in cash flow and fixed assets, and the other a northern coal boss, often clad in slacks and white shirts. This man bore a striking resemblance to the latter, exhibiting a demeanor akin to that of a northern gentleman. If he were a southern lord, he would have likely erupted in anger by now. Northern gentlemen tended to be less impulsive. When they acted, it was with decisiveness rather than words. Upon closer observation, she noted that the interaction between the man and the two women had transcended mere pretense. While words could be flippant, their physical proximity was deliberate. Their thighs pressed closely together. To engage two beauties of this caliber, regardless of their status as mere university students, was no small feat. It required not only substantial financial resources, but also a remarkable ability to maintain composure. The absence of jealousy between the two young women spoke volumes. This indicated that the man possessed immense strength. As she listened to their orders, she was astonished to hear them request the limited edition Australian Emperor lobster, priced at 38,888 yuan per serving. She had labored for years and had just begun to achieve financial freedom, earning millions annually and holding a senior manager position at a publicly listed financial company. Though she could afford such a meal, the friend treating her would typically only spend around 5,000 yuan per dining experience. In addition to the blue flame igniting and being personally prepared by a foreign chef, there were also Kobe beef, French foie gras, and Russian caviar on the menu, all of which would amount to over 50,000 yuan. However, the manner in which the three dined and presented themselves left much to be desired. It was evident that this tycoon was likely a wealthy pauper, the kind one could take advantage of. To enjoy the meal more comfortably, Lin Tian took a seat opposite the two young ladies, allowing him to observe a high-ranking female executive dining about 7 or 8 meters away. Curiosity piqued. Lin Tian wondered why this attractive woman, clearly possessing good looks and physique, had not been flagged by the system during his earlier scan. He activated the autonomous scanning function, and the system promptly provided the required information. Su Qingya, score 96, currently in a relationship, a regional investment manager at a securities company, 28 years old, with an annual salary of 5 million, excluding bonuses. Residing in Haishur, but on a business trip in Jinan. The detailed scoring breakdown indicated that she lost 2 points for talent and 2 points for health. The system had not recorded her due to her existing relationship. What kind of condition disqualified her from being recorded? Lin Tian had never paid attention to this particular note. For him, having previously gone on blind dates, even with those with children, was a non-issue. If she had a boyfriend, so what? Just take her. Ding. System important reminder. The host is increasingly enlightened on the path to a prosperous and fulfilling life, elevating his mindset to the village level. The target searching mode will be redefined. Special reward for every point consumed from physical attributes. It can be used for in-depth scanning of whether the target meets reproductive standards. New functional module upgraded. Village level? What on earth does that mean? Lin Tian suddenly realized that the host was indeed assessed a level within the system. What constitutes a village level? How many children are required to meet the standards? Chapter 43, System Upgrade Special Module. Village level corresponds to a village chief's rank, akin to a clerk in government hierarchy, or merely a salesperson in business. The system did not provide further explanation, but at least it was an improvement over having no identity at all, regardless of the title. Lin Tian's primary aim was to acquire a specific assessment of a special function he had read about in novels. Such data would be far superior for determining the viability of offspring, especially when strategizing to pursue individuals of higher status. For instance, the woman radiating a CEO vibe beside him was undeniably appealing. Having a boyfriend was not a deterrent. He could simply take her. But what if she had underlying issues? Lin Tian was concerned about this. What if the child she bore came with complications? System important reminder. Establishing the reproductive standard module. Saint level is 100 to 90 points. Heroic level is 90 to 80 points. Elite level is 80 to 60 points. Below 60 points, it is advised that the host refrain from selection, as it does not promote genetic optimization. Certainly, for Lin Tian, these matters are certainly better than nothing. Yet the crux lies in another evaluation. The elusive data regarding the system that has remained unspoken for so long. This intriguing element can even be upgraded. Which does not surprise Lin Tian. The system upgrade notification presents 3 forms of intangible rewards, including the coveted special evaluation module he yearns for. The system's rewards stem from the unwavering loyalty and protection of Roland Lan and Xinqinga, bestowing an enhancement of 2 to both physical and intellectual attributes. Sweet affection, steadfast guardianship, and eternal love. These 3 phrases, while the first is somewhat acceptable, the latter 2 seem utterly misaligned with his reality. Upon upgrading the system, it becomes clear that after reaching the 4th level, intangible rewards will be granted as long as the target displays tender affection towards the host or exhibits a proactive rejection or resistance towards opposing parties, culminating in a superlative grand prize of eternal love after achieving level 5 and maintaining it for a year. It seems that the esteemed system is not merely a lavish benefactor, but also one imbued with a sense of affection. Indeed, the system's methods have evolved. Knowing full well that I do not believe in love, are you attempting to compel the host to showcase the worst of humanity? All I desire is a single evaluation module. As for these fanciful notions, let them be. With a smile, Lin Tian activated the newly integrated evaluation system. Determined to focus on the unique attributes of the beauty across from him in the mall, the system promptly initiated an assessment of Su Qingya, revealing a depreciation rate of 0.01, with a note that any figure exceeding 0.1 is counted as one instance. System, why complicate matters? Yet, this depreciation rate is rather illustrative. Who on earth conceived of such terminology for this context? Well done. Essentially, it conveys that although this woman is already in a relationship, apart from her inherent depreciation rate, she has yet to experience a single normal life. I must say, I, Lin Tian, have also become quite remarkable. Ever since the system's integration transformed my fortunes, I find myself surrounded by exquisite, untainted beauties. I mean targets. For Lin Tian, the notion of depreciation is not entirely absolute. Age is not necessarily definitive. What truly matters is the pursuit of pleasure and joy in interactions, much like the harmonious rapport displayed by the 2 young ladies before him. who support each other wholeheartedly. Darling, here is a piece of shrimp for you. Darling, this beef is delicious. Darling, let us have a toast. Yet, I cannot shake the feeling that this 1982 law fight pales in comparison to our local Daguan 25. Roland Lawn's expression brimmed with anticipation. Ah, Sister Chinga. If we find ourselves back in our hometown, do take care if you're unfamiliar with drinking baijiu. Initially intending to gauge the depreciation rates of the two young ladies beside him as a reference point, he soon realized that would be a sheer waste of attribute points. Why bother assessing when I, Lin Tian, am well aware? Darling, are you not looking at that lady? Roland Lawn's enchanting gaze had already fixated on Lin Tian, whose mind appeared elsewhere, and with a playful tone, she suggested, shall I invite her to dine with us? No, no, let us focus on our meal. Gently patting her head, he chuckled, I am not a scoundrel. The two young ladies shared a light-hearted laugh. Their intimacy was evident as they exchanged morsels of beef and shrimp, exuding genuine affection. This was no mere act. Su Qingya grew increasingly convinced that this seemingly middle-aged gentleman was undoubtedly a man of considerable wealth. After all, a man capable of taming two distinct types of top-tier beauties cannot possibly be an ordinary man. She needed an opportunity to draw closer to him. How to proceed? Given the current economic downturn, money was needed everywhere, including her securities firm, which required constant influxes of capital. Thus, she had come here to meet her senior. Also in pursuit of investment. What if that lustful, affluent gentleman could invest a few million or even tens of millions? Judging by his attire, which appeared to total no more than $100, he seemed rather unassuming. Is my outfit too extravagant for this meeting? She glanced at her own ensemble, worth several tens of thousands, with her shoes alone costing over 9,000, and doubted whether she would catch the attention of such a gentleman. The style he favored was right beside him, embodied by the girls at the table, middle-aged men's eternal preference for youthful allure. The two girls beside her were also quite simple in their appearance. One could hardly blame the little puppy for misjudging. Just as she was about to lose sight of her target, she noticed that the middle-aged man had risen to head for the restroom. An opportunity presented itself. After informing her senior, Su Qingya gracefully strode towards the restroom, her height accentuated by 8-centimeter heels. Clad in a Western-style business casual outfit paired with sheer stockings, a quintessential office vixen. This prompted Roland Lawn to rise in an attempt to intervene. But she was swiftly restrained by Shen Qingya. Lawn, remain calm. Bestowing her a knowing glance, she smiled. Let us enjoy our meal. And it's best not to meddle in other matters. That elegant lady is merely the fish that our man has lured in after much effort. Shen Qingya was also actively seeking allies, finding it easier to engage with someone like Roland Lawn, whose intentions were pure, yet who Lin Tian favored. Together, they might be able to fend off many distractions, safeguarding their foundational bond. She was acutely aware of the significance of her and Roland Lawn's identities as the women who stood by Lin Tian from his humble beginnings, an irreplaceable wealth for the future. All right then, Roland Lawn pouted slightly, her gaze drifting anxiously towards the restroom. Do you think her mind was filled with peculiar thoughts as she turned to the anxious Shen Qingya beside her? What do you think they might do? Shen Qingya glanced at the time on her phone. I'd wager it will take no more than 3 minutes for that woman to return with him and attempt to ingratiate herself with us. While I cannot ascertain her motives, she will undoubtedly approach us. What could she want? Roland Lawn chuckled. Perhaps she is drawn to his age or his lack of hygiene. The two burst into laughter, fully aware of the underlying implications. They returned their focus to their meal, awaiting Lin Tian's return to continue their conversation. Chapter 44, The Prey. Lin Tian, having indulged in the 1982 law fight a tad too liberally, found himself in urgent need of the restroom. After relieving himself, he emerged to wash his hands, inadvertently crossing paths with the woman in the suit as she exited the ladies' room. They narrowly avoided collision as Lin Tian diligently washed his hands, but upon turning, he unexpectedly collided with her. Oh, I'm so sorry, the woman exclaimed. And Lin Tian realized that this highly rated beauty, who already had a boyfriend, was about to topple to the ground. Instinctively, he reached out to catch her without a moment's hesitation. My apologies. Uncertain if he was the cause, Lin Tian uttered as he held onto her arm, pulling her up firmly, then gently supporting her waist with his other hand, ensuring she regained her balance. Ah, thank you. The woman, visibly flustered, lifted her foot to check her shoe's sole, her face flushed with embarrassment. I apologize, my shoes are a bit slippery. Thank you, sir. Had you not caught me, I would have fallen. No need for thanks. Lin Tian noted her waist, which exhibited a blend of softness and strength, rivaling that of Roland Lawn, suggesting she was likely a woman who frequented the gym. Withdrawing his hand, he glanced at his palm and the back of his hand, both rather damp. My hands tend to be quite moist. Perhaps you could wipe them later, he suggested. No need for that, she replied with a smile. I am not so delicate. There is still some water pooled on the ground. It was my lack of balance that caused the trouble, sir. As long as you are all right, Lin Tian said, turning to leave. Excuse me, sir, I am Su Qingya from Galaxy Securities. May I be so bold as to introduce myself? Her large, expressive eyes sparkled as she stood across from Lin Tian, beaming. He chuckled, intrigued. Why do you wish to know me? Our encounter is but a fleeting moment. You are the manager of a securities firm, while I am merely an ordinary driver. Sir, though you are a driver, the car belongs to you, Su Qingya replied. Her smile as sweet as honey. It is rare for a girl to possess a Bentley. Lin Tian, in truth, did not truly wish to dismiss this potential opportunity. After all, a score of 96 is remarkably high, suggesting immense potential. As for whether she had a boyfriend, that could be addressed later. He recalled the system's new module, which indicated a depreciation rate of 0.01. This figure felt reminiscent of a game. He wondered what the depreciation rate for men would be. Noticing Lin Tian momentarily lost in thought, Su Qingya seized the moment. Sir, our meeting is serendipitous. I would very much like to offer you premium financial services, whether in current assets or investment funds and stocks. I assure you, the returns will be satisfactory. I have no money, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Are you still interested in getting to know me? How could that be? Su Qingya detected his intent. May I ask your surname, sir? Would it be convenient for me to join you at your table? The Australian drunken lobster you ordered is beyond my friend's financial reach. No money? How could one indulge in a meal worth 10,000 when that lobster alone indicated a different status? Suddenly, Lin Tian recalled a saying. Top hunters often present themselves as prey. Who? Indeed, was the hunter here? The lobster had proven otherwise. How could he claim to be without wealth? Allow me to greet my friend first. I apologize, Su Qingya said, hastily jogging over to converse with her senior, then returning gracefully to sit beside Luo Lanlan. My name is Su Qingya. It is a pleasure to meet you all. Indeed. Luo Lanlan and Shun Qingya had suspected that something was amiss in the restroom, and it was this woman who had caused the stir. The world is full of enchanting beings, and one must remain vigilant. Shun Qingya, Luo Lanlan. The two girls welcomed this unexpected guest with forced smiles, thinking that if there were a contest for shamelessness, she would undoubtedly take the crown. Lin Tian introduced them with a smile. Lanlan, Qingya. This is Manager Su from Galaxy Securities. Manager Su, meet Shun Qingya, my dedicated music assistant, and Luo Lanlan, my personal fitness coach and dance instructor. Oh, what a pleasure to meet you both, Su Qingya said, surprised by their roles. She had anticipated various titles, such as secretary or assistant, but never imagined these young women were engaged in music and dance. Yet, this older gentleman seemed far from an artistic type. Hello, Manager Su, they replied, taking a seat. Lin Tian summoned a server to bring a new glass, pouring a fragrant 1982 Lafite, coupled with an extravagant feast, particularly that majestic lobster, its royal shell visible from afar. Surrounded by three stunning beauties, even Lin Tian's appearance, though akin to that of an older man, could not diminish his status. Nobody dared to think of him as merely a driver or bodyguard. A middle-aged woman glancing around twice was intrigued by this man, speculating on which director or producer had unearthed these three young and beautiful women, each rivaling the likes of Lu Shirshir, Yang Mi, and Reba. The men at other tables feigned ignorance, no longer daring to steal glances, silently lamenting, "You wealthy man, must you dress so shabby while flaunting your wealth? If it weren't for that young fellow, I might have been the one to embarrass myself." The patrons in the upscale restaurant maintained a certain decorum. While the dishes may not have matched the comfort of home-cooked meals, they exuded an air of sophistication. Su Qingya initiated casual conversation about the beautiful weather and whether he was visiting Jinan for leisure. Borrowing the title of teacher, she revealed her intention to approach Lin Tian. She could not allow this opportunity to slip away. A figure of his stature might not present itself again. This moment had been earned at the cost of her delicate waist. In comparison to the two young beauties, she felt she had no advantage to employ the fishing method. If she did not seize this moment, she might well fade from his memory by the end of the evening. Investment? Lin Tian had anticipated her approach. Knowing she was likely seeking to secure funds, he shook his head with a smile. The returns you speak of do not entice me. Investing 50 million yields merely 5 million. Projects of that nature hold no interest for me. How about this? I also have financing plans for some solid companies. All reputable tech enterprises. Not interested, Lin Tian reiterated, shaking his head again. Whether it be the stock market or other ventures, they lie beyond my realm of understanding. I will not hastily invest in such matters. However, I have a proposal. I wonder if you might be inclined to listen? Mr. Lin, please go on. Honestly, I have no interest in the investment options you present. However, I find myself quite intrigued by you, Lin Tian remarked with a playful squint. Su Qingya was taken aback. Instinctively, she glanced at the reactions of the two young beauties. Luo Lanlan and Shun Qingya seemed oblivious, engrossed in their shrimp, not acknowledging her presence. They were chewing with remarkable intensity. Manager Su, please do not misunderstand. I am interested in your talents and abilities. To rise from university graduation to the regional manager of a major securities firm in just a few years speaks volumes about your competence. I happen to be in need of someone to manage investments. Coincidentally, I am recruiting in Jiqing at this time. You have serendipitously become my top choice. Does this not illustrate our fateful encounter? Su Qingya had not anticipated that her attempt to secure an investment would lead to such a twist. She had barely sipped her drink when Lin Tian turned the tables on her. What was this maneuver? Was it genuine? Do you also own a fund or financial company? None, not at all. I currently have no company. We are about to acquire a mining company in the northern province, and afterward, we will take over a lithium composite mine in Africa with reserves exceeding 1 billion tons. There is also a project at the Dihao building. I need to manage that as well. Additionally, I possess a formula valued at over 10 billion, which requires someone to oversee it. Su Qingya could hardly believe her ears. Yet, she indeed worked at the Dihao building, where she had heard rumors that the building would soon change hands, with the funding source being foreign and shrouded in mystery. Could it be that this man had overseas investment connections? Had she misjudged him? Manager Su, think carefully. You should agree immediately. Tell me, how much is Galaxy offering you? I shall offer you double. Lin Tian was resolute in his objective. An ordinary executive at a securities firm would hardly earn more than 10 million. Observing her method of soliciting funds, he understood that she lacked connections and could not possibly be from an illustrious family. Doubling her salary would be more than sufficient to secure her commitment. Ah, really? Su Qingya diligently strove to restrain her exuberant emotions. Although she had signed a non-compete agreement with the Galaxy Corporation, as long as she refrained from taking a position in the financial sector, particularly within a securities firm, she would be unscathed. Clearly, this magnate was seeking an agent. Perhaps he found the intricacies of business cumbersome, and his thoughts likely centered on these two young ladies. Of course, it was indeed true. Lin Tian remained composed, smiling as he placed a generous portion of succulent shrimp meat onto Su Qingya's plate. In the past, she would never have allowed anyone to use their personal chopsticks to serve her, not even her father. Now, as Lin Tian made this gesture, she instinctively recoiled. But fearing he might misconstrue her reaction, she cautiously speared the tender morsel with her fork and brought it to her lips, adorned with a hint of lipstick, to savor. I earned an annual salary and performance bonus at Galaxy, peaking at 1.2 million, she confessed earnestly, not daring to embellish her achievements. Such a high-ranking figure would certainly not tolerate any exaggeration. After I became the regional head for 6 provinces in North China, this was my highest remuneration. Well then, I shall offer you a salary of 3 million per year, with performance assessments calculated separately based on your completion of tasks. All responsibilities will be directed to you. You will be the core of our operations. Within 3 days, I expect you to assemble a competent team. You may decide whether to establish a holding company or to build upon the mining company directly. We need to be prepared within 20 days to claim mineral fields in Africa, and we must also take over the Dihao building. Thus, the company's headquarters will be situated in Haishur. Additionally, I require progress on the pharmaceutical formula I possess. Ideally, we should acquire a capable manufacturer entirely. It need not be large. This can occur in the regional market of my hometown. After all, having spent half my life away, I ought to contribute something to my roots, generating 100 billion annually to bring some fiscal benefits to the local area. Disregarding her acceptance or rejection. This was Lin Tian's blueprint. He was merely a manager of a small property company, having previously overseen just a handful of security personnel and cleaners. The thought of him personally managing these affairs was utterly exhausting. Su Qingya is an exceptionally suitable candidate. Mr. Lin, are you not concerned about my capabilities? You haven't even conducted a thorough investigation into my qualifications, she stammered. How do you know I haven't conducted any inquiries? Lin Tian chuckled. Su Qingya, a graduate from Shanghai University of Finance and Economics in 2018, hailing from Shanghai, a recipient of 4 years of outstanding scholarships, and a participant in Sino-American exchanges. Am I correct? Stunned into silence. Not only was Su Qingya taken aback, but the 2 other young women, who had only aimed to be onlookers while enjoying shrimp, widened their eyes in astonishment at Lin Tian. They had followed him closely, with Roland Lan even having not left his side for the past 3 days. Yet they had not gleaned a single detail about this newcomer. It seemed that what they had perceived as a serendipitous encounter was, in fact, a calculated move on Lin Tian's part. Su Qingya experienced the same reaction. What had begun as her chance encounter had somehow transformed into prey in the other's narrative. Setting aside the matter of securing 50 million in funding, even the mere prospect of a 3 million salary was a proposition she could hardly refuse. Only a fool would decline. However, Su Qingya, I have one condition. Lin Tian discerned that the business-savvy young woman before him was intrigued. prompting him to unveil the second layer of his proposition. "Oh, Mr. Lin, please go ahead." Su Qingya assumed he was about to discuss assessment criteria, promptly straightening her posture and retrieving her phone to take notes. She was ready to dive straight into work mode. The 3 tasks he mentioned were no easy feat, yet they represented challenges she relished, akin to her determination to explore investment opportunities, even if she knew Lin Tian was unlikely to fund her. "Do you currently have a boyfriend?" Huh? What? How do you know this?" Su Qingya was taken aback. This was information even her colleagues were unaware of. Her boyfriend was an executive at another securities firm, and such a relationship was rather inappropriate within the industry. They had only recently defined their relationship, driven by mutual attraction and the desire to settle down at their age of 30. At that moment, she genuinely had no reason to doubt Lin Tian's meticulousness. Could it be that this meeting was indeed orchestrated by him? She glanced at Roland Lan and Shen Qingge, who exchanged wary glances but dared not meet Lin Tian's gaze. This was unnervingly thought-provoking. Could it be that Uncle Lin's approach to her was part of a grander scheme? Indeed, that day at the entrance of the duo music classroom, he had not merely been passing by. His target had evidently been her. Shen Qingge recalled. Perhaps the only genuine accident had been the child in distress. They both mentally pieced together the implications, feeling a newfound respect rather than fear. It instead instilled a greater sense of security. What did this signify? It indicated that the man was sincere in his intentions. "Yes, I recently met a colleague in the same industry, but it has only been 3 days since we established our relationship. Well, my prerequisite is that you must break up with that boyfriend. Only by doing so can you truly become mine." Lin Tian smiled, serving her a piece of steak, just as he had done for Teacher Luo and Teacher Shun. Su Qingya felt a tingling sensation coursing through her body, accompanied by an inexplicable thrill. How audacious. This was what they referred to as the aura of dominance, so direct, so clear, so commanding. In an instant, she felt a rush of exhilaration from the sensation of both conquering and being conquered. Chapter 46, a meal costing over 100,000. Spoken with such candor. Roland Lan's eyes widened as she glanced at Lin Tian before discreetly averting her gaze. Beneath the table, Shen Qingge subtly nudged her, signaling her to remain silent. Although it felt stifling, she understood Lin Tian's earlier assertions. At most, she was one of his girlfriends, having openly stated he would not be devoted to any single individual. Yet now, visibly, he had added another to his collection within a mere evening. Everyone was aware she had a boyfriend, yet he was directly demanding she end it. How would she choose? A salary of over 7 million. Wasn't that financial freedom already? Shen Qingge, equally astonished, perceived that the career woman across from her was far from insignificant. The moment Lin Tian mentioned a salary in the millions, she instinctively sensed that this elder sister had aspirations. When he demanded she break up with her boyfriend, rather than being shocked, she felt exhilarated. A facade could mask one's expression, but the eyes would betray the truth. "All right." Su Qingya hesitated not even for a moment, her delicate fingers swiftly retrieving her phone, locating her boyfriend's number and dialing. "Galin, we need to break up." "Why?" "For no particular reason. I have found a better option. An individual worth over 1 billion is willing to support me." Oh. 2 soft exclamations escaped the lips of the young women across from her. Though not loud, they were clearly audible to the man and woman beside her. Lin Tian was somewhat taken aback, surprised that she would use him as a shield so candidly, employing the term support with such boldness. "All right, goodbye." Su Qingya smiled as she ended the call, turning to Lin Tian and saying, "Well, it's done. He wishes me well, claiming I'll inevitably become a despised mistress, abandoned and destitute. It seems this manager Su has taken things a bit too far. I merely intended to test you with this reasoning." Lin Tian responded, feeling slightly embarrassed as he poured her another glass of 1982 Lafite. "Mr. Lin, have I passed your test?" Su Qingya smiled, lifting her wine glass, her eyes narrowing into slits, focused solely on the man across from her, oblivious to the 2 young women nearby. In her heart, she had ceased to regard her primary rival as a significant opponent. "I have no desire to squabble with you over trivial matters, which are as inconsequential as 2 little quails." Shen Qingge perceived the disdain emanating from Su Qingya, yet at that moment, she found herself powerless to retaliate. The sensation of being entirely outmaneuvered by a superior adversary was utterly disconcerting. Luo Lanlan shared this sentiment, feeling discomfort in the presence of the individual beside her. "Excuse me, I need to visit the restroom." She distanced herself, relieved to escape the immense psychological pressure. Internally, she lamented, "Goodness, it's only been a day, and we've already plunged into a palace intrigue. This won't do. I must catch up on my knowledge of courtly maneuvering. Su Qingya is formidable." "Excellent." Lin Tian exclaimed with a smile, raising his glass. "Let us toast to Su Qingya, our soon-to-be general manager of a company yet to be established. Cheers." "Cheers." Congratulations. Sister Qingya, Shun Qingga replied, smiling as she lifted her glass. Oh, not at all. I will need to seek guidance from both of you in the realms of music and dance, as I am utterly inept in those areas. However, I have been engaging in various forms of indoor and outdoor exercise, including mountaineering, so I look forward to your instruction. Her words were perfectly calculated. She had no intention of competing for attention with these two girls. She aspired to navigate the business world with finesse. Yet this did not imply that she held no interest in Lin Tian's physique. Indeed, as Lin Tian had aptly stated, if even one of the three matters he mentioned were true, she would unhesitatingly offer her treasured 28-year-old body. As for any further aspirations beyond that, she had absolutely none. The enigmatic figure capable of attracting overseas investments could not possibly lack a spouse. To become a vital ally in his endeavors would be a tremendous blessing. What she sought was quite simple: wealth. The Australian prawns were colossal, and even the four of them could not finish them all. There were other dishes, such as foie gras, which sounded exquisite but did not particularly appeal to her palate. They left half of a lavish meal untouched, and Luo Lanlan felt a pang of regret. Unable to take any leftovers, Lin Tian even declined the remaining half bottle of Lafite, a meal costing over 100,000, just a week prior. Upon their arrival in Hangzhou, that sister who had deceived them out of their meager 3,000 had treated them to a mere 78 yuan boxed lunch. It was unfathomable that they had now indulged in a meal worth 10 times that amount. Lin Tian, of average attire and neither tall nor short, standing at approximately 175 centimeters, with a sturdy build that lacked youthful charm, nonetheless instilled in Su Qingya a profound sense of professional intuition, even evoking a sense of inexplicable admiration greater than when she encountered the CEO of a prominent company. In her heart, despite his absence from the investment realm, she recognized him as a seasoned expert. For the time being, she did not need to resign from her current position. She would set her own schedule, and she could immediately commence work on Lin Tian's affairs. Upon returning to her room, Su Qingya swiftly organized her thoughts and began drafting a business plan. She knew she had to seize this opportunity. It represented her genuine chance to break through barriers. There were distinctions among workers. Those earning millions differed significantly from those raking in tens of millions or even over 100 million. If any one of the three ventures Lin Tian proposed bore fruit, her future salary would undoubtedly soar, and she could foresee the possibility of acquiring equity shares. Shun Qingga had yet to fully recover. Her movements were still somewhat awkward. Upon returning to her room, she retreated to her own space, leaving Lin Tian to Luo Lanlan. This is terrifying. Although the experience is euphoric and addictive, indulging excessively could be fatal. That's what I believe, and it terrifies me. Thankfully, I have Lanlan, who possesses a far superior physical constitution, to share the burden. I must rest. In truth, Lin Tian was also quite restrained. He had earned a staggering 14 billion as a reward before the meal. And after a brief period of light activity, he managed to secure the promised 2-year salary of 40 million for Su Qingya from the system. Luo Lanlan was remarkably considerate, taking care of everything herself without requiring Lin Tian's assistance. The following day, as planned, they were to continue their journey to the northern province to transfer company ownership. But with Su Qingya's involvement and the changes in Lin Tian's plans, the two agreed to establish their team on site in Jiqing. The presence of Su Qingya simplified matters considerably. As a graduate of a prestigious financial institution, she had numerous seniors in Jiqing alone, not to mention the talent that could flow in from various cities. According to her plan, it would be more convenient to directly establish an investment holding company. The application and approval process would be straightforward. It could be completed in about a day in Haishur, which was significantly faster than Lin Tian's suggestion to set things up back in his hometown. Yangcheng and Jincheng would require over a week, and even then, there was no guarantee of success. Lin Tian wasn't genuinely naive. He merely wished to return home to impress. Returning home in wealth was akin to walking in fine clothes under the cover of night. Lin Tian was not a notable figure in society, nor did he possess a public image. He merely wanted everyone to witness his success. I, Lin Tian, am wealthy. I, Lin Tian, have a woman. I, Lin Tian, have a future. Although he had yet to achieve all his goals, he was working diligently. Surely it would come to fruition soon? Each day was a testament to his relentless pursuit of prosperity. Chapter 47. Is 500 million enough? Having been away from his hometown for 7 or 8 years, he was uncertain if his ex-wife and former mother-in-law were still alive. He hoped they were. Otherwise, how could he find peace? Not only did he want them to see his newfound wealth, but he also wished to show them that he had more than one woman. This matter, however, could not be directly disclosed to Su Qingya. By next month, in about 20 days, he would return home to flaunt his success. For now, that could wait. The establishment of a company necessitated an abundance of talent. Su Qingya fully leveraged her network, making various calls and offering substantial sums to attract talent. By midday, she had nearly completed her contacts for the most critical positions: investment, finance, administration, and project management, including legal expertise, particularly in foreign-related matters and state-owned enterprise equity. She listed annual salaries starting under 100, with a minimum of 30. By simply elevating their current positions by one level, securing these individuals would be straightforward. The location was set in Haishur, and she needed to promptly return with funds and relevant documentation to finalize the necessary procedures. As for the legal representative, Lin Tian glanced at the two young women dining across from him. Let Xinxinga assume the role of the company's legal representative. Lin Tian smiled, as her salary would also be accounted for. Very well, Mr. Lin, Su Qingyao replied with a smile. How much do you intend to invest for the capital verification? This was the pivotal step. Whether Lin Tian truly possessed a net worth in the billions would soon be revealed. The elite she had contacted were eager to see the new boss's worth before committing to join him. They needed to see the money before proceeding. 500 million? Is that sufficient? Lin Tian currently held 71 billion. Considering the allocation of 500 million seemed reasonable. The system had instructed him to acquire a mining company rather than purchase one outright. As for how to take over, that remained uncertain. Even the initial investment of 50 million was manageable. It was merely a matter of working a bit harder that evening. In Su Qingyao's estimation, 100 million would suffice, at most 200 million. She understood that Lin Tian did not wish to engage in financial projects involving funds. He aimed to develop mining and pharmaceutical enterprises, and 100 million would be more than adequate. Isn't that a bit excessive? We won't require such a large sum. For the next step, acquiring a pharmaceutical company, based on your description of the medication, we would need at most 10 million. As long as we avoid financial investments, 200 million will be more than sufficient. Very well, 200 million in registered capital is no problem. Here, take this card for use. The payment password is 123456778. Lin Tian understood that managing a company was a task for professionals. He transferred 25 billion from the main card to another, handing it to the astonished Su Qingyao. At that moment, Su Qingyao truly believed. Lin Tian is indeed a true tycoon. Just moments ago, she discovered that Lin Tian's mobile banking account boasts a staggering capital of at least 700 million, and he readily entrusted her with over 200 million to establish a company. This is the epitome of a financial backer. How many wealthy individuals today can even muster such substantial liquidity? Some can only rely on unsellable fixed assets and are forced to borrow to make ends meet. It is evident that Lin Tian, as the proprietor, has grand ambitions, and it is imperative to assist him in managing the affairs of the business. However, circumstances have changed. Xinxinga and Su Qingyao must travel to Haishur to handle some paperwork, necessitating a temporary departure of 2 days. In the preceding days, Lin Tian contemplated abandoning the notion of establishing a company and simply enjoying life, acknowledging that he is not a high IQ businessman. Yet, he soon realized that such a course would be untenable. Managing the various material rewards from the system would become excessively cumbersome, and he would find himself overwhelmed. Establishing a company would allow him to delegate the financial management and profit-making to others, liberating him to focus on his primary pursuits. As for the earnings of Su Qingyao and her associates, Lin Tian regarded them with indifference. According to the system's current reward model, he could easily achieve a year's salary in merely 10 days. Moreover, considering the project related to a potent supplement, the system has already projected a market scale of hundreds of billions. What is there to worry about? The pressing task is to expedite the production of the formula and compete with domestic and international pharmaceuticals specializing in male enhancement, thereby securing benefits for men worldwide. After bidding farewell to the two lovely ladies, Lin Tian pondered for a considerable time before dialing a phone number belonging to a high school classmate who had excelled and gained admission to a military academy. To his surprise, after nearly 2 decades of silence, the call connected, and Lin Tian introduced himself without hesitation. Lin Tian, yes, it's me. The number wasn't the one from 20 years ago, but rather one he had obtained from their homeroom teacher during a visit home a few years back. At that time, he had not considered reconnecting with this successful classmate, who was rumored to have risen to a leadership position within a significant government agency. Though Lin Tian was unclear on the specifics, upon conversing with his classmate, Lu Zhenjuan, the two quickly rekindled the camaraderie of their youth, reminiscing about their high school days. There was no awkwardness as Lin Tian got straight to the point, requesting introductions to 2 reliable transitioning military personnel willing to work as bodyguards for a business associate. He refrained from elaborating on his own circumstances, as it was not yet prudent to disclose the source of his newfound wealth, and preferred to maintain a low profile for the time being. You've come to the right person, Lin Tian. I just happen to have a group of brothers transitioning from the military who are looking for opportunities. Some are not keen on entering governmental positions and are seeking work after a few months. I can arrange for 2. one seasoned and one fresh. As for salaries, it's best to set the bar at no less than 10,000 full-time, 24 hours, typically around 20,000 for two on rotation. For drivers, there are plenty available every year, with salaries around 8,000 plus benefits. I can find you the most outstanding special operations soldiers, Lu Zhenjuan, who manage such matters, assured Lin Tian that recruitment was a breeze. Just a simple announcement could yield results in a matter of moments. The salary is guaranteed. You choose the candidates. I'm in Jiqing, so come find me. The sooner, the better. Lin Tian was elated. With the assistance of this old classmate, he no longer had to worry about security matters. Having willing veterans to assume such roles was the best possible outcome. What? You're in Jiqing? You didn't mention it sooner. Come on, give me your location, and I'll come to you. Lu Zhenjuan eagerly urged, excited to reconnect after 2 decades apart. Lin Tian, equally pleased, had previously felt somewhat embarrassed to meet classmates, especially those who had achieved great success. While they may not have looked down upon him, he was aware of his own standing. Relationships are often based on mutual benefit, and few can maintain a connection solely on emotional grounds. Even if one could provide emotional value, it was essential to have worth in the eyes of friends. I'm at the Intercontinental Hotel in the city center. I understand you're working. How about you suggest a location for me to meet you, somewhere close to your office? That works. Let us add each other on WeChat. Use this number, and I'll send you my location. We may not be able to drink, but we can have a good chat. Lu Zhenjuan contemplated that Lin Tian's visit was a fortuitous coincidence. He recalled that Lin Tian had vacated his residence and could arrange military recruitment with favorable conditions. This realization sparked a thought. Had Lin Tian indeed struck it rich? Generally, one would not choose to stay in a 5-star hotel without substantial means. Coupled with the importance of his current business, which involved securing bodyguards for a prominent figure, it seemed evident that financial matters were not a concern for Lin Tian. After their brief meal at the military recruitment center, Lu Zhenjuan prepared to return to work, aware that Lin Tian had friends accompanying him. He refrained from insisting that Lin Tian stay with him. They agreed to meet during the New Year celebrations back in their hometown before parting ways. Lu Zhenjuan watched as Lin Tian departed in a car worth millions, silently marveling at how Lin Tian had surpassed everyone from their high school. He had remained hidden for years, so understated that he had gone unnoticed. After nearly 2 decades, he was finally returning in style. Anyone who could drive a vehicle worth millions must have a net worth exceeding $1 billion. Lu Zhenjuan pondered how his old classmate had amassed such wealth. Lin Tian had no intention of lingering with Lu Zhenjuan. There was no need. According to Lu Zhenjuan, he would have someone report to Lin Tian by the following day, a dedicated driver and a personal bodyguard, sourced from his closest connections to ensure safety and reliability. Roland Lan was delighted to finally have some time alone with Lin Tian and eagerly suggested a visit to Daming Lake, to which Lin Tian gladly obliged. After a brief drive to the parking lot, they met up with Roland Lan, who had arrived from the hotel. The two enjoyed a delightful afternoon exploring the area, seeking out a local restaurant to sample regional specialties. This time, Roland Lan was particularly cautious, avoiding exposure and opting for a secluded corner table in the bustling dining room, wary of unwanted encounters like the one with the man in the suit. Upon returning to the hotel, Roland Lan, feeling liberated, leaped into Lin Tian's embrace. Alone at last. How delightful. She suddenly launched an attack, and with no distractions around, the joy of the afternoon enveloped me. How could a youthful girl in the bloom of her 20s resist the warmth of such tender affection, completely dedicated to her? A mere gesture ignited a fire within her. Lin Tian smiled in cooperation. The system was utterly insane, with movements costing 20 million each time. It was clearly a rhythm designed to exhaust a person. Exhausted yet joyful. And effortlessly earning money. Life could not be more blissful. As a 40-year-old man, he felt immensely satisfied. As for how Su Qingya and her colleagues would manage their company, it was of little consequence. Their happiness was what mattered. Lin Tian discerned that Shun Qingya harbored intentions to compete with Su Qingya. So he simply appointed her as the legal representative. Let them contend, and Lin Tian would emerge victorious, wouldn't he? Meanwhile, the enchanting girl beside him had no interest in business whatsoever. Her joy was all that mattered. How about I show you a segment of the third subject? Luo Lanlan eagerly climbed over, her face alight with excitement. Interested? Absolutely. Lin Tian responded with enthusiasm. The next morning, Lin Tian awoke. After a night of hard work, they had practiced various dances, including the third subject, the rabbit dance, and Mongolian dance. Luo Lanlan was proficient in all. After a night of exertion, Lin Tian finally had the energy and time to review the fruits of their labor or the battle reports. System reward. The preliminary completion of the more children, more blessings task. The host has achieved the second goal of conception, reaching the LV5 task target, and has received a cash reward of 100 million. The host will receive a monthly child-rearing allowance of 50 million. Haha, a profit to be made. I remember the agreed-upon expenses for the outing totaled only 5 million a year, with living expenses calculated separately. I never anticipated the system would be more generous than old Lin himself, offering 50 million each month, such a substantial sum. My goodness, system, you are indeed generous. Given this, I could simply have more children without the need for the exhausting 8 times a night, right? There must be those who rely on the old, and thus there will be those who depend on the young. Hee, old Lin wouldn't mind being a bit dependent on the young. Continuing to peruse the system notifications. System reward. The first completion of the task metrics grants a special reward, a set of Changchun health preservation techniques. Practicing the great and small heavenly circuits just once daily will strengthen the body and enhance vitality, with no toxic side effects. This technique is exclusive to the host and ineffective for others. The system also rewarded me with 8 strength pills and 4 body attributes. As usual, I immediately absorbed the Changchun health preservation techniques. This must be a product from a non-real world, and its effects would likely rival the body attributes. It also added points to my respiratory and gustatory functions. The system pushed notifications, 8 times of 20 million for the hard work. And the bank notification on my phone had already arrived, totaling 1.6 billion. Just yesterday, I had paid out 25 million, and now it had swiftly returned to 2.6 billion, bringing my cash reserves close to 7.3 billion. The system indicated that Luo Lanlan's affection level had reached a perfect score of 100, initially achieving the level of eternal love. As long as her affection remains above 98, this level will be sustained, ensuring the monthly reward of 50 million continues until the children reach adulthood. The system is indeed safeguarding the host, forbidding him from being a scoundrel. Dare to abandon wife and child, and it will cut off your funds. Of course, Lin Tian would never consider such a thing, for he had clearly communicated with Luo Lanlan and Xinqinga that night, relinquishing control to them. Once they chose to stay, Lin Tian would ensure they received nothing less than absolute love and care. As a man who had been rejected by 99 women, Lin Tian could finally proclaim to his ancestors, the Lin family will carry on. After completing the Changchun techniques, Lin Tian merely attempted to channel his energy along the pathways in his mind. To his surprise, his body responded instantly, the sensation of energy surging powerfully through him. The fatigue of the previous night was swept away in an instant, and the energy that had seemed depleted began to gather once more. This process was more than 10 times faster than natural recovery. Impressive, dear system, thank you. After absorbing the techniques, Lin Tian kissed the lovely girl beside him. Her fair complexion radiated beauty, though she appeared utterly exhausted, a mere puddle of fatigue. After ordering breakfast from the hotel, he had a meal and, after a quick wash, around 8 in the morning, received a call from Lu Zhenjuan. The individuals he had introduced were nearing the hotel, leaving Lin Tian to decide whether to retain them, along with the thoughtful provision of their resumes. Chapter 49. Safety must be prioritized. 5 minutes later, Lin Tian met the visitors in the hotel's designated meeting room. One was a seasoned Marine veteran with over a decade of service, possessing formidable skills and experience in overseas security tasks, proficient with various weaponry, and notably strong in personal combat. At around 34 years old, he was reluctant to return to his hometown in Fuxing, where most job placements involved menial tasks with minimal pay, watching gates or driving, earning only a little over 3,000, with little prestige. He mentioned that only a small fraction of his comrades remained unemployed, having opted for a 1.5 million relocation fee to seek their own employment. He had a good rapport with Lu Zhenjuan, having served under him when Lu was a new platoon leader. He requested modest compensation of just over 10,000. Indifferent to rest, having seldom taken breaks in recent years. Married, his wife remained in their hometown, caring for his parents and 2 children. He returned the entirety of the 1.5 million to support them, as they were not currently in need of funds. He simply wished to ensure that his skills did not go to waste. Transitioning to a security role was far preferable to guarding government buildings. The other candidate was a few years younger, a second-term retired non-commissioned officer who had served as a driver in the military and was capable of operating any vehicle, including missile carriers and tanks, even helicopters. He was unmarried, and upon returning home, without a job placement, would likely have to seek work elsewhere, primarily as a driver. As recommended by a business executive, Lin Tian smiled and asked, Ma Bo, do you know the Black Dragon 18 hands? The Marine veteran paused at the question. Well, I've learned it, but I don't use it much. Then shall we give it a try? You know it. Ma Bo was surprised. You must have served in the military as well. It was clear to him that Boss Lin had never been a soldier, given his physique. Just a little. Come. Let us spar, but let us keep it light. Lin Tian had long wished to compare the skills honed by his system against those developed through traditional training. All right. Boss Lin, I want to hold back. Ma Bo responded politely. Nearby, Su Ping, applying for the driver position, chuckled and volunteered to act as referee, standing in the middle. Both stood in the standard posture of armed police combat. As soon as Ma Bo saw Lin Tian step forward, he sensed something was amiss. This boss was no mere show. He quickly shed any underestimation and readied himself for battle. Lin Tian noticed Ma Bo's readiness and decided not to hold back either. Suddenly charging forward with a powerful punch, Ma Bo sidestepped, aiming to grab Lin Tian's arm. The two moved with incredible speed, exchanging a flurry of 6 moves, neither gaining the upper hand. Lin Tian felt quite satisfied. Though he hadn't gauged his own level, it was evident that Ma Bo was fully committed, and the speed he had demonstrated, enhanced by the system, had exceeded even his own expectations. Ma Bo, however, was taken aback. Originally thought to be merely an ordinary wealthy individual, little did one expect that this formidable figure possessed such exceptional combat prowess. It is crucial to recognize that this is the forbidden technique known as the Black Dragon Hand, a lethal skill capable of extinguishing life with a single strike. Common techniques of subduing foes pale in comparison. This technique is swift and ferocious. Had he not been fully focused, he might have already succumbed to the hands of this boss. Mr. Lin is truly impressive. He withdrew his hand, ceasing the sparring, as further engagement seemed futile. The boss had already gauged the disparity in their abilities. Haha, splendid. Squad leader Ma exhibits remarkable skills, complemented by security experience. All thanks to the introduction from my old classmate, truly one of our own. How about this? A monthly salary of 30,000, with an annual bonus ranging from 100,000 to 500,000. What do you say? Thank you, boss. Ma Bo exclaimed, elated and assuring that he would accomplish the task. He nearly saluted, raising his hand halfway before recalling that he had left the ranks and was no longer a soldier, feeling somewhat embarrassed as he lowered his hand with a smile. Boss, would you like to test my driving skills? No need, no need. You can start directly. For this position, the monthly salary is 10,000, with a year-end bonus of 30,000 to 50,000. Let us settle on that, shall we? That's fantastic, boss. I can't believe it's so generous. Back home, a salary of 4,000 would be considered a blessing. Thank you, thank you. The driver, Su Ping, a straightforward fellow, quickly agreed, fearing that any delay in expressing his acceptance might result in losing the opportunity. And thus, it was settled. These two individuals were Lin Tian's own staff, and he did not intend to hand them over to Su Qingya's company. He would personally manage all matters related to their salaries. Once the arrangement was established, Lin Tian promptly paid them their first month's wages. The two hesitated to accept. After all, they hadn't performed any work yet, and it seemed unreasonable to take money. However, they could not refuse Lin Tian's insistence and ultimately accepted the payment. What further astonished them was that Lin Tian directly arranged for them to have rooms, conveniently located opposite his suite. Although standard accommodations, the fact that they were in a 5-star hotel worth over $1,000 was quite unexpected. They finally understood why some comrades chose to leave the military and join private enterprises. The conditions and treatment here were indeed superior to an ordinary job. Lin Tian personally oversaw these arrangements and suddenly recognized the necessity for a life assistant, especially with Su Mei currently busy organizing the decoration of the large house. It wouldn't be feasible to bring her over now, would it? Responsibilities such as dining and outings were also not suitable for Luo Lanlan to handle. These tasks fell under the purview of a housekeeper or assistant. Surely, the great boss couldn't manage such trivialities himself? While it might have been acceptable to lay low a few days ago, that tactic was no longer viable. The two soldiers could not manage such tasks. All right. I almost forgot someone. Perhaps before she becomes a level 5 target, I could recruit her for temporary assistance. Yesterday, I scanned a 10-kilometer radius in Jiqing, identifying the second-ranked target, Du Jinhua, scoring 97 points, standing at 170 centimeters tall, and age 24. She is a high-class KTV princess not far from here. The system informed me that her family background is average, and the electronic photo I received depicted a sweet young woman, causing me to question her status as a KTV princess. A specialized module regarding her was also activated. The system's prompts did not include the target's phone number, only her location and some basic information. The entire afternoon, Lin Tian spent his time indoors with Luo Lanlan, providing her with a massage and engaging in conversation. The girl finally conceded, no longer daring to pride herself on her dancer's physical prowess. After last night's 8 rounds of offense and defense, she had been utterly defeated. Left in a state akin to drowning, her spirit shattered. Fortunately, Lin Tian's attentive care throughout the day, coupled with an abundance of delicious treats, allowed her to somewhat recuperate. As evening approached, she appeared anxious, her expression reflecting fear. Darling, let us take a break tonight. Haha, Lanlan, you should rest well. If you find it boring, Just watch some shows. I need to step out for a bit. Just be careful, okay? Luo Lanlan fervently hoped for Shun Qing's swift return, sensing from Lin Tian's gaze that his outing was unlikely to bode well. Please, do take care. Chapter 50. The Corruption of the Bourgeoisie. In Haishur, Su Qingya officially completed her resignation procedures and simultaneously enlisted the assistance of an agency to facilitate the establishment of her new investment company. After organizing matters with the agency, she promptly assumed the role of Lin Tian's authorized representative, accompanied by legal personnel to negotiate with the Dihong Company. The original owner of this property had initially been a state-owned enterprise, which transformed into private ownership during the reforms of the 1990s. Around the early 2000s, when Pudong was just being developed, the building was reconstructed on the original site, giving rise to a company that shifted from sole ownership to mixed equity. The Galaxy headquarters, where she worked, is located in this 17-story building. Although it is not situated in a prime area, it's nearly 60,000 square meters of usable space and total value of 600 million yuan represent a substantial asset. Following Lin Tian's directives, she took over this estate as his authorized representative, with 100 ownership rights held by him. The forthcoming investment company would use this location as its office and headquarters, a prospect she thoroughly welcomed. Transitioning from a recently assigned regional executive to the general manager of a newly established investment company was no trivial change. It marked a significant leap in her career. Transcending mere salary increases, it was a shift in social strata. The procedures were not overly complicated, and with the aid of professional legal advisors, both parties completed the handover within a single morning. Galaxy Securities, a financial firm with a market value nearing 3 billion, is regarded as a medium-sized company in Haishur. With business operations nationwide and several active funds, Su Qingya's rise to a high-ranking position within a mere 6 to 7 years is commendable. And it is rare for someone of her age, merely 28, to earn a multi-million annual salary in a super city like Haishur. Her colleagues were taken aback when she announced her resignation. Even more astonishing was that the day after her resignation, she was appointed as the general manager of the investment company that acquired the building. In the minds of her former colleagues, it was obvious she had been poached by this company, undoubtedly with a salary exceeding her previous one. The purchase of this 600 million yuan property, akin to a treasure trove, hinted at the wealth and influence of the current investors. Merely collecting rent from this building yields a net profit of over 20 million annually. And there had been no rumors of the original owner facing any debts or troubles. How had it come to be that manager Su was now overseeing this property? No one knew the identity of the acquiring party, and Su Qingya herself was unaware of the source of the acquisition funds. She was merely there to take care of the relevant paperwork. The former owner did not make an appearance and had sent a representative to handle the handover. Galaxy Securities was the largest client of this property, contributing over 3 million in annual rent, a significant amount that was consistently paid. The administrative vice president was responsible for liaising on related matters, and Su Qingya was familiar with this, having previously experienced some friction during her pursuit of a position. Manager Lu, I look forward to a pleasant collaboration. Su Qingya smiled as she stood before Lu Qing. From now on, I will manage this building. So please expedite the rental matters. My new boss is not one to be trifled with regarding finances. Do not let him discover that you have been neglecting the rent for 2 years. If he finds out, it could spell disaster for us. During the handover, the current property management company was particularly troubled by Galaxy Securities' failure to pay its dues. This company had consistently claimed that the stock market had been poor in recent years and that they hadn't made any profits, merely dragging their feet. Su Qingya was well aware of Galaxy Securities' financial standing, and she took the initiative to remind her former employer face-to-face. Just yesterday, she had finalized her resignation with Lu Qing, voluntarily relinquishing around 100,000 in salary and performance bonuses, all of which Lu Qing had subsequently withheld. Lu Qing never anticipated that the new manager of the building, after its change of ownership, would be none other than Su Qingya, the very person who had bullied her just the day before. Faced with this former colleague, whose expression bore a hint of amusement, Lu Qing felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, unable to maintain her composure. Su Qingya was acutely aware of the situation regarding Yinhai. The 3 million yuan rent had been delayed time and again, clearly taking advantage of the previous management's amiability. Congratulations, General Manager Su, on your ascent to greater heights and your flourishing career. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? We can discuss the rent issue amicably. Lu Qing proposed, attempting to negotiate. Apologies, Lu, but your culinary skills leave much to be desired. And as for the rent, there's no room for negotiation. You have 1 day to settle it, or we shall meet in court. I'll initiate the process to seal the building. Su Qingya retorted with a cold laugh, turning on her heel and departing with the former property management team in tow. What a thrill. She had not imagined that, After enduring humiliation at Lu Qing's hands just yesterday while handling her resignation, she would have the opportunity to retaliate so swiftly. Now, Lu Qing, even if you were to kneel and beg, it would be futile. The company is certainly not in dire need of this rent. And as for where you've mismanaged the funds, you are undoubtedly well aware. Lu Qing's complexion paled, her legs trembling as the realization struck her that the rent matter had landed squarely in Su Qingya's hands. The handover continued, with legal representatives from both sides present. The acquisition contract was straightforward enough, encompassing 17 floors with a total of 59 tenants, including 4 national institutions and agencies, alongside a plethora of businesses of varying sizes. The largest tenant, Inhai Securities, occupied 3 floors, while several other relatively robust companies occupied around 10. The smallest were modest enterprises renting 2 or 3 rooms for offices or studios. And there were even a few small shops, such as supermarkets and barbershops catering to daily needs. Among these tenants were several companies that had succumbed to poor economic conditions, resulting in bad debts or bankruptcies, unable to meet their rental obligations. Additionally, a few had ongoing disputes with property management over unpaid rents, while others had simply vacated, leaving no trace. After the handover, whether to continue employing the original property management team was a decision Su Qingya could not make unilaterally. She reached out to Lin Tian for guidance, viewing the matter as significant. At that moment, Lin Tian was en route to Platinum International K. These are minor issues. Feel free to make your own decisions, he remarked with a smile, commending her. Qingya, remember, you are second to none. Any investment decisions under 100 million can be made without needing to consult me. As for personal matters or amusing anecdotes, feel free to call me anytime. After ending the call, Lin Tian felt increasingly confident in his choice. Business operations were not his forte. At most, he managed a property company. With the system at his disposal, he had no desire to engage in convoluted matters. After all, where did old Lin's wealth originate? From the system, not from running a company. Even if Su Qingya and her team incurred losses, it would not be substantial. After all, she was still under his control. His mission was not merely to pursue women, but to revel in the journey of doing so. Seated in the rear of a Bentley, Lin Tian savored the privileges of being a true boss. The driver, Su Ping, had anticipated that Lin Tian must be a significant figure, for the vehicle he had taken over was no ordinary model, a 12-cylinder Bentley. While it may not possess the grandeur of a Rolls-Royce, it exuded a unique character. The ride was smooth and swift, the sleek black car darting through traffic like a bolt of lightning one moment and gliding effortlessly like a shadow the next. With a bodyguard in tow, Lin Tian opted not to sit in the front passenger seat, but rather in a comfortable position behind the driver for long trips. Typically sitting behind the passenger seat in urban settings. Cocooned in this luxurious mode, he enjoyed the serene experience provided by the elite driver. As Su Ping parked the car, Lin Tian awaited outside. His bodyguard, Ma Bo, clad in simple attire, followed close behind Lin Tian, both resembling common patrons as they entered the establishment. "Boss, I really lack experience in this place," Ma Bo admitted, a mixture of nerves and curiosity evident in his demeanor. He had not expected that just 3 days after leaving the military, he would face the trials of bourgeois decadence. Chapter 51. Why doesn't the Emperor attend court in the morning? Lin Tian chuckled. "I lack much experience as well. I'm here to meet someone. If you're uncomfortable with this atmosphere, you can wait for me outside." "Understood, boss," Ma Bo replied, visibly relieved. He glanced around at the array of vibrantly dressed women and could hardly fathom that such places were so open. Upon entering, Lin Tian approached the reception area where 4 stunning young women stood at the front desk, all eyes on him and Ma Bo. Clearly, they perceived the two in their ordinary attire as mere working-class men who had wandered into the wrong venue, meant instead for a less upscale establishment. Ma Bo quickly averted his gaze, taking in the scantily clad women on the other side. The outfits were undeniably revealing, with many appearing as if they could not afford proper clothing. In Ma Bo's view, the scantiness was striking, the dresses were exceedingly short, and the tops barely qualified as shirts, all seemingly designed for dancing. Each girl was exceptionally attractive, with enviable figures. Had it not been for his conscious effort to remain vigilant, his instincts would have compelled him to gawk, for they were far more alluring than his own wife. "No mistakes now, Ma Bo," he silently admonished himself. Lin Tian, however, remained unfazed. He had entered such establishments for years prior, and he had to admit that the level of the top-tier hostesses had significantly improved. Each of the dozen women was impressive, both in poise and appearance. "Sir, do you have a reservation?" One of the impeccably dressed girls approached, inquiring if he had an appointment or a prearranged companion. Regular patrons typically had established seating with specific companions, while newcomers, particularly those like Lin Tian, who looked more casual than business-oriented, were often presumed to have strayed into the wrong place. I do not have a reservation, Lin Tian replied with a smile, extending his phone. This is my first time in Jiqing, and I've heard wonderful things about a girl named Du Jinhua. I'd like to book the entire venue for the night with her as my companion for 1,000,000 yuan. How about that? Instantly, the four receptionists' eyes widened in surprise. They had initially thought the two ordinary-looking men were lost, but now realized that he was indeed a wealthy patron. Let me check. One of the girls swiftly consulted the reservation records and made a call for confirmation. Sir, regarding the girl you mentioned. Oh, she has not been booked yet. I'll reserve a room for you right away. Would you like the most luxurious Misty Hall? Certainly. Sir, besides would you like any other princesses? We can arrange that absolutely, arrange for 9 more, and ensure their caliber is equally impressive. Understood, sir. The reception team acted with remarkable efficiency, and within moments, they brought over the payment code, completing the registration for the 1,000,000 yuan gold membership. Lin Tian signed and made the payment, instantly feeling an exhilarating sense of liberation. Reflecting on his circumstances 4 years prior, he was astounded. He had once been so constrained that he hesitated to even order a decent bottle of wine. Now, tossing out 1,000,000 yuan was merely a means to bring joy to those young women navigating life as challenges between their thighs. Having emerged from the depths of struggle, Lin Tian understood well that those without wealth who frequented such places were not there for leisure, but rather for survival. Bah, they're all the same, one brain, one crotch. No one here gets to pretend to be a saint. Lin Tian never thought about pretending to be some so-called refined, classy rich man. I'm just a poor guy who suddenly got money, and I'm going to play everything in this world I've never played, eat everything I've never eaten. And sleep? Of course the same applies. Besides, sleeping is my main business. Sleeping is how I make money. The hall was indeed very big, at least 70 or 80 square meters. All kinds of equipment were extremely luxurious. The screen was huge, the bar counter was exquisite, and the dance area wasn't too small either. It could fit at least a dozen or 20 people. And this time, it was just me, old Lin, using it. 8,888 yuan for one night, not expensive. Just as Lin Tian finished looking around, 10 hostesses walked in from the side door in single file, including this girl named Xiaoya, Du Jinhua. Everyone was confused, but also somewhat excited. A rich boss actually called for 10 girls. Aside from the specified one, Du Xiaoya, the remaining 9 were all good-looking, long-legged, with decent faces. None of them looked older than 24 or 25. The other 9 were all wondering if this was one of Du Xiaoya's old customers. Du Xiaoya, equally confused, said no. She had only been a hostess here for less than a week, and she had never done this line of work before. The men she had met in this week didn't include anyone with the surname Lin. When the door closed, Lin Tian looked at them one by one. The last one was Du Xiaoya. He didn't recognize her in person, only because the system had her photo. The 9 girls in front were all smiling, while only Du Xiaoya looked curious, 19 years old, with a strange expression on her face, combined with her outfit. She made Lin Tian think of a new term, a spiritual little sister. She was probably that type of young girl. Lin Tian smiled and nodded. Not bad. Your platinum tier really has standards. All the girls are good. Come. Today I booked the whole room just to get to know Du Xiaoya. And also to ask all of you princesses to show your skills. Today there's only one goal. Eat happily, drink happily, play happily. Come on, all of you. Dance an opening dance together, and each of you open 1 bottle of wine. At this moment, the drinks and fruit platters for the 8,888 yuan private room were brought in, various wines, beers, and big mixed platters, filling the whole table. The 10 hostesses, who thought such a moment would come much later, instantly began dancing happily. Thank you, boss. Boss, you're amazing. As expected of a spiritual little sister. Du Xiaoya gave Lin Tian a big kiss as soon as she came up. Thanks, boss. After kissing, she even exaggeratedly tried to lick Lin Tian's face, scaring him so much he quickly stepped back. Haha, kissing is enough. Hey, what about mine? The 9 girls behind her followed suit. Before doing anything, they had already earned a bottle of wine worth 1,288 yuan each. How could they lose face? One after another, they all kissed Lin Tian. Lin Tian had never taken this kind of stimulation before. After the kisses triggered the system rewards, he realized, damn, aside from Du Jinhua, these girls might be fine to look at, but close physical contact must not happen again, unless the system gives him some kind of immune to all poisons shield. For the later girls, he only allowed symbolic cheek touching. After the round ended, the 10 girls fulfilled the patroness' wishes and lined up in 2 rows to dance the opening show. 10 beauties dancing subject 3, all wearing the shortest and smallest outfits imaginable. At that moment, Lin Tian finally understood why ancient emperors didn't like attending morning court. With this, he could live here forever. Food, drinks, and beauties every day. Who would want to work? After the dance, 5 girls sat on each side. They chatted and drank. Some went to pick songs, creating atmosphere and giving plenty of emotional value to Lin Tian. That one who just drank what was your name, Xiaomei, right? Open another bottle. Put it on my tab. Chapter 52. I am a good person. Lin Tian waved his hand generously. The girls around him immediately cheered, some urging him to drink, some inviting him to play games, some singing at the bar. The 9 girls who came along were thrilled. Today they had really met a big spender. 10 bottles of 1,288 yuan wine opened right away. Based on this situation, it was obvious the boss was here for Xiaoya. They were just extras. Any tips they got were free money. After drinking and singing for a while, they played hide-and-seek and word-guessing games. They weren't adult games, just ordinary party games. Yet Lin Tian's heart still raced. He could tell Xiaoya was a wild girl. Whatever the older hostesses told her to do, she did without hesitation. She seemed carefree, almost like she was missing a screw. But Lin Tian realized she was more like self-destructing, not acting from her true nature. Let us play a new game, shall we? Said a hostess named Xiaofeng, who had come with a task. She smiled as she leaned close to Lin Tian, glanced at Xiaoya next to him, and added, let Xiaoya broaden her horizons and give Boss Lin a better experience. With Boss Lin's support, maybe Xiaoya won't have to struggle like us in the future. Lin Tian neither refused nor objected. The game was called Rolling Thunder. He had never seen it before. When he saw them take off their underwear, he finally understood. Xiaoya reacted exactly the same, except she was a girl and Lin Tian was a man. So the reactions were different. Her face was full of panic and shyness. Unlike singing or dancing, this show genuinely frightened Xiaoya. So much white skin at once. In Rolling Bottles, she had no idea what to do. Rolling Thunder is so scary. When the show started, Lin Tian became the thunder. All right, great show. Tips. The rest of the time is for me and do Xiaoya alone. You may all leave. Lin Tian wiped sweat from his forehead. 2,000 each. Charge it to my account at the front desk. Oh, thank you, big boss. Thank you, daddy patron. The 9 hostesses quickly put their underwear back on, teased the newcomer Xiaoya a bit, and each kissed the patron one more time before reluctantly leaving the room. This kind of show was Lin Tian's first time experiencing it. He never knew until he tried. Once you get in, you can't handle it. This was truly a rich man's money-burning den. One experience was enough. Old Lin was still a good, decent man. He had been curious, tried it, and now it was time to get real business done. Any more shows like this, and he'd decollapse. These 9 were like spider spirits, draining a man without drawing blood. Besides, after all that, the system didn't even give any rewards. Why waste energy? You could lose yourself, and worst of all, hurt your kidneys. Xiaoya didn't participate in that show, she only watched. It was her first time seeing such a scene, and she was terrified. Lin Tian didn't let her join. One of the senior hostesses, Xiaomei, Xiaoya's fellow townsman, comforted and coaxed her, but Xiaoya still refused. Lin Tian couldn't understand why she could kiss him, but froze at removing one more layer. What kind of rules did this spiritual little sister even follow? Judging by how scared she was during the show, he could guess she had only just entered the business. This was probably why the system detected her as business girl and added her to the target list. Low self-discipline was one thing, but talent nearly full score? A 97 rating. How did the system calculate that? It couldn't be just her looks. Either way, the system clearly makes mistakes sometimes. I must express that. In terms of mere appearance, she surpasses Roland Lawn by a considerable margin, exuding a sweetness interlaced with a hint of allure and a touch of coolness. With delicate hands and feet, and large, expressive eyes, Lin Tian, a student of engineering, finds himself at a loss for words to describe such beauty. One could assert that if Du Jinhua were not so enchantingly captivating, she would be the quintessential girl who resides in the hearts of men. Though she may appear to display a rather rebellious and outrageous personality, she is, in truth, akin to a hedgehog with a few prickly quills, intimidating yet fragile. With a sense of glee, she has dismissed 9 accompanying drink servers, leaving the grand hall with only Du Jinhua in attendance. I want to be your bedmate, she declared, straightening her neck and instinctively retreating. With everyone else gone, she found herself alone, and this older man was still approaching her. Lin Tian chuckled, shaking his head. Sleep? What are you thinking? Sit down. Let us have a chat. Do you know why I called for you? The young girl shook her head. You think I'm pretty and want to sleep with me, right? Why speak so bluntly? That's not the reason, Lin Tian replied, bemused. System. How did you rate her? Talent? The way she speaks sounds like breeding livestock. Then, what is the reason? Don't you men only care for the physical? Just now, you were fondling those 9 girls, you old pervert. Du Jinhua huffed. I thought this place was meant for singing and dancing to unwind. Who knew it was no different from the brothels in the county? As she spoke, she settled down, casting a glance at the older man. With a small hand, she picked up a can of beer, opened it, and drank it down in one go. Lin Tian watched her finish. Come on. Suddenly, she tossed the empty can aside, tugged at her underwear, and boldly declared, I know I can't escape this today, but I haven't been with anyone yet. You better pay me well. I want 10,000 yuan. That's what you call a package fee. Her exquisite yet somewhat disheveled face bore an expression of stubbornness mixed with resignation as she bit her lip and gazed at Lin Tian. Stop, stop. You're confusing me. Lin Tian personally helped her adjust her underwear, chuckling. You've misunderstood. I'm a good person, not an old pervert. That was just for show. You don't understand the nature of this place. I'm here to take you away because I sense you're being controlled. This was Lin Tian's conjecture. For years ago, during a visit to a commercial establishment, he had heard that a significant percentage of the girls were lured in, trained, and eventually sold off as princesses. Some joined voluntarily to make money, but this young girl didn't seem to fit that mold. Her emotional reactions betrayed her. She spoke tough words while engaging in actions she clearly didn't want to do. Du Xiaoya froze, adjusting her underwear as she sat dazedly on the older man's lap, staring at his face. This old pervert doesn't seem so bad. Really? Lin Tian assured her, resting a hand on her slender waist. You're such a beautiful girl. I wouldn't want another man to snatch you away. My only aim is to take you out and make you my wife. You understand, right? Humph. You just want to sleep with me. Du Jinhua's flicker of hope was instantly extinguished. She understood well that this older man had ulterior motives. In recent days, countless men had expressed a desire to sleep with her or keep her as a mistress, all of whom she had managed to fend off. She knew she couldn't evade forever. This man was likely the one she couldn't escape. All right, let us just say that's the reason. Lin Tian suddenly turned serious. Having me as a bedmate is far better than sharing with many others. What about those girls? Do you think any of them might be infected? Do you wish to end up like them? I'm genuinely here to take you away, and whether you believe it or not, I will. The young girl gasped. The man had suddenly become assertive. Follow me, and I'll guarantee you a monthly allowance of 100,000 yuan. If you serve me well, there's an additional bonus of 500,000 yuan at the end of the year. How about it? Sleeping with just me is infinitely better than with a plethora of men, unless you're a promiscuous woman. You're the promiscuous one. Du Jinhua, incensed, raised her hand to strike, but her anger was thwarted as it met Lin Tian's arm. She attempted to bite him, only to find herself immobilized. Her misty eyes fixed on Lin Tian. I'm not promiscuous. I'm just a victim of bad men, she retorted. Fine, I believe you've agreed. Lin Tian said with a smile. Now, tell me, what brought you to this place as a resident performer? I've always been curious about this. You should be of college age, shouldn't you? Releasing her, he lifted her slightly and placed her on the nearby sofa, retrieving a can of beer, opening it, and handing it to her. Chapter 53. Balancing work and motherhood. Once her emotions settled, the spirited young girl appeared as a pitiable child, her delicate face a chaotic mess. According to her, she was merely cosplaying, presenting herself in a youthful guise. Lin Tian couldn't comprehend her reference to C, likely a trendy term among today's youth. Her real name was Du Jinhua, and she was 19 years old. Upon arriving here, she adopted the alias Du Xiaoya, hailing from Sichuan province. 6 months prior, after a falling out with her family, she stormed out, wandering aimlessly and working alongside fellow villagers. Having grown up largely alone, with a father perpetually working away and a mother preoccupied with gambling, she had never received proper care or affection. Any luxuries were lavished upon her brother. She barely completed high school, lacking the funds to pursue university, and ran away just before applying. With no money or skills, she found herself at the mercy of circumstances. She worked in a restaurant for a few days, only to be taken advantage of by the owner due to her beauty. She also tried her hand at factory work, where she faced similar mistreatment and narrowly escaped being taken as a rich man's mistress. Eventually, a fellow villager named May introduced her to this establishment as a singer. To her dismay, the work here was no different. She was still bullied. Her identification was confiscated, and she was constantly watched by robust men and her peers, leaving her with no means of escape. Lin Tian nodded. At your young age, it's truly fortunate that you haven't been sold off to Myanmar. From now on, stick with me, and you'll have endless money to spend and a spacious home to reside in. I only have one condition, no associating with other men. And you must bear my children. Du Jinhua was taken aback. She gazed at this domineering man, her big eyes wide with disbelief. He was suggesting that she bear children? Wait, you're being too demanding. She stammered, fearfully eyeing Lin Tian, who moments ago had dismissed 9 women with ease. It was clear he was no saint. Those who claimed to be good people were often not. After all, how could a good person find themselves in such a place? The scene she had just witnessed was a first for her. She had only heard tales before. Realizing she was trapped, she felt resigned to her fate. Was this what it meant to sell herself? Spread my legs for money? I want money. I'll return home and throw it in my family's face, telling them they can have money but not their daughter. I'll sell myself to this old man for cash. So, does this mean you're considering being my kept woman? She asked tentatively. Well, you could interpret it that way. Lin Tian replied nonchalantly. I have hundreds of women. You're merely one among many. Whether you're a mistress or an employee, it makes no difference. He didn't deny it. Once he established a company, there would undoubtedly be many female employees. He had initially sought her as a potential assistant, but it seemed she was far from capable of handling such responsibilities. She was clearly a member of the younger generation, utterly inexperienced. If you are willing to follow me, I shall provide you with a monthly allowance of 100,000, excluding the gifts I may bestow upon you at any time. As for the house and car, that shall depend on your performance. Of course, all my associates hold legitimate jobs. Would you be tasked with booking flights and hotels? Oh, did you not just mention wanting to have children? How can you expect to work as well? Du Jinhua inquired, tilting her head in confusion. Indeed, working and having children can coexist. Lin Tian retorted. Is there any conflict in that? He gently patted her small head. No, not at all. My family is not like that. After my mother married my father, her sole duty was to bear children, and she could hardly manage to produce many. She doesn't even cook, spending her days playing cards. Du Jinhua looked at the older man with a sense of grievance, realizing that her mother seemed to have a rather fortunate life. That may be the custom in your area, but here, both can be achieved. Lin Tian continued to persuade her. So it is settled then. Come with me at once. Is it really possible? Du Jinhua murmured. You may not understand. It is easy for us to enter, but exceedingly difficult to leave. They seized my identification card and coerced us into signing a debt note for 100,000, stating that it would be deducted from our monthly wages, and only upon full repayment would we regain our freedom. One disobedient girl from Yunnan had her leg broken. Oh, Lin Tian felt a weight in his heart. Such things happen. Why not report it to the police? Who would dare? Du Jinhua shuddered in fear, glancing at the older man, realizing that he truly was not in cahoots with them. What I say is the truth. The girl whose leg was broken was taken to the hospital, and someone is watching us 24 hours a day. We newcomers are observed until we lose our virginity. Reporting to the police would likely result in our deaths. She cast a sidelong glance at the surveillance camera in the corner, and Lin Tian understood immediately. He was well aware of the situation with the surveillance. Here, those of status could hardly engage in any misconduct, as the cameras served as evidence against them. It is astonishing that such occurrences still exist in this new era. However, since this matter falls under the jurisdiction of the police, Lin Tian wished to avoid trouble. As long as they did not interfere with his affairs. Let us go. I shall see who dares to obstruct us. With that, Lin Tian sent a WeChat message to Ma Bo while taking the nearly weightless Du Jinhua by the hand, and the two exited the private room. They turned down the corridor and arrived at the front hall. Several burly men in black scrutinized Lin Tian until, just as they were about to exit, two men barred their path. Simultaneously, a beautiful manager approached from the lobby. Mr. Lin, are you planning to take Xiaoyu away? The beautiful manager wore a serious yet smiling expression, stating that we have rooms available upstairs at Platinum International, and as a Platinum member, you are entitled to complimentary accommodation. At that moment, Ma Bo emerged from the tea room, striding confidently towards Lin Tian. He paused slightly upon noticing the young girl by Lin Tian's side. Lin Tian smiled. I do not wish to stay here, dear lady. I have already credited 1 million to my account. The expenses for tonight will amount to approximately 40,000 to 50,000. The remaining funds I shall not utilize. Consider it a ransom for my little sister. Hand over Du Jinhua's identification card, and we shall part ways as strangers. What do you say? Ma Bo immediately grasped the situation. The boss was here to rescue someone. Anger surged within him, and he cracked his knuckles, turning his head several times, ready to unleash the formidable black dragon 18 hands upon the four approaching brutes. If conflict can be avoided, it shall be. Matters easily resolved with money are trivial. Lin Tian remained composed, observing the ever-shifting expression of the beautiful manager. That is not possible. The beautiful manager shook her head, stating that upon entering our establishment, one must adhere to our rules. Our princess cannot simply be taken away at will. I am offering money. Lin Tian chuckled. In the old society, one could still ransom individuals. What is this? Have you sold Du Jinhua to your establishment? Indeed, she owes us 100,000. I have stated that I can help her repay the remaining balance. Lin Tian smirked. You think quite highly of yourselves, do you not? Have you forgotten that the state has laws? Haha, I am uncultured and do not quite understand such matters. All I know is that in our platinum establishment, one must abide by our rules. The beautiful manager grew increasingly assertive, stating that if one wishes to play, they may go upstairs, but if one wishes to leave, they may do so at their convenience. She stepped forward, attempting to grasp Du Jinhua's arm. Ma Bo, having anticipated this, swiftly intervened. flinging the manager aside, while simultaneously kicking the two burly men who charged at them. Taking advantage of the moment, Lin Tian seized Du Jinhua and dashed out of the commercial KTV's foyer. Lin Tian had never expected that such occurrences, commonplace in the 1990s, would still manifest in the new era. Despite numerous rounds of crackdowns, this place still harbored dark forces. Upon exiting the foyer, Su Ping promptly arrived with the car, opening the door to usher the young girl inside. Ma Bo and Lin Tian swiftly incapacitated 3 of the assailants before jumping into the vehicle and speeding away. Chapter 54. Greetings, sister. Su Ping's driving skills were quite commendable, maneuvering the large vehicle with ease as they swiftly merged into the flow of traffic. By the time the group of men in black located the car, Lin Tian and his companions had long vanished from sight. What good is their escape? The woman's identification card remains in our possession. Utter nonsense. Identification can be reissued. The woman was infuriated, exclaiming, "Did you not claim to be formidable fighters? Part of some international security company, having been abroad? And yet you cannot even handle 2 individuals. I shall immediately contact President Ming. Let us see who dares to disrupt Ming's business in Dongshan." While this may seem trivial, the humiliation is unbearable. In truth, the woman was indifferent to whether or not the girl was freed. She simply could not allow such a situation to pass lightly. If Lin Tian were to leverage connections to secure the girl's release, she would be amenable. But to engage in such overt robbery or ransom was intolerable, clearly an attempt to undermine their operation. 1 million? Is this truly a matter of 1 million? Or have rival factions come to stir trouble? We must locate Lin Tian. The woman stomped her foot in frustration, speaking fiercely. Lin Tian glanced at the rear of the car, assured that no one was pursuing them, and let out a sigh of relief. They had succeeded. But my identification is still with them. The young girl, brimming with excitement yet tinged with worry, questioned. That is easily resolved. We shall go to the police station to reissue it. Lin Tian scoffed. What era is this? And yet such dark forces still dare to coerce individuals into servitude. We shall report them. Of course, Lin Tian could not actually go through with that. He merely spoke in jest. Had he known he would need to report this group, he would have avoided the situation altogether. While he did not care much for his reputation, he certainly did not wish to report them only to find himself ensnared in their web. Such a brazen nightclub surely had its backing. No one would believe otherwise. Reissuing identification can be done nationwide. The 3 of them reached a nearby police station within 3 minutes and had the process completed in no time. Within 24 hours, they would receive their new identification. They also acquired a temporary document and returned to the Intercontinental Hotel to check in. In a rather surreal half of the night, Lin Tian successfully locked down his 5th target and brought her into his fold. The spirited young girl was tossed into the bathtub for a refreshing soak. And when she emerged, she was no longer the defiant cosplayer. The 97-point rating system had indeed not deceived Lin Tian. Youthful beauty blossomed like a lotus. Why would you make yourself appear so unattractive? Are you foolish? If I did not, I would have been overwhelmed long ago, the young girl retorted, gazing at the older man who was roughly the same age as her father, feeling a mix of gratitude and resentment. Ultimately, she resigned herself, thinking that it was settled. She would accept the payment first. I require a sum of 100,000 yuan. Hand it over to me immediately. My intention upon exiting is to earn money to sever ties with him. Very well, 100,000 yuan is merely a trifle, akin to your monthly allowance. No, that is a separate matter. It cannot be equated to pocket money. All right then, I shall give it to you separately. Lin Tian smiled, tapping his finger lightly as he transferred the 100,000 yuan to Du Jinhua. After confirming the transaction, Du Jinhua exhaled in relief, exhibiting a noticeable change in demeanor. Although he is a rogue, he does indeed fulfill his financial obligations. Now then, you need not worry. Sleep well. Lin Tian prepared to take his leave. Are you leaving? In the stillness of the night, 3 hours later, the Grand Hotel had settled into silence. Lin Tian reviewed the rewards from the system while reconciling his accounts on his phone. Target number 5, Du Jinhua, ascended from level 1 to level 4 in less than 4 hours. The system rewarded him with a staggering 15,784,700 yuan. And in comparison to the 4th level effective communication, rewards below level 3 were merely pocket change. The rewards included 4 bottles, each of 3 types of perfume, an increase of 10 points to his physical attributes, and 3 points to his wisdom attributes. Material rewards consisted of a luxurious villa in Haishur and shares in a publicly listed company valued at 1 billion yuan, readily tradable. Upon investigation, Lin Tian discovered that this company was a renowned automobile manufacturer operating exceptionally well. Should he wish to liquidate his shares, he could effortlessly acquire 1 billion yuan in cash. For this company, 1 billion was merely the stake of a minor shareholder. Indeed, This was a precursor to great fortunes. Having multiple women is also a significant blessing. Reaching the 4th level target completion would yield rewards on a scale of hundreds of millions. If such tasks were consistently accomplished in less than a month, Lin Tian could amass a fortune of billions, truly becoming a wealthy individual. Gazing at the young beauty beside him, who had received her 100,000 yuan and drifted into a peaceful slumber, Lin Tian embraced her tenderly. The young beauty was utterly exhausted, her eyes unwilling to open, her limbs entwined tightly around him. Drawing closer, "Please don't leave me, Daddy. I will earn money for you. Come home. Your daughter misses you dearly." Lin Tian held her closely, offering consolation. This unfortunate girl, despite her overt disdain for her parents, still harbored thoughts of them, yearning for a modicum of love, not unlike Lin Tian himself. They were both pitiable souls. The following morning, Lin Tian awoke and invited Roland to join him for a run and swim. After a night of rest, Roland had fully regained her stamina and vitality, oblivious to the fact that she was pregnant. Lin Tian saw no reason to remind her prematurely. After all, the pregnancy was only just beginning, and there was no immediate need for arrangements to ensure its health. During breakfast, however, several new faces appeared. Roland felt as though she were dreaming. "Old Lin, I just slept for half a day and a night. How did so many people suddenly appear?" 2 men and 1 woman were present. The 2 men seemed to be attendants, not inclined to join them for breakfast, sitting at a separate table and engrossed in their meals. Yet, the older man was accompanied by a girl who seemed even younger than himself. Taking advantage of the moment when the young girl went to fetch ingredients, she whispered, "Ah, I hired a driver and a bodyguard yesterday. From now on, there will be someone dedicated to driving, and security is assured." Lin Tian gestured towards the ethereal-looking Du Jinhua. "This is a girl I unexpectedly rescued, named Du Jinhua, a rural lass from Sichuan who was nearly sold after being abducted to a nightclub. I saved her." Roland had already discerned that the young girl was now Lin Tian's. She playfully pinched Lin Tian's waist. "You rascal." She had pondered throughout the night and exchanged thoughts with Su Mei, arriving at a favorable analysis. The likelihood of her becoming Lin Tian's first pregnant woman was high, and according to northern tradition, she could potentially ascend in status, provided she conceived first. Little did she anticipate that another girl would join the fold. "It's fine. You know how my health is," Lin Tian replied with a smile. Little Du is 19, and her parents are indifferent, a truly unfortunate soul. As Du Jinhua returned, carrying ingredients, she exhibited no shyness or embarrassment, having transitioned from a girl to a young woman. She glanced at the taller and equally beautiful Roland and offered a polite smile. "Good morning, sister." Roland was taken aback. "Sister? Are you addressing me? How did I become sister?" "Good morning, sister," Du Jinhua repeated, confidently sitting across from Roland. "I'm Du Jinhua, the woman he just acquired." "Ah," Roland was astonished. The mental wiring of the younger girls was beyond her comprehension, even if they were only 3 or 4 years her junior. The two exchanged glances, and Lin Tian shook his head, offering a wry smile. "This is just how she is. I can't help it." "So, are you two together now?" Roland asked, incredulous, casting an inquiring glance at Lin Tian. "Your ID, let me see it." "Don't worry, sister. I'm already 20. Du Jinhua grinned. "You need not concern yourself." "Oh, that's a relief. Otherwise, old Lin, you would be in quite the predicament," Roland chuckled. "Hello, little sister." The 2 girls, with hands as smooth as jade, exchanged a handshake, one with a sweet smile and the other equally charming. Lin Tian suddenly felt as though he had reached the pinnacle of life. Look at his current situation, surrounded by a bodyguard and a driver, accompanied by 2 beautiful women, without conflict, residing in a 5-star hotel and enjoying a sumptuous breakfast. After breakfast, they tidied up briefly, and both young ladies expressed a desire to go out and explore. Lin Tian also wished to shop, yesterday at that commercial center. He had been treated with disdain due to his ordinary attire. While low-key could be feigned, it could not be maintained indefinitely. He needed to acquire some high-end brands worth thousands. Otherwise, these spirited young girls would never perceive him as a true affluent individual. In the back seat of the Bentley, which could accommodate only 2, Lin Tian realized he needed to buy a car. With more people, it was becoming cramped. Why hadn't the rewards from the 5th target included a luxury car ensemble? That would have saved him the trouble. "Let us go. We need to purchase a vehicle. It isn't fitting for my status to keep using the hotel's car, is it? Most importantly, I want to buy for both of you." Lin Tian smiled, noting that unlike Hangzhou, there were no restrictions here. Having earned 1.5 billion overnight, it was only right to spend a bit more to appease his conscience. Wasn't he it? "Wonderful, wonderful," Du Jinhua exclaimed, jumping in delight and planting a kiss on him. "Thank you, husband," Roland chimed in, not to be outdone, and also kissed him from the other side. In the bodyguard's room across the hall, Ma Bo and Su Ping exchanged glances like 2 monks in deep meditation. Brother Ma, being wealthy is great, is it? Ma Bo retorted with a cold smile. I know what you're thinking. You need to uphold the honor of the old squad leader. Being around someone like Mr. Lin isn't as easy as it seems. We should just focus on our duties and earn our rightful wages. Don't make mistakes. A man like Mr. Lin cannot tolerate any slights. I understand, squad leader. I'm merely lamenting. How many jobs offer a monthly salary of over 10,000 with food and lodging? How can we not work diligently? Honestly, I'm just curious, Mr. Lin's women must be quite numerous. Can his health withstand it? Is that your concern? Ma Bo chided. Just focus on driving. Remember, everything you see and hear should remain confidential. How Mr. Lin conducts his life and business is his affair. As long as he doesn't betray the country or compromise national interests, we should act as if we've seen nothing. As they conversed, they received word that Lin Tian and the two young ladies were about to leave, prompting them to promptly take their positions. Lin Tian reserved a luxury vehicle from the hotel, a Grand Maybach S-Class, with a rental fee of 5,000 yuan per day. The car was driven by his personal chauffeur, while a bodyguard occupied the passenger seat. He, along with Roland and Du Jinhua, settled into the opulent, enclosed rear seat. With cash nearing 1 billion, Lin Tian suddenly realized that such an abundance of money would serve no purpose if left unspent. It would merely turn into worthless paper. Beyond acquiring vehicles, he yearned to expand his ranks further. On board, he dialed a call to Lu Zhenjuan. Old Lu, I am embarking on an enterprise in the mining sector. Could you assist me by introducing some talented individuals from the military? How many? What specialties? Initially, I need 30 capable personnel, particularly for security purposes. I intend to establish a security company, and there will also be a demand for workers in the mining sector. Yes, send over 5 or 6 engineers. And are there any female soldiers available? Preferably female special forces or SWAT officers. Excellent. Let us finalize this swiftly. This afternoon? All right. I'll be there to pick them up. This notion arose after witnessing the desperate circumstances of individuals at Platinum International yesterday. He had never considered that there would be such a significant demand for security domestically. Nor did he anticipate that young women like Du Jinhua would be ensnared in situations akin to those in the old society, no different from being deceived into northern Myanmar. If those rogues were to come knocking again, they would certainly be outnumbered. Ma Bo, we purchased the vehicle this morning and will head to the G district this afternoon to pick up the personnel. Your old squad leader mentioned that I should first arrange for a platoon of veterans. What type of vehicle should we acquire? Although there was a partition separating them, communication was seamless. The intercom allowed for normal conversation between the driver's seat and the rear. Ma Bo, taken aback by his employer's sudden arrangement, pondered, a platoon? A special operations platoon? Could it be that Mr. Lin is a figure with special state arrangements? Deploying a full platoon to his side? Not to mention the gangsters from yesterday. Even an entire combat company would have to lie low, especially if armed. Boss, will this platoon also be engaged in security work? Initially, they will be with me. Future arrangements will follow. Perhaps we can consider a few Range Rovers or similar vehicles, as acquiring more luxurious options domestically may not be immediate. We also need a multi-purpose vehicle or several quick response off-roaders. As for administrative vehicles, I suggest that a portion of the security team should be assigned to protect family members. At least one should be equipped with a Range Rover or a BMW X7. If we consider domestic brands, a BYD U8 would suffice. The two young women in the vehicle initially assumed they were merely selecting cars meant for men. But to their surprise, they were given the opportunity to choose their own. Roland quietly reminded Lin Tian that she had a sports car in Hangzhou. Lin Tian affectionately patted her head. Silly girl, that car is only suitable for city driving. This time, I intend to buy you something appropriate for outdoor use. At the very least, a Maserati sports car. Really? Of course. Lin Tian gazed at the perpetually charming Roland, feeling an unexplainable fondness for her. The girls from my hometown are truly genuine. That's not very nice, Roland replied bashfully, feeling somewhat guilty. Not at all. Lin Tian laughed as he embraced both Roland and Du Jinhua. In my eyes, there is no such thing as taking too much. If you bear me sons, how could I possibly neglect you? Du Jinhua feigned a pout, glancing at the older man's face. Old Lin, I need to transfer some money to my father shortly, and I would like you to join me for a video call with him. Is that all right? Humph. Let him see that his daughter has found an older man, just to get on his nerves. Chapter 56. Each has their own beauty. Sure, meeting the father-in-law is only proper. Lin Tian chuckled. Go ahead and transfer the funds. Du Jinhua nodded, casting a glance at the man who was true to his word, having already provided her with 200,000, of which 100,000 was for her personal use. She was primarily concerned with sending money to her father. Lin Tian felt empathy for the unfortunate girl, masking it with the demeanor of a flirtatious uncle as he wrapped his arm around her frail shoulders, noticing she trembled slightly. I fear that if I send this money to my father, my mother will just have him lose it playing mahjong. As she contemplated, anxiety crept in. She hesitated to transfer the 100,000. How about this? Don't you want to stir their emotions? Lin Tian proposed a mischievous idea. Instead of sending money, during the video call, tell them you've married me, this old man, and received no dowry whatsoever, not even a penny. Furthermore, mention that you owe me 100,000. You? That's too cruel. Du Jinhua shook her head. I only want them to feel sad and remember that they have a daughter. For over half a year, they hadn't even bothered to call her. Roland, seated beside her, felt a pang of sympathy, realizing the hardships Du Jinhua had endured. You're still kind-hearted, my child. Lin Tian smiled. All right, follow your wishes, but I assure you, you won't achieve what you desire. Du Jinhua, skeptical, wiped her tears and completed the transfer. Then connected the video call to her father. Do you remember that you have this old man? She blurted at the outset. The man on the other end, covered in grime and wielding a tool, looked up, his face darkened with surprise upon seeing his daughter on the screen, his temper flaring instantly. Du Jinhua wished to ease her father's burdens, having long since forgiven him for not providing her with tuition. After all, poverty was not a recent affliction. Completing high school was already a commendable achievement. Yet, her father's tirade consisted of scoldings, with not a single inquiry about her well-being or what she had been up to for the past 6 months. When she mentioned transferring 100,000, he immediately demanded confirmation of its authenticity. Old man, I've sold myself for this 100,000. How much? 100,000. Hurry up and transfer it to me. All right. That's it. I have work to do. Du Jinhua glanced at Lin Tian, who had remained silent throughout the call, feeling utterly despondent. They treat me as if I were expendable. No. You are not expendable to me. You will live well by my side from now on. You have me, and I have Roland. Throughout the conversation between father and daughter, Roland was astounded by the father's indifference. Reflecting on her own upbringing, she realized how fortunate she was, nurtured within the warmth of her parents' care. Although they weren't affluent, she had never lacked for love. Comparatively, Du Jinhua's situation was a world apart. As tears streamed down Du Jinhua's face, she finally regained her composure upon arriving at the car dealership, where she revealed another situation. She did not possess a driving license. No driving license? Lin Tian shook his head. That's not an issue. You can sign up for a driving course. It's quite simple. Besides, I will soon have a group of people. We can find a driver in the meantime, which is far better than hailing a taxi. It would be a joke if Lin Tian's woman had to take a cab. The two girls couldn't help but chuckle at Lin Tian's sudden display of affluence and authority. In G City, there were several dealerships specializing in luxury cars. Ma Bo was far more familiar with this area than Lin Tian, and he had acquaintances here, which expedited the selection process. The two young women chose their preferred vehicles, and Ma Bo promptly arranged for 2 Range Rovers and a BMW X7 to be brought over. Roland preferred a larger Maserati sports car, priced around 3 million, while the whimsical Du Jinhua opted for a more playful Porsche Cayenne, clearly a car suited for women, adding the 3 vehicles designated for official use. The total expenditure amounted to a staggering 19,800,000. When Lin Tian went to settle the payment for the car, Ma Bo's friend couldn't help but gasp in astonishment, quietly expressing gratitude to Ma Bo for introducing such a distinguished client to purchase his vehicle. My boss's primary mode of transport is akin to these cars, while the 2 others belong to the ladies. The 3 vehicles are designated for the staff's use. Ma Bo, with an air of worldly wisdom, smirked and remarked, Are you surprised? Since I've referred you this business, a token of appreciation is in order, wouldn't you agree? Absolutely, came the reply, a decade's worth of maintenance included, with services available at your beck and call, and nationwide warranty. After agreeing on the time and place for the car delivery, the newly acquired vehicle required embellishment. Once adorned, the owner of the car dealership personally delivered it to the Grand Hotel, only to discover that these individuals were not local users of the vehicle. Upon exiting the dealership, the 5 of them embarked on a shopping spree at the nearest retail paradise. Ma Bo and Su Ping donned Versace suits, and their footwear had been replaced with Louis Vuitton. The 2 young ladies spent money as if it were water. Each of them indulged in wristwatches and jewelry amounting to no less than 5 million, while their orders for various shoes totaled several 100,000. The bags they acquired surpassed several million. If they liked something, they simply took it. Ma Bo and Su Ping swiftly filled their vehicle to capacity. No worries if the car can't accommodate everything. Lin Tian chuckled. This is quite simple. We'll make a trip back first. The affluent patron remained composed at the cash register, making a single payment as dozens of brand managers continuously promoted their luxury items, while the 2 lovely ladies showcased their unique beauty like models on a runway. One was a statuesque beauty resembling a leading lady, while the other was a petite princess-like figure. Each had her own charm, radiating an almost otherworldly allure. Initially, one might assume the tall beauty was the esteemed owner's wife, and the petite girl his daughter. But a few exchanged words revealed that both were likely the wealthy middle-aged man's mistresses, certainly not his legitimate partners. It was genuinely enviable. Within just a couple of hours, they had splurged over 10 million, paying without a flicker of hesitation. This was indeed a major patron. Since the store's inception, they had never encountered such a spontaneous buyer, treating purchases of several thousand for lingerie and shoes as if clearing out a warehouse. The staff were filled with envy and jealousy. Observing this man, what did it matter if he had 2 wives? In a mere moment, the 2 women had spent millions, a sum that would take an ordinary person a lifetime of toil to earn. The 2 shopping-obsessed beauties continued to dress Lin Tian in top-tier brands, transforming the middle-aged man into a figure who appeared a decade younger. A store manager even suggested they get a haircut, as hairstyle plays a crucial role in one's appearance. Lin Tian felt it was indeed necessary, cheerfully adding the beautiful manager on WeChat. After all, a wise person seizes every opportunity. Having spent the entire afternoon in conversation, he felt compelled to advance their acquaintance. Unfortunately, with 5 objectives already fulfilled in the primary system, he could not gauge her rating. Old Lin, you can't be infatuated with every woman you meet. What about your health? Roland Lon noticed the subtle signs and quickly urged Lin Tian to leave, wary of lingering too long lest those older women add their husbands on WeChat, exhausting them in the process. Hee, it's merely normal communication. Nothing more, Lin Tian retorted, glancing back only to receive a sharp pinch from the petite beauty beside him. No, even normal communication is unacceptable. Du Jinhua understood the implication and advised him to behave, reminding him that she had not yet conceived, and he should not entertain thoughts of others. Chapter 57. What is the source? After a simple lunch at the plaza's food court, they arrived at the military base mentioned by Lu Zhenjuan at 3 in the afternoon, where he had been waiting at the entrance. Old classmate. They embraced, and only then did Lu Zhenjuan notice that, in addition to the 2 soldiers he had introduced, there were also 2 exceptionally beautiful ladies. This is my physical assistant, Roland Lon. This is my life assistant, Du Jinhua. My old classmate, Director Lu Zhenjuan. Director Lu then introduced the leader responsible for placement from the military side. After a brief handshake, Lu Zhenjuan led the group of 5 into the compound. The 8 selected individuals were already lined up, all of whom, like Ma Bo, had chosen to pursue careers in security. The oldest was under 30, a former major and Ma Bo's deputy, while the youngest was under 22, a recent transfer from a special forces unit, among whom were 3 females, all standard-looking yet competent soldiers, one of whom had even served abroad for peacekeeping for 3 years. This was the first collaboration between military and civilian sectors in exploring placement opportunities, serving as a pilot project. In this new era, many young people are disinterested in the typical 9-to-5 routine, allowing their skills to languish in bureaucratic institutions. Indeed, I will soon be expanding into overseas mining and will require security personnel, which is why we sought out our own, Lin Tian stated directly, expressing his gratitude to Director Lu. After a straightforward handover, he announced a monthly salary exceeding 10,000, comparable to Ma Bo's, with the company planning formal arrangements. The primary task would be security, with additional responsibilities forthcoming. These individuals had chosen this path voluntarily, especially with Ma Bo, the old captain, leading the team, leaving no room for doubt. The 8 were delighted to become Lin Tian's new subordinates. As they exited the military gate, the 8 new subordinates instinctively lined up, saluting. Old Lu arranged for 2 military vehicles to follow behind Lin Tian's Maybach, escorting the 8 veterans to the parking lot of the Intercontinental Hotel. Just as they alighted, a group of burly men in black surrounded them from all directions. That's him. Yes, he thinks he can escape. No chance. This sudden swarm of individuals wasted no time and immediately made their move. Along with them were Director Lu and a deputy-level leader from the local military retirement department. The unexpected situation left them no time to think. Director Lu quickly commanded the veterans from both vehicles to intervene while instructing the deputy to call the police. Platinum International had been surveilling Lin Tian and his companions for an entire day. His vehicle had remained at the hotel, while he had departed in one of the hotel's cars, prompting them to stake out the place. Ming Rue personally came to oversee the operation, eager to see who dared oppose his family. In G City, no matter the faction, everyone knew to give Ming's family face. After extensive investigation, they discovered Lin Tian had come from the south, making him an even easier target. Get him. They planned who would wait at the police station after they dealt with him, intent on teaching him a lesson, expecting to reclaim the man's 1 million as well. As the 30-odd men in black charged forward, they initially anticipated a swift victory, but to their shock, it was their own 30-plus men who fell. What was happening? Within mere seconds, the 10 or so individuals who had jumped from the vehicle managed to take down the so-called top fighters of G City with a 5-to-1 ratio. All in under 10 seconds. The leader, realizing the dire situation, turned to flee. Who on earth were these people? As he ran, he frantically dialed, demanding to know who this man was. Didn't you say there was only one subordinate? Now there are suddenly 10, and each one is formidable. Lin Tian and his companions, unaware of the leader's escape, apprehended 33 young men from the streets, binding them together with their shoelaces, just in time for the police to arrive. Finding all 33 sprawled on the ground. With Director Liu present, there was no need for Lin Tian to intervene. The situation was immediately classified as a major case. Several special police vehicles arrived to escort the culprits away, accompanied by the vice mayor in charge of business affairs. Director Liu, however, was not to be underestimated. An old classmate worth billions, with substantial investors backing him, one must question the local business environment that allows such brazen public altercations involving over 30 individuals. Had it not been for the 10 security personnel I had just dispatched, the outcome could have been quite different. With such leadership in place, Lin Tian felt empowered to candidly discuss Du Jinhua's situation, transforming his purpose at Platinum International into a commendable rescue mission. As for subsequent matters, Lin Tian engaged in a pleasant conversation with the vice mayor, though whether there would be future investments remained contingent upon the local security situation. Dinner was graciously hosted by the Municipal Investment Promotion Office, where a sumptuous meal was served. At the conclusion of the gathering, news arrived that the Platinum International Clubhouse had been sealed and relevant individuals had been apprehended, with the police conducting a thorough investigation. Lin Tian could not help but marvel at the efficiency of such a large city. They had barely finished their meal when the adversaries were apprehended. Investment prospects would undoubtedly arise, but for now, it was prudent to hold off, as Lin Tian's primary focus lay in the mining sector. With connections like Director Liu's old classmate, this was certainly manageable. After a lively evening, the guests departed in high spirits. Roland and Du Jinhua did not participate in the business activities. Instead, they spent a delightful evening exploring the night market with 2 female bodyguards, indulging in numerous local delicacies, and bringing back a plethora of tasty skewers for Lin Tian. Unfortunately, Lin Tian had overindulged and was carried to bed, sleeping soundly until dawn. Perhaps this marked the beginning of a significant elevation in my status? 2 black Range Rovers led the way, flanked by a Bentley, with 2 Maseratis and a Porsche trailing behind, and a BMW X7 bringing up the rear. A convoy of 6 opulent vehicles, collectively valued at over 40 million, slowly departed from the Jiqing Intercontinental Hotel. Such grandeur, aside from government receptions featuring dedicated Hongqi vehicles, was indeed unparalleled, captivating the attention of passers-by who wondered which affluent individual was passing through. Inside the Bentley, only Lin Tian, Roland, and Du Jinhua occupied the vehicle, while Ma Bo and the newly hired security personnel were in the last BMW. The 3 women drove 2 of their own cars, with the rest positioned in the lead and rear vehicles, all equipped with communication devices. We should acquire 2 tactical radios. This walkie-talkie only has a range of a few kilometers. You make a valid point. Let's reach out to our contacts for usable equipment. By the way, do you have AC license? Great, then let us procure a high-power one. The boss's main industry lies in mining, and our future tasks will not be easy. Understood. Captain, I would like to inquire about the boss's expertise in martial arts. The Black Dragon 18 styles seems highly professional. Has he served in the armed police? Don't ask foolish questions. It's just like in the military. Keep it confidential. Understood. The convoy headed northwest for 500 kilometers, stopping at the Hukou Waterfall Scenic Area in Shaanxi Province. Du Jinhua had already learned how to book hotels online in advance, finding the task far easier than she had anticipated. It seems that balancing motherhood and work is indeed possible, unlike her mother, who tended to be rather indolent. The scenic area was in its off-peak season, and they secured 12 rooms along with 3 tables for meals, yielding substantial income. Regardless of its authenticity, they enjoyed a meal featuring the famed Yellow River carp. The following morning was spent exploring the waterfall area, capturing photographs, and reveling in the joy of visiting a place none had been to before. After loading local apples and millet, they departed at noon, journeying over 8 hours and arriving in East City shortly after 10 at night. The earlier arrivals, Su Qingya and Shen Qingga, had already booked a hotel and checked in, enjoying a light supper before resting. Chapter 58. In just 2 days, Lin Tian's newly established investment company was officially registered, with Shen Qingga as the legal representative and Su Qingya as the general manager. The registered capital stood at 200 million, and Lin Tian whimsically named the company Huaxianshan, as his other choices had been unavailable. With 25 individuals, each assigned their own room, including necessary staff such as legal, administrative, and financial personnel brought by Su. This substantial team occupied half a floor. Consistent with Lin Tian's philosophy, everyone was treated equally, regardless of their role, be they drivers or security personnel. Lin Tian had a single administrative suite, while everyone else enjoyed luxurious rooms or standard accommodations on the same floor, with administrative staff on one side and security and drivers on the other. At this point, Du Jinhua began to believe Lin Tian's words. This older man truly had a multitude of women. By intuition, the two exceptionally beautiful women in professional attire were undoubtedly among his admirers. After a simple dinner, they returned to Lin Tian's expansive suite, closing the door behind them. One man and 4 women formed a peculiar family unit. Su Qingyao provided a work report, while Shen Xinga and Roland engaged in light conversation about the journey, with Du Jinhua occasionally pouring them water, appearing quite obedient, albeit feeling somewhat aggrieved. Each of them possessed their own skills, whereas she wondered if she could offer anything beyond mere companionship. The older man had assured her that both work and personal connections could coexist. It was evident that the others were quite capable. Once the official matters were concluded, Lin Tian gazed contentedly at the 4 women, declaring, "As our numbers grow, it is imperative to establish some ground rules." There was no need for melodrama. Lin Tian was neither seeking romance nor affection, only a singular goal: procreation. This included Su Qingyao, who had earned her managerial position and was adeptly overseeing a multi-billion-dollar company, not merely due to capability. Among them, comparison and internal conflict were strictly prohibited. Anyone unable to accept the current circumstances was encouraged to withdraw. This was the most critical point. Lin Tian surveyed the 4 distinct women, none of whom displayed hesitation or dissent. Withdrawal? Those who wished to exit now would have never agreed initially, including Su Qingyao. In fact, she was the most astute. Secretly relieved that although she had dated someone, she had not become entangled with her ex-boyfriend. At 28, she had finally encountered the most significant benefactor of her life. This single choice had allowed her to ascend through multiple social strata, no longer a blue-collar worker, free from the worries of hidden traps, solely needing to serve the formidable figure before her. Yet, she had not anticipated that Lin Tian's primary aim was to have children. This revelation took her by surprise. She had assumed Lin Tian's business endeavors would pivot from overseas investments to strengthening domestic enterprises. Could it be that Lin Tian, nearing 40, remained unwed? In an instant, she recognized who among them was the most astute. The implications were clear. There was no need for heavy-handedness to understand the dynamics at play. Their relationship was one of unity paired with competition, each woman showcasing her talents and fulfilling her role. However, what about the evenings? They all simultaneously pondered a question that had perplexed emperors of ancient times. Each was in the prime of their youth, unwilling to be mere ornaments. This conundrum? For Lin Tian, it was hardly a challenge. Collecting the room keys from the 4 women, the arrangement was entirely at his discretion. While Lin Tian might lack certain skills, he was resolute in his primary responsibilities, ensuring fairness in this domain. The following morning, each individual wore expressions of contentment and ease, greeting one another with the intimacy of sisters. Roland led the charge, rallying everyone for a morning jog, aside from Su Qingyao, who experienced some leg soreness. The remaining 3 exuded vitality, with even Shen Xinga, typically not one for exercise, joining the run. Lin Tian had merely redistributed his previous one-on-one focus into 4 parts, and the system rewards unexpectedly multiplied. System notification: the host, on the path to a perfect life, has learned to navigate complex interpersonal relationships while significantly enhancing his dominance over women. The system has activated the random reward mode of the perfect life, granting a bonus of 20 for having many children and blessings. System reward: the 4th target, Su Qingyao, has successfully leveled up to LV40, earning a bonus of 6,842,000 yuan for effective communication achieved twice at level 4. The reward for a single effective communication is sufficient to cover her annual salary. This venture has proven to be extraordinarily profitable, not only generating additional income, but also acquiring another worker. System reward: material reward includes a complex metal or deposit located at the foot of a mountain in a certain region of an African country. With a total estimated reserve of 10 billion tons of gold, lithium, iron, nickel, and zinc, Lin Tian checked the location, discovering that it was merely a border away from the previous site provided, situated in the mountains of another small country. The system has consistently issued rewards for foreign lands, clearly indicating a direction for me to develop abroad. Given the current circumstances, it appears unwise to remain domestically. We lack renown, and once I attain celebrity status, managing the numerous women surrounding me will become increasingly complicated. However, if I venture abroad, even celestial beings will not be able to interfere with my affairs. With a physical attribute of 8 and an intellectual attribute of 4, I have also obtained 4 large strength pills that are not particularly useful. Lin Tian now practices Changchun Gong daily and engages in running and fitness training with Roland Lan. Under the current circumstances, he feels no pressure, rendering the strength pills unnecessary. The only slight regret lies in the fact that all target individuals have reached level 4. Rewards for ordinary effective communications, such as morning runs and meals, have ceased. Even the smallest reward, like a mosquito, is still a reward, isn't it? Hundreds of thousands are indeed rewards, and every penny counts. Lin Tian has never been one to scorn an abundance of wealth. Here, let us share. I have one too. This is mine. Roland Lan took the lead, placing the first egg into Lin Tian's bowl. The other 3 sitting beside him followed suit, each adding an egg for him. Then, they exchanged glances. A silent understanding passing among them. They were internally astonished, yet genuinely worried. If the ancient emperors engaged in such antics, they would surely collapse within 2 or 3 years. Lin Tian must be cautious. He ought to stir things up less in the future, lest he exhaust himself before his child is even born. This cannot be allowed. Hurry and eat. The 4 exclaimed in unison. I'll go have the restaurant prepare a plate of oysters. Su Qingya said with a smile, leaving the table. Though her gait was somewhat awkward, she exhibited no embarrassment, her little waist twisting with newfound vigor. Observers from a distant table, including employees and bodyguards, silently dined, wary of overhearing anything inappropriate. They were secretly astonished, not merely curious about their boss's numerous women, but rather shocked by Lin Tian's physical prowess. This high-profile boss had risen at 6 in the morning and run 5 kilometers at a pace of 5.5 minutes, at his age of 40. Such a life configuration is remarkable. Getting out of bed in the early morning is no small feat. This is nothing short of miraculous. Lin Tian devoured all 4 eggs in one go. He left the rest of his meal untouched, channeling all his physical attributes into fortifying his internal organs. With the continuous enhancement from the Changchun Gong, he found he did not require much food. After finishing, he rose from his seat to stroll through the hall. Wait a minute, wasn't Qingya's side the strongest last night? Well, not quite. It was my first time playing poker. I almost lost it. Oh, I lost 3 times, Du Jinhua admitted, her cheeks flushing. Being the youngest, she had not anticipated playing poker the most. We should play do Diju together next time, Shen Qingya suddenly suggested. Otherwise, playing solo is no match for him. Indeed, poker is no contest, but what if we switch to mahjong? 5-player mahjong would be even more entertaining. Du Jinhua exclaimed excitedly at the mention of card games. We play with 5 people on our side, and it's tons of fun. No need for much, just a 1 yuan base will suffice. The elegant and noble Su Qingya, the impeccably dressed Shen Qingya, and the healthily radiant Roland Lan turned their gazes toward the anxious little Du Jinhua. Are we speaking the same language? No. Playing mahjong could get us caught by the police for gambling. Do Diju is the safest bet. What about playing with 2 against 1? Shen Qingya cast a glance at the man standing outside the hall and proposed again. Chapter 59. Are they all wives? Northwest Zijin Mining was originally a city-owned metal mining company that later transitioned into a mixed ownership model. A few years ago, it was acquired by a private entity. Situated in a region abundant with coal and rare earth elements, it primarily extracted iron and zinc. With a total market value of 50 million and over 100 employees across 3 mines, producing 100,000 tons of zinc ore annually, yet continuously operating at a loss. After thorough research, it appears that the system's reward for this mining company is primarily beneficial due to the high level of its mining certificates. Additionally, there is a skilled technical exploration team. The acquisition price was set at 100 million, which had already been transferred to the original owner's account a week prior. He had been holding out for the handover, having spent over a decade working in hopes of venturing into the rare earth sector, only to be thwarted by governmental restrictions on private capital investment. He had invested a fortune, but now, at an advanced age, he wished to retire back to his hometown. Lin Tian surmised that the system's inclination towards granting rewards within the metal mining sector was a strategic move to generate profit. One must not solely rely on mining, but also integrate the subsequent industrial chain. If Lin Tian could successfully manage several mountains in Africa, he would undoubtedly ascend to the status of a kingpin. Moreover, there were several equity stakes in technology companies, which could either be liquidated or retained for prestige. If assessed at market value, Lin Tian currently possesses 12.3 billion in funds, excluding expenses related to properties and vehicles, along with an additional 2.1 billion. This does not account for the 2 mines, which remain immeasurable at this point. The acquisition and restructuring of relationships, including debts and credits with local governments and enterprises, were efficiently overseen by Su Qingya, the tenacious general manager of Huaxianshan Investment. Within 3 days, the acquisition was completed, along with the transition of various employee benefits and salaries for over 100 staff members, all finalized under government endorsement with signatures. Northwest Zijin has been renamed Huaxianshan Zijin Mining. The legal representative is Roland Lan, while the general manager remains unchanged, continuing to be the actual manager of the original company. Hui Xianxian holds a 100 stake, with Su Qingya as the de facto representative. Roland Lan's role is limited to payroll management, not participating in daily operations, and like Xin Qingya, she receives an annual salary of 2 million, along with performance bonuses at year-end based on company performance. Every effort is made to economize. Although the company belongs to Lin Tian, the operations must adhere to legal standards. Officially, Roland Lan is merely a civilian in the mining company, known only as a young woman closely associated with the actual investor. She doesn't even attend company meetings. After signing the transfer documents and not attending the company meeting, Lin Tian immediately took Roland Lan, Shun Qingya, and Du Jinhua, along with 3 bodyguards and 3 off-road vehicles, straight to the Xiangsha Bay scenic area. Having finally arrived in this renowned city of the Northwest, they were determined to enjoy the sand. In mid-September, the grasslands had already turned yellow. The Mingsha scenic area was nearing its end of the season, yet midday still offered opportunities to play in the sand, while mornings and evenings provided a glimpse of the solitary desert smoke. The initiator of this journey, who also funded it, was the previous owner, Li Jianqing, who had finally secured his financial interests. He personally took on the role of guide, meticulously organizing this excursion to the scenic area. Convinced that Lin Tian had truly saved him, 100 million had returned to him. Although he had not earned a single profit from the investments he made over the past decade, he was grateful to have recouped his capital. Even if he spent 100 or 200,000 for leisure, he would gladly do so. Accompanying him on this trip were his wife and child. His wife, a second-time bride, was still in her early 30s, remarkably youthful and strikingly beautiful. According to Luo Lanlan, she bore a resemblance to some celebrity, though she couldn't recall which one at the moment, and she was too apathetic to delve into her background. They were merely acquaintances enjoying a shared outing. Luo Lanlan had become desensitized to her dreams of stardom. Her extravagant expenditure of several million had completely transformed her from an ordinary girl into the matriarch of a wealthy family. The alluring woman in her 30s was quite curious and intrigued, wishing to draw closer to Lin Tian, this genuine tycoon. However, she soon discovered that Lin Tian was accompanied by 3 girls who were significantly younger and more beautiful than herself. 3 stunning young women, all in his company. A lifestyle assistant was one thing, but a musical assistant? A physique assistant? What on earth was that? In this world, who else but a billionaire like him would have such peculiar arrangements for their entourage? Furthermore, he was accompanied by 3 male and 2 female bodyguards. Altogether, a dozen individuals traveling in 4 luxury vehicles, including a Range Rover worth over $1 million. They were all security personnel, and she could only lament her missed opportunities by a decade. She felt a whirlwind of envy and jealousy, and in a fit of frustration that evening, her mind fixated on Lin Tian's image, employing various tactics to torment Li Jianqing mercilessly. Early the next morning, Lin Tian effortlessly secured 60 million through effective communication, without breaking a sweat, and emerged from his room ready to gaze at the stars. Upon turning around, he spotted Li Jianqing sitting despondently, smoking. Observing the gloomy expression on Li Jianqing's face, Lin Tian, who was also a member of the post-40s generation, instantly comprehended that this man was entangled in some predicament. Could this be sold? With a fleeting thought, a powerful pill materialized from the ethereal into his hand. Oldly, are you perhaps feeling overwhelmed? Lin Tian had developed a fondness for this straightforward northern fellow. The handover of responsibilities had gone smoothly, and he had even offered support on some details without any concern for the substantial sums involved. After all, he decided to lend a helping hand to this old brother. Li Jiansheng was not angry. He glanced at Lin Tian, who was a few years his junior yet commanded the attention of 3 young beauties, and could only shake his head with a sigh. Brother Lin, I cannot compare with you. I have not been able to meet my obligations. Just moments ago, he had witnessed Lin Tian effortlessly switching tents 3 times within 20 minutes, an unyielding spirit indeed. Why not give it a try? Lin Tian handed Li Jianxing the powerful pill he had never used himself. This is my exclusive concoction. 1 pill could last an entire year or directly cure ailments, depending on the individual. Aside from my family, I have never given this to anyone else. Really? Of course it's true. Otherwise, how could I dare to bring so many wives out to play? What? All of them are wives? Li Jianxing's hand trembled, causing his cigarette to drop to the ground. Yes, Lin Tian did not deny it. It's just that their isn't a traditional marriage certificate. They are more like girlfriends. Impressive. Mr. Lin, you are truly remarkable. Li Jianxing admired him with utmost reverence. So how much does one cost? This exclusive formula must involve rare medicinal materials. You need not be modest, just name your price. Since you've invited so many of us for this outing, I cannot possibly charge you for a pill. Consider this one on the house. You can try it first, in case it doesn't work. All right. After swallowing the pill, Old Li eagerly returned to his tent. Chapter 60, The Divine Medicine. Lin Tian felt invigorated, simultaneously watching the stars and practicing his long spring technique. After a week, he discovered that even stripped of his clothing in the chilly desert night, he felt no discomfort. Before long, as he passed by Old Li's tent, he heard what sounded like blood-curdling screams, echoing across the tranquil night sky. The following morning, Lin Tian, accompanied by the three increasingly vibrant and radiant young women, witnessed the sunrise over the desert and returned to encounter the equally invigorated Old Li. "Thank you so much, Mr. Lin. It's simply miraculous," Li Jiansheng exclaimed, pulling Lin Tian aside to avoid the other girls, and whispered, 50,000 for a pill seems fair, right? Ho, Mr. Li, don't be in such a rush. Let us see how it works first." Lin Tian nodded. "I plan to partner with a pharmaceutical company soon to mass-produce this formula. The version you used, which has no side effects, will be reserved for our inner circle. 50,000 might not even cover the cost of a single ingredient. 1,000,000 per pill. I'm only offering a limited supply. It may not be available one day." "You mean to say that this pill significantly alleviates what men fear most?" He could hardly believe it. Yet the events of last night and this morning spoke for themselves. His wife had yet to rise. Not to say it would last a lifetime, but even a year would be worth it. After all, he had just recovered 100 million. 1,000,000 seemed reasonable. He could pretend to be oblivious and refuse the payment, but Li Jiansheng was not that kind of person. After all, this man had restored his confidence as a man. Would he really tarnish his character for 1,000,000? Besides, was Mr. Lin truly in need of that 1,000,000? This medicine was meant for friends, which indicated that Lin Tian considered him one. Thus, the payment was inevitable. After much back and forth, Lin Tian reluctantly accepted the 1,000,000 that Li Jiansheng insisted on giving him. Li Jiansheng mysteriously whispered, "Mr. Lin, when I have the chance, I will introduce you to some quality clients. 1,000,000 is rather trivial for them. They could easily handle 100 million. There are plenty of men in Hong Kong, Taiwan, and Southeast Asia who face such challenges." Of course, Lin Tian was not averse to the idea of establishing a lucrative side business with this powerful pill. The primary objective was not merely the 1,000,000, but the opportunity to connect with prominent figures regarding a delicate issue. Li Jiansheng was an excellent entry point. Well connected with celebrity entrepreneurs from Hong Kong and Taiwan, ensuring that his efforts would not be in vain. Hey. The two exchanged friendly pats on each other's backs, lit a cigarette, and shared a chuckle before heading back to their hotel tent. The morning winds were too strong. Perhaps a rejuvenating nap would be in order, followed by a feast of roasted lamb, some mare's milk, and a performance by Mongolian maidens. What could be more delightful? The dancers were all tall and stunning Mongolian beauties, each more captivating than the last, leading Li Jiansheng to regret bringing his wife and child along. He had not anticipated that the restoration of his masculinity would be attributed to Lin Tian's miraculous pill. In a moment of regret, he secretly observed the indomitable Lin Tian, the trio of Luo Lanlan, Shun Qingge, who were equally talented in song and dance, brought a lively atmosphere to the large tent. While Lin Tian was adorned with numerous ceremonial scarves, Du Jinhua stood guard nearby. Her sole task was to fend off the wild enthusiasm of the beautiful women of the grasslands. After Lin Tian specifically enhanced his liver and stomach attributes, his alcohol tolerance surged. Consuming 3 gin of 52-degree mare's milk liquor invigorated him further, astonishing the local performers who approached him to drink and dance. With a young girl nearby to fend off any awkward advances, nothing inappropriate transpired, and they enjoyed a wonderfully peaceful and joyous bonfire party. The next morning, Lin Tian again collected a reward of 60 million from the system for his hard work, watched the sunrise alone, practiced his long spring technique, and after breakfast, the two groups bid farewell to the scenic area. Lin Tian, along with a convoy of 6 vehicles and a dozen companions, embarked on an expansive journey eastward, traversing over 1,500 kilometers to reach Jincheng. Jincheng, a port city nestled by the Bohai Bay, is an old industrial hub. The following morning, their breakfast gathering nearly occupied half of the restaurant. After finishing their meal, they returned to Lin Tian's lavish suite for a chat, where discussions about attending university in this city sparked a shared connection among a few of them. Lin Tian and Roland both studied here. He attended the University of Technology, while Roland was enrolled at Bohai University, both being ordinary second-tier institutions. Comparatively, Su Qingya, who attended a prestigious 985 university, and even Shun Qingge's school, were of a higher caliber than theirs. Only Du Jinhua had not attended university, and hearing them discuss this topic stirred a profound sense of sorrow within her, leading her to weep in Lin Tian's embrace like a child. Why not try again next year? Lin Tian chuckled. Alternatively, you could enroll in a commission training program. Or better yet, I could invest $1 billion into your education. What do you think? That could actually work, Su Qingya, who had been by Lin Tian's side for the past few days, mused. She had nearly grasped his temperament. It was evident that their return to Jincheng was not merely for the purpose of investing in a pharmaceutical factory. It was likely a means of flaunting his wealth. With a fortune in the billions and overseas investments, he was also looking to acquire a major mine. His pharmaceutical ventures, much like those of Liu, were perhaps aimed at benefiting his hometown or simply providing his parents with a grand comfort. Not to mention, with a mere 10 million, he could surely find a university in Jincheng willing to admit students outside normal standards, and 50 million could potentially secure shares in a private institution. Of course, I still support my sister Xiaoya in preparing for the entrance exam to earn her place legitimately. Absolutely not, Lin Tian immediately interjected. University should be a fun experience, not a strenuous endeavor involving Gaokao. Her main priority should be to bear children. Old Lin, we will help with that. 3 sisters like us are more than enough for you. Jinhua is still young. Her tears were shed just now because she didn't attend university. Roland shot Lin Tian an exasperated look. How many children do you plan to have? The more, the merrier. Many children bring great blessings. My Lin family has only produced 1 male heir across 9 generations. For the sake of this world and this planet, we must strive to have more children. None of you can escape this duty. The 4 girls exchanged glances, utterly perplexed by Lin Tian's perspective. One thing was clear. Lin Tian undoubtedly did not have a legitimate wife or children at home. Otherwise, such an outlandish notion would be inconceivable. With over 10 days remaining until the gathering mentioned by Lu Zhu, Lin Tian had no desire to disrupt his classmates. Aside from the pharmaceutical factory matters, he simply wished to spend more time here. After all, true wealth should not go unnoticed in Jincheng and his hometown. His objective was to acquire a traditional Chinese medicine factory, for which Su Qingya had already dispatched staff to gather pertinent information. This factory, with over 30 years of history, had transitioned from a state-owned enterprise to private ownership, producing traditional Chinese medicines like honey pills, with an annual net profit of around 2 million yuan. What appealed to Su Qingya was that this was the original Jincheng Chinese medicine factory, boasting commendable qualifications. The formula could hasten the approval process, with the potential for products to hit the market within a year. If marketed as health supplements, production could commence in as little as 6 months, depending on Lin Tian's proprietary formula. Chapter 61. Bringing home a wife or 2. This formula was derived from the 3rd mission target, Shirluo, and had been resting in the system without further inquiry. Projected annual revenues of 1 billion were not significantly lower than those from mining. The more children, more fortune system considered childbirth as one of the most direct forms of reward, while the subsequent high-level incentives were the real focus, albeit not directly in cash. As Lin Tian listened to Su Qingya, he accessed the formula in his mind for further study. Previously, he had not scrutinized the formula or processing techniques, as he was entirely unfamiliar with such matters. Having started as a property manager with a background in financial management, he knew nothing about industrial pharmaceuticals. Upon examination, the raw materials were exceedingly commonplace, easily procured traditional Chinese herbs such as Rehmannia and ginseng for kidney strengthening and vitality enhancement. Was this formula too easy to replicate? After pondering, Lin Tian decided to dismiss the concern. After all, this was not his primary business. Even if it were replicated, they would be the first. He entrusted Su Qingya with the task of securing the patent and related matters. Whether it could be imitated was inconsequential. Soon, they concluded their discussions on work-related matters, delegating Su Qingya and Du Jinhua to negotiate the acquisition of the pharmaceutical factory. Lin Tian maintained a fair approach, ensuring equal involvement. Shun Qingga represented Huadiangxia Holdings, while Roland was the face of Zijin Mining. The operations of Juyang Pharmaceutical would fall under Du Jinhua's purview. All operational authority rested with Su Qingya, who also controlled the shares from the system's previous rewards, 25 in a Fortune 500 company and 10 in a tech firm. Su Qingya would fully represent him in negotiations concerning when to sell or hold those shares. Money? There was plenty. Even without these lucrative ventures, Lin Tian could continually earn through personal labor. Who could enjoy life while counting money simultaneously? A nightly income of 60 million or 80 million. Isn't it true that if I'm good, everyone is good? Aside from Roland, who had already entered the 5th stage of fixed rewards, the remaining 3 assistants could provide substantial rewards after effective communication. It must be acknowledged that Lin Tian's body had indeed entered a superhuman mode. 2 hours of hard work daily yielded an income that was unmatched globally, even surpassing those who wrote about wealthy protagonists. He called for Su Mei, instructing her to find a house in Jincheng, one suitable for long-term residence. He had attended university here, began his career here, and experienced his first marriage and divorce in this city. 11 years had been spent in Jincheng, 10 in Hangzhou, and before the age of 19. He had lived in a small county in his hometown of Chaoyang. In the past, when finances were tight, he had to humble himself. Now that he was wealthy, he felt compelled to contribute something meaningful to his hometown. At the very least, he ought to help stimulate population growth in this economically constrained city, right? For Lin Tian, who had no children, it was clear that registering a child no longer required parental marital status. He could support a woman for life. And with no need for marriage to register a child, what was the point of such formalities? Time to go home. After organizing these work-related matters, Lin Tian was certainly not preoccupied with insignificant business affairs. He was eager to return home. It had been over a year and a half since his last visit, and to claim he did not miss home would be a lie. The four girls were collectively astonished, particularly Roland and Shinxinga, who had not anticipated that the day before their return to Jincheng, they would be meeting their parents-in-law. Lin Tian drove a Range Rover, taking Roland and Shinxinga back to his rural hometown. Both Roland and Shinxinga felt a surge of anxiety and excitement throughout the journey. You could have just brought one of us. Why two? They exchanged glances, feeling both touched and apprehensive. How could they articulate their feelings clearly? Halfway through the trip, they voiced their concerns to Lin Tian, who was driving in the front. Darling, I'm really worried. Perhaps we should stick to the identity of assistants instead of what you suggested. Roland's face paled at the thought. If this got out, it could lead to complications. Indeed. Shinxinga responded in kind, expressing her trepidation, fearing that others might not accept the situation, given its stark divergence from contemporary societal norms. Divergence? Lin Tian scoffed. Surely you are aware that some village chiefs possess numerous mistresses, fathering dozens of children? In Nanjing, there exists a department head with 132 mistresses and hundreds of offspring. Just recently, I heard about that Shaolin abbot who, despite being a monk, has over 70 mistresses and a multitude of children. As an unmarried and accomplished young man, if I were to have several girlfriends, what of it? Lin Tian continued. What is the issue? If I, the individual at the center of this, harbor no fear, why should you? I can only imagine my parents are even less concerned. They have been urging me to remarry for over a decade, simply yearning for grandchildren. Our mission is accomplished. It's not just the two of you who will encounter this future, but also Xiaoya, Xiaohua, and Xiao Luo, who will all meet their future in-laws. Shinxinga felt a surge of joy, initially believing her status would forever remain clandestine, hidden away as a mistress. Yet now, her family would be informed. She and T anticipated that there would even be a moment to meet her in-laws. After a moment of contemplation, she found herself at a loss for words. What exactly was her role? A girlfriend? After mulling it over, she shrugged off her worries. It matters not. Since I have no relatives of my own, I shall consider Lin Tian's parents as my own. Love them as I wish. In the hushed silence, the second candidate for affection reached a perfect score of 100, illuminating Shinxinga's task. Lin Tian felt a surge of elation. The illumination signified that the opportunity for conception was near, not merely a matter of chance, but a necessity. He realized that only upon reaching a score of 100 could conception occur. The ability to conceive was a prerequisite, not merely a biological factor, as the system would not select a target who was infertile. Driving a Land Rover along the national highway, Lin Tian encountered the occasional agricultural vehicle obstructing the way, necessitating a reduction in speed to overtake them. In this familiar setting, surrounded by familiar faces, Lin Tian felt increasingly at ease. Roland Lan pondered more than Shinxinga. Living in Jincheng, she longed for Lin Tian to meet her parents. However, given the nature of their relationship, she decided to take it one step at a time. After all, it was already established. She would adopt a laid-back approach. In recent days, she had noticed the absence of her normally punctual menstrual cycle and had enlisted Su Mei to procure a pregnancy test for her. Wishing to conceive, she simultaneously feared the reality of it. She was neither foolish nor naive. Her child would likely be the firstborn of the Lin family. Seated in the vehicle, she felt a sense of maturity wash over her, yet she was acutely aware that Lin Tian treated every woman equally, a point that served as his Achilles heel. After traversing several kilometers along the national road, they turned onto a mountain path, revealing a quaint village nestled against the mountains and by the water. The village appeared sparsely populated, with only a few elderly individuals and children passing by, curiously observing the approaching Land Rover. Recognizing the vehicle, some pointed and whispered. Lin Tian refrained from rolling down the window, intent on reaching his parents first. The village, known as Kaomyugu, administratively belonged to the second group of Dongpu village. Their family possessed over 40 acres of mountainous land and 4 acres of rice paddies. It was from this land that his father had painstakingly saved over 200,000 yuan, only for it to be squandered by his ex-wife within a month. Being from northeast China, his father had too much pride to retrieve the bride price. Reflecting on these memories pained Lin Tian's heart. Their home was the third household on the eastern side of the village, boasting a vast courtyard of over 2 acres, brimming with vegetables, accompanied by a small herd of 8 or 9 pigs on the outskirts. The yard was teeming with chickens, dogs, and geese. 2 city girls explored their surroundings with wide-eyed wonder, cautiously trailing behind their man, awaiting what felt like a judgment day. Mom, despite being in his 40s, Lin Tian's call resonated with warmth and familiarity. The 60-year-old matriarch, Lu Tsuhua, was startled by the exuberance of her son's greeting. "You little rascal. You remembered to come back," she exclaimed, rushing out with tears streaming down her cheeks. "You've finally returned." She enveloped her eldest son in a heartfelt embrace. "Mom, look, I've brought back my wives, and not just one, but 2. In a flurry, the elderly woman wiped her tears, suddenly realizing that indeed 2 strangers were following her son. "Wait, what did you just say?" she gasped, finally registering the presence of 2 genuinely beautiful young ladies, both tall and slender. Even more so than the wives of the local men. Though Lu Tsuehua preferred a more robust physique, she could not deny that this was the contemporary standard of beauty. Their long hair and striking features captivated her gaze, causing her to squint in disbelief. Lin Tian chose not to interrupt her appraisal, and the 2 young women remained silent, allowing their future mother-in-law to scrutinize them. The longer she looked, the more favorable her impression would become, wouldn't it? Prior to their arrival, both had deliberately altered their attire to a more conservative style, embodying modesty in their spring and autumn outfits. Roland Lawn sported a sporty and casual ensemble, favoring comfort, with her high ponytail accentuating her tall frame, resembling a vibrant flame. Her innate vitality as a dancer radiated warmth wherever she went. Shinxinga, the epitome of a southern belle, donned a shirt paired with trousers and casual shoes, her long hair tied back in a low ponytail, presenting herself as the quintessential neighborly girl, serene yet elegant. Quickly call her mom," Lin Tian urged, unable to contain his excitement, casting them a knowing glance. "Mom, Mom." The 2 girls approached, gently supporting the elderly woman's arms, one clad in red, the other in white, both smiling warmly at her. The elderly matriarch, taken aback, was so startled by the simultaneous calls of mom that she felt an urge to flee, yet found herself rooted in place. "Wait, Lin Tian, what is the meaning of this?" Her expression shifted as she turned to her son. "What have you done? Are you trying to deceive your mother into thinking you've rented girlfriends? You rascal, did you really rent 2 at once?" The elderly woman scoffed. "Ladies, tell me, how much is he paying you? I'll give you double, just don't let him swindle you." Lin Tian chuckled. "Well, ladies, please clarify your roles." "Oh, are we truly saying this?" Roland Lawn pondered, uncertain whether she was performing or being sincere. After a moment, she replied with a smile. "Mom, we are both genuine. Not rented. Haha, your son provides me with ample funds. My allowance alone is 100,000 a month, and he grants me an annual salary of 2 million. I am not only your daughter-in-law, but also his employee." "Indeed, I am as well," Shun Qinga chimed in, embracing the other side of Lu Tsuwa, feeling a natural affinity towards her. Witnessing the interaction between mother and son had filled her with admiration. This elderly lady was undeniably approachable. She leaned closer to Lu Tsuehua, saying, "Everything Roland said is true. We are both your daughters-in-law, and not only do we earn salaries, but we also hold positions as legal representatives of several companies." "Oh." Lu Tsuehua was utterly bewildered. "Lin Tian, are you sure these aren't naive girls you've deceived? In this day and age, how could one possibly marry 2 women at once? Don't trick me." Grabbing a broom from the entrance, she was ready to transform into a fiercely protective matriarch. Hey, Mom, why would you resort to violence?" Lin Tian instinctively leaped up, ready to flee, only to remember that he was at home and had yet to even enter the door. Mrs. Lu, please don't hit me just yet. We've been in the courtyard for quite a while. Why won't you let us in? If you don't allow us inside, I must inform you that they are all pregnant." "What? The 3 women, 1 elderly and 2 young, stood frozen in shock. Brother Lin, I'm pregnant. How come I didn't know?" Roland had been sensing something unusual these past few days. She had merely been speculating and had yet to take a test. Could it be that Lin Tian had already confirmed it? Shinxinga guessed that Lin Tian was merely teasing the elder, so she decided to play along. "Yes, mother, I am expecting a baby." "What? Your period hasn't come?" Roland's mind began calculating the timeline. Only a few days had passed, about half a month, and just like her period had also been absent. Sister Chinga, your period hasn't come either?" Shin Chinga noticed the astonishment in the elder's eyes. She understood the implications of such a statement. The elderly woman was quite familiar with the concept, having kept up with modern technology and social media. With her rudimentary education from the early 70s, she quickly grasped the true meaning behind the girl's expressions and words. "Really? Is it true?" She turned to her son Lin Tian. who wore a smug expression reminiscent of a mischievous child caught in the act of wrongdoing. For reasons unknown, the elder suddenly lost her desire to question the truth of the matter. It had been years since she had seen such a look on her son's face. Likely since he had gone to university in Jincheng. She had never witnessed him display such a demeanor again. Only she could understand that when he looked serious, it was often a facade. "Come on, girls, let us head inside," the elder urged, taking one of each girl's hands to guide them in. She had no intention of imposing the same pressures on her son that he had endured in the past, including that failed marriage. Despite being able to avoid such burdens, she had still used 300,000 to pressure her son into marrying a college classmate from the city, resulting in a shattered family. And it had been 20 years since then. Her son was finally home, and this time, both his heart and spirit had returned. The Lin family was of modest means, and over the years, they had saved a little money to help Lin Tian purchase a home in Hangzhou. For over 20 years, Lu Tsuohua and her husband had not added anything to their household, living in the same humble conditions since Lin Tian entered high school, with only the addition of a gas stove and a second-hand refrigerator. Upon seeing the Lin family's circumstances, Roland and Shun Qingge understood that Lin Tian had spoken the truth. His family was not composed of wealthy mine owners or pastoral lords, but rather ordinary farmers. All the money that Lin Tian had earned was through his own hard work. As they entered the house, Lin Tian fetched some fruits from their trees and was about to fetch water when Roland and Shun Qingge dared not act as true guests. They pulled the elder close and insisted she stop bustling about. Lin Tian was too familiar with his home, having visited just last summer, and had taken a good look around. "Where's my dad? The orchard? Is he watching over it? Oh, I'll go see your father," Lin Tian said with a glance at the three women, smiling. "Mom, don't treat them like outsiders. We'll be staying for a few days. Also, there are two of your future daughters-in-law from the city who will likely come to visit soon, so prepare yourself." "What?" The elder looked at the two girls, who nodded in affirmation. Shun Qingge chimed in. "Actually, we are 5 sisters, and there's another girl named Shi Luoshi whom we haven't met yet." Five. Lu Tsuohua was utterly bewildered, her mind nearly ceasing to function. When did her son run off with so many partners without her knowledge? "Girls, tell me the truth," she earnestly inquired, sensing Lin Tian was not nearby. "Is this really true, with that little rascal?" Roland and Shun Qingge nodded in unison. Lu Tsuohua's heart leapt to her throat. "Will the police come after him?" Shun Qingge shook her head, smiling. "Mom, where are you thinking? He is not engaged in bigamy or fraud. It's all consensual. Who can interfere with that? Indeed, Lin Tian is not a civil servant, nor does he have a fixed position. He is in business, running a company, and hasn't taken a dime from the government or anyone else. He supports his own family. What is wrong with that?" Roland added, completely relaxed. "Mom, just look forward to holding your grandchildren, and not just one, mind you. Are you excited?" Chapter 63. None of them wanted to let go. Excited? Of course, she was thrilled. After hearing the two girls finish speaking, Lu Tsuohua wholeheartedly believed that these two beautiful young women, unmatched in the entire village, must indeed be her son's girlfriends. But how on earth could she handle bringing both of them home at once? She didn't want to let either of them go. Lu Tsuohua glanced left and right, finding something to admire in each. Overjoyed, she struggled to express her feelings. After a long pause, she finally said, "You girls sit for a moment. I'll go prepare some dumplings and get the ingredients ready." For reasons she couldn't explain, her mind was filled with images of her son leading 5 brides to the altar. Whoever claimed that the Lin family would die out, or that Lin Tian lacked ambition and couldn't keep a wife, clearly had no idea. Suddenly, the elder felt a surge of pride. Years of hardship had straightened her back, and she moved with newfound energy. "Mom, we'll help you." "Oh no, that is not necessary. This is just a little chore. I don't want you to tire yourselves out." She was joking, of course. After all, she had been yearning for grandchildren for 20 years. Beginning her wish in her 40s and now nearing 60, just starting to see a glimmer of hope. Remembering her past daughter-in-law, that city girl who had taken away 100,000 in betrothal gifts and 200,000 for the house, leaving nothing behind after just a month of marriage, filled her with resentment. "It's all right. This is just a recent confirmation, right?" Roland, not fully convinced by Lin Tian's pregnancy announcement, speculated that he was just teasing the elder to make her happy and decided to play along. "Mom, I can roll the dough quickly." Shun Qingge thought for a moment and said, "I'm from the south, so I can help too. Let me learn how to make dumplings." She squinted her eyes, her voice sweet as honey. Hearing the two girls speak, Lu Tsuohua felt as if she were savoring honey. The more she looked at them, the more she liked them, having completely forgotten about the issues of monogamy or legality. As for her son's affairs, he could handle those himself. Lin Tian drove the large Land Rover through the village, arriving at the hillside where his family's orchard sprawled across 20 acres, laden with fruit. A shack perched atop the trees resembled a large bird's nest. Lin Jiangwo was tending to the orchard when he caught sight of the big black car driving in. Stunned, he couldn't quite place who it was, glancing at the license plate that was still from Shandong. Just as he was about to inquire, Lin Tian jumped out of the vehicle. You? Dad? Lin Tian grinned, surprised. Yes, what brings you back at this time of year? Looking at his son's outfit and then at the car behind him, Lin Jiangwo asked, did you rob a bank or sell a kidney? Haha, Dad. That is so outdated. I've been working on a cryptocurrency for over a decade, and I've been losing money. But just last month, it suddenly became profitable and quite well, so I bought this car myself. What do you think? Ah, a big tiger, huh? Over $1 million. You can't possibly earn that much all at once. Lin Jiangwo expressed his concern, glancing at his son, who seemed to lack nothing in terms of parts. Had he truly struck it rich? And what about your wife? Wife? She's at home, chatting with my mother, Lin Tian chuckled, tossing the car keys to the elderly man in his 60s. You've always had a fondness for this grand off-roader. Consider this one a gift from me. Gifted to me? Lin Jiangwo was taken aback, his face lit with astonishment. Is this for real? Of course it's real. Do you think I would joke about a sum like that? Lin Jiangwo suspected his son was merely bragging, recalling how, in his youth, Lin Tian had a tendency to boast. After his divorce, he had withdrawn into himself, becoming taciturn and brooding. But seeing him now, it was clear he had indeed prospered. Keep boasting, Lin Jiangwo retorted, seizing the keys and leaping into the driver's seat. He fiddled with various controls, igniting the engine, releasing the handbrake, and pressing the accelerator. In his youth, Lin Jiangwo had driven trucks for the county's transport department until he was laid off due to lack of position. After years behind the wheel of heavy vehicles and following a mishap, he returned home to assist his wife, always dreaming of owning an SUV. Lin Tian recalled that his father had always admired the luxurious standard of the elite, the Land Rover Range Rover. A seasoned driver, Lin Jiangwo quickly acclimated to the vehicle's controls, testing it on the open road with palpable joy. The weathered old man's face radiated happiness, and as he entered the village, he stopped to announce to everyone he encountered that his son had returned, presenting him with this magnificent vehicle. The villagers recognized Lin Tian as the first college graduate from their community, aware of his divorce and lack of children, having achieved little in the outside world. In the early years, no one commented much. After all, he was a university student. However, as others in the village, like Dan and Sansuazi, found success in construction and moved to the county seat or Jean City, purchasing homes and vehicles, admiration for Lin's academic achievements waned. What is the use of a college degree? All that education just to work for someone else. After a failed relationship that ended in a month, people scoffed at the notion of higher education. Is the Lin family destined for extinction? As time passed, Lin Jiangwo felt increasingly irrelevant, eventually opting to disengage from the gossip of the village folk. He understood that in rural life, if you thrived, others envied you. If you faltered, they derided you. This time, he was determined to showcase his success. After circling the village thrice, he parked in front of his home, deliberately stopping on the road rather than driving into the spacious yard. Sansuazi's car, a mere BMW X5, had been the pride of the village, but they now had a true beast, a vehicle worth over 160,000. Lin Tian joined his father in reveling in the moment, recognizing that his father was, at heart, an eternal youth, passionate about cars. Dad, drive this one for now, in a couple of days. I'll bring you an even better car that no one will recognize. Lin Tian grinned. How about a Rolls-Royce? Enough with that. I truly love this one. The Land Rover Range Rover is more than sufficient for me. Lin Jiangwo beamed with joy. Once the harvest is in, I'll take your mother on a road trip. After driving for a lifetime, I finally have my own vehicle. Even if it was a gift from my son, haha. The promise I made in my youth to take your mother on adventures is finally coming to fruition. No need to wait. We can leave at any moment. That won't do. We have corn in the fields and fruits on the mountains worth 70 to 80,000. After parking, the father and son retrieved a large assortment of items from the trunk, including 2 young women's luggage. Upon entering, they were greeted by the sight of 2 beautiful young ladies seated on the bed. Lin Tian's mind raced, speculating that one was an older sister or younger sibling. Though they bore little resemblance to one another, perhaps they were friends. This is Lan Lan and Chinga. They are your daughters-in-law. Lu Tsuohua introduced them somewhat awkwardly, feeling a twinge of guilt. Chapter 64, The Three of Us. Stunned, Lin Jiangwo's jaw dropped in disbelief. What did you just say? He struggled to comprehend his ears. How could she possibly know the names of his son's 2 girlfriends? Well, you can ask your son, Lin Tian replied with a smirk. It's the absolute truth. These 2 young ladies, one named Lan Lan and the other Chinga, are both in a relationship with our son. And I have good news. They're both expecting children. Dad, Shen Chinga cheerfully called out. Dad, Luo Lan Lan echoed, equally enthusiastic. Despite Lin Jiangwo's evident shock, The situation was irrefutable. Lin Jiangwo, who had always adhered to the law and societal norms, was rendered speechless. At that moment, Lin Tian entered with a few gifts in hand. "Mom, Dad, these are gifts from your daughters-in-law." They included cashmere sweaters and other knitted items bought while leaving Yi City, just in time for autumn, as well as some fine wines and cigarettes. "Wait, could you repeat that?" Lin Tian knew what his father was concerned about and did not shy away. He placed the items on the table and continued, "Well, Dad, it's true. They are indeed my partners. The eldest and second, one is Luo Lanlan and the other is Shun Xinga. Both are my women. There are 3 more who haven't arrived yet, but will soon, and these 2 are already carrying Lin family children. Your dream of becoming a grandfather in 20 years is about to be fulfilled. You little rascal, what is going on here?" 2. No, 5. Lin Jiangwo's worldview shattered into countless pieces. The fact they were already calling him dad made it apparent this was no fabrication. Yet something felt amiss. Even if his son were a rogue like Sensuazi, could he really have 2 at once? Sensuazi had become wealthy with 3 lovers, always busy with them. Is this even legal? Lin Tian smirked. "Dad, I'm fulfilling our family's legacy of many descendants, a task you set forth. You never said I couldn't find multiple wives, and with the law as it stands, we can have children without marriage and still register them. I've made it clear to them, we won't bother with unnecessary certificates, as long as they are loyal to me throughout our lives. Isn't that right, wives?" "Yes, indeed." Lin Jiangwo observed Luo Lanlan and Shun Xinga, realizing they appeared significantly younger than his son, likely just in their early 20s. "Are you both sure you aren't being deceived? He's over 10 or 20 years older than you." Lin Jiangwo worried for the girls. "No, Dad." Luo Lanlan smiled reassuringly. "Lin Gu treats us wonderfully. Yes, we are willingly choosing this life. We want to marry, but that doesn't hinder us from having children." Shun Xinga explained while continuing to make dumplings. Lin Jiangwo was utterly bewildered. Having lived an honest life, he was encountering an unsolvable dilemma for the first time. As he pondered asking more questions, he realized such inquiries were redundant. They were already pregnant, and it would seem irresponsible to imply the Lin family wouldn't take responsibility. Besides, the young women were in agreement. There was no conflict. Why interfere? Lin Jiangwo shot a disapproving glance at Lin Tian, shaking his head in disbelief. "Me?" Lin Tian smiled. "You decide for yourselves. I support you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll go boil some water." At noon, a rustic meal featuring a hearty chicken and mushroom stew was served, accompanied by 2 stir-fried dishes and a refreshing cucumber salad. The dumplings, filled with zucchini and egg, were relished by the family of 5, who enjoyed their meal with great delight. 2 young ladies from the city, having never tasted authentic rural cuisine, indulged heartily, leading Lu Tsuhua to suspect that these 2 girls must be expecting, as it was unimaginable for them to consume so much otherwise. She felt a mix of joy, excitement, and anxiety, contemplating their family circumstances but hesitating to inquire, fearful that any misstep might jeopardize her hard-won daughters-in-law. When Lin Tian returned, he had no intention of leaving immediately. After all, he had no means to pursue additional goals at that moment. The system prompted him that only upon the successful completion of 5 designated tasks would he unlock the next level. In this initial stage, he needed all 5 targets to conceive, and 4 still remained unfulfilled. 1 was in the capital, attending to his mother's health. To accomplish his objectives, Lin Tian estimated he would need over a month, during which he planned to stay at home without departing. In accordance with his intentions, he would not linger in his hometown for long. He believed his parents, who had toiled their entire lives, deserved to enjoy a better life elsewhere. However, this would require a process, beginning with changing the village's perception of the Lin family. In the afternoon, Lin Tian occupied himself by bringing the 2 sisters and gifts of Huazi and Wuliangya to visit each household in the village, presenting each family with a cash-red envelope of 2,000 yuan. Most were distant relatives, as the Lin family had dwindled to a single lineage, with Lin Tian being the sole descendant of 9 generations. Many speculated that the Lin family would become extinct. At each visit, he would mention that his girlfriend was pregnant, hinting at future celebrations. The villagers, envious of the beauty and grace of the 2 young women, were intrigued by Lin Tian's wealth, especially upon seeing his luxurious black vehicle, a Land Rover worth over $1 million. Whispers of curiosity and jealousy circulated, with some questioning why he was accompanied by 2 women. Was one truly his wife? Surely, it couldn't be that he had brought 2 wives. In this new era, how could one marry 2? Yet, rumors of polygamy persisted, and Lin Tian, being the first university graduate from the village, was often regarded with admiration. It was said he had once worked in finance before venturing into real estate in Hangzhou, undoubtedly amassing considerable wealth. As men grew affluent, women naturally gravitated toward them. The gossip among the villagers, both young and old, revolved around Lin Tian's return, showcasing his newfound affluence alongside his two companions. How stunning they are, and so youthful, they remarked. His education has certainly paid off. It seemed evident that pursuing education was the pathway to success. However, others contended that wealth could also be found through different means. By evening, news of Lin Tian's homecoming had spread throughout the village, with various groups sharing photos and updates about him, his vehicle, his companions, and the generous gifts he had bestowed upon the villagers. Lin Tian proclaimed his intention to uplift the community, expressing a desire to construct buildings for the villagers. He harbored no animosity toward his relatives. Rather, he recognized the limitations and inherent flaws within the farming community, which often resented the prosperity of others while seeking to benefit from it. This was a group characterized by both simplicity and short-sightedness, historically unsuccessful in their uprisings. Lin Tian's grand declarations were meant to provoke a reaction. He wanted the villagers to acknowledge the Lin family's worth after previously dismissing them. As for whether he would genuinely follow through on his promises, that would depend on his mood. He would only consider bringing the villagers along on the journey to prosperity if they showed him the proper respect. There were indeed good-hearted individuals who had assisted the Lin family in times of need, and Lin Tian had plans for them as well. Upon hearing that her son and daughters-in-law would be staying at home, Lu Tsuihua felt a twinge of concern. The West Room, though small, had previously served as Lin Tian's solitary quarters. She had maintained it merely for occasional warmth, not for occupancy. For now, let the three of us manage in the small bed in the West Room, she decided. Lin Tian surveyed the tidily arranged West Room and deemed it satisfactory. He smiled as he introduced the curious girls, saying, "This is where I lived before high school. It's a bit cramped, but we'll make do. By the way, have either of you ever slept on a traditional Northeast Kong?" The two girls, who had never experienced such a bed, looked on with eager anticipation. "No, my relatives are all from the city, so I've never had the chance," said Roland Lawn. "I've never seen anything like this." "How do you sleep on such a hard surface?" asked Shun Chinga with curiosity, touching it and noting its coolness. "Haha, it hasn't been heated yet. So of course it's cold," Lin Tian replied. Initially, Lu Tsuihua contemplated sending her son to a hotel in the county or a nearby city, but reconsidered, realizing they were now family and could sleep on their own Kong, which was warm and smoke-free. She set her thoughts aside, focusing instead on her grandson, choosing to overlook her son's arrangement. Dinner was a simple affair of cornmeal soup, 2 cold dishes, and the remainder of the chicken stew from lunch. The tidy West Room had now transformed into the bedroom for Lin Tian and his wives. After dinner, the two girls excitedly rummaged through Lin Tian's childhood photographs and books, satisfying their curiosity while Lin Tian engaged in brief conversation with his parents in the East Room. He contemplated suggesting that they stay longer, but ultimately held his tongue, finding the matter too delicate. Lin Tian returned to the West Room, now his own domain. "Shall we play a round of dodiju?" Shinchinga smiled, producing a deck of cards. "It's the real deal. I haven't played in ages." Observing Roland Land's cheeks flush with embarrassment, she nearly burst into laughter. "Sister Lawn, I truly mean it. This is genuine dodiju." "Ugh," Roland Lawn gently huffed. "Southerners are indeed bold." Lin Tian chuckled, seizing the cards. "All right then, but there should be some stakes involved. How about this? The loser must remove an article of clothing and perform a little show." "Oh no, we're at home. This is not soundproof." Roland Lawn gasped, quickly whispering, "Let us just sleep. I'll go to the bed first. I was only joking earlier." "Fine. I've never tried this Kong before, so I'm climbing in now," Shinchingo announced. "And what about me?" Lin Tian glanced at the two, who had already claimed the bed. You can sleep on the floor," Roland Lawn declared, diving under the covers. "Huh, I have a plan." Lin Tian laughed, finding a small gap to squeeze into. "It's so cramped. This Kong is so warm. Don't cover up just yet. It's early fall, and it'll turn into a steamer soon." "Ouch, you're pulling my hair." "Look, I brought this. You can bite down on it while we watch TV. So you want to make a sound." The following day, Lin Jingwo rose early to tend to the orchard, discovering that the 3 young people in the West Room were still asleep. "Wife, what happened last night?" he inquired. "Last night, there seemed to be some commotion. Yet it was as if there was none at all. That lad claimed the pregnancy was likely a falsehood, but the fact remains that they slept together. Now, let us brace ourselves for the prospect of grandchildren." Lu Tsuihua had cast aside her traditional values, her face adorned with a smile that she had not experienced in 2 decades. Whether he slept with 1 or 2 didn't matter. The more he indulged, the more it signified my son's prowess. "But what if the girl's family comes knocking?" "You old woman, devoid of principles." Lin Jiangwo cast a worried glance at his wife. He had spent the entire night fretting over this matter, even dreaming of scenarios where the girl's parents came to confront him, rehearsing various apologies in his mind. He sensed that this situation would be hard to account for. "Let Lin Tian handle it himself. Why should I worry?" Lu Tsuehua shook her head, asserting that fretting was futile. If there were any conflicts, they would resolve them on their own. I feel that we should either heed our son's wishes and forego marriage altogether, as registration can still be done without it, or adopt a method akin to that of the 3 locks, marrying and then parting ways, ensuring no one leaves home. What a splendid idea. Lin Zhangwo's eyes brightened instantly. Lin Tian had spent the night playing landlord, winning every round, and naturally felt invigorated. The dreams he had nurtured on his own bed in childhood had finally materialized. How could he not feel elated? His second objective was accomplished, successfully fulfilling a level 5 task. The system announced, Shenxinga has successfully conceived. After toiling for 7 or 8 days, it was finally achieved. It was no easy feat. For the prosperity of the nation, I am committed. The greatest joy for Lin Tian was receiving this notification, for the final reward would be substantial. System reward, cash prize of 100 million. Completion task, a mysterious asset in Dubai valued at $1 billion. The system noted that this required filing documents with a local trust institution to ascertain its specifics. This reward stemmed from the wealth of the foreign woman Shun's father had sought after going abroad, with a deadline for completion within 3 months. The exact location and contact person were provided. The system has taken on an air of mystery. Dubai? That place is on the brink of war. Claiming this reward will be challenging. System reward, effective communication of 30 million. 30 million in cash, a reward for Shenxinga's level 4 task option concerning effective communication. System reward, for physical attributes, for intelligence attributes, for strength pills. This corresponds to the number of effective communications, rewarding those who exert more effort. System reward, 2 bottles of affectionate perfume, and 10 successful personality traits. Another charm has been bestowed upon me. Previously, it was a corporate persona, highly effective for deception. As true wealth is cultivated over decades, while we are merely attributing value, making it convenient. He awoke, perusing the system rewards while playfully manipulating 4 delightful, soft, and elastic toys. They pretended to be asleep, not daring to react further. The bed was too hard. Prolonged slumber would surely strain the back. Lin Tian gazed at Shenxinga. Her father had inadvertently become the source of the system's rewards, implying that all future random rewards might be linked to the target individuals. If I were to pursue a princess from Saudi Arabia, 10 of them? Wouldn't tea that empty the kingdom? No. I should take a page from Deng Wendy and court a prominent figure like Hillary's daughter for even greater rewards. Not only would I find pleasure, but I could also contribute to my country. Lin Tian shifted his hands, crafting the toys into various shapes, from dumplings to steamed buns. Suddenly, the previously slumbering Roland Lawn, irked, swatted at him, pleading for some peace to sleep, utterly exhausted. Lin Tian chuckled, emerging from the covers. Sleep well. I'm off for a run. You can still run? Shenxinga murmured, immediately clutching Roland Lawn, insisting they rest a little longer. Lin Tian tucked them in snugly. The autumn mornings in northeast China were a mere 10 degrees, and without heating, it could be quite chilly. The girls from the south would surely struggle to adapt. I must protect my treasures. Though the random rewards had vanished, starting next month, the guaranteed income of 50 million each month would be ample to support them. What more could one wish for? Life was indeed splendid. Upon stepping outside, he asked his mother a quick question, then set off for a run, heading towards the orchard to find Lin Zhangwo. Chapter 66. I did it on purpose, having barely run a few steps. His phone rang, a call from an unfamiliar number in Hong Kong. In the past, he would have certainly rejected it, as he had no overseas business and assumed it was merely a scam. However, the circumstances had changed. The system operated on a global scale, having provided him with 2 mining locations in Africa, so it was plausible that this could be a call from a Fortune 500 company. After a lengthy conversation, he finally grasped that it concerned the 25 equity stake in a publicly listed company, as well as a 10 stake in a tech company, both managed by the same trust company. Lin Tian inquired whether his investment company could take over with full ownership, to which the response was affirmative. The trust only recognized passwords, allowing transactions by either the principal or an authorized representative. One was a large company from Hong Kong, and the other was a budding robotics firm from Shenzhen, involving a 25 and a 10 stake respectively. The exact financial details and company names were not disclosed over the phone. Only after identity verification would the specifics be revealed. In essence, someone abroad had purchased these stakes and gifted them to Lin Tian. He could allocate them to anyone, keep them for himself, or utilize them for company operations. However, selling them outright might present complications due to time constraints and financial stipulations, such as issues surrounding the repurchase of original equity. Lin Tian, having studied finance in college, recalled only the basics, having long since returned the knowledge he acquired from his professors. He pondered whether it would be worthwhile to revisit and study it more thoroughly. His pocket money was certainly sufficient, as his cash reserves were nearing 1.5 billion. The total value of fixed assets was approximately 2.1 billion. And with an additional 1 billion, it would skyrocket to nearly 10 billion. This did not even account for the 2 mines and a medicinal formula with a potential value of 10 billion. Upon reaching the orchard, he worked alongside Lin Jiangwo for a while, primarily engaging in a private father-son chat. Lin Tian, you should take your recent success and depart, at most. Visit your grandmother's house to see your uncle. Ah, why? Why? Have you forgotten? When poor, do not visit relatives. When wealthy, do not return home. Lin Jiangwo scoffed. I understand your intentions. You wish to put on airs and restore your face. For years, we have been looked down upon by the villagers, and you yearn to reclaim dignity. But there's no need for that. Your current status is incomparable to theirs. Look at those people. What is there to boast about? Don't even think about your plan to invest in the hometown. Wealth isn't accumulated that way. Consider that ego fellow. If you're not careful, someone might come knocking at your door tomorrow. Surely not. Lin Tian chuckled. I'm doing it on purpose. Haha. Lin Tian also chuckled coldly, nodding in agreement. You're right, Dad. But I intend to stir things up here. Borrow money. That depends on whether I choose to extend help. Those who have truly aided us, well, that's another matter. I want to flaunt a little, just to vent my frustrations. As Lin Tian helped tidy the branches, he continued, Uncle Quan, Uncle Da, and my best childhood friend Jiang Ming. They've all been great, always willing to help us. I also have some decent friends from high school. At least we got along well during our school years. Over in Jincheng, I have a few good university friends too, in a few days. Some of my high school classmates, including Lu Zhenjuan, are planning to gather. Ah, you're not seriously considering moving, are you? I've even established my own territory in Africa. Get lost. Lin Jiangwo chuckled mockingly. All right, do as you please, but I have no intention of relocating. The Lin family has resided here since our forefather 9 generations ago. This place is our ancestral ground. There has only been one male heir each generation, so the task of expanding our family falls upon you. By the way, you'll be at home during the festival, right? You need to visit the graves. Sure. Lin Tian replied, gazing down at the quaint village beneath him. In truth, his motivations were not merely to flaunt. He wished to bring honor to the Lin family name in the very land where their ancestors had dwelled for 9 generations, amidst those who once looked down upon them. Lin Jiangwo's words were tantamount to an acknowledgement of this sentiment. Lin Tian smiled and enveloped his father in a hearty embrace. Dad, you're truly wise. Get back home. I'm not returning for breakfast. You should attend to your own affairs. Lin Jiangwo ultimately chose to concede, knowing his son well. He shared the same aspirations. The breakfast prepared by Lu Tsuehua consisted of nourishing lean meat porridge, specifically designed for expectant mothers. The 2 young women relished their meal, each consuming 2 generous bowls, followed by a serving of fried eggs made by Lin Tian. The previous day, both had suffered a crushing defeat, despite Luo Lanlin's athletic background and Shenqing's assistance. They could not surpass Lin Tian's extraordinary gameplay. As the landlord, Lin Tian had left the 2 farmers with nothing, leaving them so exhausted that they barely had the strength to rise from their beds in the morning. After breakfast, Lin Tian shared an array of childhood photographs with them, capturing moments from his youth, high school, and university days. It was then that Luo Lanlan and Shun Qingge realized just how handsome Lin Tian had been at the age of 20. I want a copy of this photo. Luo Lanlan giggled, plotting to deceive her mother. Lanlan, are you heading back today or tomorrow? Lin Tian inquired with a smile. Do you want me to accompany you? Absolutely. Luo Lanlan's eyes sparkled. I feel like there is something going on. My period is 3 days late. Well, that should be about right. Shin Qingge nodded. Shall we buy a test? Sume has already purchased one. Let us test it together. She glanced at Lin Tian, her lips pursing. Some people. Under the pretense of asking the teacher. Heh. Lin Tian pulled her close. What is this? Regretting your decision? With a rapport of 100. The system clearly indicated that Luo Lanlin's feelings had remained unchanged since reaching that peak. This was merely a normal expression of emotions for a young girl undergoing significant changes in her life. Shin Qingge looked on with envy. How wonderful. Sister Lanlan has family to share this with, while I'm all alone. Sigh. A sudden wave of sadness washed over her, and tears streamed down her cheeks. Hurry, go hug Qingge. Luo Lanlan playfully shoved Lin Tian towards her, laughing. What if, Qingge, you come to my house and let my mom be your godmother? Hee. She has always regretted having just one child. Perhaps not. I'm just happy for you. Is this the beginning of a harem drama? Lin Tian thought, feeling overwhelmed, and quickly embraced both of them. All right. The most important thing is that you both have me. We are destined to be together for a lifetime. Rest assured, Qingge, even if the world crumbles, I will always be by your side, loving you forever. At that moment, The effects of the love potion lingered continuously. And although aware that Lin Tian's words might not be entirely genuine, Shun Xinga felt deeply touched. Her mother had passed away 2 years ago, leaving a profound sorrow in her heart. But now, 2 years later, she had a man who loved her. Her gaze was filled with admiration for him. With a rapport of 100, Shun Xinga had also reached full value yesterday, maintaining that status without change. Chapter 67. Two Beautiful Sisters-in-Law. Hey Lon Lon. I've noticed that my husband seems much younger than he did just a few days ago. Look, he resembles this photo. Shun Xinga observed keenly. Until she saw Lin Tian's photo from his youth, she hadn't realized the stark difference. Now, upon comparison with the image taken just 10 days prior, it was clear that Lin Tian had transformed from the greasy middle-aged man she had encountered at the music institution into a strikingly handsome man, exuding the charm of a mature and successful individual in his 30s. Luo Lanlan scrutinized Lin Tian closely. Her first impression of him had been that of a middle-aged man with a protruding belly and sagging facial skin. The epitome of a 40-year-old greasy uncle. How had he changed so drastically? As a dance major with a keen understanding of physique, she immediately recognized that Lin Tian, at this moment, could easily pass for 30, and no one would dare dispute that. Huh, old Lin, it seems our body reshaping plan is effective. You must keep up the practice. Also, don't ever show your ID again. From now on, we want to say you're 40. Just maintain this 30-year-old appearance, right? Xinga? Indeed, you look much younger than you did 10 days ago. The more Xinga looked, the more she was captivated, her gaze almost melting Lin Tian away. Lin Tian glanced at them, delighted by the unexpected compliments. Really? Is there such a significant change in me? Come here, give me a kiss. If my own family doesn't praise me, who will? With one on each side, they planted kisses on him. We're speaking the truth, Luo Lanlan teased, playfully pinching Lin Tian's waist. Embraced from both sides, Lin Tian felt as though he were a king, free from the worries of wealth. Such is life. What more could one desire? Younger? Truly younger. Lin Tian seldom looked in the mirror, but upon their reminders, he realized just how much he had changed. His physical attributes coupled with the spring-long skill were indeed impressive. Unfortunately, this technique and attributes could not be utilized by anyone other than the host. Otherwise, he would certainly apply them to his parents and wives. He pondered whether the next mission objective for his wives should involve individuals of this caliber. Perhaps the system would reward him with something beneficial in that regard. In the morning, Lin Zhangwo and Lu Tsuehua, accompanied by their 3 grandchildren, set off to visit Lin Tian's grandmother, who was 88 years old. Among the younger generation, she was particularly concerned about her only grandson, who was in his 40s. Unmarried and childless, she often lamented that she could not close her eyes in peace. And a few years back, she had even suggested something that Lin Tian found utterly unacceptable. Having quickly tidied up their home, Lu Tsuehua and her husband boarded the vehicle, with Lin Tian driving his 2 wives and mother to his grandmother's house, located several kilometers away. The previous evening, Lu Tsuehua had called her sister-in-law to arrange their meeting for today. Early that morning, Lin Tian's uncle, Lu Dawei, and his wife prepared fruits, cigarettes, and tea, sending their daughter to the entrance to keep an eye out for the arrivals. They were incredibly curious about Lin Tian bringing back 2 daughters. This was beyond their comprehension. Was he, as he had in his youth, playing tricks on the family? Lin Tian's eldest cousin was 8 years his senior. Lu Chang's son had already graduated from university. His cousin drove a large vehicle for a living, while his sister-in-law stayed home to care for their parents and grandmother. Lin Tian recalled the Spring Festival 5 years prior. After countless visits to pay his respects, his grandmother had shocked everyone by suggesting that his second cousin marry him, thus solving 2 problems and making it easier for everyone. Lin Tian's second cousin, Lu Yan, was 8 years his junior. Not long after graduating from university, she found herself without a partner. Consequently, when the matter was broached, Lu Yan fled that very day and had not returned for the new year in several years. Lin Tian, too, had concocted excuses to remain in Hangzhou for over 3 years without returning home. He recounted this story to his 2 wives while driving. Lu Tsuehua stood by, explaining the situation that their mother had personally orchestrated. Both Roland Lan and Shun Xinga found the tale amusing yet astonishing. After all, this was a direct familial connection with such close blood ties. It was no wonder that these 2 well-educated young individuals were too intimidated to return home. It was not until last year that Lu Yin and Lin Tian were no longer subjected to their grandmother's comments about the situation, prompting their return for the Spring Festival. Eldest cousin Lu Xiang, with only a middle school education, had married a farmer from a neighboring village. Second cousin Lu Yan, a graduate of Northeast University, was now working at a mining company in Shunqing. A mining company? Third cousin Lu Ying was a sophomore economics major at Bohai University and was also Roland Lan's junior. To provide some context on their relatives from their grandmother's side, This would be the closest family for Roland Lawn and her companions. The Lin family had no aunts, having passed down through 9 generations with only one male descendant every 4 generations. Even Lin Tian's grandfather had no aunts or similar relatives. The closest connections were indeed from their grandmother's family, with whom they maintained a close rapport. Additionally, the youngest sister, Lu Ying, was adopted by their grandmother and her sister-in-law. Roland Lawn and Shun Qinga diligently noted this information. Lu Yin had received a call from home the previous afternoon and immediately took the high-speed train back from Shenzhen. Most importantly, she was eager to see how her eccentric cousin had actually brought home 2 beautiful sisters-in-law, having already seen pictures of them, each more stunning than the last. At 36, Lu Yin had long resolved to remain single for life, feeling a brotherly bond with Lin Tian, having grown up playing together. How could she possibly accept marrying such a familiar man? Moreover, such close blood relations could lead to significant issues in the next generation. Yet, she was extremely curious about Lin Tian's audacious decision to bring home 2 sisters-in-law. Lu Ying also returned, having just started her sophomore year at Jincheng University. She found an excuse to take a leave of absence and hurried back home. After seeing the photos her mother had sent, she discovered that one of Lin Tian's beautiful companions was a senior she recognized. Roland Lawn was a renowned beauty from the dance academy, having just graduated. She had participated in numerous large-scale performances, won provincial awards, and had excellent grades. Shouldn't she be out looking for a job? During her time at school, it was said that many pursued her, but none succeeded, as her standards for a partner were notably high. How had she ended up with her cousin, who was a property management company manager? She had to see for herself. The journey of several kilometers along the rural road took about half an hour, with fields of corn and patches of forest, occasionally needing to dodge agricultural vehicles. The village was small, consisting of only a few dozen households, with red brick houses and tiled roofs. The eldest uncle's home boasted 5 large rooms, flanked by additional quarters and no vegetable gardens, with all surfaces paved and cluttered with various rural items. Their grandmother, now in her 80s, stood at the door, bypassing her daughter and son-in-law, beaming as she focused on the 3 young individuals. "My dear, look. I told you, grandmother's love has never changed." Lu Yin stood behind, her gaze fixed on Lin Tian, Roland Lawn, and Shen Qinga. "Cousin, you've changed." The moment she laid eyes on him, she noted a significant transformation in Lin Tian's demeanor. Seeing him in person left her even more astounded. Roland Lawn was undoubtedly a stunning beauty from the northeast, tall and graceful, exuding an air of elegance and charm. With a sweet smile, Shen Qinga, a quintessential southern beauty, stood at least 1.7 meters tall, her serene and refined features presenting another level of exquisite beauty. Goodness, if even one of them were Lin Tian's girlfriend, it would be explosive news. But 2. Their relationship seemed genuinely close. Lu Yin felt as if she might burst from the excitement. When greeting them, both future sisters-in-law readily accepted the title of sister-in-law. "Wait a minute, isn't this the modern age? How did he manage that?" "Hello, senior." The 18-year-old Lu Ying exclaimed excitedly as she hugged Roland Land's arm. "You might not remember me, but I recognize you. Your Mongolian dance at the freshman gala was stunning." "Hello, little sister," Roland Lawn responded with a smile, greeting the younger girl. The entrance was bustling with various greetings and titles, yet the focus was not on Lin Tian. A large exclamation mark loomed in the minds of all the Lu family members. This was indeed real. Their grandmother led each one by the hand, walking into the house. Lu Yin pulled Lin Tian aside, giving him a knowing look, and he immediately understood, moving to a corner of the room. Chapter 68, All Pregnant. "Brother, you certainly have a flair for extravagance," Lu Yin remarked with a smile. "What do you mean?" Lin Tian replied, momentarily taken aback by the question. "How much did all this cost? With 2 stunning beauties playing along, you must have rented a car too, right? Isn't that at least 5,000 a day?" Lu Yin scrutinized Lin Tian's attire. This outfit seemed counterfeit. Realizing her earlier assumption was flawed, she considered that if he were truly staging such a scenario, he wouldn't need to bring back 2 women. One would suffice to appease their grandmother. Lin Tian calmly regarded his cousin, smiling. "You're mistaken. Let me enlighten you. These 2 sisters-in-law are merely 2/5 of my entourage. There are 3 more yet to arrive." "What?" Lu Yin nearly dropped her phone in shock. "What did you just say?" "Since we're family, there's nothing to hide," Lin Tian said earnestly, ruffling her hair. "Your cousin has indeed hit the jackpot. I won't disclose the exact figure, but I possess several billion in assets. By the way, I recently acquired a mining company. I recall you studied mining, right? How about coming to work for me?" To further convince his proud second cousin and prevent her from making wild guesses, he directly showed her his bank balance. Lu Yin took Lin Tian's phone. Noticing the luxury watch on his wrist worth hundreds of thousands, her eyes scanning the bank statement. This had to be authentic. "How much?" The numbers cascaded before her. "Billions." Her eyes widened, filled with disbelief. Was this even possible? Had her cousin truly become this successful? What kind of venture allows you to amass such wealth? At that moment, Lu Yin understood that with Lin Tian's wealth, managing 2 or even 5 young women would be a breeze. She had seen wealth and power during her years at the state-owned enterprise, yet she had never encountered anyone with such an impressive cash flow. With over 10 billion in cash, what must his total assets be? She couldn't even fathom it. Her own understanding was limited to a mining company. These past years, I've been quietly biding my time, Lin Tian remarked. Well, we certainly didn't know that, Lu Yin chuckled. You've outdone yourself. Grandmother and the others have been pressuring you to marry and have children. Now you've brought back 2 wives. Ha ha ha, you're still my eccentric cousin. So, are you regretting not marrying me back then? Lin Tian teased, playfully pinching her cheek. His cousin was quite lovely, and he had always enjoyed teasing her since they were children. Don't get handsy. Lu Yin playfully swatted him away. You're a married man now. Humph. If you pinch me again, I'll tell your wives to deal with you. The two continued their playful banter as they entered the house. Grandmother, at the age of 88, still exuded vitality. Her hearing was sharp, her vision clear, and her speech brisk. She inquired about the simple circumstances of the 2 young ladies. Holding one in each hand, reluctant to let go of either, the elderly woman and her 2 youthful companions became the focal point of everyone present. Lu Ying, filled with curiosity, observed that Roland and Shun Qinga appeared genuinely unaffected, not merely acting. She dragged her second sister into another room, her curiosity piqued. What was there to explain? Your brother Lin Tian has truly struck it rich. In the face of such overwhelming wealth, the mundane disputes and conflicts that afflict ordinary people simply vanish. Lu Yin scoffed, recalling that a vice president from her workplace had recently been apprehended. That man, with an annual salary exceeding 2 million, had maintained over 40 mistresses. Now, with her brother's worth nearing 100 billion, what could one say? 100 billion. The mind of young Lu Ying short-circuited. How much could that possibly be? Among her classmates, there was one whose family was a wealthy owner of a mine, boasting only tens of millions. That classmate had extravagant monthly expenditures, while Lu Ying's monthly allowance of 3,000 already felt substantial. She was at a loss to fathom how one could spend over 10,000, yet now, hearing her sister mention that cousin Tian was a tycoon worth tens of billions, left her astounded. The gifts were exquisite: Chinese liquor, mitai, cashmere sweaters. Her cousin was no ordinary individual. Returning to the living room, Lu Ying was further astonished by the adults' conversation. You must handle this properly, grandmother insisted. How can there be no formal acknowledgement? In this new society, polygamy is forbidden by law. We cannot disregard it. However, you can proceed in this manner, register separately, conduct your affairs, and formalize it as needed. Grandmother's heart ached particularly for Shun Qinga, the girl from the south. Earlier, when she inquired about Shun's family situation, Shun revealed her solitary state, devoid of relatives or connections. The elderly lady chastised her daughter for her ignorance, exclaiming how a woman nearing 60 could be so careless. The older women present felt a pang of sympathy, and even Lu Xiang and Lu Yin found themselves drawn closer to Shun Qinga. When Lin Tian mentioned he wouldn't marry, he was immediately met with a broomstick from grandmother, who was determined to set things right. Lin Tian pondered, perhaps this could work after all. I would certainly welcome it. Roland exclaimed, her face alight with excitement as she pulled Shun Qinga to embrace grandmother, thanking her for taking charge. This notion had crossed her mind, yet she had dared not voice it. Roland and Shun likely understood that Lin Tian's current assets exceeded 10 billion. Given the trauma from his previous marriage, he might harbor reservations about remarrying, fearing rejection if he brought it up. What girl wouldn't he wish for a splendid wedding? This arrangement could indeed provide closure for the family. As for any subsequent divorce, it would be inconsequential, as no formal ceremony was required. The conversation continued, and Lu Tsuehua inadvertently revealed that both brides might be expecting. Roland mentioned she had menstruated in 3 to 4 days, prompting Lu Xiang to rush home for a pregnancy test. Although somewhat embarrassing, the gravity of the situation rendered any shyness irrelevant. Lin Tian, too, was intrigued. After receiving a system notification, he had yet to validate it in reality. He watched as his elder cousin returned shortly with 2 pregnancy tests, her face beaming as she relayed the news to the elders. They're pregnant. They're pregnant. Lu Xiang joyfully announced to Aunt Lu Tsuehua. Aunt, both are expecting. Really? Lu Tsuehua exclaimed, initially intending to visit the clinic for tests upon returning home. Her joy was so immense that she could hardly contain her smile. Oh, you? As their mother? What a situation. Grandmother shook her head. It's been over a day since their return. Don't you know to care for them properly? Lin Jiangwo, make sure to attend to them. Lin Jiangwo, who had been quietly sitting in the corner, chuckled and shook his head. Mom, please spare me. If I go home without being reprimanded, that would be a blessing. Lu Yin wondered how grandmother would manage the monumental task of orchestrating marriages for Lin Tian. Considering he had 3 women in his life. Goodness, can your body withstand such a burden? Upon closer inspection, she realized Lin Tian seemed to have rejuvenated considerably at 40. He appeared scarcely older than 30. Was his claim about owning a mining company genuine? Chapter 69. Lin Tian harbors a monumental secret. Lin Tian indeed possessed a colossal secret. Lu Yin even began to suspect he had transformed into one of those illogical protagonists from online fiction, perhaps under the influence of some system. As the rationale behind his wealth seemed implausible. Lunch was a lavish affair, featuring 16 dishes and 2 soups, with an abundance of hearty fare like chicken, fish, and ribs, alongside an array of green vegetables that the ladies favored. Lu Xiang, her elder cousin, had tirelessly prepared the feast that morning. Except for her uncle, who was out with the car, her older cousin Lu Chong had also returned from Jincheng with his nephew, who was about to begin his career. Work? Lin Tian observed his recently graduated nephew, who was 2 years older than Lu Ying. You needn't worry about Lu Wenlong's job. He'll be fine with me. However, let me make myself clear. If you don't comply with the arrangements and fail to work diligently, I won't dismiss you. But I will discipline you as I did when you were a child. No, I won't. Uncle Tian, I promise to study hard and work well. Lu Wenlong immediately pledged, trembling at the thought of his uncle's formidable reputation. Memories of how this uncle, even more formidable than his father, had once disciplined him sent a shiver down his spine. Rationality told him that his uncle was indeed a benefactor in his life. How many billionaires existed in this world? All right, since you're studying chemistry, it's perfect. Join us this afternoon. I'm finalizing the acquisition of a pharmaceutical company nearby. So you won't be too far from home. Lin Tian saw no issue with enriching his family from his newfound wealth. If he couldn't share a little prosperity with his relatives, what kind of family bond was that? As for other matters, they could be addressed gradually. First, he would bring Lu Yin into the fold. Her capabilities and trustworthiness were beyond question. I need to think about it. Lu Yin hesitated to directly respond to Lin Tian. I've always worked in a technical capacity. I'm not quite ready to oversee a company. Grandmother's face radiated warmth. Having devoted herself to caring for the 2 prospective brides, her heart swelling with happiness. Ultimately, the Lin family was still an external connection. Witnessing their harmonious interactions brought her immense joy. After all, her son and daughter were her flesh and blood. She had never held the notion that her daughters, once married, were akin to water spilled on the ground. During the years when Lin Jiangwo suffered and couldn't drive, the Lu family had provided substantial support. In those years, Lin Tian also distanced himself from home, and they had refrained from criticizing him, not anticipating that 18 years later, he would return with 2 women in tow. No one dared to mention the failed marriage from 18 years prior in Lin Tian's presence. That year, Lu Yin was only 14 and in her first year of junior high. She couldn't fathom how her cousin, who had been married for merely a month, had ended up divorced, losing 100,000 in betrothal gifts along with a house. She had even contemplated seeking out the woman for retribution, though she had no means to locate her. Is this settled then, Jiangwo? Mom, I'll follow your lead. Lin Tian, grandmother, I will heed your wishes. Lin Tian smiled. I have always been the most obedient to you, right? Indeed. The elderly lady beamed, eagerly serving dishes to the 2 young women beside her, having even learned to use serving chopsticks. Seeing his 88-year-old grandmother so joyous, Lin Tian felt that this trip home was indeed worthwhile. After dinner, Lin Tian and his companions prepared to return to Jincheng. Developments regarding Su Qingya and Su Mei's affairs were beginning to take shape. Yet the phone call Lin Tian received that morning was of paramount importance. An asset worth at least 10 billion was at stake. There were also matters concerning 2 equity companies that required his attention. Lin Tian transferred 10 million to Lu Tsuehua. Rather than relocating, he planned to renovate the old house, designing it with 10 rooms. Would that suffice? Lu Tsuehua felt a twinge of apprehension. She couldn't fathom how things would unfold if all 5 daughters-in-law resided under one roof. Wasn't that rather extravagant? No need for that many, Lin Tian chuckled. Following grandma's approach, we want always be at home. Having too many rooms would be superfluous. However, we might consider accommodating grandma's entire family. You are free to make your arrangements. If funds fall short, I shall provide more. Ultimately, we must elevate our status. Lu Ying, a sophomore at Bohai University, rode with Lin Tian back to the city. At the time Lin Tian was in college, Lu Ying had yet to be born. Little Ying, your living expenses will be covered by your brother and sister-in-law from now on. Let us not make it excessive at first. 50,000 a month should suffice. In a few days, you and your sister-in-law can go together to choose a small car. Okay, thank you, brother. Lu Ying readily accepted, having been cradled in his arms as a child. Considering their age difference, one might even jest that Lin Tian was akin to her father. Indeed, He appeared far younger than her actual father, Lu Chang. After traversing several dozen kilometers of county roads, they arrived in the city over an hour later. Parking in front of the Sheraton Hotel, Lu Ying had taken a day off, and she would return to campus the following day. With plenty of time left in the afternoon and evening, her curiosity about her other two sisters-in-law surged, who would be returning to school. Su Qingya had reserved an entire floor, with the largest suite designated as Lin Tian's room. The rooms for the four of them flanked either side, while the bodyguards occupied the opposite side, and the company staff occupied additional rooms. In total, they had commandeered over 40 rooms, including a central conference room. She was uncertain how long Lin Tian, her husband and boss, would remain there, as they had made significant progress in their acquisition discussions, potentially leading to the acquisition of a large factory complex with substantial office space. Otherwise, she would discuss with Su Mei the prospect of establishing an office nearby. The land and real estate in this area were astonishingly affordable. Su Qingya had never visited this coastal city in the north before. A simple barbecue meal for the two of them cost 200 yuan, leaving them quite full. In average neighborhoods, housing prices hovered around 2,000, with the best properties barely reaching 8,000, nothing compared to the rural areas of Haishur. When Su Qingya proposed a purchase price of 45 million for the pharmaceutical factory, along with the original owner retaining one equity in the new company, Boss Lu barely hesitated before agreeing, merely requesting a position in the new company. After dedicating his life to the pharmaceutical industry, he wished to contribute his final expertise before retirement, feeling a sense of reluctance. The price of 45 million was, in fact, a market standard valuation meticulously calculated by Su Qingya's team, which retained a 5 million margin for potential price increases. To her surprise, the Northerners were exceedingly straightforward. Once they reached the psychological price point, they agreed without further deliberation. That afternoon, a detailed inventory of assets and accounts was conducted, revealing a clear picture. Old Lu had managed the business well and discussed numerous details, particularly regarding how to expedite the launch of new medications. Lu Chuanqing, the elder, was quite experienced, and retaining him as general manager was virtually a foregone conclusion. However, even if Su Qingya could finalize these arrangements, she needed to report back to Lin Tian, as his presence was essential for the contract signing. Su Qingya was acutely aware of her position, hailing from a prominent family in Haishur, despite its decline. She possessed a strong sense of self-awareness. Competing to be the primary wife was out of the question, but she was determined to secure her role as a capable partner. Upon meeting Su Qingya, Lu Ying immediately sensed the overwhelming aura of a powerful CEO, reminiscent of a character from a film. The image of the internationally acclaimed and currently popular Xian Kursin flashed through her mind. Clad in a casual suit with black stockings and high heels, Su Qingya exuded an intimidating presence that was hard to look at directly. "This is my sister, Lu Ying. Your fourth sister-in-law, Su Qingya." In an instant, Su Qingya transformed. Her commanding demeanor dissipated, replaced by the amiable visage of a sister-in-law. "Hello, sister." Lu Ying beamed, embracing her formidable fourth sister-in-law. "You're stunning. Even more beautiful than a big star." Chapter 70. Cousin, you're so naughty. Another figure emerged from behind the glamorous sister-in-law, a young girl clutching an ice cream cone. "Here, thank you." Lu Ying accepted it, realizing upon Lin Tian's introduction that this girl, younger than herself, was also a sister-in-law. Only 19. "Cousin, you're too wicked. Pursuing such young grass." Lu Ying inwardly scoffed. Du Jinhua, merely a year younger, was the fifth sister-in-law. How could her brother indulge in such youthful pursuits? This little sister-in-law had just graduated from high school and appeared quite innocent. Upon seeing her identification card, Lu Ying felt reassured. She was indeed 19 in reality. Hailing from the mountains of Sichuan, it was apparent that Lin Tian had saved her, instantly elevating his stature in her eyes. She dismissed the thought of Lin Tian's notorious flirtation, focusing instead on the singular beauty shared among all five sisters-in-law. They were all stunning. Each bore unique characteristics. Lan was warm and jovial. Qingga exuded grace and sophistication. Qingya embodied the fierce Xiao archetype, while Jinhua was simply playful. There was still one sister-in-law yet to be introduced. How discerning her brother was in choosing companions. Su Qingya allocated a room for Lu Ying and tidied it up. Hearing that Lin Tian intended to buy a car for Lu Ying and that there was still time in the afternoon, she thought of proceeding directly to arrange it. While this task could easily be delegated to her subordinates, given that Lu Ying was Lin Tian's cousin, it warranted her personal attention. "I shall accompany you," Lin Tian mused. "I'll check with Lu Zhu. I believe a classmate of his is in the car dealership business. I'll inquire." "Great." Su Qingya felt elated. She finally had an opportunity to spend time alone with Lin Tian. Although others were present, since Roland and Shun Qingga had returned to their rooms to rest, and Du Jinhua was simply a young girl who got along splendidly with Lu Ying. The atmosphere was conducive. Throughout the day, she had been comparing herself to others, feeling that she was Lin Tian's perfect match. Yet, she also recognized that Lin Tian likely preferred the simplicity of Roland and Du Jinhua. He seemed to be drawn to Qingga's charming demeanor, while her own strong and capable persona was what he found appealing. If she were to liken herself to a character from the Dream of the Red Chamber, Su Qingya envisioned herself developing into a figure akin to Wang Shifeng. That was her destiny, and perhaps it was what she desired as well. Lin Tian called Lu Zhu, who was delighted to hear from him and quickly arranged to accompany him, noting that indeed a college friend was selling cars. Lin Tian remembered him, a tall fellow named Chun, known for his impressive basketball skills. Lin Tian mentioned he would bring his sister along, prompting Lu Zhu to suggest they all dine together that evening. Lin Tian agreed, but hesitated to leave his other two companions behind, stating that it might be a bit crowded. They were all friends and classmates. Naturally, his wife should meet them, regardless of how many there were. It wouldn't do to exclude anyone, as it might sow discord in the future. Lu Zhu jokingly chided him for looking down on anyone, asserting that he was a departmental cadre, earning enough to afford a meal without extravagance. Though Su Qingya felt a pang of regret at not having a moment alone with Lin Tian, she was nonetheless pleased that he did not conceal her identity. They would meet his classmates for dinner, an occasion akin to meeting the parents, perhaps even more significant, as it marked her formal entry into his social circle. In this unique circle of classmates, the time for dinner had been set. As they set off, only Su Qingya accompanied Lin Tian, who was driving, while the bodyguards trailed in another vehicle, discreetly remaining out of sight. Arrangements were made to deliver the other 4 individuals to the dinner at the designated time. The owner of the car was not particularly interested in it. After all, whatever her cousin gifted her would suffice. She and Du Jinhua were eager to engage in gaming, showing little interest in the adults' plans. Jinsheng was not large, and the car dealerships were concentrated, with only a few premium vehicles available. In addition to purchasing a toy car for Lu Ying, Lin Tian wished to acquire several more vehicles. He could directly buy his father the Land Rover he had set his sights on and get his older cousin one as well. As for Lu Wenlong, he would have to fend for himself. Su Qingya also aspired to add a few office vehicles, considering the presence of over a dozen people. The pharmaceutical company could not afford to be short-staffed. The original company vehicles were quite outdated, and the company's image was of utmost importance. I have something to discuss with you. I have a work report to present. Both spoke nearly in unison, and Su Qingya felt a sudden stirring within her, a sensation typically reserved for the night. Her eyes sparkled with desire, and she saw a reflection of Lin Tian's thoughts in his gaze. Lin Tian sent a message to Ma Bo, who was trailing behind, instructing him not to follow their vehicle. They agreed to rendezvous at the car dealership in an hour and then swiftly veered off the main road. 5 minutes later, the vehicle halted in front of a desolate factory. Unable to contain herself, Su Qingya took a deep breath, thinking, at this moment, you belong solely to me. 10 minutes later, in the front seats of the car, the two owners scrutinized the lifeless expanse of the factory before them. System reward, effective communication 30 million. Physical attribute 1, mental attribute 2. System special reward. The host acquires advanced judgment skills derived from finance and economics prodigy Su Qingya, enabling her to accurately gauge market timing. Is this akin to replication? Su Qingya remained enveloped in a mixture of exhilaration and profound satisfaction. She diligently reapplied her makeup, attempting to temper the overwhelming rush of hormones she had just experienced. With this encounter, she felt she could abstain from thoughts of it for a month, although she secretly wished for a daily occurrence. Yet, she understood her duties. Matters of childbirth were handled by others, while she needed to accomplish many tasks that Lin Tian preferred to avoid. I just received a call from a renowned law firm in Gangqing. 2 equity trusts from abroad are due for transfer, and you must personally take a team to handle the paperwork. We leave tomorrow. All right. That evening, Su Qingya looked alluringly at Lin Tian. Will you belong to me tonight? Certainly. Yay. Su Qingya exclaimed, turning to plant a fervent kiss on Lin Tian's cheek. Suddenly, a noise erupted from outside. An elderly gentleman, stern-faced, gazed into the car. Lin Tian quickly leapt from the driver's seat, a box of cigarettes in hand, and greeted, Master. Here, have a smoke. The old man, initially intending to scold, was immediately disarmed upon seeing the cigarettes. Boss, what brings you here? We're merely inspecting this land. Considering an investment to build a factory, Lin Tian replied with a smile. Are you the guard here, uncle? Indeed, this place is quite good. It was the site of the former Liaoshi pump factory, which has since fallen into disuse. If you're interested, I can show you the main path here. Not just yet. We're merely passing through to assess the area, as it's close to the new district. We'll return when we're ready to make a decision. All right. The old man happily accepted the cigarettes, watching as Lin Tian and the others drove away, even giving them a wave. Haha. Su Qingya's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Almost caught in the act. I can't believe this place still has a guard. She relished the ability to act whimsically beside her man. Alas, such moments were typically reserved for younger girls. This was her rare chance to indulge. Indeed, I never expected it either. Lin Tian's face reddened as well. During my school days, this place was desolate, and I assumed it had long been abandoned. Had that old man detained me, I would have ended up in the police station. Her laughter echoed, as Su Qingya doubled over, clutching her stomach. I'll say it again, you're bullying me. A few minutes later, the Bentley arrived at the dealership, and Lu Zhu coincidentally arrived as well. He had taken a leave of absence to pick up his wife, ensuring they could dine together that evening without needing to make an extra trip. Lu Zhu was taken aback to see Lin Tian driving a Bentley, and even more astonished by the beauty of his companion. She exuded an aura akin to a superstar, her elegance setting her apart from ordinary folk. Lu Zhu's wife was also bewildered. What caliber of classmate is this? Not to mention the Bentley, which must be worth millions. And the woman beside Lin Tian, her level, her style? She is undoubtedly more stunning than a film star. Most notably, Lu Zhu's wife, Qin Shui, worked alongside Lin Tian's ex-wife. Lin Tian vaguely remembered her name, having forgotten it until now. Qin Shui, it's been a long time. He realized how time indeed waits for no one. Comparing the youthful appearances of classmates from high school and college, Lu Zhenjuan and Lu Zhu looked to be in their 30s, while Lu Zhu had a receding hairline. And Qin Shui's wrinkles seemed to be etched by the passage of time, making them appear almost 50. Don't tell me you don't recognize me. I even attended your wedding and gifted you 100. Lin Tian embraced Lu Zhu, chuckling. Qin Shui blushed, looking down shyly. How could I forget? Lin Tian, you always loved to tell jokes, and Lu Zhu would follow your lead. Lu Zhu responded with a smile, and Lin Tian turned to introduce them. This is my wife, Su Qingya. Let us not complicate things with introductions. One title suffices. They exchanged friendly handshakes and smiles as they entered the dealership together. Chunlei, a tall classmate who was less familiar with Lin Tian, greeted him warmly, recognizing that Lin Tian had not lived or worked in the area for 18 years, making their interaction somewhat distant. Chunlei quickly discerned that today's car-buying event was undoubtedly financed by the impeccably dressed woman, whose outfit alone cost over 100,000. Lin Tian had been an ordinary student, and during university, he had little to offer in terms of resources. In Chunlei's view, Lin Tian was merely leveraging Lu Zhu's connections to make a purchase. That little girl wants a Tesla, Su Qingya said with a smile, directly stating her desired vehicle. She told me she loves that small car. All right, let us go for the Tesla, Lin Tian nodded, opting for the entry-level model. Suitable for a college student just learning to drive, with future upgrades to be considered later. Chunlei was momentarily taken aback. It seemed as though Lin Tian was taking the lead. Darling, Su Qingya smiled. For the company car, I suggest we go with an Audi. It's the standard for official vehicles in the north, and this model is well recognized. I see we have two A8s and 10 A6LS available. What do you think? After nearly 2 decades in the automotive industry and a decade as a general manager, working for his boss, his father-in-law, Chunlei felt as though he had been struck 3 times in succession. Darling, boss, a procurement of 12 vehicles, including 2 A8s, each worth over $1 million. Chunlei, not a fool, quickly grasped the significance of her words. It turned out that this stunning woman, who resembled a boss's wife, was Lin Tian's partner, not merely a driver. Earlier, he had seen Lin Tian himself driving the car out of the parking lot. Why are you still driving a Bentley? Can't you hire a dedicated driver? Thankfully, Chunlei felt he had not neglected the real boss, his former classmate, Lu Dazhu. Lu Dazhu, you nearly placed me on the pillar of shame. He hastily resumed his facade, pretending to be unfazed, adopting an expression of feigned knowledge, and swiftly provided a quote for 12 vehicles, leveraging his connection with Lin Tian, his old classmate. Let us make it a deal at a discounted price. Lin Tian played along, understanding the unspoken agreement, both benefiting from this collaboration as old friends do. The Land Rover in another section of the dealership was also managed by Chunlei. Business is quite thriving, Lin Tian remarked, sparking Lu Zhu's curiosity. Lu Zhu was well aware of Chunlei's background. Chunlei had married into a wealthy family and his wife was a leader in her field. Her family had once prospered in aquatic products, being among the first to amass wealth. However, Lu Zhu was taken aback by Su Qingya's casual ordering. A single Tesla cost merely over 200,000, yet 10 A6s would amount to 4 to 5 million, and the 2 A8s nearly 3 million, culminating in close to 10 million for the entire transaction. Su Qingya did not even blink, opting to pay in full. Meanwhile, Lin Tian casually swiped his card for a black Range Rover worth over 2 million, noting the delivery address. The two spent over 10 million, as if it were a mere 100. Gasping in disbelief, Lu Zhu finally comprehended the situation. Lin Tian had promised to return for his second son's full-month celebration, a gesture of significant respect. Being in the system, he fully understood how society operated. Without his status as a public servant, he was nothing. Now, he tasted the experience of being inconsequential before true financial tycoons. Lin Tian was not merely putting on airs in front of him. He had to come. The car purchase was concluded in just over an hour, faster than Qin Shui could buy cabbage at the market. Having accompanied her husband for half a year, she was utterly astonished. Such scenes belonged only in novels. Witnessing them in reality felt surreal. She recalled that 2 years prior, she and Lu Zhu had to take out a substantial loan just to switch to an Audi A4. She could not fathom how Fei Yin had thought back then. How could such a remarkable individual as Lin Tian have divorced so early? That woman seemed to have remarried thrice now. Shallow-minded. It had to be. Qin Shui concluded that perhaps Lin Tian was just an ordinary rural lad back then. Yet, she had heard Lu Zhu mention that Lin's family had provided a dowry of 100,000 and spent another 200,000 on a new house, which Lin had given to his ex-wife after their divorce. Too focused on money. She deserves it, she thought. Her greatest gain from meeting her husband's classmate was getting to know Su Qingya. She realized how obedient Lin Tian was towards Su Qingya, who appeared to hold the reins of their finances. They even discussed acquiring the pharmaceutical factory, and it seemed Lin Tian had indeed elevated himself by associating with Su Qingya, resulting in his newfound wealth. Chapter 72. The Matriarch. The two exchanged WeChat contacts while seeking common topics. Qin Shui spoke about children, and Su Qingya listened intently. They discussed various business matters, with Qin Shui feeling envious. The two women, a decade apart in age, became quite familiar within minutes. Su Qingya discerned that this wife of her husband's classmate was a down-to-earth woman, yet she seemed to have unspoken thoughts. Su Qingya had already picked up on the fact that they were from the same graduating class and were 10 years her senior, realizing that some matters might not be hers to know. As someone capable of managing vast financial portfolios, such gatherings were mere trifles to her. I insist on treating you. Lu Daju interjected, you mustn't compete with me. After all, I'm earning from my old classmate, right? If you don't let me treat. It's as if you're looking down on me. Chun Lei had already planned for this dinner. He needed to show his appreciation. With a billionaire classmate suddenly in his circle, it would be foolish not to acknowledge the occasion. No, Big Lei, before Lin Tian arrived. He mentioned there'd be more than just the two of them, others as well, Lu Zhu clarified. As Lin Tian and Chun Lei were not particularly close during their school days, merely nodding acquaintances. Bring them all along. What else there to discuss? Lin Tian's friends are ours, and his relatives are ours. I'll go speak to him. We're all from the same class. Though we didn't socialize much back then, the bond of 20 years of friendship deserves some recognition. Chun Lei was determined. Opportunities in life are rare, and this was evidently a blessing from above. He felt immense gratitude towards Lu Zhu for the years of support in purchasing cars and lending money. Finally, it bore fruit. Lin Tian was indifferent, smiling as he spoke to his old classmate. Since we're all old friends, let us consider each other true brothers. I'll have 4 more guests tonight, all family. I'll introduce them later. Sounds good. Chun Lei replied cheerfully, immediately calling to make arrangements. He specifically contacted his wife, Yu Yanxiu, urging her to cancel all commitments for the evening, as they had distinguished guests to entertain. Yu Yanxiu was taken aback. Although she didn't know who it was, she acquiesced to her husband's request, as he rarely required her presence for significant social engagements. Sometimes, her attendance could be inconvenient. As a deputy-level official and director of the industrial park, she had reached this position through both familial connections and her own capabilities. At 39, she was among the few in such a role nationwide. She glanced at the time, frowning slightly. Isn't this a bit unreliable? What kind of distinguished guest can prompt an impromptu dinner? I hope it's not one of his shady friends. She picked up her phone and sent a message to Lu Zhu. Over the past 2 decades, she had come to realize that the highest connections Chun Lei had in the officialdom were his classmates like Lu Zhu. Any crucial social event would certainly involve them. Lu Zhu replied almost instantaneously, it's a university classmate. Lin Tian is back. He emphasized that he was a billionaire. Immediately, Yu Yanxiu envisioned her father. Old Yu is indeed a billionaire. But then she thought, they were all classmates, and they were only around 40, right? At 40, she could name just a handful of successful figures. Yet, she had never heard of Lin Tian. Furthermore, if Chun Lei had such a remarkable classmate, he would have mentioned it long ago. As she stepped into her car, a gift from her father a decade ago, a 2015 Kian. She left the industrial park just as Lu Chuanqing's vehicle was exiting. They exchanged pleasantries before parting ways. Lu Chuanqing had just received a call about the dinner. And coincidentally, Lu Zhu was his nephew. During the course of their conversation, the esteemed Zhuang pharmaceutical company was mentioned, prompting Lu Zhu to inquire, isn't that my uncle's factory? How could he sell it? Consequently, Su Qingya placed a call to Lu Chuanqing, and Lu Zhu did the same. Lu Chuanqing, initially bewildered, soon realized that both callers were at the same restaurant. As he pondered how to manage his time between two engagements, he concluded that a mere gathering over drinks could be manageable, even if it meant consuming a modest quantity. His curiosity was piqued, however, by the fact that the evening's event was hosted by the prospective investors, future titans of industry, and organized by Lu Zhu's classmate from driving school. Just then, a twist of fate occurred. Upon entering the elevator, Lu Chuanqing encountered Yu Yanxiu, Director Yu. Although she belonged to his uncle's generation, in the realm of commerce, Lu Chuanqing found himself on equal footing with Director Yu, who held a governmental position. Uncle, it's after working hours now. Let us dispense with the formalities. I'm merely a junior. Are you attending an event here? Which room? Unfazed by potential scrutiny from the disciplinary committee, Yu Yanxiu was confident. She neither consumed alcohol nor utilized public funds, and since her husband was footing the bill, she had nothing to fear. Prior to this gathering, she had already informed her unit's disciplinary team, classifying this as a business promotion event. Both found themselves in the same room, partaking in the dinner. Lin Tian. This is my college classmate, Lu Zhu, who has been developing his career abroad and has just returned as a billionaire. And this is Su Qingya, Mr. Lin's associate. Chun Lei felt a wave of perspiration trickle down his forehead. Before Yu Yanxiu arrived, he had already been introduced to Lin Tian's relatives. Lin Tian made no attempt to conceal or evade the truth. With the exception of the gentle and unassuming Lu Ying, they were all wives. The vivacious Roland Lan, the serene and graceful Shen Qingge, the lively and charming Du Jinhua, along with the domineering Su Qingya, representing the first, second, fourth, and fifth wives. Lu Zhu's mind was reeling, and Chun Lei was once again taken aback. Lu Zhu's wife, Qin Shui, stood dumbfounded for a good 10 seconds, unable to regain her composure until Su Qingya assisted her to the restroom to recuperate. Ms. Su, is this for real? Can you truly accept this? Ah, certainly. We all can, replied Su Qingya, as effortlessly as a boat gliding through the mountains. We are all brought forth by Mr. Lin, and naturally, we are his women. Is he involved with all of you? Qin Shui found herself utterly bewildered. Lu Chuanqing was shaken to his core. Yet as the eldest male guest, he greeted each lady with decorum, suppressing any outward reaction while a tempest raged within him. Incredible. This is what true wealth looks like. I am utterly impressed. Clearly, Lin Tian surpassed even the legendary gambling tycoon. The true skill lay not in the number of women one had, but rather in the ability to maintain such a harmonious gathering without incident. Yu Yanxiu maintained her composure, extending greetings and smiles to each woman. Chun Lei, in his nervousness, failed to introduce his wife to Lin Tian's companions. It was Lin Tian himself who made the introductions, calling them all wives, which seemed unremarkable. Yet he couldn't help but wonder about the prowess of this old classmate who had managed to gather such a diverse group of women at one table. Chapter 73. Even a landlord cannot act immorally. Each of these women possessed their own unique charms, interacting with one another in a manner reminiscent of longtime friends. Observing her own lackluster partner, Yu Yanxiu couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. These women had left him in awe. As the evening progressed, it became evident to Yu Yanxiu that Su Qingya was, in fact, the spokesperson for Lin Tian's business ventures, having returned to invest in the acquisition of old Lu's pharmaceutical company. This was precisely the matter Lu Zhu could facilitate. A purchase of 45 million would inevitably lead to expansion. Their conversation soon turned to Lin Tian's mining enterprise and future financial investments, confirming Lu Zhu's assertions that Lin Tian was indeed a tycoon worth over $1 billion, wealthier, even, than her father. It was no wonder he sought the company of so many young women and boldly brought them out. He was a political outsider. Yet he had not yet earned his fortune domestically, opting instead to utilize his overseas wealth. Furthermore, it indicated that he remained single. What could this signify? A veritable scion of wealth. While the specifics of his fortune remained elusive, Yu Yanxiu chose not to delve further, instead expressing her full support for Lin Tian's investment in the industrial park, assuring him of her assistance in coordinating with the city. Should he require anything, he need only ask. Utilizing existing relationships, Lin Tian wasted no time in expressing his desire to donate to a university, specifically to facilitate Su Jinhua's admission. Ideally to Bohai University, as Xiaodu enjoyed playing with Lu Ying. This is not an issue, Yu Yanxiu promptly agreed. There's no need to go through official channels. I can resolve this with my father. A rough estimate of a scholarship fund would suffice. There's no need for excessive amounts. $1 million should be more than adequate. Coincidentally, the current president was a longtime friend of U.S. father, a senior official she had known since childhood. This was a precedent that had been set before, and $1 million was certainly enough. No, 10 million. Even though I am not an alumnus of Bohai University, Lan is, and in the future, 2 more will also call Bohai their alma mater. This is how it shall be decided. We will establish the scholarship fund in Roland Lan's name. 10 million. In the mouth of this old classmate, seemed as trivial as a single dollar. Chen Lei felt his heart racing. Although he managed over 100 million in assets as a general manager, his maximum threshold for investments was capped at 1 million. If that. For business activities, he never exceeded 10,000, and personal expenses were limited to 500. 10 million made Lu Chuanqing realize that. In the eyes of this investor who had acquired his lifelong enterprise, it was akin to a mere 100. He truly was wealthy. Had he known earlier, he should have demanded a few million more. Now, with the transfer agreement signed, he would soon find himself working for him. 10 million? Qin Shui contemplated this figure. To her, it was astronomical. She would need to work for over 600 years without food or drink to amass such a sum. This dinner proved to be immensely significant. Having previously served as a property manager, Lin Tian understood all too well the true forces at play in society, aside from wealth. Power was paramount. Effectively and lawfully harnessing these two disparate systems is essential for swiftly reaching one's pinnacle in life. Behind Chen Lei stood Yu Yanxiu and Lu Zhu, who had just received a promotion, along with Lu Zhenjuan, who held a position in the military. These connections had previously never crossed his mind. Their value was never considered due to the disparity in their statuses, rendering him devoid of any perceived worth. This, too, explained Lin Tian's 2-decade-long concealment. It had nothing to do with being spurred by a divorce. Rather, during that process, his ex-mother-in-law had questioned, "What could a rural man like you possibly provide for my daughter? The greatest utility of wealth is not in consumption. How much can one truly eat or wear? Its primary function lies in navigating the social relationships that require it, while power." Lin Tian was less familiar with that, as he was not part of the system. Yet he understood the magnitude of its influence. We're all on the same side, that much is clear. Lin Tian smiled. Regarding investments, while he didn't wish to overstate, he could certainly contribute several billion. The specifics eluded him, but he expressed his intent to fund projects in his mining operations, which he would certainly bring back to Jincheng. I may be from Chiuyang City, yet I studied and worked here, and I began my family here. This is my second hometown, with Hangqing relegated to third place. Haha. Laughter echoed as everyone concluded this gathering, a blend of personal and professional affairs. Despite having spent over 2 hours together, the consumption of alcohol had been modest. Chen Lei had opened 2 bottles of Maotai, with each of the 4 men partaking of half a bottle. According to Lu Chuanqing's measure, they were merely at the beginning stages of indulgence, yet the presence of numerous women today rendered it inappropriate to drink heartily. Having exchanged ample conversation, they dispersed to their respective homes. Inebriated, Chen Lei could not drive, so Yu Yanxiu took the wheel, escorting him home. He expressed a desire for a second round, hoping to continue the evening with some barbecue and a few more drinks, but a mere glance from his wife silenced him. It was a jest, as if they were brothers of the underworld. Do you not yet grasp the true purpose of Lin Tian's return? Yu Yanxiu admonished her straightforward husband while focusing on the road. Ah, what? Surely, it must be to contribute to the development of his hometown. Your intellect has not expanded much over the past 20 years. Yu Yanxiu scoffed, asserting that this former classmate was far from ordinary. A cursory investigation revealed incomplete information. Yet his personal accounts exhibited a staggering cash flow of over 10 billion. He had recently acquired a commercial building worth nearly 600 million and had successfully taken control of a mining company valued at 50 million in Ordo City. Furthermore, he owned properties worth over 100 million in Hangzhou, indicating that he had no need to return to a 4th-tier city to squander his wealth. She withheld the final detail. She had discerned that Lin Tian's primary source of wealth was abroad. This suggested that his substantial fortune primarily resided overseas, and she could not ascertain the circumstances surrounding it. He had returned to flaunt his success to his ex-wife. Chen Lei immediately recalled Lin Tian's previous failed marriage. Fuyan? It seemed she still worked alongside Lu Zhu's wife as a teacher. Maintain a good connection with this classmate of yours. A mere hint of his wealth could suffice for you and someone like Lu Zhu to live comfortably for a lifetime. Do you understand? Yu Yanxiu shot a glance at her naive husband, cautioning him not to provoke his classmate's misfortune. His multiple marriages were his own affair, not fodder for your conversations. However, you should find a way to inform the right people. Yu Yanxiu had analyzed Lin Tian's situation thoroughly, arriving at a near-complete understanding. Another crucial factor was that Lin Tian was the type to return home with newfound wealth, undoubtedly intending to invest back in his hometown, which was in another city and thus irrelevant to her. Therefore, apart from assisting him with Du Jinhua's enrollment, her task was to deepen her husband's relation with Lin Tian. Let me make this clear. Do not emulate Lin Tian in your personal life. Upon uttering this, Yu Yanxiu chuckled to herself, realizing she lacked the capability to do so. Now, pay your dues. Chun-Lei was taken aback. Did they not settle this yesterday? Even landlords should not overstep their bounds. You lie down. Yu Yanxiu, for reasons unknown, found her mind preoccupied with another man. She was not betraying her heart. Rather, she was curious about how that man managed to satisfy 5 young women simultaneously. Such prowess would leave 99 of men in awe. Oh, do not shake your head. Silence. Turn off the lights. In another home, having finally lulled their newborn to sleep, Qin Shui and Lu Zhu stealthily embarked on a shooting spree in the village. 5 minutes later, Lu Zhu lost control. Neither had truly enjoyed themselves. Since the arrival of their second child, Lu Zhu had struggled, a growing concern for the couple. Zhuzi, when you have a moment, ask Lin Tian about this. Qin Shui was unafraid of Lu Zhu's ire, asserting that his shortcomings in that regard weren't permanent. Lin Tian, on the surface, was surrounded by 5 wives, undoubtedly possessing remarkable abilities in that domain. Be it through medicine or some other means, find a way. It feels like you're living a life of celibacy. Lu Zhu, equally exasperated, had spent months exploring various remedies, only achieving fleeting moments of success. Fine, he acknowledged, his mind clouded with thoughts of Lin Tian's lavish expenditures, luxurious vehicle, and the beautiful women surrounding him. That man was formidable. He had long believed Lin Tian to be merely a property manager with an annual salary of 200,000. Do you think that is insufficient? Qin Shui wrapped her arms around his waist, pondering whether Fu Yin was aware of this situation and regretting her choices. Darling, you must keep this to yourself. Revealing it would only invite trouble for Lin Tian. Besides, it's been 18 years. We were both 22 then, and now we are 40. We are practically strangers. Not quite. Qin Shui smiled. Observing that Lin Tian's intentions were not so simple, his return seemed driven by unresolved feelings for his ex-wife. Otherwise, why return to a location far from his hometown and business in Hangzhou, especially when he could have thrived elsewhere? Lu Ying, that young girl. Surely wasn't he the primary reason? Though he spoke little, he must harbor a profound resentment. Goodness, wife, do not frighten me. Lu Zhu was genuinely startled. Lin Tian appeared unassuming, a man devoid of ambition. Moreover, how could Fu Yin compare to any of the women currently in Lin Tian's life? One was a business elite, while the other resembled an artistic celebrity, the youngest among them being adorably innocent. Surely, he had long forgotten Fu Yin. Impossible, it could only be this man. Qin Shui sneered, pointing out that during dinner, no one mentioned his marital history. It was Lin Tian who brought it up, right in front of 4 prospective wives, indicating they were aware of his single status and Fu Yin's existence. Then what can we do? Qin Shui chuckled. As it turned out, she had a plan. During dinner, she had taken photos and even asked Lin Tian if she could post them on social media. Although she felt a twinge of annoyance for not having accomplished her initial goal, she recalled that Fu Yin was a friend. If she posted this on her feed, Fu Yin would undoubtedly see it. She had pondered this matter for a long time, concluding that Lin Tian had intentionally returned to assert his presence, perhaps by acquiring a pharmaceutical company named Lin Tian Pharmaceuticals or donating to Bohai University, clearly a display of wealth. As she spoke, she crafted a collage of 9 images, featuring Lin Tian and several women prominently, with Lu Zhu absent from the frame, and only Chun-Lei and Yu Yanxiu appearing, while Lin Tian's grand portrait dominated. Suddenly, Lu Zhu inquired, "So, what is the latest with Fu Yin?" It seems she is on the verge of a 3rd marriage. Her daughter from the 2nd marriage and son from the 3rd remain unacknowledged. Rumor has it she is now interested in a 50-something businessman who just acquired a second-hand Maserati. What could possibly be going through her mind? At 38 or 39, she appears rather mercenary. If she were to encounter Lin Tian, wouldn't she be clamoring for a reconciliation? Lu Zhu fretted, feeling as though Lin Tian's return was somehow his doing. Perhaps, it seems you both share a common desire. He wishes to return, and you wish for him to do so. Lu Zhu was confused. Fu Yin had nothing pressing to attend to, and after chatting with some men, she lay on her bed, idly scrolling through her social media feed. She recognized Qin Shui, albeit not well, as they were classmates from the teacher's college. When she spotted Lin Tian, she was momentarily stunned, struggling to recall who this former classmate was for several seconds. She recognized Chun-Lei as Lu Zhu's close friend, while Lu Zhu was Lin Tian's friend from his past marriage, and it was through him that she had met Lin Tian. What is this? Lin Tian. She glanced at the house. This was the very property he had purchased for 200,000 back in the day, which was quite impressive at the time, along with 100,000 in betrothal gifts, and her mother had bought a second-hand Jetta. Owning a car in 2006 or 2007 was already a significant achievement. What led to their divorce? Time had blurred the memory, but she recalled it was due to her mother's fervent encouragement to leave him for a wealthier man. A second husband working in a bank, with whom she had a daughter, only to divorce 7 years later, dividing 500,000. Later, she had a son with her third husband, a minor, but divorced him last year, receiving a sum of 200,000 from her third spouse. What transpires with Lin Tian? Upon magnifying the photograph, she confirmed it was indeed her first ex-husband, adorned in what appeared to be a Versace outfit worth several thousand. And the watch? Yes, the watch, a Vacheron Constantin worth hundreds of thousands. Has he struck it rich? That rural lad has unexpectedly found fortune? She couldn't help but feel regretful, pondering how she had married a man from the countryside who had nothing to his name, merely based on his good looks. Indeed, Lin Tian had been remarkably handsome back then, but handsomeness does not pay the bills. After just a month of marriage, when she desired to purchase a handbag priced at over 4,000, Lin Tian's few words of protest made her furious, leading her to return to her family home. Their next meeting was at the marriage registration office. She had contributed not a single penny towards the house. It was merely Lin's family's desire to maintain appearances that led to her claiming it as compensation for her lost youth. The 10,000 in bride price was demanded by her mother. After buying a car, she had a little over 10,000 left, which she spent on a handbag. That was all. Glancing at the time, she suddenly realized she lacked Lin Tian's phone number. Tomorrow, she would inquire with Qin Shui to uncover the details. A surge of excitement washed over her. It seemed her mother's judgment had not been amiss. Lin Tian had indeed prospered. Lin Tian returned to the Sheraton Hotel, washed up briefly, and rested. That night, he remained in Su Qingya's room, pushing the limits of his singular focus. Apart from 2 hours of sleep, he toiled relentlessly in the fields. The system rewarded him with 2 billion. You are like a father to me. No, you are closer than a father. After 7 rounds of conflict, both sides had reached their pinnacle. Achieving 100 in favorability, there were no notifications regarding pregnancy, indicating that he was but a step away from completion. System reward. Within the next 2 weeks, stocks XYZ and 4 others will have the opportunity for consecutive 2-week price surges. Indeed, the random reward mechanism has been activated, no longer strictly providing material wealth and cash. Additionally, there were 7 physical attributes, for wisdom attributes, 7 strength pills, and 3 love perfumes. The strength pills could turn the intangible into the tangible, usable by others. She wondered if the love perfumes could be utilized in the same manner. In addition to love, there were also several charm and character perfumes. Wife, if there are stocks that can surge for 2 consecutive weeks, how much might they rise? Mainboard stocks might quadruple, while startup board stocks could octuple. Do you have a stock account? I do. Oh, hee hee. Lin Tian fetched paper and pen, jotting down 5 stocks. These 5, manage them. I suspect they will likely experience a bullish trend. As for the capital, there's no need to touch Wadiancha's public funds. I'll provide you with 1 billion for you to handle. Chapter 75, The Punishment That Should Be. Exhausted to the point of paralysis, Su Qingya, who had no idea how she would step out today, suddenly felt invigorated. She sat up immediately and began to review her phone. 4 stocks appeared promising, likely to trend upwards, but one had been stagnant for over 6 months. Was it truly viable? She glanced at Lin Tian, feeling a tinge of worry. At that moment, Lin Tian's phone banking transferred 10 billion directly into Su Qingya's account. 10 billion. He truly entrusted me with this. Her first instinct was to wonder if he feared she might abscond with the money, but she quickly silenced that thought. After all, Lin Tian had a dozen bodyguards around him. Did he really believe she would dare? No worries. You can select just 4 if you're concerned. Within minutes, Su Qingya successfully transferred the 10 billion into her securities account and completed the purchases. Since they were expected to rise over the next 2 weeks, she decided not to monitor the stock prices obsessively. She would check the closing situation whenever she found time throughout the year. She mustered the strength to rise, enduring the pain as she moved about, soon regaining a semblance of normalcy. While having breakfast, she arranged for legal and administrative personnel to join her, promptly taking the high-speed train to the capital, then transferring to a flight to the port city. That morning, Lin Tian dropped Luing off at school and lingered at Bohai University for a while. As he reminisced about his alma mater, he realized aside from attending school, there hadn't been much interaction. He wouldn't play the fool again. Just as he turned the car around at the intersection, his phone rang. He answered, greeted by a voice that felt both familiar yet strange. Is this Lin Tian? Yes, it is, he replied, pondering if this person might be a classmate, as he had not encountered any projects requiring personal interactions in recent rewards. This is Fu Yan. Oh, it's you. Lin Tian had been somewhat anticipating this day. Is there something you need? Instantly, 18 years of pent-up resentment surged within him. Can we meet? Sure. Add me on WeChat and send me your location. I will come find you. If there was one woman Lin Tian had truly loved in this world, it was her. Conversely, if he had lost faith in love, it was also due to her. Lin Tian drove directly to the location Fu Yan had sent. Fu Yan felt a wave of anxiety wash over her. She had been waiting at the school gate since early morning, having obtained Lin Tian's phone number from Qin Shui without even taking a day off. After making the call, she hurried to the designated small park to wait. About half an hour later, as the morning rush hour traffic held up the small city, Lin Tian's large car slowly parked. Fu Yin recognized his vehicle, a Bentley, a brand new Bentley. Hadn't Qin Shui mentioned he bought an A8 yesterday? How much money could he possibly have? Lin Tian locked the car and approached her, gazing at the woman who had stolen his only experience of love from this world. Fu Yin hesitated to meet Lin Tian's gaze, realizing that the man before her was now worlds apart from the youthful boy she had once known. She, at 38, was no longer the embodiment of youth, her beauty fading, and the heavy makeup only accentuated her age. Lin Tian felt a deep-seated aversion. "Can you forgive me?" Fu Yin implored, fully aware of her wrongdoing. "Back then, I was influenced by my mother. I am truly sorry." Lin Tian looked into her eyes and replied with a smile, "I know. But why should I forgive you? I came to see you today merely to inquire if our year-long relationship was merely a ruse to swindle my family out of money. Offering 30,000 for a fleeting night together was one thing, but he had genuinely believed it to be love. You and your mother are the most malicious women in existence." Fu Yin understood. Her intent had been to exploit him, a rural man, in favor of a wealthier suitor. She loved money, and so did her mother, perpetually changing husbands. She hadn't come seeking scorn, but rather to test if Lin Tian's heart remained soft. Suddenly, she knelt before him. They had yet to enter the restaurant they had agreed upon, but she wished to be seen by others, believing it would morally bind him. "Forgive me, husband. I was wrong. Fu Yan's voice broke with tears. "You are the only man I have ever loved. I was foolish back then, listening to my mother." "Stop." Lin Tian coldly scoffed. "Why would I still be your husband? Don't call me that." He had no intention of believing her words. Yet, he chose not to expose her, merely chuckling softly. "So, you wish for my forgiveness? You claimed it was your mother's idea for us to divorce? Then, find a way to marry her off to a rural man. Let her experience the life she fears the most. I will not forgive you, but I will provide you with money to spend." With that, he turned without a backward glance and drove away. Fu Yin watched the car fade into the distance, then turned her gaze to the gathering crowd of 7 or 8 onlookers. Her expression shifted dramatically. "What are you staring at? Have you never witnessed a couple quarrel? Move along, all of you." The notion of marrying her mother off to a rural man crossed her mind, and she realized there was indeed a semblance of possibility in such a plan. A scheme to send the elderly matriarch of her family off was taking shape. Meanwhile, Lin Tian received a phone call from Qin Shui, who was apologizing profusely for the trouble caused by her social media post. She expressed her embarrassment for forgetting that Fu Yin was a colleague from the same school and proceeded to share details about Fu Yan's life over the years. Lin Tian felt no offense, though he refrained from offering praise. He was resolute in his pursuit of Fu Yin, determined to ensure she received her just desserts. "Zhu's sister-in-law. I'm currently in the process of purchasing a home and have identified several prime locations. Given that both you and Zhu hold public sector jobs, it wouldn't be appropriate to transfer funds directly for the purchase. I would like to hire you as a tutor for Du Jinhua. She may lack a solid foundation for university, so your assistance in teaching her Chinese and helping to find an English teacher would be invaluable. It's not easy for a child from the mountains. I will acquire the house and simply inform you when it's time to collect the keys." With that, he ended the call and reached out to Su Mei to arrange the details, fulfilling his obligation to Lu Zhu. Their relationship had been amicable during university, and with Lu Zhenjuan from the military and 3 roommates all residing elsewhere, they planned a gathering during the upcoming holiday to celebrate the birth of Lu Zhu's second child. This arrangement was also intended to provoke that woman. "If you crave wealth, I shall ensure you witness an abundance of it, yet you won't receive a single drop." After hanging up, Qin Shui quickly called Lu Zhu, who hesitated but had long considered moving to a new home. Despite his uncle being a major businessman, Lu Zhu's family had always been humble employees living in a cramped 70-square-meter apartment with 5 members. "You need not worry. I will handle it," Qin Shui assured him, recognizing that this was her singular opportunity. The idea of an old classmate with ample resources was enticing and entirely feasible. Worst-case scenario, she thought. She could simply abandon her teaching career. She was determined to secure that house. Since the birth of the second child, her mother-in-law had been living with them, and their current home was bursting at the seams. From her conversation, she discerned that Lin Tian's primary motive for returning was to exact revenge on Fu Yin, with no other underlying reasons. Lu Zhu hung up, contemplating before dialing Chunlei. Chunlei understood immediately and replied, "Zhu, regarding what Tian said, my wife has personally gone to handle it. You can rest assured, Tian has never mentioned it, so this must be executed flawlessly." Chapter 76, a donation of 10 million. Director Yu returned home early that morning and took his father to Bohai University to meet the president. 10 million. Upon hearing of such a generous donation, President May was taken aback. Not to mention 10 million. Even a 2 million donation without personal connections would be welcomed, given the current challenges in enrollment. Why not embrace an opportunity where someone is willing to fund students? Coupled with the advantage of long-standing friendships, he was well aware of the appropriate course of action. That evening, Elder Yu hosted a family dinner, with Lin Tian accompanied by Luo Lanlan and Du Jinhua at Elder Yu's residence. Both Elder Yu and President May were astonished by this billionaire, who, at just over 40, could casually part with 10 million. They engaged in light conversation, inquiring about Lin Tian's primary business endeavors. Elder Yu aimed to provide Mei Yun with an opportunity, as he had retired from the seafood industry and was living off his savings. Additionally, he sought to give his son-in-law, who was often relegated to serving tea, a chance. For individuals of such stature could present lucrative opportunities. Lin Tian remained poised and unperturbed, his demeanor exuding the confidence of a leader shaped by the system. This ease allowed him to navigate high-profile discussions without the natural tension one might expect. He briefly mentioned his financial work abroad, noting his return to China to venture into the pharmaceutical and mining sectors, while still maintaining some involvement in finance. Mei Yun was quietly astonished. This was indeed a magnate straddling three major industries: investment, finance, and mining, alongside a budding pharmaceutical endeavor. He realized that Lin Tian's intentions were not merely to amass wealth for himself, but to enhance employment opportunities. Consequently, he considered how to redirect this meeting towards facilitating job placements rather than soliciting donations. President May, that won't be an issue. As long as my company is hiring, Bohai University will certainly be prioritized. To demonstrate his sincerity and fulfill Lanlin's aspirations, he proposed establishing a cultural entertainment venture based on their dance academy, though he had yet to devise a comprehensive plan. Lanlan, why don't you start a dance team or troupe as a preliminary step? President May was startled. They had merely broached the idea, and Lin Tian was taking it seriously. All right, how many individuals should we select? Just handle it as you see fit. Lin Tian replied with a smile, doting on his partner in front of the president. President May promptly assured that Du Jinhua could enroll the following day as a special student. When asked about her preferred major, Du Jinhua expressed her passion for art. Brother, I've loved drawing since I was little. Not a problem. Lin Tian was unconcerned about the official enrollment process, but he was pleasantly surprised when President May promised to facilitate her academic registration. This arrangement was primarily a transaction for employment opportunities for graduates in pharmacy. Although President May felt hesitant to accept the 10 million, he later realized that the donation was merely to enhance Luo Lanlin's reputation. After bidding farewell to Lin Tian and the two women, President May discreetly wiped away his perspiration and remarked, "Old you, I nearly misstepped in my good intentions." This young man's approach differs significantly from the past. Clearly, he is willing to spend lavishly for a smile. I had thought to save him money. Had it not been for your look, I would have continued to dither for another half hour. You are no businessman. You are far too straightforward. Elder Yu's smile faded as he contemplated. Lin Tian was far wealthier than he had imagined. Be deliberate in your collaborations. Avoid any missteps. Though young, I perceive him to be a man of clear principles. The following morning at 9 o'clock, the Luo Lanlan Scholarship Fund was established, with 10 million transferred to the university's account. Luo Lanlan attended the ceremony, while Du Jinhua quietly completed her enrollment paperwork and joined the military training team as a new art student. Lin Tian had previously doubted such achievements could materialize, but now he firmly believed that there was nothing in this world that could not be accomplished, only matters that had yet to be realized. Simultaneously, Lin Tian personally attended a meeting with Lu Chuanqing of Jiang Pharmaceuticals to sign a memorandum of cooperation with the Employment Office and the Park Administration regarding labor in the pharmaceutical sector. During the ceremony, Luo Lanlan publicly announced to the entire school that they would be recruiting 100 individuals for Lantian Media, particularly in the dance program at the Teachers College. This concept had originated from Su Mei's suggestion, focusing primarily on the burgeoning short video market, aiming to recruit 30 males and 70 females, with the top 40 females forming a dance troupe. As for the future endeavors of this dance troupe, that remained uncertain. Lin Tian had no specific plans. They would start with practice and assess their progress. The base salary was set at 3,000, supplemented by various benefits, reaching a total of 4,500. Upon release of this information, Su Mei's inbox was flooded with 50 job applications within half an hour. If it weren't for the restriction to only recruit those from Bohai University, Su Mei's inbox might have exploded. Du Jinhua enrolled and moved into the campus, while Lin Tian completed the plan for 5 primary objectives. It seems we must wait a little longer. Additionally, there is a third individual in the capital, and the fourth remains silent. Perhaps this spirited young lady will lose interest in her studies in a matter of days. In an instant, the anticipated rewards from effective communication eluded me. leaving a vague sense of disappointment. Roland Lan and Shunxinga have both become fixed salary models for level 5 task objectives, comfortably nurturing their pregnancies. Consequently, the fruits of my evening efforts yielded only physical attributes, mental attributes, strength-enhancing pills, and perfumes, material rewards that amounted to not a penny. Strength-enhancing pills? The thought of Li Jianxing crossed my mind. Just as I recalled that old rascal who absconded with 100 million, my phone rang. It was indeed him calling. Mr. Lin, the strength-enhancing pills are remarkably effective. I can personally vouch for them. I've successfully secured a client, an elderly gentleman from the harbor city. You will surely recognize him upon meeting. I spoke in mysterious tones, stating that you must meet in person to receive the pills. I mentioned a friendly price of 50 million. If you are unfamiliar with Mr. Lin, how much do you think he will demand? You negotiate that yourself? But don't sell yourself short. Start at least from 50 million. Haha. Who would have thought that hoarding nearly 100 strength-enhancing pills, a seemingly useless byproduct, could generate a bit of income, primarily by introducing me to some truly affluent magnates. That evening, Lin Tian personally picked up the guest from the airport, taking them directly to the Sheraton Hotel. On another floor, he had booked a spacious suite. The visitor was quite low-key, wearing a half-mask and a large face covering throughout the journey. It wasn't until they entered the room that Lin Tian felt a sense of familiarity, as though he had seen this person on some television show. The guest also brought along 2 young female companions, both around 30, strikingly beautiful and alluring. Perhaps they were there for a direct trial of the pills, though they appeared to be in the know. Lin Tian felt a pang of reluctance as he retrieved the pills, which were roughly the size of jujubes, cradling them in his palm. This, each one consumed, is one less in existence, a family heirloom. You are a friend of my friend Li Jianxing, thus you are my friend as well. 60 million, not a penny less. No bargaining. This item is inherently priceless, varying from person to person. Some may achieve permanent eradication, while the least effective can last a year. Chapter 77. Darling, what kind of medicine are you selling? All right, I'll reserve 20 million for the final payment. I'm afraid that's impossible, Mr. Li. This isn't a trade. It's a medicinal transaction. Lin Tian chuckled coldly. If you trust, then let us proceed with the deal. If not, you may leave. Ridiculous. This is a byproduct of the system. I have acquired the Changchun technique, and now I don't have many people to serve. What brings you here if you're not interested? Unexpectedly, the previously grinning mainlander immediately turned hostile, showing no regard for this seasoned tycoon. Wait, Lin, I'll give you the money. This individual, having traversed the globe without finding a cure, had now reached Lin Tian, who was his last hope. With money exchanged for goods, once the 60 million was transferred, Lin Tian tossed the large pill to the elderly man and left, reminding him, chew slowly. Drink plenty of water. It will take effect in half an hour. If it doesn't work, come back for a refund. With 60 million in hand, and having assisted someone in need, Lin Tian felt quite content. Adding to that, he had accomplished many tasks during the day. Roland Lan and Shunxinga had scurried back and forth in their quarters, returning with an additional 4 pills. The next morning, Lin Tian, along with Roland Lan and Shunxinga, went out for a run. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered the refreshed elderly gentleman. Lin, it's truly effective. Haha. Upon noticing the 2 young beauties beside Lin Tian, he nodded in understanding, repeatedly exclaiming, good medicine indeed. This heart ailment. Only the miraculous doctors from the mainland can cure it. I'll promptly transfer you another 10 million as a separate token of gratitude. The old man clearly had ulterior motives, indicating further collaboration opportunities in the future. Lin Tian accepted the money without hesitation, smiling. Shall we go for a run together? Haha, I'll pass on the running. At my age of 80, merely getting up to stroll in the morning is commendable. You go ahead. I'll be returning to the harbor city today. If anything arises, don't hesitate to reach out. All right, Mr. Li, take care. Lin Tian remained courteous, as this man had once been a formidable figure, though now retired from the scene. His lingering influence was still palpable. As for whether he would seek the old man as assistance, that could be deliberated later. What a delightful surprise. The 10 million I donated yesterday has already returned. Roland Lan stared in astonishment. Darling, what kind of medicine are you selling that commands such a price? Lin Tian chuckled, glancing at the increasingly radiant and vibrant beauty beside him. What he adored most was her seemingly plump yet remarkably firm physique, a picture of health. Her long, shapely legs were captivating wherever she went. At 80 years old, surrounded by 2 young beauties, one might wonder what he truly needed. Pshaw, Roland Lan blushed. You men are all scoundrels. Shunxinga chuckled, casting a glance at the embarrassed Lin Tian. After a few strides, she grasped Roland Lan's hand. Turning to look back at Lin Tian, her charm blooming, Sister Lan, wait for me. I'm a bit slower. On the riverbank embankment, numerous individuals were engaged in exercise. 3 youthful figures, clad in black, white, and red, dashed ahead. Maintaining distance before and behind them were 3 or 4 individuals, all dressed in black sports attire, 5 men and 2 women, seemingly unrelated groups. Shinshinga, already aware, recognized this as the bodyguard team, while Roland Lawn was only just realizing. After several glances, she finally discerned that the person leading the run was none other than the first bodyguard, Ma Bo Darling. I want to race the special forces. As a dancer by profession and a long-distance runner by passion, Roland Lawn didn't wait for Lin Tian's approval and sprang into action. She rapidly escalated her pace from 6 minutes per kilometer to 3.5, chasing after the 3 Special Forces security personnel over 100 meters ahead. Hey, be careful. No worries. My mother said I should move as I please during the first 2 months. I can't be too delicate, Roland Lawn responded. Accelerating to catch up with Ma Bo, on his part, ensured his team underwent over 4 hours of rigorous training daily. Well aware of the boss's expansive business ventures in Africa, currently in the acquisition phase. For him and his comrades, domestic security was trivial and lacked challenge. They aspired to tackle grand endeavors abroad. This morning's light jog felt more like leisure. Good morning, Mr. Lin, Ma Bo greeted as he approached the boss's wife. What brings you here? I want to race you. I've participated in provincial competitions. I'm a marathon entrant who has run 5 kilometers in just 19 minutes. Oh, Ma Bo glanced back at Lin Tian, who gestured his approval, prompting a smile from Ma Bo as he signaled 2 young aides. You 2 run alongside her. Don't let her falter. Yes, Captain. The 2 young veterans exchanged enthusiastic high-fives with Roland Lawn and, gradually increasing their speed, soon vanished from sight. Impressive. Ma Bo's eyes widened. This pace was commendable. He hadn't anticipated that Lin Tian's wife would possess such extraordinary stamina, as all of them seemed to excel in running. Over 5 kilometers, the 3 young runners maintained an impressive speed, but most surprising of all was Roland Lawn herself. This cannot be correct. I have not undergone systematic training for over a month. How is it possible that I am running faster and showing improvement in my physical capabilities? After completing a 5-kilometer run, 2 recently retired soldiers astonishingly matched Roland Land's pace, both gasping for breath, while Roland seemed hardly winded, exhibiting minimal fatigue. Ma Bo presumed that Roland had reached this level through rigorous training, clearly displaying the prowess of a national-level athlete. He commended her profusely and then urged his comrades. Look at her. She doesn't even train regularly, yet she's this strong. Do not assume that just because you have retired from the Special Forces, you can rest on your laurels. To retain this position, you must continually enhance your professional skills. The soldiers nodded in agreement. Realizing that everyone around Boss Lin appeared quite extraordinary, all impressively capable. Nearby, Shinshinga fortuitously encountered a street performer with an accordion seeking a partner. After securing Lin Tian's approval, she joyfully approached him, performing a solo with the accordion, singing with an enchanting voice. To the listeners, her voice surpassed that of many popular stars, reminiscent of a certain Wang surnamed celebrity, sweet and soft. Soon, passers-by halted to listen, some even scanning QR codes to offer monetary support. The street performer, overwhelmed with emotion, was on the verge of tears. He had sung for ages without a single contribution, while the young lady collected over 200 in mere moments. Upon returning to the hotel and finishing breakfast, Su Mei, who had come back specifically to assist her employer in purchasing a residence, took Lin Tian, Roland Lawn, and Shinshinga to view properties. Chapter 78. The 2 ladies calling him husband together? Qin Shui, arriving a moment later, exchanged pleasantries with Lu Zhu but was quickly silenced by Lin Tian. Unlike her companions, she felt no hesitation. She was tired of living in a small house. For her, at 40 years of age, practicality outweighed appearances. How shall I put it? This city is quite suitable for living, but compared to Hangzhou, the most expensive and affluent neighborhoods barely exceed 10,000 in price. Su Mei, being a local, was well-versed in the housing market and headed straight for the most prestigious affluent communities upon her return. Ultimately, she chose to explore the renowned Donghu community. Although uncertain whether Lin Tian would reside there long-term, the astute Su Mei considered the convenience of business districts and educational zones, understanding the necessity of frequent returns. Lin Tian was familiar with Donghu No. 1, having heard that several city officials resided there. The second-hand properties ranged from spacious, over 500 square meters, to modest apartments of just over 100 square meters, with dozens available. Su Mei selected 3 large apartments of varying sizes and 4 ordinary residential units above 100 square meters. The 500 square meter penthouse on the top floor boasted lofted ceilings, offering a panoramic view of the city, with the river visible to the south, making it a perfect representation of Lin Tian's aspirations for a beautiful life during his university years. This view was distinct from that of Westlake. The scenery here was breathtakingly refreshing. This is it. I adore the location and the floor. Everything else is secondary, Lin Tian remarked with a smile. To express his gratitude for Su Mei's efforts, he declared, I shall cover the costs, and you must select a unit in this community as well. Each of my wives shall have her own suite. Remember, 5 in total, including one for you, Manager Su. Additionally, my family will require 1 for my parents, 2 for my uncle's family, and 1 for each of my 3 cousins. Lu Zhu will also need 1. And I shall acquire 2 more for Ma Bo and his security team to use as dormitories. Yes, this place will be our significant hub, much like Hangzhou. As 3 beautiful saleswomen from the local real estate agency arrived at Donghu, they initially planned to charm the boss. However, upon seeing the 2 stunning women accompanying him, they hesitated to make any bold moves. They were utterly unprepared for Lin Tian's declarations of, you get 1, I get 1, he gets 1. Wait, how many are we at? Even the bodyguards are staying here. Hubby, I adore this place. May I have a high-floor unit? Roland exclaimed with excitement. Hubby, I only require a smaller unit, Shun Qinga added with a smile, noting that while she cherished her time in Hangzhou, she preferred a larger home there. She understood that Lin Tian's provision of housing for everyone signified that these residences were not intended as their primary dwellings. After all, in modern society, prolonged proximity might lead to conflicts. Out of sight, out of mind, as they say. Very well, Lin Tian replied, appreciating the candidness of such forthright women, and leaned in to give her a quick kiss. Roland chuckled nearby, while Su Mei pretended not to notice. Qin Shui was taken aback, her face flushing, and the 3 saleswomen were left dumbfounded. Hubby, hubby, why are both ladies calling him hubby? The saleswomen initially assumed these women were merely the boss's secretaries or mistresses, yet they were astonished to discover the nature of their relationship. Stunned, they momentarily forgot their duties, gazing in disbelief. Su Mei urged the saleswoman beside her, sister, don't just stand there. We have a total of 16 units. The boss has finalized his selections, so please arrange for the remaining properties. We'll view them separately. Sister Shui, you choose on your own. The boss said the sizes are up to you. Roland, you can select from the ones for the family, and I will take care of the rest. Then, suppressing her overwhelming joy, she dashed over to Lin Tian, embracing his face and planting a grateful kiss. Thank you, boss. How could she not be ecstatic? She had never anticipated receiving her own property. After earning over $1 million a year for the past year and managing the household finances, she had no shortage of funds. Recently, she had upgraded her cosmetics to premium French brands costing thousands per bottle, contemplating whether to save and purchase a new home for her parents. Little did she expect her boss would provide one. Ahem, Roland teased Su. Why did you kiss my husband? She approached Su Mei playfully, darting around the expansive house. Lin Tian chuckled, ignoring their antics, thinking how entertaining the youth could be. 16 units, regardless of size, purely based on personal preference. My goodness. Oh dear. Where else could one find such exhilarating opportunities as this? The team swiftly mobilized to fulfill this substantial order. Once completed, it could sustain them for 3 years. Everyone dispersed, and Lin Tian led a group to select homes. Within 2 hours, all 16 units were secured, 6 large ones over 500 square meters, 8 medium ones of 300 square meters, and 2 ordinary ones of 120 square meters. The majority required only minimal tidying before immediate occupancy. Lin Tian's straightforward renovations were completed, and Su Mei arranged for the renovation company and furniture store manager to liaise with the community property management, insisting that all 16 units be ready for use within a week. The total expenditure, including various fees and taxes, amounted to 61 million. The sales teams, thrilled by their lucrative commissions, celebrated as they earned over 3 million collectively, with some making tens of thousands in a single day. Lin Tian realized that it was only when spending money that one could truly appreciate the world's reality. The smiles of the salespeople were genuinely heartfelt. As various matters progressed swiftly, each individual gleefully observed their new homes. Ma Bo and his comrades were astonished at the prospect of having expansive dormitories, 7 men in one unit and 3 women in another, easily transformed into luxurious accommodations. If we frequently stay here, you might also consider buying homes and settling down. I will cover the majority of the costs. Lin Tian patted Ma Bo on the shoulder, reassuring him, fear not, follow my lead. And while I cannot guarantee soaring success, prosperity is undoubtedly in our future. Ma Bo responded with a simple smile, thank you, boss. He hesitated momentarily before continuing, boss, we should legally acquire some equipment and devices, such as tactical radios, high-performance walkie-talkies, electronic device detectors, and drones. Drones? Lin Tian mused. I believe they would be quite useful. Although the risks may be minimal domestically, you do have territories in Africa, and I wish to strategize accordingly. Excellent. Lin Tian nodded in support. This is a thoughtful consideration, and I wholeheartedly endorse it. Here is the plan. I will allocate 10 million as a special work fund for you. Utilize it to procure whatever you need. Understood. Ma Bo stood at attention, nearly saluting before recalling he was no longer in the military, letting out an awkward chuckle as he lowered his hand. When will the next group of personnel arrive? Chapter 79, The Education Supervisor. Lu Chu replied, soon, within about a week. The subsequent 20 brothers will be arriving. I've heard they are former military personnel, seeking to earn a living through their skills. Very well, Lin Tian said. Ma Bo, consider where it would be best to register a security company. These individuals will initially train at the Western mining site, but they must eventually be deployed to our mining area in Africa, which may become our primary domain. I will ensure the completion of our tasks. Ma Bo stood firm, excitement bubbling within him. The boss is establishing a security company. This is going to be a significant venture. Having secured the property and settled the payment of 60 million, Lin Tian entrusted the subsequent paperwork and renovations to Su Mei, along with Qin Shui, who had volunteered to assist. She had resigned from her position as a teacher and no longer needed to fabricate excuses for the unexpectedly acquired house. Grateful for Lin Tian's generosity, she had long aspired for a modest apartment, yet Lin Tian insisted on providing her with a spacious 300-square-meter unit. He admired his old classmate's wife for her boldness and decisiveness. Qin Shui, you will assist Su Mei and temporarily tutor Du Jinhua, as she has been away from school for quite some time. I worry she may struggle with her studies, whether in high school or university. You will oversee her education, as well as that of Lu Ying. I plan to pay you a monthly salary of 20,000 with an additional performance bonus of around 500,000 at year's end. What do you think? Well, I suppose I am now the education supervisor under Lin Tian, he mused, feeling increasingly like a wealthy individual capable of such arrangements. Beside him, Ma Bo's eyes lit up. So, boss, that makes me the security supervisor, right? Laughter erupted among them, filled with camaraderie. Qin Shui was particularly elated, realizing she had made the right choice. Lin Tian was indeed a man of integrity and loyalty, though she recognized that his bond with Lu Zhu was not particularly deep. She spent the night analyzing the reasons behind this. Perhaps it was because Lu Zhu was the first classmate to contact Lin Tian after his rise to success, which solidified Lin Tian's resolve to return to Jincheng to pursue his ambitions. Otherwise, how would one explain it? A nearly $4 million house, simply given away. How could she repay him? In her youth, she might have questioned Lin Tian's motives, but now, surrounded by individuals comparable to the likes of superstar Xian Lei and elite dancers, she recognized that a billionaire only needed to blink to attract any woman he desired. What he lacked were honest and capable individuals, and she happened to fit that description. The title of education supervisor surprised her, as it implied a role akin to that of a steward. This salary is far too generous. Qin Shui gasped upon hearing the compensation. Just recently, she had been promoted to a deputy senior position, earning just over 5,000 a month. Lin Tian was exceedingly considerate. Not at all. Su Mei's salary is comparable. Besides, can I afford to be seen as a miserly person? It would not do for my reputation. Lin Tian chuckled, finalizing the arrangement. After purchasing the house and addressing the matters concerning Qin Shui and Ma Bo, Lin Tian felt a wave of happiness wash over him. That evening, he hosted a celebratory dinner, inviting Chun Lei, Lu Zhu, and Lu Chuanqing to Jincheng's largest barbecue restaurant, reserving an entire floor for their enjoyment. Reserve the whole place? The manager of Shintan was bewildered. It seems no one has ever booked a barbecue restaurant before. However, with the generous payment of 100,000 for the reservation, equivalent to 2 days' worth of business, the manager eagerly accepted, informing his superior of the wealthy client wishing to book the venue for the night. The owner expressed curiosity and planned to join them personally for a toast. Make sure the service is impeccable, he instructed. The second floor is for them, while we keep the first floor open for regular customers. Do not offend anyone. The manager swiftly placed a sign indicating that the second floor was reserved for Mr. Su's guests. On the way, Lin Tian instructed old Lu to gather all mid-level executives from the pharmaceutical factory, effectively hosting a formal dinner as the investment owner. Lu Chuanqing had just received 12 new Audi vehicles, and upon receiving Lin Tian's invitation, he eagerly notified 7 or 8 mid-level executives to drop their current tasks and drive the brand-new Audi administrative cars to the dinner. Upon arrival, Lu Zhu realized his wife had made a significant decision. He was not worried that Lin Tian would mistreat them. Rather, he admired Qin Shui's decisive will. He was fully engaged in supporting the pharmaceutical factory's endeavors, assisting both his uncle and his old classmate. He knew that operating independently was much more advantageous than working within the system, especially given the regulatory needs. With a toast, they shared camaraderie, appreciating the genuine connections formed among friends like Lu Zhu. Goodness, who was dining here? There seemed to be quite a few wealthy individuals. Outside, A group of men who had finished playing cards and gathered for dinner gazed at the luxury vehicles parked outside: BMWs, Bentleys, Range Rovers, Audi A8s, an A6s, even a Maserati. Brother, do the math. If these cars belong to one person, how much would that be? The most valuable among them must be the Bentley, one replied. Is that even a question? That Bentley is worth at least 4 to 5 million. The leader shook his head. This is the state of affairs. We toil endlessly. Yet we may never afford even a tire for that car. They drive luxury cars, dine lavishly, and enjoy the company of beautiful women, while we are left envious. How much do we even earn in a day? Being part of the underbelly of society, we risk arrest, and with robots taking over jobs, we can only resort to food delivery or short-term work. We don't want to endure that hardship. Let us go inside. Let us see who's dining here, and perhaps they'll treat us to some skewers and beers, while we take a peek at the wealthy ladies. The 7 or 8 men, clad in tank tops and shorts, swaggered into the restaurant. Upon spotting the sign at the entrance, "Customers, please stop," the leader became irate. "You there, waiter? Who's in there? Come here. Tell me why we can't go upstairs." He seized a young attendant, demanding, "I want to go upstairs." The staff were startled, "But you haven't even had a drink yet. Why are you causing trouble as soon as you enter? The second floor is reserved." The attendant explained. "Reserved? Huh." The man sneered. "Since it belongs to the state, why can't we go up?" At that moment, the manager, alerted by the commotion, rushed over. "I apologize, sir. Second brother, there is a company hosting a private dinner on the floor above us. We simply cannot come today. Please come tomorrow instead. Today and tomorrow's meals will be on the house for you." The manager hurriedly put on a smile, for she dreaded this group of people. It was one thing to dine without paying, but they also bullied other guests with their numbers. Last time, a conflict had arisen when they collided with others while shamelessly taking food, resulting in a ruckus, and they ended up enjoying a free meal. Little did she know that her fears would soon be realized. Chapter 80. So that's a quail. No way. The individual known as second brother grew increasingly furious. "Are you implying that you wish to dismiss us? Let me go upstairs." This group forcefully pushed the manager aside, tossing the signs to the ground, and charged up the stairs with menacing intent. "Second brother, the girl driving that little pink car must be up there, haha. Second brother, are you eager to see what she looks like?" One of the lackeys followed closely behind, flattering him as they ascended to the restaurant. They had surmised that the owners of the luxurious Bentley and Audi vehicles must be above, wealthy individuals indeed. As expected, around 40 to 50 people gathered, both men and women. Many dressed in shirts, dresses, and trousers, all appearing quite corporate. The banquet spread before them was lavish, featuring the finest ingredients available. The liquor was top shelf, with abundant quantities of beer. Truly, it was a gathering of the affluent. Second brother casually seized a bottle of beer from the staircase and, with a smirk, approached. Come, let me toast." He quickly spotted their intended target. At one table, several women sat together, radiating beauty. So exquisite. He turned back, exclaiming, "Did you see those lovely ladies? They are either campus queens or high-profile corporate PR representatives, right? Ha ha. The man among them. I'm envious." The manager, unable to approach, felt a growing sense of urgency. This group of individuals thrived on exploiting others, specifically targeting vulnerable people such as truck drivers and sanitation workers. Often, no one dared to call the police. When they dined in restaurants, they frequently indulged in free meals or coerced neighboring tables into footing the bill, all while indulging in their extravagant ways. Even if the police were called, it proved futile, as they would be released and return to their old habits. They themselves boasted, committing minor offenses without consequence, enjoying free meals in jail. The manager, in despair, called out, "Second brother, I can offer you a month of free meals. Please, don't. Step aside." A lackey shoved the manager away, dismissively. Suddenly, 4 or 5 burly men clad in black suits and t-shirts surrounded second brother. Each appeared remarkably fit. Their skin darkened from the sun. They positioned themselves to block the hefty leader. "Halt. Leave." Mabo stood at the forefront, his expression icy. The second floor had been booked for an event today. He couldn't fathom why such a raucous group would brazenly intrude upon a corporate gathering. This situation was utterly unexpected. Initially, he assumed they were merely restaurant staff, which delayed his reaction. It was perplexing, after years of the state cracking down on organized crime. How could these individuals still act with such impunity? He had quickly discerned that this group was not there by chance. They seemed intent on confronting the table occupied by the boss. A gang of thugs, driven by either greed or lust. The brothers, seated near the edge of the floor, upon seeing Mabo move, stood up to block these unwelcome guests. "What are you doing?" Second brother shrieked. "Are you going to strike? I'll call the police." "What is this, an illegal gathering? Engaging in pyramid schemes?" "Yes, it's pyramid schemes. We have reserved this space for a company dinner." Mabo sneered. "I kindly request you gentlemen to leave." We will gladly treat you to the food and drink. Lin Tian, observing from within, chuckled and remarked to Lu Chuanqing, Uncle Lu. It has been 20 years since the crackdown on organized crime in Jincheng, and that certain someone has been down for 18 years, yet such incidents still occur. What is the situation with these people? They are impoverished individuals with criminal records. The one called second brother has accurately assessed that many would pay to avoid trouble. They thrive on intimidation and extortion. Should you call the police, it would only play into their hands. They would feast in jail, and upon release, would relentlessly harass those who reported them, be it shop owners or business people. They are a true nuisance. Lin Tian laughed, amused that such a fine day had been disrupted by these loathsome scoundrels. Just days prior, a group had entered the restaurant, claiming we were hiring and demanding jobs. We had never advertised any positions, yet they called the police and involved the labor department. To avoid escalating the issue, the matter was swiftly resolved. Look, the one in the back is even filming with a phone. The moment any physical altercation occurs, they will surely feign injury, summon an ambulance, and head to the hospital for a thorough checkup. These individuals are nothing short of a blight on the civilized city. Chen Lei, equally exasperated, realized that such matters could only be settled with money. Well, Tian, I'll go and give them some cash to leave. Wait, Lin Tian retorted with a smirk. This cannot be allowed to embolden their audacity. A powerful dragon does not suppress a local snake. Lu Zhu whispered, Tian, forget it. Let Chen Lei handle it. A mere 10,000 will suffice. I have already alerted the authorities. You've called the police? That is good. Lin Tian had been observing. Neither side had yet resorted to violence. Both were engaged in a standoff. The gang refused to leave, and Ma Bo's men would not allow them to pass. As the two factions pressed against each other, Lin Tian gestured for a female bodyguard who had not been involved in the confrontation to approach, whispering a few instructions. The bodyguard, understanding the cue, casually took a fruit platter, posing as a regular woman, and walked toward the staircase. Second brother, fixated on the beautiful women, attempted to brush past the black-clad men, but found himself lacking the strength to do so. Feeling embarrassed, he realized he had neither secured money nor won over any women. When suddenly, one of them approached. A surge of exhilaration washed over him. A beauty, he mumbled, unabashedly reaching out toward her waist, almost making contact with her slender form. However, at that critical moment, the female warrior let out a piercing scream. You filthy scoundrel. The cry reverberated like thunder, shattering the air. In an instant, she swiftly turned and delivered a resounding slap across second brother's face. The force of the blow was astonishing, as his two front teeth flew out like beads from a broken string. This sudden act of aggression ignited a powder keg, triggering an intense clash between the two groups. Ma Bo stood by, astonished at his sister's unexpected appearance on the scene, yet he understood intuitively that something was amiss. As anticipated, this conflict presented him with an opportune moment to act. The four previously restrained black-clad men had long since been unable to contain their pent-up rage. Had they received the command to engage, they would have likely charged forward, mercilessly dismantling these ruffians. Yet, just then, an astonishing twist occurred. His sister had been unexpectedly caught up in this turmoil. What a twist! Ma Bo instantly recognized the setup, feigning anger and shouting furiously, his face contorted with rage. I'm coming, Captain. Faster than him, there were others. The brother at the forefront, upon witnessing his sister being insulted, knew that when the captain began to curse, it was time to take action. In the army, he had refrained from resorting to violence, but now that he had retired and embraced civilian life, was he to fear anyone? The skills he had honed were not for naught. Gritting his teeth, he cursed vehemently, then strode forth like an enraged lion, charging directly at the instigator. Like a tempest, within 3 seconds, merely a fleeting moment, 7 burly men were swept down to the first floor, the stair railing shattered into 3 pieces. Each of the 7 lay incapacitated on the ground, with broken limbs and shattered spirits. Had it not been for the indignity faced by his sister, they would have merely been thrown downstairs without sustaining such grievous injuries. Only one had engaged in the fray. The brother, freshly discharged from the military, did not ponder the consequences. He simply acted. As he advanced, he blocked the staircase, executing a throw that sent the assailants tumbling down while his comrades remained unable to reach the front. Lin Tian had already approached, smiling as he remarked, That's enough. At least this fellow won't be causing trouble for 100 days. The police soon arrived at the scene, questioning witnesses, reviewing surveillance footage, and examining a video recorded on Chen Lei's phone, which clearly substantiated that this group had initially harassed employees of the Jiuyang Pharmaceutical Company, provoking an inevitable response. Meanwhile, Elder Yu Yanxiu, and even Lu Jinjuan from the Jiqing military district had sequentially made calls, while the victimized female bodyguard, Yang Fang, tearfully recounted how she had just found work after leaving the service, only to be met with such vile behavior. The second brother, sprawled on the ground, not only suffered a broken leg, but also had a swollen mouth that resembled a sausage, rendering him speechless. His face reflected sheer terror as he gazed at the man emerging from the crowd, inwardly lamenting, "Who on earth is this?" In the whole of Jincheng, he considered himself to have a modicum of connections and influence. However, he did not recognize this man at all. Did this wealthy individual not fear scrutiny? The second brother internally despaired, realizing he was in dire straits, akin to a novice venturing out without paying homage to the mountain gate. Being taken into custody was one thing, but the agony of his injuries was unbearable. Suddenly, he felt something drop below. Glancing down in horror as his face drained of color, was it his manhood? "Officer, I implore you to take my side. They've taken one of my eggs." The responding officer, familiar with the second brother, chose to disregard him, muttering, "That's just a quail's egg. Rest assured, officer. We shall cover all medical expenses for the injured," Lin Tian said, a faint smile gracing his lips, though it carried an unsettling chill. He continued, "However, I shall formally sue these individuals for assaulting my employees. I must seek justice." Lin Tian's cold gaze swept over those being taken away by the ambulance, internally cursing, "These scoundrels. I guarantee that 100 days from now, I will send you to Africa to mine, so you may taste the bitterness of being oppressed." The second brother caught Lin Tian's chilling glance, and an involuntary shiver ran down his spine, instinctively shaking his head. He wished to speak, but the swelling prevented him from uttering a word, enduring immense pain as he was unceremoniously tossed onto a bed by the doctors, carried away. Chapter 81. Standing shoulder to shoulder with Li Changqing. With the police present, matters became significantly more manageable. The surveillance footage was crystal clear. These individuals had sought trouble and reaped the consequences. As for the injuries, they would be addressed by the hospital, for there was no concern regarding payment. Moreover, the local officers were equally incensed, relishing the opportunity to take action against them. The individuals involved didn't even need to visit the police station. They could enjoy their meal, and tomorrow, the one who had struck would merely need to provide a statement. A representative from the company would handle the medical expenses at the hospital. Lin Tian was well aware of the various forces at play behind the scenes. Perhaps it was unnecessary for him to personally deal with the one called the second brother, as he would likely be taken care of. Just a minor episode. The gathering continued. With the matter resolved, those from the pharmaceutical company felt a surge of relief. They had latched onto a formidable ally. After all, the new owner had an exceptionally strong foundation. Word had it that he hailed from Jincheng, having earned his fortune abroad before returning to establish his enterprise, making a monumental acquisition worth hundreds of millions. Even unscrupulous characters like Lai Pigu were effortlessly managed. How many powerful figures were backing him in both the legitimate and illicit realms? Previously, Lu Chuanqing had endured numerous extortions. Whenever the second brother's gang came calling, they would demand money, accompanied by lavish hospitality, knowing that no one dared to report them or take action, as arrests yielded no results, and even after release, these ruffians would continue to cause mayhem. The mid-level executives within the company soon realized that the bodyguard accompanying the new owner was exceptionally skilled, capable of dispatching 7 adversaries in the blink of an eye. Chen Lei was increasingly impressed with his old classmate, discovering that he had recruited elite veterans from the military, not just one, but an entire squad. Even though his father was a seasoned individual in the underworld, he had never managed to secure such high-caliber talent. It was not merely a matter of money. It was about connections and the crucial element of trust. He had sought assistance from Lu Jinjuan, but the latter had evaded him with various excuses, while Lin Tian had succeeded effortlessly. 2 hours later, the gathering dispersed, and they returned to the Sheraton. Su Qingya called. Over the course of the day, the equity transfer was nearly complete. Su Qingya and the legal team, with Mr. Lin Tian as their full representative, had accepted the shares presented by the trust institution under the name of Wadianxia Holdings. The company was surprisingly a subsidiary of the decades-old Li Group, holding 25 equity. Changjiang and Heisen? Lin Tian pondered, recalling that he had heard of it. Indeed, the elderly gentleman who came to purchase medicine yesterday was none other than him. How curious that the system had also awarded him with a reward from that company, securing a quarter of the funds? Lin Tian speculated that this Mr. Li had amassed considerable land in mainland China during the 1990s, but failed to develop it. Subsequently, this old man had spent 30 years here, profiting handsomely from buying and selling land, accumulating hundreds of billions. A few years prior, before the Sino-American trade war, he liquidated his assets, taking over 100 billion to the UK, only to lose several hundred billion there before returning to Hong Kong. A quintessential speculator. To his astonishment, it was his equity. This was excellent. In 2024, the market value of Changjiang and Heisen reached $36 billion. The system had directly sliced off a quarter. equating to $9 billion US. As for how the system procured it from the Li family, Lin Tian could only guess. It was likely not a transaction conducted with money. Another entity was a burgeoning American technology firm focused on intelligent robotics. The original equity stake, Figure Company, was estimated at $39 billion US by early 2025, with major corporations like Nvidia already holding shares from the third and fourth rounds of financing. The system had secured 10, amounting to $3.9 billion US. Wadiansha Holdings became the fifth largest shareholder in this company, which operated in the United States. As Su Qingyao put it, this was Wadiansha taking a monumental step, surmounting countless obstacles to venture abroad. Lin Tian contemplated that Wadiansha Holdings could initiate actions concerning the two mining areas in Africa, as the trust for the acquisition of that mining site was managed by the same institution. Before he could make a call, his phone rang. "Hello, this is Li Changqing. We met yesterday." A robust, seasoned voice resonated through the phone. Upon recognizing the voice, Lin Tian smiled and replied, "Good day, sir. Have you returned home?" "I have returned home, only to learn about the grand acquisition that took place a few days ago, which, astonishingly, was orchestrated by you behind the scenes, Mr. Lin. I beseech you, spare the lives of those involved. Chung Kong is the lifeblood of this old man. Surely, you must find these minor operations beneath your notice. If the Li family has offended you in any way, please do enlighten me." "Oh, I know nothing at all." "Hee. Dear sir, there is no need for trepidation. Everything can be amicably discussed. Although I have become a major shareholder in Chung Kong, I have no intention of dismantling it. Instead, I wish to leverage your expertise to venture into Africa for some mining endeavors. What say you, Mr. Li? Will you join me or not?" In Hong Kong, Su Qingya gazed at the shimmering waters of Victoria Harbor, her heart in tumult. 7 years ago, she had just graduated from a prestigious finance academy and secured a position within a company engaging in insurance investments. 3 years prior, she ascended to a mid-level managerial role, successfully clinching pivotal projects, earning an annual salary starting at $500,000. A year ago, she rose to a regional executive, with her salary soaring to $5 million. She had believed this to be the zenith of her career, only to discover it was merely the starting point. Encountering Lin Tian, she became the head of a billion-dollar enterprise just 10 days ago, officially transforming into a golden employee, with an annual salary commencing at $10 million. 8 days ago, she became Lin Tian's confidant and professional aide, overseeing an investment company with $5 billion in assets, managing $6 billion in properties, and a $1 billion mining enterprise, along with a $10 million pharmaceutical company. She had anticipated that it would take considerable time to streamline all these responsibilities into her primary focus. Little did she realize, upon arriving in Hong Kong 2 days ago, she would be involved in this monumental acquisition, albeit at its concluding stages. The tasks she undertook were unexpectedly linked to an astounding 2 equity changes valued at a staggering $100 billion. $100 billion US dollars. The total of these 2 components amounted to a whopping $120 billion. One of them has become the major shareholder, while the other holds significant shares. One is essential for presiding over shareholder meetings, and the other is a crucial participant, such that the shareholders' assembly cannot convene without their presence. Lin Tian has fully invested in Xianshan, and it is abundantly clear that Xianshan shall be under her complete discretion. This signifies that from this moment forth, I, Su Qingya, have become the spokesperson for a capital of $100 billion. Lin Tian is undoubtedly a world-class magnate, now standing shoulder to shoulder with seasoned capitalists like Li Changqing. In just over 10 days, it feels as though she is trapped in a dream. Having just concluded a call with Lin Tian, her pulse still races with excitement. Starting tomorrow, Xianshan will officially embark on its inaugural venture into the investment arena. His trust in me is profound. I must rise to the occasion. For the Lin family, there is nothing more paramount than the birth of a child. Su Qingya, with a favorability rating of 100. After Lin Tian concluded his call with Old Li, the system indicated a favorability of 100. This marks the 5th consecutive day. It must be nearing fruition. I recently spoke with Li Changqing. Tomorrow, the shareholders meeting for Chung Kong will convene, and you are to attend. This time, a brand new mining company will be established under Chung Kong. To avert any complications, it is recommended to register in Hong Kong, Malaysia, or Indonesia, or even directly in Africa. Our objective is to seize control of that mining area and sell all extracted minerals back to the state. Su Qingya felt a surge of exhilaration. Certainly, dear husband. Moreover, I just contemplated the issue regarding the deep processing industrial chain. The power supply and other infrastructure in Africa might not be adequate. Since we aim to transport resources back to our homeland, we might as well initiate the deep processing of lithium compounds here in Jincheng. Even if it costs $500 billion, I am determined to make it happen. Understood, my love. After hearing this ambitious goal, Su Qingyao realized that managing so many tasks alone might overwhelm her. Darling, do you have a cousin named Lu Yin? Could we possibly invite her to assist me with the mining company's operations? Su Qingyao spoke candidly. As for the pharmaceutical factory, I fear I may not be able to attend to it for some time. I will need at least a week here to finalize various matters before launching the new company plan. I might not be able to see you for a month. What shall I do? I miss you dearly. She certainly did not wish for her work to create distance between her and her beloved, for that would be a grave misstep.